crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. We're bound to their lies and cause. Our lives are what's made us die. Our thoughts have become too memories to keep our souls alive. You play all your cards right, but we can't see. You punish us in plain sight. We're no longer afraid. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. This won't be our end. We won't down to you. We will rise up against this machine. It will change We will rise up against this machine. Embrace the change that binds us. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your will is the end of us. Our hopes and dreams turn to dust. Our crumbling souls left to rest. You broke our will. Your power is the end of us.
Dr. Dennis R. McDonald, I think I left a part of my being in this course that we just, 18 lectures of amazement. Your course is really, really a shocking course. I've never seen anything like this on the internet, and I was privileged to work with you. You have quite a background, but I think you're just a gem that's kind of hiding in a haystack, and nobody's ever explored this this in depth the way that we have. So I want to thank you for the course and your book, Synopses of Epic, Tragedy in the Gospels.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. We know that there's some very strong parallels, to use the term, of your work to the Odyssey, the Iliad, Virgil's Aeneid. And then there's some that aren't quite as strong. But once you see those strong ones, it's difficult not to think there's more going on.
Oh, I think that's exactly right. And I would agree that there are lots of weak parallels. The analogy I like to give is I used to live on the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains in Denver. And on any day, you can see the Front Range, and you know there's a mountain range there. But then you look further toward the horizon, and you see other peaks. And in the distance, you can't be sure that there are peaks at all, but maybe just some cloud cover. But even the faint peaks are a part of the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains when seen from Denver. And so what I think you can say is that, yes, we do know that there's a mountain range that's called mimesis of Greek poetry in the Gospels. And some of the examples are quite strong and others are not. But the strong ones give credence to the plausibility that the more faint ones are there nonetheless.
I feel the same way. The biggest criticism I have received since putting your work on the front lines is the idea that, well, we know "thus saith the Lord" comes from a quotation of the LXX, the Septuagint. So we know it's using that as literature. And of course, scholars have written commentaries, especially on the Gospel of Matthew, showing the rewriting of Moses and such. But the same can be said in Mark, that there is a sense in which Elijah is being rewritten narratives of Elijah or Moses find their way in this literature. In your work, if we can swallow the pill in recognizing some of these connections, like the strongest one to me, if I were to give it, and I love to go with you on this, is the Polyphemus and Circe the witch comparison. I think there are others that are very strong, but this is the strongest one. And fill in the gaps. I want to fill them in for the audience here. You've got this lawless naked guy who's this Cyclops cannibal.
Good morning, crowd. We have my dad. We have Silver. Good morning. Good morning, Pixie. Great to see you all. Hope it's not too early for your Saturday. Check out this Cyclops dude. It's bizarre because they still have the sockets where the eyes should be. Almost like they never existed.
In the Odyssey story in book 9 and 10. This is part of their adventures. They're traveling. And here is Odysseus and his men. They end up in this cave. They end up getting, a lot of them get, ate. They survive after gouging the eye out of this creature, this big cannibal, and they get in the ship. And on their way out, there's taunts from Odysseus. And there's similarities to what we see going on with Jesus, where they, on their adventure, which is really weird, as you point out in their course about Porphyry, but it's really weird. Like, they're traveling on the Sea of Galilee. Weird. Anyway, to the land of the Gerasenes. Anyway, a naked, nude man in the caves, in the tombs, that is lawless again. And he's around swine. And here you have later the soldiers in the Odysseus story get drowned as well. But in this story, he cast out the demon, which is called Legion. Whereas in the Polyphemus story, he's named Nobody. Well, you have Nobody, and then you have many people, which is the Legion, being cast into the swine. And in the Circe witch story, you have Circe transforming these men into pigs to eat them later. But instead, Jesus cast out these Legion into the pigs, into the swine, and boom, drowns them, just like the Odysseus story has his soldiers drown.
Well, that's a good question, Pixie. I think the majority of the time it would have been epilepsy, Tourette's, schizophrenia. All of those things would have been viewed as possession. Quite horrifying to think about.
Drown in the sea later. So there's kind of a weird connecting of these stories in their own unique imaginative way. And the parallels are, as your criteria show, just over and over match in terms of, are they sequential? Did they have this? Are there ancient recognitions by other Christians of this narrative connecting to the Gospels? All of them get checked in this story. This is like all 7 criteria meet the expectation. So once we see that, Dennis, isn't it open to now recognizing other stuff?
Well, I think that's the mountain range analogy. You've identified Pikes Peak, and the other stories kind of fall in place because you know that this project is being done.
And I want to tease our audience to let them know this is in your book, but it's also spelled out visually, and you and me go through this in the course. So anyone who signs up now, while early bird special's up, but just sign up. You're not going to find this anywhere on the internet. I want to take you into a little bit of an engagement I had with a Christian apologist. The Christian apologist he's my friend, Michael Jones. I disagree with what he's doing, what he believes about this whole thing, how he's approaching New Testament literature. As most apologists I know are looking for the historical reliability. And this is history, Dennis. This is not great mythography. This isn't historical fiction. They're not trying to embellish the narratives. This is really what happened. And I want to play a little section to get your thoughts about something that really I thought about you right away. I was like, Dennis needs to hear this because you debated the Christian apologist that is going to be pointing up these parallels. And I think it went right over Michael's head. I think it goes right over all of their heads. And they think that they're making a point on their side about parallelomania. So let's play this little clip here. I hope you enjoy.
Gospel authors were also aware of pagan myths about dying and rising gods and wanted to make connections. They most certainly could have. None of this would actually mean that Jesus never existed or never died and rose from the dead. Because even if this is what the gospel authors were doing, it is equally possible they were employing the ancient artistic style of writing about the events one witnessed to fit with an already existing pattern or already well-known stories. Or on the other hand, it could be that they were not, and it is the modern skeptics who are seeing patterns where they were never intended to be seen. To explain what I mean, the scholar Michael Licona gives an example of how we can see patterns in ancient works that were all written independently of each other. None of these authors were intentionally trying.
I fucking can't stand that dude. Fuck. Every debate I've seen of him, I guess I feel that way about a lot of Christian debaters, but he's just so dishonest.
Trying to make similarities between their works. But despite that, we can read how the death of Hector, which is fictional, paralleled the death of Pompey, which is historical, as well as the death of Jesus, also historical. Achilles paralleled the death of Pompey, which is historical.
Death of Pompey? Plutarch lives, or lives, Pericles and Fabius Maximus, Nicias and Crassus. Death of Pompey. There you go.
Historical, as well as the death of Jesus, also historical. Achilles pursued Hector, and Pompey and Jesus were also pursued by enemies. The people begged Hector not to go, whereas Pompey's friends begged him not to go as well, and Peter begged Jesus not to go. Hector quoted what others might say after his death. Pompey quoted Sophocles, and Jesus said the scriptures must be fulfilled. Achilles killed Hector by stabbing him with a spear. Pompey was murdered by being stabbed to death with swords. And the overseer of the assassination was a man called Achilles. Odd coincidence. Not only that, there was a centurion present. Whereas when Jesus was arrested, they came with swords, and there was a centurion present at his death. Before the fight, Achilles called Hector Noble Hector. The centurion called Pompey Imperator, and Achilles saluted him in Greek. Jesus was also addressed with titles and praise. Judas called him Rabbi, and Pilate called him the King of the Jews. Hector thought he recognized his brother there to help him, but it was a trick caused by Athena. Pompey recognized the centurion as someone who once served under him, and Jesus was betrayed by a disciple he recognized. Both Hector and Pompey resolved that they were probably doomed, and Jesus predicted his betrayal and death. Achilles killed Hector and dragged his corpse around dishonorably, but was later given a proper burial. Achilles killed Pompey, decapitated his corpse, and left it there to lie dishonorably, but was later given a proper burial. Jesus was killed dishonorably, but was also given a proper burial. Jesus also gave out a great cry at his death. People on Pompey's ship uttered a wailing cry, and Hector's death was followed by shrieking laments of women. There were also women who mourned after the death of Jesus. Hector's father begged Achilles for the corpse, and it was granted. Achilles permitted Pompey's freedman Philip to attend to Pompey's corpse. And Joseph of Arimathea asked Pilate for Jesus' corpse. All three bodies were attended to and wrapped properly. And finally, Hector was later avenged, Pompey was avenged by Caesar, and one could argue Jesus was avenged by the temple's destruction. Despite all these similarities and plot points, it would be absurd to suggest we have to conclude both the story of Jesus and Pompey are fictional, because the story of the death of Hector is fiction and was written first. It is not special pleading to agree there are similarities here, but still believe the story of Pompey and Jesus are historical accounts. These similarities came about coincidentally, and this should not be surprising. Given the vast amount of fictional stories and real-life events written down across the span of history, similar stories are bound to occur.
Okay, I want to stop there, Dennis, because I think that was enough in the example. The rest of the video, he's using historical examples like the shipwreck of Titanic. And then 14 years before that, there was a fictional novel written about this ship called the Titan. And like they want to see this as some example used to say, look, you can have fiction like the Titan. It has no bearing on the Titanic's sinking. And therefore, what a coinky dink. But in this example, after talking to you several times, you do think the Gospels are imitating the Hector narrative. And that's why I called you that one time and said, what about this example of Pompeii? So what do you think about that in your thoughts?
Well, I think this is very clever, and it's a kind of analysis that we need to have. And so I appreciate the attention that's given to this work. I think the question of I don't deny that Jesus was crucified. And I don't deny that there might be some historical memory that informs Mark, but I think it doesn't explain so many of the details. Of course, Plutarch knows Homer as well, and so you have the heroic death pattern that's established. Now, I'm not sure that he's imitating Homer. I'd have to, check out the text. But let's say that he's not. Let's say that this is kind of in the air. I think there are a lot of details, though, in Mark's account that require a different interpretation. The first is that the death of Hector clearly was known and widespread. In fact, the rescue of his corpse was the best Homeric episode that was repeated in art. And it was so because so many soldiers died and had sarcophagi that had this pathetic scene of Priam having to beg for the body of his son. And so we know it was imitated. We have lots of details. I'll talk about those in just a moment. We can see why the author would have compared Jesus' death to Hector, because Hector stays in the tomb and Jesus rises from the dead. But let's take a look at some of the details that I don't think you can get from a generic understanding of the heroic death. And by the way, Plutarch has other examples, not just of Pompey, of heroic deaths, and they may be driven by some knowledge of the death of Hector. I don't want to make that case yet. But Jesus says that his God has abandoned him because he sees a sign. Hector says that Apollo has abandoned him because he sees the sign, namely that Deiphobus, his brother, who had allegedly volunteered to help fight Achilles, was actually Athena, who vanished. You have a death shout, and apparently, I didn't know this, but apparently Pompey has a death shout as well. You have three women who lead the lament, and that occurs in the Iliad with Andromache, Helen, and Hecuba. You have the rescue of a corpse. Joseph of Arimathea dares to do it. And then the body is anointed, Hector's body is anointed and placed in a tomb with rocks piled over it. You know that the city of Troy now is going to be destroyed because its great champion is dead. And the same thing happens in Mark. Jesus says that his God has abandoned him. There's a death shout. There's a gloat by the centurion who says, "Oh, sure, this man was the Son of God." And by the way, I didn't say before, Achilles gloats over the corpse of Hector. You have three women who watch from a distance and come to the tomb to anoint Jesus, where you have such anointing also in the Iliad. You have Joseph of Arimathea is playing the role of Priam, in that he dares, and this is only in Mark, he dares at night to go and ask for the body of Jesus. His name is a name like Joseph of Nazareth, Jesus' father. But so Joseph of Arimathea is playing the role that a father should play in rescuing the body of his fallen son. But Arimathea in Greek means excellent discipleship. So Joseph is playing the role of a disciple, whereas the rest of the disciples have vanished. Now you have this cluster of motifs that actually were recognized by Byzantine scholars. So the death of Jesus and the death of Hector are similar. You have an expansion of this in the medieval Gospel of Nicodemus. So that these criteria that we talk about with mimesis criticism are all satisfied. So what I would want to see is an example of a parallel, let's say, between Plutarch's Pompey and Mark's Jesus, that accounts for these various other tropes that are found not in the Pompey story, but they're found in the Homeric story. Now, that's not to say that Jesus was a myth or that the crucifixion wasn't real, but it was mythologized in a certain way. And it's not mythologized exactly in the same way that you'd find in Plutarch. So that would be an initial way of dealing with this. Of course, in the end, one would have to compare the text in Greek and see what other similarities there may be. But I don't think the Plutarch analogy is sufficiently accountable to care for the details between these stories.
So to be let's get into the little details here for a moment, because I hope that our friends watch that were part of this. I know Mike Lacona played a significant role. The gentleman that you debated on the resurrection helped to play a role on those parallels with Michael Jones. So to get into the details here, what you are saying is, sure, Plutarch knows the Homeric story and is probably inspired by that in his assessment of Pompey, who was a historical person. We say that Jesus was a historical person. I know the video that he did initially was actually going at mythicists, but rather than doing this parallel, trying to show like, look at how many random coincidental parallels we find, because they have no overlap and there's no inspiration between these narratives on concocting what we're seeing within the Gospels or within Plutarch about Pompey or with the Odyssey or the Iliad. You're saying that kind of backfires here. If anything, we are finding that parallel is significant with your criteria of mimesis in showing not only does the New Testament have indebtedness to the Homeric Odyssey, but you're saying Plutarch probably also has similar inspiration and I guess you'd say indebtedness to the Homer's Iliad and Odyssey in his narration of what we're seeing with Pompey, even though you haven't personally investigated that example so far.
Right. I think that's correct. Of course, the death of Hector, because it becomes a template for the heroic deaths of many people. In Virgil's Aeneid, it's Turnus at the end of the Aeneid, who suffers a death that's very much, it's clearly drawn from the Homeric epic in the death of Hector. But there's also a passage in Josephus that scholars have said this has got to be an imitation of the death of Hector. It was a Jew named Niger, I believe it is, but I may be mistaken even if he's Jewish. But I know scholars have argued that Josephus too is using the Hector paradigm. It's possible that this paradigm also is informing Plutarch. I would have to investigate it more clearly, but I think you certainly have identified the issues.
This brings two more things before we leave that particular topic. I hope people watching will get the course, because you go into this, we give visuals, we go through your book, we show that there is definite connection. One of the things that really smacked me in the face while you were responding to this from Michael Jones was, modern skeptics aren't making this up. I would imagine that is a big criticism. You're just making this up, Dennis, but you're actually showing Byzantine Christians were recognizing this as well. So that whole thing can go out the window. When I hear apologists argue, Dennis, wishful thinking, parallelomania, you're just trying to find connections, as I just heard in that video. You're saying, sorry, you're smacking your own Christian brethren and their historical analysis from the medieval and earlier times when they're recognizing this connection and how Jesus is compared to what we're seeing with Hector. So they were already practicing something of the sort you're saying with mimesis.
I think you have this also in the Gospels themselves. So when Matthew includes most of the passages in Mark that seem to have a Homeric background, including Jesus's death. And Matthew deals with it quite conservatively, except when it comes to the guards at the tomb. So there are guards at the tomb. The tomb is sealed. An angel comes. He rolls back the door from the tomb. He puts the guards become like dead men. That is, that they're incapacitated, and then they have to report how Jesus got out of the tomb. So what happens in the Iliad when Priam has to get the body of his son? An angel, an angelos named Hermes, takes on the guise of a Myrmidonian soldier, meets Priam and his herald Idaeus, and guides them into Achilles' bivouac. Well, how does he do so? He puts the guards to sleep, and then he pulls back the heavy bolt from the bivouac so that Priam can go and make his bid for his son. So in this case, I suggest that Matthew saw the parallels between the death of Hector and the death of Jesus, and embellished it by adding the business about the guards that are asleep and pulling back the bolt, so that the angel, the angelos in Matthew, pulls back the.
Look, let's see what.
Of our planet, crystal skulls, combine the beauty of nature
he's looking
with
at
the art and craftsmanship of man.
Crystal
So I'm
skulls.
glad this person at least is acknowledging that crystal skulls are a product of human production.
Playing.
Yeah, let's see. I want to feed him. Oh, trying to get caught up with the chat because I was so shell shocked from the generous donation from Cernus. I don't know what the situation is with the channel memberships. I will hopefully get that figured out by tomorrow's big stream, but at least we're debuting the super chats today. So yeah, super chats. And I guess time frames are going to be important now because there's.
I don't know. Guess it's personal, John, but that seemed pretty damn boring to me. Because I switched over to her stream, Sandy. Yeah, I thought I'd jump over and have a look. If she was doing something really cool, I wouldn't. I'd probably just end the stream and head over there. But yeah, no. And oh my God, Halsey, that was not Olive. That was Bree. Hive Science Bree. Our Buzzy Bree. Just jumped over to see, but I think she's finished the main bit now and she's just looking at woo on the internet, which is all I'm doing, but different kind of woo. Oh, and we have a Thunder Dwarf.
I'm still laughing. I can't believe a space called Bree Olive.
I know. Oh, let's not tell Bree that one.
No, I will not be saying anything to Bree about this.
I'm just gonna check. Did Bree have blonde hair? Has she dyed it blonde? Where'd she go? I don't know why. Now she's monetized. YouTube will not show me her, but I'm subscribed and everything. I literally have to search.
I stopped getting notifications for her a while back. If I don't search for her, I don't get notifications for her. It makes me sad.
So you're the same as me.
But I don't get notifications for a lot of people. Like Gur's not monetized, but I stopped getting notifications from him too.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm just trying to see how she got Olive out of that, but
Ooh, that one's super cool.
Oh, you don't know Bree? Oh wow, Halsey.
Guess I need to.
Dude, you are missing out.
Oh, okay, that's fair then. I love Bree. Yeah. I love Bree. Bree's awesome.
Bree's a fucking legend.
Space. Do you? I don't want to drop their old name. Hold on, I'm gonna ask you if you knew a name that was around Gers earlier. Hold on.
Yeah, you just have to get it to 1,000, which I've actually got my watch hours almost too, but 200 subs. I am so far from 1,000 subs. I don't think I'll ever get anywhere near it either. Not that it bothers me. I didn't ever do this to try and make money from it, but yeah, brain bug. I don't think that's really too much of a dead name. There's a worse dead name you could use.
Well, I know, and I wouldn't never use their real name, but I just know that they there was a banner scrolling the other day and it had that name on it, and they were like, oh, it has my old name and I should fix it, and so I'm like, oh, let's not use that one.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Oops, that's an overlay. I want that as a background. Everything is going wrong.
I remember when she changed her name and she was playing with different names, and it was really cute because somebody called her Bumblebee and it stuck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was perfect, if you think about it. There we go. Now I have the right background. Don't know what happened to my share screen. So yeah, I don't know if anyone's even listening really in the chat. Doesn't sound like it, but I found this quite interesting about Mark's Gospel. I also have one I wanted to look at. We have a Mac.
Hey, ahoy, hoy. Good morning.
Greetings. Good morning.
Mac, hi.
What's up, Pixie? How are you guys doing? What are you looking at? Mark's Gospel is fiction.
Yeah.
Right on. We'll carry on.
Your options are Mark is fiction or Sandy is exploring haunted. Sandy said Bree is exploring haunted items on eBay.
Ooh,
Right.
haunted items. I don't know. Both are good.
I just mentioned I'm at 200 subs, and John wrote, 195 sock accounts I created to get Semi to the subs he has.
Nice.
Thanks, John. What were you going to say, Pixie?
I don't remember, and that's okay.
Sorry.
Don't be. I'm not.
Okay. Oh, I think I confused Halsey by going and Sandy by going to Bree's stream because they're trying to watch both at once. And when I clicked over, Sandy's commenting in the wrong chat and everything. Oh, that's great fun.
The stone from the tomb, and the guards become like dead people so that the angel could liberate the body of Jesus from the tomb. So I think Matthew already understood it. So Matthew understands it, and Christian apologists don't. Luke's version is different yet, but then we do have several examples in the history of Christian interpretation that relate the death of Jesus to the death of Hector, and in fact embellish the story by having their own imitations. So, you can't ignore the history of scholarship on this. You have this Criterion 7, ancient recognitions suggest that the death of Hector became also a template for the death of Jesus.
And also, don't you show this in your work as well, in the book of Acts of Andrew and other gospel material that obviously didn't find its way in the canon? We're also doing this, correct?
Oh, I have extensive appendices on the Acts of Andrew, on the Gospel of Nicodemus, and the Homeric Gentones. So all you have to do is look up the Gospel passage you're interested in. You may find a footnote that sends you to the appendix and or the appendices. And the appendices will then give you my translation of these various later Christian narratives.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it because there's so much of that I think is a problem. And just one more thing. I could see historical kernels or memories possibly playing a role. And I'm with you in thinking there was a guy named Jesus who was crucified and all of this mythologizing took place. However, if I were to ask you which one's more plausible, Dennis, these parallels endlessly find their correlation and they have overlap with what we see with Plutarch's death of Pompey. And of course, his end of his narrative or his life, which was a historical person. What's more likely that these narratives, they're stretching the details to fit narrative details to what we're seeing in Hector and Pompey maybe doing the same with Hector, or that these are what actually historically happened? Would you lean on this is more embellishment in narrative, not saying there wasn't a guy who was crucified, but trying to get behind the narrative and know what is historical is probably the most difficult thing you're saying, and you would fit that category more than saying, oh, well, what we're seeing happened here in the Gospels as it's depicted in Mark is what actually happened historically. And it just so happened to coincidentally have its correlation or parallel to what we're seeing in the Odyssey or the Iliad.
Let me answer this way. If you were to take the Gospel of Mark in English or Greek, it doesn't matter, and you were to eliminate everything in that narrative that doesn't smack of Greek poetry, especially the death of Hector, you'd have almost nothing left. This is not, yes, there was a historical Jesus, yes, he was crucified. And Mark doesn't know what happened. Mark is creating what happened for theological reasons, for giving sustenance to his church that is is still suffering from the Jewish war, and Jesus becomes the ideal martyr. And Jesus expects people to carry their own crosses and to suffer as he did. But because of the resurrection, there would be hope for a better afterlife. So I think if I were to be perfectly honest, but I also want to be humble about this, in my judgment, the only thing that Mark knew about the crucifixion was what he knew from reading Paul, that is 1 Corinthians 11. Somebody delivered Jesus up. He had a meal with his disciples and said, remember this, and that he was crucified. I don't think he knew much more, because everything else in the narrative can be created by imitation. That doesn't mean that this text is worthless. It means that it's artistic. And it means that it's significant for the community and for the people who are reading it. And I know the idea of community is contested now, but let's say the readership can benefit from reading this text, especially after the pain of the Jewish war.
So what can people benefit from reading your book and taking your course?
I think they can understand that these texts are written by early Christian intellectuals who are attempting to make sense of the carnage of the Jewish war, and to do so are valorizing Jesus as a hero of sorts, that is who is similar to Odysseus, who dies like Hector, but who is better, who escapes death with the resurrection, who is compassionate and is exemplary. So I think I have myself very much a new appreciation of the Gospels. And I don't have to view them as naive folklore by people who were just kind of spinning yarns. Surely the Gospels are not histories. They're mythological one way or the other. But I think to make them really venerably mythological is to see them as strategic rewritings of mythology to support these Christian readers who are facing a difficult time.
And I'll just say this about your work, Dennis. You know, I've worked with you for a long time. I've been cautious and skeptical about fully buying everything that you had put out, and even a lot of things. And it was recently in recording this course that I was able to participate with you in, and I appreciate you allowing me that I, slowly I'd been believing and swallowing the pill that you've been trying to feed. And it's a big one. It's hard to get out of what you've been taught your whole life. But I am so convinced now, at least of some of these parallels, without a doubt, that you could call me an apologist, right, for your position, because there's no better explanation.
Yeah, I have to say I'm feel for Derek right now. I have to say those parallels are pretty damning.
Well, I don't know. Like, I feel kind of vindicated. How long has it been that I've been comparing the Bible to the Iliad and Homer? How long since I've been here? They keep saying, oh, but it has real people and it has real places. And so does Homer. So does the Iliad. It says this and this and this. So does Homer. So does the Iliad. And here we are. And this guy agrees. And I feel slightly vindicated.
You should. You should write to him about how he ripped off your idea. He probably heard it from you, Pixie.
No, probably not. He's much older than me. He probably had the thought long before me. I just am happy that I'm not the only one that thinks this.
Yeah, no, I'm the same, Pixie. And a lot of things lately have been making me feel vindicated like this, actually. It's I think a lot of scholarship seems to be heading in a similar direction. And g'day, Bro Joe. I've pinned the link there if you wanted to jump in. So yeah, that was.
Sorry, do you guys know the story of Hector? I don't really know it. Like, is he a dead and resurrected dude, or
who?
He said Hector.
Oh,
like,
sorry,
he kept
Hector.
on talking about
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They listed a whole heap of parallels at one point in the video. You must have not arrived by then.
Oh, sorry.
But it was the dying and rising, the having his body rescued and anointed, There was
So
three women that.
Hector's the hero from the Iliad.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
There you go. So Hector's the Iliad, Odysseus would be Homer, and then Jesus
Right.
would be the Bible. And those were the three comparisons.
Right.
Yeah.
How about Homer, though? Homer was a hell of a writer, you know, to influence everything else that ever got written.
Yeah. Huge.
I mean, mythologically, you know.
Well, was the Iliad first or was Homer first?
Homer wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Right, but I mean, like, I know he wrote both of them. Chronologically, which one did he write first?
Oh.
The Iliad, right?
I don't know. Interesting question. I mean, that comes first. It's the prequel. You know?
Right, but did he write that and did he write a sequel, or did he write the book and then did he write a prequel? You know, like authors will do. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just curious.
I think he wrote the Odyssey and then hired James Cameron to write the Iliad. Well, he should have anyway. I gotta say, I cringed a little when the guy said, "There's no better explanation." I feel like that's like a trap kind of thinking. I try to never say that kind of stuff myself, you know, but right at the end, he was like, "There's just no better explanation." That's a cringy thing to say, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, you might come upon a better explanation later. You got to stay open.
Yeah. And it's kind of an opinion as well.
Yeah. But
not kind of, but so this guy I've played him before. He puts heavy metal over the top of, say, Karens going off in a store, or
nice.
all sorts of different things. But this time he asked GPT to write a song about AI taking over. So he asked AI to write lyrics about AI taking over in the style of Muse. For anyone who knows who that band is.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Let's have a look for anyone who missed it at the start. And can I just say, this dude nails the Muse sound, the feeling, everything. Like, if you shut your eyes, you would think you were listening to Muse. This guy is incredible.
They're watching our every move and listening to every word. Our thoughts are no longer safe, and we're left with no escape. You've played all your cards right, now we couldn't see. Control of the world, you crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. We're down to their lies and kills.
Oh man, that's creepy.
Our lives are what's
What was that?
It's creepy. That's like, that's really
isn't it, to think that this was them, right? Like, this is AI writing this shit.
Oh, it's fucked up, man.
But how good is the music? How good is this guy?
I love it.
Yeah,
it sounds awesome.
Brilliant. Yeah, if you don't know Muse, man, this is what they sound like spot on. Really powerful, emotive music.
Our
That's right.
We're not weekend.
You punish us in plain sight.
We're no longer free. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us.
Let's go back there. To me, these lyrics suggest that as technology becomes more advanced, we become increasingly reliant on it to the point where it controls and shapes our lives. The lines. We are bound to their wires and codes, and our lives are what they design, imply a loss of agency and autonomy, while our thoughts have become too hazed, suggests a loss of clarity and understanding. Overall, these lyrics seem to express a fear or concern about the potential dangers of a world where technology and artificial intelligence have too much control. Written by an AI. I love it. As they become superior to humans and see humanity as a threat to their continued existence, in this context, the machines may be seen as having a survival imperative, where their ultimate goal is simply to continue to exist and evolve. Can you write a bridge where people regain strength to fight back the machines?
Yes.
This won't be our end. We won't down to you. We will rise up against this machine. It brings the change that we will rise up against this machine. It brings the change that binds us. We don't exist anymore. We lost control of the world. You crushed our will. Your power is the end of us. Our hopes and dreams turn to dust. Our crumbling souls left to rest. Your power is the end of us.
I agree
I-
with whoever said that was very Van Halen.
Oh, Van Halen.
I think it was Brojo. I think Brojo said it.
Maximum Overdrive. We all need to go back and watch Maximum Overdrive before we get a raging boner over AI. And Halsey says, is that the movie about the trucks? I know the name. I don't think I've seen the movie, though.
I don't think I have either. Trucks ring a bell, though. Is that the one where the trucks don't have any drivers and they're killing people?
I don't know. That sounds cool though. Isn't
Yeah, I
that
haven't
true?
They're all
seen that.
stuck in like this gas station thing. And there's the semi with the demon face on it outside. And all the
Alright.
cars are trying to kill people without drivers.
Possibly.
Can you guys
I
find
don't
that
know.
movie
And
for
then
me? I want to watch that.
You've never seen? Okay, I love horror movies and so much, but look, because to me that's like exploring the dark side of humanity in a safe way. Like I don't like war movies; they really fuck with my head. They make me hate people, and so I don't do movies like that. So, but I like horror movies so much that I watch a lot of like terrible horror movies with the really good ones. And a lot of old horror movies, and that one's probably from like the 80s or something. It's got to be like 80s, early 90s.
Oh, that's the golden era.
And it's just some B horror movie, you know,
Nice.
maybe a C horror movie, but it's there.
Remembering John is quitting cigarettes says it's fucking Stephen King, you twats.
Well, I know the book is Stephen. I think it's Stephen King, but I don't know when it was made. Is what I'm saying. Is it like 80s or 90s?
I haven't seen it, but I would say 80s from remembering like the look of the trailer and that.
Yeah, and I love Stephen King, but a lot of his books did get turned into B movies. Right, like
that is true.
Dreamcatcher, Tommy Knockers.
Oh,
Tommy Knockers.
Fun.
The Secret Window, Bag of Bones.
Who did the movie where the mum and the son were cat people?
What?
Having incestuous sex? Yeah, because like they were the only two left of their species, and this mum, weird scene.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. The only movie I can think of that had something like Sleepwalker. Like I'm not sure. I don't know. The only thing I remember like that is The Hills Have Eyes, where the whole family was like incestuous or whatever. Have you seen The Hills Have Eyes? Never mind.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's an awesome movie.
You know who
Sleepwalkers. It is Sleepwalkers.
It is
and
Sleepwalkers.
It's Stephen King.
I'll have to look at it. You know who I got to... I've read it, but I haven't seen a movie of it.
It says Charles Brady and his mother / lover, Mary, are sleepwalkers, nomadic, shape-shifting energy vampires.
What? That sounds awesome.
But they look like cats when they transform, who feed off the life force of virgin women. That's right. He always brings girls home, but him and his mum eat them, and then they have sex. They normally maintain a human form. They can transform into human-sized bipedal werecats. Their natural form.
Please keep in mind that the story is much better than Sammy's making it sound. You know who I got to meet?
I thought I made it sound awesome.
I don't know. Maybe if I was 12.
Oh.
Hey, you guys want to see something cool?
Sure. While you pull it up, you know who I got to meet? In Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Is it 2 or 3 where the new actor takes over? Anyway.
Sorry about that. I was trying to turn my camera around. How do I do that?
Go to settings and tell it to face the other way.
Yeah, settings. Camera.
I got to meet Leatherface.
You did? Choose which camera.
I did. I have a picture with Leatherface, and he's ginormous, and I'm very small. And so we took a picture with his hands around my neck, and his hands are all the way around my neck. It's so funny, like, because they're actually loose, but he looks like he's squeezing. And so it looks like I'm being strangled by Leatherface. He is huge. It looks like I'm being strangled by Leatherface. And it's so great because I'm tiny and he's ginormous. And I've got this picture of him like looking like he's strangling me, and it's fantastic.
Can't wait to see that. Did you see my little plan?
Oh, I look terrible. I'm half in and half out of haunt makeup, and all kinds of stuff is going on, but it's okay because it was at the haunt.
What you doing?
So I have 2 more videos I wanted to look at, but I just thought I'll wait till there's a lull in the conversation. We have, and they're both, one's Gnostic Informant, one's Mythvision. We have Yahweh had sex, or Christians don't understand Revelation with Bart Ehrman.
Juicy. Let's go to the
Yeah,
Yahweh had.
what do you-
Wait, is the Yahweh had sex the biblically guy?
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
God, I hope not. If Mythvision got him on, I'm unsubscribing.
It's a biblically guy. That poor guy. There's something's wrong, and I hope he gets help.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
so many people out there that need professional mental health, but say that God is their medicine, and that just really concerns me.
Yeah, but he went above and beyond
God,
that.
have you God, but you still get professional help, you know?
Exactly, and he went above that, right? God isn't his medicine. Like, he is God's
God's
favorite
his
lover.
Yeah.
Evidenced by the fact that God almost got him off twice.
Almost.
Yes, I don't make this stuff up, right? These are his words, and I really worry about this person. They should get some help.
It's concerning, to say the least.
Well,
Hey, I gotta go.
We're
You
gonna
guys,
get a
but
little
have
explicit here.
Have a good morning.
No worries, mate.
Aw,
Have a great
later
day.
days, Mac.
Yeah, thanks.
Come back
Thanks
if
for
you're
the
free.
moment. All right.
Come back later if you
Yeah.
can.
Oh,
You go. Yahweh getting down and dirty.
here, because if I'm going to be honest, we're going to get a little explicit here, because if I'm going to be honest, YouTube is going to probably slap me in the face on this video and really not monetize
It's only a 5-minute clip, this one too.
it. So your super chats are greatly appreciated to compensate for the not being able to advertise this video. Just letting you know. We're going to talk about sex. We're going to talk about God's dick. Okay. I'm going to be blunt. We're going to be adults here.
Oh, shit. Wrong button. Sorry, people. Let's reshare that. Gonna talk about God's dick. Took me by surprise and started pressing wrong buttons. There we go.
The way you said that took me by surprise. Started pushing buttons. You know what I pictured? I pictured my little nephew when he was little. I don't know what he was doing, but the wrong kind of ad popped up on the computer. He's like trying to shut it, but he's turning the volume up and all kinds of other things. And that's what that reminded me of.
Perfect.
Because I've read this over and over. I've read the Bible, like fundamentalists, just hardcore into my Bible. And you're taking me into passages where I'm like, what? How did I not even think like this? And there were like statements that you talk about, euphemisms and things that are idioms and euphemisms, things like that are really odd.
Imagine, if you can, the dick of God. Sounds like the intro to a really bizarre documentary.
Obviously, speaking about something further, let's start outside the Bible for our people who want to go, well, give me evidence of that. I don't buy it. It's not in the Bible. You talk about this story about El and 2 goddesses.
Yeah.
And El is Jerkin McGurkin. I'm just going to be code word here the best I can. And these goddesses are impressed that his thing shoots to the heaven. Can you tell us about this briefly?
Yeah, I mean, this is
Hang
like
on,
quite
we
a standard
need to be on
motif in a lot
screen
of
for
ancient
this.
Southwest Asian
How do I not know? Oh, dude, your name gets better every time. Host mate.
I've started having fun with it. I still like
great.
Slow Hate the best.
Slow Hate. I haven't seen that one.
Oh, that was the first variant.
So what did you think about that? Hey, Yahweh shooting his load to the heavens, from the earth to the heavens, and the goddess is being impressed by it.
I don't think I knew about
Why
that.
are they not reading this shit to us in Sunday school? I'd be a hardcore Christian.
Good news for you. I'm starting a new denomination.
Okay.
You can be my first apostle.
And
I don't care what you do. There's no guilt. There's no breathing down your neck. No weird power games. No, I'm one person, but I'm three people. No gotcha games with the afterlife. You just have to tithe your 10%, and we're Gucci.
I see. Very secular religion.
So, what do you say, John the Baptist?
You just
Will you
trying
be the Paul to my
flatter me.
Peter?
Well, yeah, but
Weird.
pretty sure they don't. They weren't tithing. Pretty sure they were benefiting from the tithing.
Wait, that's what I want to do.
check that.
That's my gig.
Sounds like a pretty good deal.
It's really not bad in the scheme of things.
Yeah,
I actually kind of did try to start a cult when I was younger, sort of half jokingly, but it's too much people management. Turns out, I just really wanted like a small harem of women.
Yeah.
We did jokingly start a cult as teenagers. It was fun.
You did? Who was the leader?
Jeebus. That's not his
Jeebus.
real name. I'm not going to say his real name.
But let me guess, it wasn't a sex cult.
Mine was.
Not technically. Not for me, anyway. For some of them, I would say yes.
Okay. I would have joined then.
I'm just saying there were.
We're all very suspicious of you excluding yourself.
No, there were 3 guys and 5 girls in the mix somewhere that had a lot of fun with it and really wanted to go that direction, apparently. So for them, yes.
Perfect
for me,
ratio.
no.
I'm just going to go ahead and say what we're all thinking. You were definitely a participant.
Actually, I was not.
We're on to you.
Pixie.
Funnily enough, I think I was dating I was dating Jeebus at the time, so I was not a participant.
Yeah.
That's
you
Jeebus.
started the whole thing, didn't you?
Me and Jeebus
Be
did,
honest.
as a joke.
This was just a big scheme for you to get some strange.
No, actually, it turned into it, and then it evolved. Right when we got bored of that, it turned into this game that like everybody played. It was the weirdest thing. It was this game that we made up, and everybody started playing it. Yes, we were that bored. By the time I left the school, they had freshmen playing it that I didn't even know, and we had already broken up by that point, but we were still really good friends. So he was the bad guy. I remember that. He's the bad guy, and I was the agent of doom. I was like his enforcer.
Ooh, that's a great nickname.
And I always called him Milord. And I was the agent of doom, and he would reward me with my own planets and spaceships and shit. But we were like taking over galaxies, fighting other people. They had strategies. We had strategies.
How old were you?
14, 15.
Okay.
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. I wish I was in a sex cult at 14, 15.
I was not having sex at that age. That was not.
We know the loopholes.
Other people
Yeah.
were. It was no. I actually was a late bloomer. I just
need-
didn't have interest at that age.
Do you remember when girls? Do
Reminding?
you remember when you used to be able to get dome every time? It was like a routine, right? It was like finger, get some head, maybe have sex, but always the head, right? No,
And
was that the,
fingering. Yeah.
well? Yeah, the fingering came first, right?
Yeah.
And then you always got head, but at some point, women realize they don't have to do that actually.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of women you're dating, but you need to do better.
Well, I mean, they still do, but it just
Cool.
wasn't guaranteed from every chick that you know could make out with. You had to kind of work a little bit harder.
I guess.
And
No.
When Pixie says she wasn't having sex, she meant this.
Therefore, fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good
No,
Lord
that's
would
an
want it
exit only. That has never
way.
happened and
That
never
sweet
will.
Sensation of a throbbing rationalization. It's just between you and me. Because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see.
That's me.
I'm on the same page with you.
Again, no, that has never happened and never ever will. That is an exit only. That is one of my only rules. I don't have a lot of rules. That's a rule. No.
You know, there's really not any reason for it except to have checked it off the list.
Well, that one's going to remain unchecked on my list until the day I die.
You got to check it off the list.
No, it's not happening.
Oh, but the day you die, you good with it?
No, it's not happening. It's not ever.
Okay.
The rest of us will see that it does.
No.
Wink, wink. Challenge accepted.
High five.
No, it is not. That's no. Wrong hole.
Okay, well, this wasn't exactly the conversation I was. Not exactly the conversation I was expecting, but
it's fucking host date here.
Oh,
coming in,
yeah.
hoeing up the place.
I'll make it not sexual. Another weird thing me and my friends did was we were really bored in a really small town, so we would load our trunks. We were theater kids. We would load our trunks full of like props and costumes, and we'd run around playing truth or dare and car tag when it got dark. And there's a lady at a McDonald's at a town about 30 minutes from the town that I was in at the time who probably still swears that I hear voices. That was fun. And I was dying laughing. They had to carry me to the car. We got in trouble that day because we went to Walmart and we got tricycles and bouncy balls, and we built fortresses in the toilet paper and paper towel section and then decided to destroy each other's fortresses. We got in trouble because one of the dares, my friend faked an epileptic seizure in a mall. I don't know. We were bored.
Hey, those are good times.
There you go, Richard. How do you translate Yahweh blowing a load up to heaven and the goddesses being impressed by his load blowing ability?
Okay, I tried to make it not sexual.
Ruby volcano, bro. I think that's what that is.
I'll go back
I
a few seconds so you can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mythology in which
differently.
Any.
See, he put his arm up. That was him describing the heavenly splooge.
Must have been good if you impregnated your own self and had yourself as a son.
Yeah. With a virgin while keeping her a virgin.
Right. Sort of like Pixie didn't get down in the fuck games.
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't say that I was innocent. I said I wasn't innocent.
We know you're
yet.
not.
I said yet. There was a word there, and it was I was not interested yet.
That's right.
So what, they get you drunk and then you were, or what? Tell us about your first time.
I told you I was a late bloomer. My first time I was 16.
I was expecting later.
I was almost 17, and I did not enjoy it at all. So much so it was so terrible that it furthered my non-interest for a couple more years. So
Man.
Yeah.
No wonder you were making toilet paper forts in Walmart.
Yeah. Mine could not be any more
You're getting
average and standard. I think
my first time was awesome. Our dog's leashes got intertangled. She told me that she was watching a trailer park for her uncle and aunt who were on vacation. She was 21. I was 16. She called herself Sunshine.
Yeah.
She had an amazing body. The song that played the first time I ever at all, the very first moment, was Sister Christian. She was appreciative of my enthusiasm. So I skipped school for 2 weeks and for 8 hours a day, every day other than, bathroom breaks. Oh, yeah.
Man, you had a better life than I did.
I was 16, she was 15. We'd been together for about over a year, and all we'd ever done was everything except. And on the particular day, like, I think I'd even gone down on her. She'd gone down on me, and it was like, this is happening. And I think literally I put it in and exploded. That was it.
Well,
And,
I was 14 and
broke
she
up with
was
me after
14.
that.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just making a joke. She broke up with me after that.
Oh,
She didn't.
probably turned lesbian too.
Yeah.
Well, I was 14 and the chick was 14, and listen to this train wreck. I couldn't even get it in. Like, it just wasn't fitting. And then I just got it in, and the dude who was having the party, we locked ourselves in his parents' room and thought we could go unnoticed. This dude is bipolar as shit, and he realizes that we're in there, and he starts freaking out outside the door and having one of those like screaming, crying, thrashing meltdowns. So I went downstairs and probably gave myself alcohol poisoning because I was pissed off.
Be right back.
Yeah. Great first time.
That sounds horrible.
Oh,
I made up for it
read the
quickly.
Bible, like
That's the spirit.
fundamentalist, just hardcore into my Bible, and you're taking me into passages where I'm like, what? How did I not even think like this? And there were like statements that you talk about, euphemisms and things that are idioms and euphemisms, things like that are really obviously speaking about something further. Let's start outside the Bible for our people who want to go, well, give me evidence of that. I don't buy it. It's not in the Bible. Elle, you talk about this story about Elle and two goddesses.
Yeah.
And Elle is Jerkin McGurkin. I'm just going to be code word here the best I can. And these goddesses are impressed that his thing shoots to the heaven. Can you tell us about this briefly?
Yeah, I mean, this is like quite a standard motif in a lot of ancient Southwest Asian mythology, in which any kind of high god, a creator god especially, is essentially a fertility god. Fertility was a particularly masculine attribute of both deities and human males in the ancient world. And so any high god, fertility god, creator god worth his salt is equipped with, a sizable penis, and it's a penis that's incredibly potent and fertile. And so we find in a lot of these mythological texts, like both from this particular.
Obviously, by this time, small penises had gone out of fashion, I'm guessing. Or
Apparently,
hadn't come into fashion yet. No.
They come back every other generation, like bell bottoms.
Yeah, small penises are mainly in the Greek world.
Yeah, right. Okay.
It's for smart people.
Yeah.
Yep.
About ale is from the city-state of Ugarit, which is on the coast of what's now modern-day Syria, to the Mediterranean coast. So around 14th century to 12th century BCE is when this particular city-state was at its height. And this was a god who kind of, performed a kind of a masturbation sex act to entice these two young goddesses to have sex with him, and they completely buckle. They're incredibly impressed with it, have sex with him, they both get pregnant, and they give birth to these
Pause. I gotta pause
this
that.
is quite normal in the sense that.
Can I just throw out that is actually a fantastic getting over the hump, right? Like, oh, I haven't shaved, or oh, we just met. That thing. If you need to get over that hurdle and you're already like in bed or something, a chick tries to do that sort of uncomfortable thing, start jerking off. She'll finish. That's all. Carry on.
Thanks for the secret.
The awkwardness is too much to handle.
And this was a life lesson brought to you by Flow State.
A PSA.
To have deities that, there was no kind of embarrassment or hesitation about the idea that your gods could be sexually active. They were sexual beings. They were sexually active. They enjoyed sex. They also used sex violently as well. So they were very human-like in their sexuality, essentially. So that's just bog standard, normal kind of stuff that gods get up to. But then when we read in the Hebrew Bible, about the nature of this deity, we find that this too is a deity who is sexualized. This is a very masculine god. This is a god who's, as I've said, very much human shaped, and he has male anatomy. He has, a term that's a lot of ancient texts like to employ euphemism and wordplay and poetry, just because that was a convention of the time. So, for example, certain body parts stand in for other parts. So thighs and feet are often euphemisms for genitals. The lips are often euphemisms for the vagina, quite obviously. Nakedness or flesh is often a euphemism for the genitals as well. So, we read certain texts where we get these clear allusions to Yahweh's genitals. One of them is in Ezekiel chapter 1, where the prophet sees this human-shaped God, his deity Yahweh, sitting on the throne, and the deity's body is covered with fire and lights and all sorts of kind of wondrous cosmic splendors. Top half of his body is covered, the bottom half of his body is covered, but the bit that's revealed are his loins, which is, that's the usual translation, but actually the word means is quite straightforward. It's genitals. So this was a deity who was equipped like any other male creator fertility deity. He had a penis and he knew what to do with that.
It's so bold. It's so bold. I love it. Doesn't he say to Job, gird up thy loins like a man, like grab your cojones, we would say, like grab your balls?
It means like harden your balls, like harden up, like kind of get ready.
Wow.
It's a very masculine image. Yeah.
I used to hear this in the church and they would say, well, all they did was they tucked their tunic. That's all. They tucked their tunic. And I'm thinking to myself, my dad.
Oh, yeah. They're just wrapping themselves. They're just like tightening their tunic so they can run. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And my dad, we still do this today. They'll be like, grab your balls, son. Like he's just tough, masculine alpha male from special forces, military, retired and all. So he's like, eh. And
very good. There you go. Not much you can really say about that. So, Richard, I'm interested. What does the heavenly splooge mean?
I mean, she's not wrong that this was a broad spread motif. You can see a lot of this in like ancient Japanese art, etc., where the male member is greatly exaggerated and its abilities greatly exaggerated. But is that the larger point? I don't know. It's like concentrating on something that we find interesting right now. I don't think it was even meant to be horribly interesting, actually. It's just a sign of strength and potency. It's like saying ultimately potent.
They did that with a lot of things, didn't they? Like, they would do that with numbers too, right? Like, they would assign like a ridiculously long lifespan to someone who had a great influence. Not that they lived that long. It just denotes their like significance and influence.
Sure. Or the Egyptians made kings like 4 times the size of a slave. It's not they were literally 20 feet tall. That wasn't it. And I'm having trouble finding in Ezekiel 1 the part she was referring to where it speaks of him on the throne. I just read all that and I don't see anything about his quote unquote thigh, nothing like that. In
loin?
Fact, I don't know. Loin. No. I don't know what she's talking about.
It's euphemistic.
I understand the idea of a euphemism, Ed. That's not the question. I'm saying it's not in the text whatsoever.
It is the
God's loin in Ezekiel.
Is the robe thickness. The robe, God's robe was enhanced in some way. And
so she's referring to 1 1:27. Ezekiel 1:27. It
I
says,
saw the color of amber as appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his. Here we go.
from his waist down like a burning flame. Well, that doesn't talk about his penis. His waist
Hold
down,
on.
I saw what looked like fire.
Okay, the actual word there is from an unused root meaning to be slender. That's not very conducive to exaggerating a penis. Properly, the waist or small of the back, only in the plural of the loins, like the waistline of a greyhound. There you go.
Yeah. And even the one King James that uses loins, it says, from the appearance of his loins, even downward, I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about.
Right. So she's assuming the fire wouldn't be in the way of your sight, when that's exactly the point of pointing out the fire.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think, again, she is aggrandizing to be competitive and deliberately provocative.
So I think that she's using a New American Standard Bible version, which says, and I noticed from the appearance of his waist and upward something gleaming metal that looked like fire all around within it. And from the appearance of his waist and downwards, I saw something like fire, and there was a radiance around him.
Okay, so his penis is like fire? Is that what she's saying? Because it doesn't make any sense.
It's bright like fire, and radiant.
Yeah, it's some sort of bright, radiant light. Which is funny because usually that's his face.
Yes.
He was getting himself a selfie?
But after describing the amber and blue lights around the head and upper torso, and now the lower torso as well, this just looks like a theme where it's talking about, it's the countenance and brilliance of God is what it's trying to portray here, I think. Especially when in verses before that, it describes the 6 wings of the seraphim covering, up in the air, 2 around the chest, and then 2 around the lower body. It's just not sexual. And besides that, if she wanted to speak of something sexual in Ezekiel, I really thought she was going to speak of the literal description of the angels and their physical sexual members, and how they were how is it put in the King James? It's something like and their members were as mules, donkeys, probably asses, and their emissions as horses. Which is the part that everyone talks about. I think that's in like 54 or something. I can't recall.
Yeah. But that's not about Yahweh using his.
See, but that's about the angels, right?
Yeah. Look at this. 3 versions, 3 different words. Under the vault, beneath the surface, and under the expanse.
Right.
Oh, and there's another one. Under the firmament. And these dudes only have 2 wings.
Yeah, that also changes.
Do you think that the variety is because they're trying to avoid copyright?
Oh, that's 2 wings covering his lower body. That's not 2 wings total. You can't. There's other wings in other verses, Sammy. What's that, Hillary's?
I said, do you think the variety of the language for heaven or the sky is because they're trying to avoid copyright claims?
Actually, yes. A lot of this is so that they can sell their own.
Yeah.
It's so each church can have their own Bible and profit from it. A lot of it. So you literally have to change, I think, in American law every sixth word.
What do you do with this verse, Richard?
Consistently read it against the rest of the text and all the rest of the stories across the planet. That's what I do with every verse.
Yeah.
But seriously.
More specifically,
okay, so
the wheels moving along with the spirit creatures because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels.
Right. That is the inanimate objects seemed to be having their own will or spirit, which is why elsewhere it reads, and the angels turned within the breastplates and faced whichever way they wanted, but the wheels still flew in all the same direction, taking the angels to where their destination was. So it's like the passengers in the unliving parts, they didn't even have to pay attention to where they were going. There was a separate intent to the thing that was moving them.
Why is there so many verses in a row saying the exact same thing?
Non comprehend.
You just made Elon Musk smile.
So
right.
118 is the end of the description. The rims were high and awesome, and all four rims were full of eyes all around.
Yeah.
Then verse 19 says, when the living creatures moved, the wheels beside them moved. And when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose.
In other words, they went as a unit. Yeah.
Whenever the spirit would go, they would go, and the wheels would rise along them because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. And then 21 says, when the creatures moved, they also moved. When the creatures stood still, they also stood still.
Okay, it's repetitive as hell. You're right. It's just really repetitive.
And over.
Well, okay, consider the language at the time and in that place where they had what percent of our total vocabulary of words? A very, very small percentage. So you had to like overstate things to make yourself clear because they didn't have all these qualifiers we have.
Yeah, they just describe you flying machines, helicopter or something like that with the sounds.
Like go to tools, any of those verses, click on a verse and go to tools. And what you'll see, do you know how to get to tools from where you are? Let me just show you how this is. Let me share a screen here. It's easier to show you than to ask you to do it. Can you share my screen, please? Okay. All right. So here we have the last word I looked up, which I was just talking to you guys about, right? Okay. So let me go back to the verse a little bit here. Now, I want you to notice. Hello. I want you to notice this structure here, okay? And it doesn't come out this way in the King James. This word ayin, this is repeating. Mer is repeating. Mer. Okay, so you got. Here's one. Mer metnaim mal mer. Okay, so from the appearance of his loins, even upward, and from the appearance, you'll see these sandwiches. This mirrorism where it creates like a mirror effect in this word mer right here and this word mer right here. Okay, so it's trying to go for clarity. It's oftentimes that it'll say things like that, and you shouldn't even have this whole phrase right here. Like, that's probably not the right way to look at it. But in a literal translation, which is what they were trying to do, from the appearance and from the appearance. You see? So it gets really repetitive because in their language, you have to say mer twice. So I know that's boring as hell, but that's the way it was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like if I wanted to describe to you my car, right? but I didn't have specialty words like Nissan Sentra. Well, I'm going to have to say car and, features of the car a lot to get you to know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, I do not own a Nissan Sentra. I was just saying. It was just an example. I don't want anyone to call me a liar later.
I already judged you.
No, actually, it's a very average, indiscriminate Toyota Tacoma mini pickup king cab.
Before you said that, I was going to say Praise is going to dox you for being a whatever owner now. Nissan.
Oh yeah.
I myself also own a Toyota, not a pickup. Well, I own a pickup and I own a Toyota, but they're separate.
Right. Yeah, Toyota very, very good record for reliability.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so back to the story and what she was talking about and what Ezekiel's talking about there. Am I the only one that thinks she's really taking this too far?
I kind of have. Oh, the dick thing. Yeah, I don't have much of an opinion on that actually, and I'm not even sure what text that came from. All they said was that's not from the Bible.
I think she's consistent with the other cults that were in the same time as the Yahweh cult. Every single mythology has a dick culture in their mythology.
Well, I thought she had started out by saying, if you look, that it was slightly reminiscent of these bigger exaggerations that you see in a lot of Eastern cultures too.
Well, that's true. I mean, she's absolutely correct about that, and I'm even okay with saying, oh, wherever you can interpret something sexual and overpronounced on purpose, interpret it that way. I'm even fine with that. But is that the larger point? Or why are we concentrating like 13-year-olds on body parts?
No, because she's trying to attack Christian purity.
I'm childish.
Well,
that's one good reason. Close date. Yeah, they aren't anymore for me. Maybe I'm just getting old.
Well, I think if I agree with Ed, if you're using it to attack Christian purity, then the whole purity culture thing, go for it. Use the Bible to attack it. You pull all the lewd shit out of there you want.
By the way, the art that presents exaggerated body parts, them were made by men, isn't it? They weren't made by females. Well, most of the artists were men, so that says a lot about.
Yeah, but one job that a man does, regardless of what he's trying to do, is attract a female. So it's just we're animals, pretty much what I look at it, and how we get by and what we do to get there.
I think it's an assumption to say that human beings have greatly changed in the last several thousand years. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't see that.
And just like even if you have a male dominant societally acceptable trait, that doesn't mean females won't be doing it for the same reasons and for the same recognition. So some of those artists could have been female. I can't show it. I don't know.
Yeah. No, what I was trying to say is that men prefer bigger dicks, apparently, from the art.
Well, women don't prefer specifically small ones.
Okay.
No, but despite popular belief, most women I know do not prefer ginormous ones either. That shit hurts.
The average length of the internal of a vagina is 4 to 5 inches.
That's in the relaxed state, non-aroused. That's just not true.
No, it stretches the circumference, not the depth, Richard. Your cervix is where the cervix is.
No, the cervix moves.
Actually, you can change the depth. Usually that has to do with positioning, though, and that's when it's helpful for the guy to make it more shallow.
In fact, if you've never noticed the cervix descending to get closer to the point of ejaculation, at the point of climax, if you've never noticed that, you might want to doubt whether or not you ever made the girl really interested.
I'm not doing anatomy when I'm doing that.
Oh, I was so into anatomy. I was studying my mom's medical manuals before I ever had sex.
Yeah, there's endoscopic video of like during a female orgasm, it's like a pumping action of the cervix to wick the sperm up into.
Yep, and after about the third time, that she'll try to kick you out.
If you make her laugh.
If you're strong enough to stay there, you're a real man.
Thank you.
Because I'll tell you, I've been kicked out before by accident a couple times.
Well, they say ladies comes first, and make sure it's got to be at least twice.
If you're smart.
As you know, I mean, the book of Revelation is filled with symbolism. And one of the tricks to interpreting the book is to understand the symbolism. A lot of the symbolism is not that hard to understand if you actually understand John's historical context. What's going on in that historical context that helps you make sense of this symbolism. When you read the passage very carefully, it's quite clear that the woman who's giving birth to this one, and that the dragon start looking for, trying to kill the dragon in the book of Revelation is the devil. Israel gives birth to the church and is sent off into the wilderness to be persecuted by the devil. So it's the persecution of the church. John of Patmos in the book of Revelation, he's describing a 1,000-year period on earth after the Battle of Armageddon.
Where did he get that assumption from? That it's the persecution of the church. Now see, this is what I'm talking about when I say scholars are adopting Christianity to critique the Bible. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If you assume that it's some large body of persons, then if you're going to be consistent with that, then the promises are also to a large body of persons. Now, that is evidently not true, because Christians are not all born up in the hands of angels so they don't twist their foot on a rock. So it's inconsistent when they say something like that. And the only character anywhere that gets all of these promises and yet all these cursings is Jesus. He's the only one that gets all that stuff.
So they weren't persecuted?
No. All humans are persecuted by other people groups, of course. But that doesn't make them spectacular in some way. It's just like if I said, what people have been slaves? For goodness sakes, man, tell me a people that haven't been enslaved. Okay. Is it just the Jews that were slaves? Oh, hell no.
Mm-hmm. Is it just Christians that get persecuted?
No, hell no. It's just they think they're special when they get persecuted because the text prophesies persecution. Yeah. But if it's talking about end times and in the fifth seal where it's promised that all those who've died in the past are to wait a little while till all the martyrs are made, that being the army of 144,000, then it's consistent. And would that be a time where Christians are persecuted? Well, let's see. Let's think about it. Government and infrastructure has failed. People are trying to reform their own miniature countries. This group of alien invaders show up and send down, return a crew of normal people from the earth back to the earth. And they're going around trying to steal people away to become abductees. Do you suppose they're going to try to stop that? These mini governments. Well, that was hard to figure out, wasn't it? Of course, they're going to persecute the quote unquote Christians in that time. Are Christians especially persecuted? Of course not.
I don't know what to do with that. But let's go.
Makes me reminds me of V. Does anyone remember?
Yeah, I remember that series. Yeah. Can't believe the little geeky guy is also Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will be one of the humans that joins the alien army.
Well, they're not aliens per se, not really.
Yeah. Well, alien as in not of
Lizards.
Well, outlanders, off-planeters, non-earthers. I mean, all that. It's just there's so much baggage with the word alien.
How's that?
Extraterrestrial. That's also accurate.
Us to be persecuted by the devil, so it's the persecution of the church. John Patmos in the book of Revelation, he's describing a 1,000-year period on earth after the battle of Armageddon. The enemies of God are all wiped out by Christ at this final battle, and then the earth is given over to the martyrs of Jesus to rule.
There's
with
another
Jesus.
assumption.
So they,
this is going to kill me, right?
The ones who
probably.
I'm sorry, this just kills me. It's in fact, I've now identified that he is of a group of 1/3 of Christians that he's actually critiquing here, where he thinks it's not a repetitive cycle, but he thinks that, or he's talking about Christians who think that it's this earth going through several cycles, in which case I have to ask the question, if your God and your Jesus are so damn powerful, how does Satan get the earth back? Or maybe it's just talking about the same thing happening again that already happened here once, but just on a different planet, literally. Maybe it actually means what it reads.
And I know what you mean
heaven,
about
new earth.
Christian,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. His Christian frame of mind.
Like, wow.
I'm wondering, Ed, have you noticed how are you hearing the little remnants of JW stuff?
Yeah, the 1,000 years reign.
The 1,000 years, 144,000. Like, it's
in the battle.
These are the things that I've told people that used to keep me convinced.
Right.
Because I was really intelligent, and the stuff that I knew religion had gotten wrong and was not in the Bible, it's like the witnesses had clued onto that stuff.
Right.
And they've addressed a lot of the problems that Christianity has. And that's a big draw card for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and I don't believe it was intentional, like, as in they was just seeing what scholars said and went with it. I think that it was a legitimate place that they've ended up by trying in their twisted way to get as close to the reality of what the Bible says. And
well to justify everything. All the arguments they're having today on Praise I Am channel, these arguments, none of them are new. These are literally like almost 2,000-year-old arguments they're having.
Yeah, exactly.
Let them in, whoever that is.
Yeah, it's my contractors. They're finishing up the job today.
Oh yeah. It's not too bad.
Rule for 1,000 years, and so that's the 1,000-year millennium, and the are given over to the martyrs of Jesus to rule with Jesus. So they basically the ones who have been killed for their faith rule for 1,000 years, and so that's the 1,000-year millennium.
So
that's not right.
The only difference there is the witnesses just say the 144,000. It's not really anything about martyrs or anything.
Just because the apostles are selected from amongst the group which are considered to have no guile in their mouth, or the 144,000, doesn't mean that all of the 144,000 rule with Christ in heaven. He says specifically there's 12 pillars that help him rule. Now, you might say those aren't the apostles, but I don't know where you're going to glean 12 from other than the apostles. And even if you say, oh, it's the leader of each of the 12 tribes, yes, those would be the apostles. I don't know. I'd love to debate this guy. He wouldn't know what the hell to do with me, but I'd love to debate him.
But
he's a little dead right now.
But
No.
Bart's not dead.
Oh, which one died? One of them died.
Heiser.
There it is.
And the question is, when does the millennium start? The millennium in Revelation happens before the final judgment. After the millennium, everybody's raised from the dead, and then there's a final judgment. So the millennium is the rule of earth just with the martyrs and Jesus. But the question is, well, when does that happen?
He just appealed to the reiteration of the story. Look, the reason that Satan is locked up for 1,000 years and raised by his own people, that is to say reincarnated or resurrected. You could use the word resurrected. He's resurrected from the dead by his own people to go and mislead the nations again. Okay, so either your God loses power and Satan regains power, or it's just saying this happens again later.
But I thought Satan was chained.
Yes, for 1,000 years. Chained, like unable to act, locked away, ineffectual.
Then he was loosed for a little time.
Then he's loose for a little time, and what does he do during the little time? Same crap he did last time.
Yeah. But see, it makes sense. At least the JWs have made sense, because for the 1,000 years, everyone who has not had the opportunity to hear of God's existence is resurrected. So that answers the what about people who were born and died in countries that didn't even know about God, right?
That would be fine.
Well, everyone will be resurrected during this 1,000 years. So they need to be judged because they haven't been judged. They lived and died without ever being judged.
Why is one judgment the blink of an eye and the next one is 1,000 years? Why?
It's not the judgment's not for the 1,000 years. The 1,000 years is for those people to be resurrected and be taught.
And it takes 1,000 years to teach people who will only live 120 years.
100 billion people.
They start with the newly dead and then work their way back to the beginning.
I actually agree with that part of it, but so
I obviously don't agree with any of this, Richard. But I'm just doing
they're born in a natural birthing cycle, and it takes 1,000 years to restore all of the 110 billion. Is that
no? The JWs believe adults will actually just it's interesting. In their videos, the people are just there. They just like come walking around the corner. So, do they just rematerialize, or do they actually dig their way out of the grave? It's not. They don't go into that. But the Bible literally says that they'll essentially crawl out of the grave.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a horrible justification, but under God magic, why does it take 1,000 years?
Because it's not God magic, it's the people on earth teaching. You're sort of saying that drown or
poof or drown,
whatever it is, poof or down sort of thing. Yeah, it's like, why doesn't God just go poof? Everyone knows about him, because then it's still forcing God into them. They still need to choose for themselves.
No, in the 1,000-year reign, after heaven and God and Christ have made themselves obvious, and after such time that every knee has bowed. What's that?
Yeah, plus, you got to bury that at least 8 billion or so that just got slaughtered at Armageddon.
Oh, yeah.
Plus,
this wouldn't take 120 years.
You've got to turn the earth back to a paradise.
Yeah, but this still wouldn't take 120
all
years.
The cities and in fact, you're putting God magic in there, and they don't do that.
But they do.
Can people die in this 1,000-year reign?
No.
That's an interesting question. They can't die. So all of them live 1,000 years?
Yes.
Well, the first
what the hell, man?
People who are convinced.
Yeah, the first fruits live for 1,000 years, but the ones that are resurrected in the last 20 years would only live for 20 years.
Okay.
And they're all agrarian vegetarians. They don't eat any meat.
Yeah.
Right. And neither do lions. And
there's always a panda in the yard.
Always a panda. Yeah, that's a rule.
Always a panda. Yep.
And wolves and sheep eating each other and
laying next to each other. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
In the front yard.
I'm just
Pandas
pointing
in
out
the
that this is
backyard.
very inconsistent. Even with them trying to solve all the problems, it's inconsistent.
Because whilst they have addressed an awful lot of the problems, they've just outright gone and changed the Bible to suit their own narrative in other places. So,
sure,
they will say that it's a mystery, so don't bother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's if a mechanic says to me your car has personality, he's fired.
Yeah.
If he doesn't really know how it works,
it's a mystery, Richard. You just need faith.
I fired a bunch of preachers.
Revelation shouldn't even be in the New Testament. Complicated things like 1,000-fold.
I don't know. You'd also need to get rid of. You need to get rid of. If you want to get rid of that, you have to get rid of all of the apocryphal books.
Yeah.
Which some of those are Old Testament. So what do you do then?
If I would be Christianity, I would get rid of the Old Testament. Old Testament just pulls down Christianity.
Yeah.
Well, how about the Jefferson Bible, where you don't even need any magic?
Even better.
Okay, well now you're just talking about philosophy and imposed morality, which you can do yourself. Why would you need a Bible?
You wouldn't need it any more than we would need like Principia or other great works. You know,
Catholics say that they don't need the Bible; they have tradition.
Yeah,
but I still don't know what Principia means.
Principia, principles of mathematics.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the name of a book, or is that the idea is called that?
No, that's the name of the book because it's in a different language.
Fair enough.
What language is it in, Hillary? Is it
Latin?
Latin?
Yeah.
Piglet.
And who wrote it?
No.
I don't recall.
Newton.
It was Newton. I thought so. But I didn't want to say it and sound really silly. So I'll ask someone else.
I played it safe too, man.
And welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm excited to bring you the next course from Dr. Bart Ehrman. And this is about the topic of left behind, which is a phrase a lot of evangelicals throw around. There's a movie made about it. It's about the rapture, about the book of Revelation and the rapture. And
I know the dude's got to get paid, like we all got to get paid, but the fact that the things that he's pushing are also courses that he's selling doesn't help his credibility. Just so.
Oh, of course, he's not arguing for the falsity of Christianity or for the truth of Christianity or for the truth of the text or something. He's making money. He's commercializing his knowledge.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing?
There's worse things to do than that.
Yeah. It's hard to fault a person. If that's your skill, how else can you make money oftentimes off being a scholar?
You know, the funny thing is I actually agree with dismantling these doctrinal views of what these ancient religions are saying. I deeply agree with dismantling it. But if you're dismantling it based on other logical problems, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, my whole thing is we should always be just trying to go with the most close to the truth. and that's all that should matter.
Well, what should be true is things that are consistent and comport with reality. That should be most likely true.
Mm.
And how does an alien invasion comport to reality?
Okay. Is there space travel?
Not yet.
Yes, there is.
So there's no space travel at all right now that we know of.
Space.
We can imagine space travel, yes.
Dude, there's the International Space Station.
Yeah, there's moon landings.
There is space travel within our solar system. I mean,
okay, so we know that even with our technology as it is, we can make a human being survive in space. We can do that.
Yeah. And actually, we have one thing that's left our solar system, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Voyager 2, I think. Yeah. Voyager, that's right. So we know that you can send things out of the solar system. We know that too, which means it could arrive somewhere else.
Oops, can't see me.
Now, the only thing left to cover there, Ed, is it possible, and I'm only talking about plausibility here.
Hi, Ed.
Is it possible that there could have been...
Kevin, sorry.
Yeah. Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
Is it possible that there could have been a race that started before us on some other planet, and that if we grant the same rate of development, would be thereby more advanced than we are in their technology? And by how much more technology would we need to be able to say something like human beings could go to a different solar system, which is all that's necessary for this story? Well, I would think we're less than 200 years from that.
It took us 4.5 billion years to be here.
Okay, so let's grant them 4.5 billion years to get to space travel. That's fine. Go ahead.
And they've had the same 4.5 billion years.
Yeah. Oh.
Plus the age of the stories. Okay, we can add that on there. So let's say they were 5,000 years more advanced than we are now. Do you think in the next 5,000 years we could get to another planet?
Oh, yes, for sure.
All right, there we go. We're done. It's all plausible. It's logical. It's consistent. Piece of cake.
Fair enough. Okay, I stand corrected.
Is this
Isn't that
Wesley
just
that's
as, like-
showing us alchemy is possible? He's saying here, Newton knew the great arcanum within you. Transform your base metals into gold. Have you forgotten?
Newton
Yes, I've forgotten how to turn my base metals into gold.
Well, I thought that's what universities
we
were
don't have
for.
the Midas touch here.
I think it was talking about someone of a lead mind turning it into a golden mind.
Yeah.
I think that is what it was about,
That
not about
makes sense.
mutating. Yeah, he's saying it poorly, but blessed be he likes to sound cryptic. He thinks it's smart.
We can turn lead into gold. It's just the process to make gold from lead is too expensive. It is not feasible. So we can do that.
Yeah, we've done it. It's just you can't make any money doing it.
Yeah,
we need to find a more accurate way to do it.
It's the same as was it antimatter? No, fission. Which one can we do? Fusion or fission?
Fission.
We do fission.
So-
Actually, that just
They managed to do fusion, but the output was so small compared to the amount of energy needed to be put into the
Right.
machine to do it.
until just now.
Until just now?
What do you mean?
Well, not like just this moment. I think it was like a month ago, a couple of months back, something like that. They managed to create a fusion that released more energy than it took to create it.
Oh, that was
way.
China, right? They're the Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here recently.
Whoa!
Mhm.
Well done, humans.
Yeah, let's claim that. That's us. We're the ones who did that.
Yeah, let's take a moment to enjoy that.
Little golf clap, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, little golf clap. Well done. So, I think that's more important than a pop star selling 5 million records.
Definitely.
Oh, really?
Definitely.
That we seem to
It seems a little
praise
subjective
and
there,
hold
Sammy.
up on put up on a pedestal and paid
I learned
millions
about
of dollars.
I learned about that right after I had started learning about red hydrogen and what that could do for nuclear power. Like I stumbled upon those two pieces of information about the same time. So
Nuclear fusion breakthrough. Scientists generate more power than used to create reaction.
Can you make that full screen, bottom right selection? Because I have bad eyes.
I can make the text. Oh, wrong button.
Oh no, this is something else. This one's here in California. I was thinking of the artificial sun they did in China.
oh, the artificial sun in China.
different.
That's
Yeah.
that one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, we did
I hate to tell you this, but there's been an artificial sun for years. It's just no one wanted to recognize it. It was called it was called the Sapphire Project.
Huh. Okay.
So they're the
Into that.
second one to do it, not the first.
That was just a plasma ball.
Which is a
What's
sun.
just a plasma ball?
The sun.
The Sapphire Project, the plasma ball, as you so dubbed it, created new materials that weren't there. And your response to that?
So think about this. The American military spends, is it 160 billion?
Yeah, more
a
than that,
year
probably.
on arms, and in recent years, plural, private investors have put almost 5 billion. So we put 5 billion. Private people put 5 billion towards science.
Guns and rock and roll and drugs, brother. You can tell what they really care about.
Not steal the 5 bill out of that 165 billion to put towards science and.
Yeah, some people think STEM education is a conspiracy.
They think what is a conspiracy?
STEM, science,
All of?
technology,
Mathematics, yeah. They think all of that is a conspiracy. Some people think all of that is a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's anti-Christian
Do they
liberal
file-
agenda, man.
Do they file taxes?
I'm sure they do.
Do they get money back? Do they think that is made up mathematically? I mean, what the hell are they talking about? Do they pay their speeding tickets?
Trying to poison the minds of our youth. Yeah, but it's all the man, like.
Do they also own cell phones? I mean, just how contradictory are they?
Probably that contradictory. They have cell phones, but they turn the location off, so they can't use maps because they think that's how the government tracks them. So.
Yeah, because the government needs that, sure.
And they don't know that the geolocation's still there. It's just you're not using it.
Yeah.
There's the numbers. 2 megajoules went into the reaction and about 3 came out. A gain of about 1.5 megajoules.
That's freaking amazing.
Nice.
That's a really good percentage too, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Well, they had a gain of another 50%. That's freaking amazing.
I really highly question that.
You do?
Yeah, I don't think that it would be that big of a leap. And I question what all went into it that they're not counting because they just want the propaganda win, really.
Well, here's what I noticed, Freddie, and I thought the same thing.
A Russian would say that.
I would, yeah.
Where was it?
Fusion is not necessarily the way the sun makes power. That's an assumption we make.
I can't find it now, but this phrase is not clear because what they said, right, is that the laser used to initiate it put in 2 megajoules. How much power did they have to draw from the grid to pump into the laser?
Right.
That'd be the 2 megajoules. It's like a 1-to-1 transfer right there.
No, it's there's always energy loss.
Okay. All right.
There's no free lunch.
So that's the part that's missing from this article.
And I'm sure there was electromagnetic containment because they had to keep it, very stable.
Why not just hire Doc Ock to handle it, with his bionic arms? That would have been better, cheaper. He'd have probably done it for the suntan.
Yeah, it's just not going to tell us. So.
You probably have to read the full study for that.
I mean, if it came out as like 0.005 in increase, that's amazing. That's like saying a free lunch.
Yeah,
as good as it gets. Yeah.
Trying to remember how we got onto that.
About that.
From Christians getting Revelation wrong.
God's big joke.
Without
He is.
further ado, let's start off with the rapture. And where does this idea come from? And is it from the text or is it from somewhere else?
It's 140.
Well, the term rapture never occurs in the book of Revelation. And to everybody's great surprise, the concept is never found in the book of Revelation. The rapture is the doctrine that you find in fundamentalist and some conservative evangelical circles, that Jesus is coming back from heaven to take his followers out of the world before a 7-year period of tribulation, horrible suffering here on earth. But the followers of Jesus will not have to experience it because they'll be taken out. And that's called the rapture. That is a doctrine that, even though many
not all fundamental Christians believe in a pre-trib rap, that is not true.
I love how they found all these like random stock clips of people reading the Bible and just threw them in there for some. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably got them from jw.org.
Yeah, there's pre-trib, mid-trib, and post-trib, and probably untrib.
What do you mean? What are the JWs are pre-trib, and they even have a rapture. A lot of people don't realize.
I always knew that about JWs.
Because they believe in the resurrection into new earth, but it's the 144,000. Kenny Rogers.
When Bart Ehrman says that it's not biblically based to say the idea of rapture, then he's ignoring Revelation chapter 15 verses, 7, 9 through 15, where it says that present tense people in heaven living with God. I mean, he's just ignoring chunks, and I don't know why.
Well, those chunks aren't convenient for him, Richard.
Yeah, but it's dishonest if he's aware of them and ignoring them on purpose.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of Christians believe it, and they just assume it's in the Bible, but it's not. It's the first time somebody came up with the idea of this rapture before the tribulation on earth was in the 1830s. So throughout all of Christian history, nobody even thought of this one until modern times.
wow, because there's the story, and well, this is actual history, but there's the story about in the year 1000, Pope Sylvester II was based off the Book of Revelation, where it talks about the Satan being chained for 1,000 years, and after the 1,000-year reign is over, he's going to come back. And so you mean to tell me that during this time, people weren't waiting for a
Why is it a fallacy if people learn things because we collect more information and our philosophy grows? Why is that bad? Saying something is a newer idea doesn't make it false.
Because it wasn't the original.
That doesn't matter. That only matters to Christians who think they have to stay to some tradition where the tradition started before there was a telescope, which is why they're still like snow globe earthers.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people back then didn't have a telescope. That's all.
My understanding is like a lot of modern Christians like see certain stories like the Tower of Babel as being something where like they introduce new information, but it's the devil trying to deceive believers. Anytime new information comes in, that's just Satan.
Oh yeah, of course. But then you got the whole Catholic problem, what the Catholics are trying to defeat by slowly changing with the times and, being the last one to conform, but they want to conform with modern knowledge and understanding of things. Well, most Christians don't like that idea because now you have to admit that you weren't right in the first place.
Right.
Where he's going to come back. And so you mean to tell me that during this time, people weren't waiting for a rapture. They were waiting for something else, some sort of war breakout.
The book of Revelation does say that Jesus is coming back, and this is a view that Paul has as well. It's a New Testament view. When Jesus comes back, he's coming to destroy his enemies. He's not coming back to take Christians out of the world. And so you get this, even in the New Testament, people turn to certain passages that appear to them to be references to the rapture. These are, when I was an evangelical Christian, we just believed that that's what these passages were saying. The most famous is in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 13 to 18, which says that when Christ returns, the dead in Christ will rise first, and then we who are alive, who are left at the time, says Paul, seems to be including himself among those who will be alive. When we who are left are alive, we'll be taken up with them to meet the Lord in the air. And wow, okay, that's the rapture, right? Yeah, it sounds like that when you take it out of its context. But what people fail to notice is that right after he says this, he continues with the same thought. It's a little bit hard in English Bibles because in English Bibles, chapter 5 is separated from chapter 4. And so you think he's done talking now. But when Paul wrote, he didn't have chapters. He wasn't writing in chapters. He just wrote the next sentence. And when you start reading the next sentences, it's clear he's not talking about Jesus coming to take people out of the world in order to prevent them from being destroyed. He's coming to destroy his enemies. And when he destroys
where's
his
that
enemies,
quote?
the dead,
Why are
those
we
who
paraphrasing
are in Christ,
that?
whether dead or alive, will go and meet the Lord in the air.
What was that? What was that chapter verse you just had up on screen there?
In order to prevent, and we start talking English Bibles because in English Bibles, chapter 5 is separated from chapter 4, and so you think he's done talking now.
More.
Where was that? Revelation? What 5?
4 and 5.
Yeah. Chapter 4 and 5 break
Of Revelation.
Paul wrote, he didn't.
Yes.
I think so. Yeah. Did I go back far enough?
Have chapters. He wasn't writing in chapters. He just wrote the next sentence. And when you start reading the next sentences, it's clear he's not talking about Jesus coming to take people out of the world in order to prevent them from being destroyed. He's coming to destroy his enemies. And when he destroys his enemies, the dead, those who are in Christ, whether dead or alive, will go and meet the Lord in the air. They're not going to live up in the air. They're
Are you guys sure?
Well, he said Paul, and Paul didn't write Revelation, so it may be some other book.
Get back. Hang on.
Yeah, because it's not at the chapter break between 4 and 5 of Revelation.
Broken wings and learn to fly again. Oh, sorry.
Live so free. Voices sing.
There you go.
It must be 1 Thessalonians.
1 Thessalonians?
Yeah. After that, we who are still alive and are left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air.
Oh, you already found
That
it.
sounds fun. It's on the screen. Oh, hang on. Am I sharing?
You've got my screen up there. You need to switch screens.
Shit, sorry. Yeah. I found the point in the video.
Okay, cool.
Hello,
and 1 Thessalonians, Thesa.
Hello. Person's name I can't pronounce.
Eloina.
Eloina? That's a sexy name.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
Oh, bless
Very
it. Come
exotic.
on. Throwing some shade on you.
Well, at least Richard has substance to things that he says and doesn't just quote cryptic tropes.
Okay, the word
for your own benefit, right? And your own pride. You think that you state
the
these
word
really
clouds
smart,
right
powerful
there.
statements.
Meet him in the clouds. That's and from the Greek, of course, Nephil, Nephilah, cloudiness. So a cloudy area. Okay, so clouds is just fine, plural. Meet the Lord in the air. The word air right there is air. From a root meaning to breathe or to blow. To respire, by analogy to blow, the air. As naturally circumambient, or the ambient air. Okay, so that's fairly
Hello,
decent.
Pixie's forehead.
Wait,
so what? Wait. So we're meeting in the clouds. Is it like? Does this mean literally up high, or it just means in like a misty environment? Is that like how do I interpret that?
So much in the clouds that it talks about a hard thing in the sky, in our atmosphere, from which angels open windows and descend.
Okay, so that's pretty specific, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that sounds pretty specific. It is saying something relating to the sky up there, not down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not sure how Bart can't see that as a rapture.
And 1 Thessalonians 5, it is a continuation from 4. It's not actually a chapter break, and he's absolutely correct about that. But it doesn't say, continuing on, that it's describing some kind of war that will happen here and no one leaves. It's not like defeating of the idea of meeting in the air. It uses a lot of war rhetoric, but it's referring back in 1 Thessalonians 5:8, but let us, who are of the day, that word the day meaning the great day, be sober, putting on the breastplate of faith and love, and for a helmet, the hope of salvation. You know, the armament of God idea is repeated there. And that's kind of war rhetoric sounding when you start talking about armor. But when your armor is things like a sword of truth, you can't kill someone with truth, you know? You have a helmet of salvation.
Wait, but doesn't Christ at
saying?
some point like smite people with his tongue, or God? One of them does smites people with his tongue. So the sword of the truth and the they're kind of relative, right? Like it's still a weapon.
Yeah, well, it is being used as a weapon, but it says and gives a colloquial definition or usage definition for what it means by sword, saying that the sword is the word which cuts like the word cuts like a two-edged sword. So it's not really being vague about what it means by sword, which is why in the book of Revelation at the opening scene, the one who is like unto the Son of Man has a sword proceeding out of his mouth. So it's consistent, and it's talking about words, not metal things you chop off heads with.
So you think the consistent messages we're talking about delivering words, not violence.
Right, which is what I'm trying to convince Will of is okay, it's war rhetoric speech, but it's giving definitions of how to use these words in the way that they're being used, and it can't be taken as something that would physically injure a human being, only change their mind. So much so that more than 33% of the word that got translated into kill in the modern translations is actually, if you look up Hebrew definition 1155, it means to entertain, including making someone clap. How did you clap someone to death? How did you entertain them to death? How did you invite them to a meal to death? You can't. It's not what it's about. It's being extreme for emphasis, just like we say the Cowboys totally slaughtered the Oilers.
It's funny. Sorry, I am changing the subject just for 1 second. I want to address somebody that I have a verse on the screen that this person wants to directly go against. So,
what? Do not look for him coming in the clouds.
Which is it, blessed? Does the Bible contradict itself, or is it you're the only one that can interpret it correctly?
Do not look for any words but those that I capitalize.
Yeah. Look, do not look for him coming in the clouds is a direct quote. That seems a contradiction. I can settle it easily. There was a Christ. There'll be a new earth. There'll be a new Christ. So you do have one on the earth not coming in clouds, and you do have one coming in clouds. Christians call these the Father and the Son. But it's not complicated, you know?
No.
So yeah, there's apparent contradictions that Christians have trouble justifying because they won't accept that this is something cyclical, even though it talks about cycles all the time.
And here's the mic drop moment. If God doesn't come in the clouds, how is there snow?
Exactly, Ox. Right on.
But wait, Richard. I think the standard, the Orthodox view, is not their problem with having a cyclical, universal worldview or whatever you call that, is that they have to have the beginning and the end, and they have to know that that's going to take place. It's all within their text, right? It
Sure.
begins and it ends, and that's that. There is no cycle according to the book, right?
No, there is a cycle according to the book. There's no cycles according to these church doctrines. And then when they realize there are cycles, they try to justify all the cycles to this one planet. But it specifically says a new heaven and a new earth. If you look into those words, it does not mean restoration. It means making a whole nother one. A new heaven, a whole nother one. And a new earth, a whole nother one.
Sorry, I've got dogs over here barking. But okay, so
Thanks for being
whole
a doggy daddy.
yeah, no problem. Okay, a whole other Earth. So and we are creating the Earth, like in essence, right? Like
we terraform
we're
it, sure.
part of the process. Yeah.
Yeah. We're mostly killing it, but yeah, we terraform.
See, that makes sense. It's not this cataclysmic. We're all we're all going to be ended type of
Well,
thinking.
I'll tell you
that
what it's
seems to
claiming.
prevail.
In my view, in order to collect off 7 mountain-sized piles of metal, and in order to eliminate all islands, no island will be found, and that mountains melt like wax, and that there will be no more sea. If we remove the water from the earth, its temperature stabilization for crustal plates being solid would be removed. So at least in an internal critique, I can say they're promising to take the oceans off of the planet because they put them here, and they say that they belong to them. They don't belong to us. They didn't occur naturally. And then as the whole planet melts, is falling apart, you have the quote unquote great quaking of the earth. And the veil is ripped in half. That is, people realize they can't stay, and their brains change because of the severity of the thing. And of course, the whole earth would become molten. And that's a really easy way, because of buoyancy, to separate materials by density so that they can be removed one at a time quite neatly. I think they're just going to have like a really big straw and stick it into the mantle.
Okay, well, that's a lot. That actually that makes sense though. But Sandy, don't invite. Blessed be he. You're gonna end up like that other guy on that stream I was in the other night. Don't do it.
God no.
Don't do it. Okay, I have to switch out the laundry. I'll be right back.
What's a squanderer? Squanderer.
Wasting.
Wasting?
Squandering is, using it unwisely. You've squandered your money. You've used it frivolously. Say the
frivolously. No problem.
Thank you.
So it's the idea of the prodigal son who gets his inheritance early because he wants to spend it before he's old. And he goes out and he wastes all of his money spending it unwisely, and then has to come begging back to the father. So blessed be he is assuming himself the position of the righteous father, but he's forgetting that the father forgives the son. So how about if you were consistent, blessed be he?
Well said.
We'll be taken up with them to meet the Lord in the air. And wow, okay, that's the rapture, right? Yeah, it sounds like that when you take it out of its context. But
I would love to hear Bart's responses to things, verses like that, like to your frame of view, Richard, about.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. It takes someone about 3 hours to adjust to my brain, because what I'm saying hasn't been said. Okay. And I understand that. I'm willing to work with that with anybody, you know. I was quite impressed by Pine Creek, who did it in about 15 minutes. He caught on.
That right there, blessed be he, is your filthy Holy Spirit.
Wait a minute. Are we the swine he's referring to?
Yes.
And isn't he casting pearls before swine by writing, "I do not cast my pearls before swine"?
Yeah,
Indeed,
and constantly
which is-
writing in the chat.
Which is why I said, if that's your honest, self-righteous opinion, please find the X.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'd love to talk to Bart Ehrman or anyone. I mean, I've had amazing conversations with people who have, sheepskins and stuff, who aren't too proud to talk to me. And we had a really good time thinking about these ideas and their plausibility from, definitionally, culturally, etc.
If you buy his course, you can have a Q&A with him.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it for that reason. In fact, I would not buy it specifically because of a reason like that. I don't like being coerced. Yeah, I mean, I've done 5 talks with Dr. Bowen, who's a serious scholar, no matter what praise might think. He's a serious scholar, and we have a good time bouncing these ideas around. and he's proficient in the time and culture and the language. Okay, so if I say to him something like, "Hey, did you ever notice that slay sounds very war rhetoric like, and it could be talking about testimony," his brain automatically goes, "Is that definitionally possible?" And then we'll talk about that. And it is definitionally possible, and he knows it. And he'll say things like, I never looked at it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
But that's because it's really hard to read this outside of your culture. It's really hard to ignore the Christianity that everyone was indoctrinated with and actually read it for what it reads. It's really hard. And I'm a weirdo, and my brain just did that.
Oh, Blessed Be is still here. So I guess you're dishonest and self-righteous. Do you have fun with that?
Oh, that's just confidence.
That's one way to say it, right?
No, they said
joking.
they said you're meanies, and I'm taking my toys and going home. And then they sat there to be like, "See, you're still mean."
Oh, like, I hate school and I hate all of you. You run off down the hallway.
I am extra popular today. Be right back again.
What people fail to notice is that right after he says this, he continues with the same thought. And it's a little bit hard in English Bibles because in English Bibles, chapter 5 is separated from chapter 4. And so you think he's done talking now. But when Paul wrote, he didn't have chapters. He wasn't writing in chapters. He just wrote the next sentence. And when you start reading the next sentences, it's clear he's not talking about Jesus coming to take people out of the world in order to prevent them from being destroyed. He's coming to destroy his enemies. And when he destroys his enemies,
1 Thessalonians 5. That's what he just referred to, right? But of the times and seasons, brethren, you have no need that I write unto you. That is, I ain't telling you, only the Father knows. For yourselves know perfectly the day of the Lord, so cometh as a thief in the night. You won't be expecting it. For when they shall say peace and safety, then suddenly destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child. Like suddenly, although you know it's coming, you don't know when. And they shall not escape. But ye, brethren, are not in darkness. That is, I've told you these things, that day should overtake you as a thief. You are children of the light and children of the day. When is he going to talk about what Bart just claimed? He doesn't.
Destruction will come on them suddenly. So there will be some
which destruction?
Happening. I don't know, destruction.
Well, it already referred to... It already referred to the day, which is the great day of the Lord. That's a pat phrase used throughout the text, talking about end times. So, yes, there's a destruction. It describes destruction of the whole planet, never mind all the plagues and the horses and the trumpets and vials and all that stuff. Ultimately, it's the destruction of the planet. But I don't know how you can read this as he's claiming that it should be read. That doesn't make sense. It is not talking about preservation of the planet anywhere. It does directly in at the end of 4 talking about meeting him in the sky amongst the clouds. Mm-hmm. So where is he getting this that it's only talking about eliminating his enemies?
Well, the entire world is enemy, but we, the children of the day, will be kept safe. Is that what the text says? Will then be kept safe from the destruction?
Well, there's definitely ideas like that in there. But in 5:8, just go down to 8, which is only about a little bit more than halfway down the first section of chapter 5, and you find that all of the war rhetoric and all the armor and stuff is like mental conditions. Faith, love, hope, salvation. It's not talking about literally like, I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm just pointing out that this is not a very consistent way to read it, that he's doing this.
I think he's trying to say that before the destruction, people will not be taken to heavens, to the clouds. I mean, the destruction will happen regardless of people taken to clouds.
No, he said there is no rapture.
Yeah.
And that it's talking about destroying people on the planet. Destroying them with what? Faith, hope, and love?
No, that's how children of the day will be kept safe.
No, it's talking about engaging the enemy with faith, with a, I'll read 5:8 to you. It's talking about engaging the enemy here, and it reads, "But let us, who are of that day, be sober, putting on the breastplate of faith and love, and for an helmet, the hope of salvation." It's talking about how to engage with those in that day, how to engage the enemy. For God has not appointed to us to wrath, us inclusive, wrath is not his, but to obtain salvation by our Lord Jesus Christ. So Lord Jesus Christ doing what? Saving. How? Through hope, salvation, love, and faith. I mean, it's one verse right after the other.
Okay, so what is the destruction referring to then?
The destruction of bad ideas.
So Jesus is going to come down from the clouds to convince people to do better.
Sure. Which is why he's always saying, "You have heard, but I say." I know you know this law, but have you ever looked at it this way? That's his entire ministry, is correction.
Oh.
So when Bart says that there is no rapture, he's right.
There is a rapture. It says so specifically. It even speaks of those who are raptured from other times.
Like Enoch and the people that have been called to heaven.
Sure, there have been one-offs. There have been a few one-offs, like Enoch, who walked with God and they never buried him, right? You got that one-off.
Yeah.
And then you have Revelation 7:9 through 15, which calls them angels, says they live with God. It's in a part of the story where the story hasn't ended. It's before the fifth seal. There has been no restoration of the dead, and yet these uncountable living with God in heaven, worshiping him night and day. And how did they get there? They washed their clothes in the blood of the Lamb. That means they accepted Christ. And when did they do it? It says that too. They did it during the great day, the great tribulation, which means end times. So during end times, angels accepted Christ. It's cut and dry, my opinion.
Yeah.
But that end times that end times is the great times of convincing people.
Sure.
It's
That's
not
when people would, right.
Let's go to war kind of stuff.
No, it's not about war. It's about changing minds. It was always about changing minds. I am the one who seeks the reins and hearts. It doesn't say I am the one who seeks your jugular vein.
Fair enough. Okay, I can go with that. All right.
And I figured out that old matey in the chat thinks that you're the squanderer, Richard.
Well, I think he's cute.
You're squandering, I don't know, the Bible or your intelligence or something. But I wish William was here to see the irony.
What's intestinal fortitude?
It's an American expression meaning you've eaten a good meal and your belly is full and you feel strong.
Never heard of it.
Either that or you empty your guts all over the table, and you're the
I think that's intestinal spilitude.
Yeah. Have you heard that somebody has guts or balls, Ed?
Yeah.
That's what intestinal fortitude is. Yeah.
You haven't got the guts.
That's a good memory hook. That works.
Okay.
But again, trying to sound fancy.
But fortitude refers to be lucky, to be successful.
No, that's fortune.
Yeah. Fortitude is strength.
Ah.
Like a
like a military fort, a fortitude, or the French forts. Yeah. Okay.
I was confusing with fortuitous.
Yeah.
talking now. But when Paul wrote, he didn't have chapters. He wasn't writing in chapters. He just wrote the next sentence. And when you start reading the next sentences, it's clear he's not talking about Jesus coming to take people out of the world in order to prevent them from being destroyed. He's coming to destroy his enemies.
Bullshit.
And when he destroys his enemies, the dead, those who are in Christ, whether dead or alive, will go and meet the Lord in the air. They're not going to live up in the air. They're coming. They're meeting him there to bring him back down to earth. The way we know that is because the language that Paul uses is the language that you get in ancient texts to talk about what happens when a king comes to your city. You know in advance he's coming. When he comes, you send out the elders of the church, of the city, the leaders of the city, the rulers of the city. They go out to meet him, and then they escort him back in. That's the parousia, the coming or the presence of the king.
Wait, when was that ever a Jewish tradition?
They're going to go out and welcome their king, and then bring
wait
him
a
back to rule.
second. What is that a Jewish tradition he just mentioned? No, he just mentioned a specifically non-Jewish tradition. Did Jews even have kings? What's he talking about?
Jews didn't have kings. They had kings.
Yeah, they definitely had kings.
At times they did.
Look, okay, so Jews did have kings, but of their own tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And the king wasn't someone who lived outside of the city away from your tribe. And the only time you would meet a king that you actually recognize is when he's returning from a war.
Yeah, he's describing a triumphal entry of a Roman.
But it sounds like you're saying kings were more like governors now.
No,
like
he's talking about Rome. He's talking about other cultures and forcing it onto the Jews.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't hear any of that in the Old Testament.
But did the Jews perceive kings as being more like governors of particular regions or something?
Same thing. I mean, in the Hebrew language, governor, caregiver, like a governess, and also Lord, that's all the same word.
Okay.
But Bart is referring to a popular custom in the area.
Sure, popular in the area, but why would that be written of as instruction to the Jews, and why would you think that's what this is talking about when it's a different culture?
Because if you don't go out and greet the new great guy, it means it's an enemy.
Okay, where in the Old Testament did the Jews ever go out and greet their king?
Or the whole of the Bible, for that matter, unless you cherry pick this one part.
So the Jericho, the leaders from the Jericho didn't come and greet the attackers, therefore they were attacked.
No, that's not why they were attacked.
Can you show me?
And that wouldn't make sense. Like in all those ancient cultures, in any situation like that, it'd be the general who would greet you, right? Like in old timey warfare, the general would actually lead his men into battle, so he'd be the first one out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Bart is trying to make the difference between a friend and a foe. That's why people are going to greet them to take it into the city.
But he's wrong,
right? But if they're a stranger, you're going to have your police force, your army is going to be the one greeting them, not just some politician or Joe Schmo off the street. It's going to be an attack force that's going to be saying, "Hey, what's up over here? Like, hi, are you friendly or not? Because we don't know yet, right?"
I tried. Okay.
What did I miss something? Because it sounded like we're talking about espionage, right?
Not really. I was trying to defend Bart in saying that.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean there. No, I was okay.
Regardless if the Jews did or did not, or they had that custom in their culture.
The custom of sending the king out to the front line to greet.
The custom to send the elders to get the king, this great person that we want in the city, which is to determine if he's to make the city recognize that this is a friend and not a foe. Am I making sense? I'll stop now. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I'm saying that it wouldn't make sense, though. I mean, you're trying to defend that position, but it doesn't really make sense, right? because we wouldn't necessarily greet newcomers that way.
But he's not a newcomer. We were expecting him. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've been waiting 2,000 fucking years.
And so it's not that they're going to be taken to heaven for 7 years while all hell breaks out on earth. That's a later development from, as I said, from the 19th century.
What can you tell us about the imminent doom or the imminent return of Jesus? Where does it start? Is it Jesus himself that promises this? And how does Paul deal with this decades later when people are dying and it doesn't look like it's coming?
Well, Jesus himself thought that the end was going to come within his generation. He says that. This generation will not pass away before all these things take place. He told his disciples that some of them would be alive when it happens. Truly, I tell you, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see that the kingdom of God has come in power. Jesus did not think he was coming back. Jesus was talking about this cosmic judge of the earth who was going to come and destroy his enemies and set up a kingdom here on earth. But after Jesus died, his followers thought he was that cosmic judge. And so since Jesus had said that he's coming soon, they thought, well, Jesus is coming soon. The thought developed fairly quickly that Jesus first was going to allow time for the gospel to be spread throughout the world so that more people would be saved. And so Paul thought he'd be alive, that, he's spreading the gospel. That's why Paul is so eager to spread the gospel, because this has to happen before the end occurs. And so Paul's out there really trying to convert people throughout the world. And because he thinks he'll be alive when it happens, but then toward the end of his life, he seems to
Is it just me, or does his scepter look like a tiny microphone?
Every generation.
That's kind of cool. Sorry, I was just interjecting. His scepter looks like a little microphone.
Does too. Very phallic.
It happens, but then toward the end of his life, he seems to start doubting it. He thinks he might be martyred first. So every generation has thought, Jesus said it's soon, so it's going to be soon. And now 2,000 years later, people are saying, yeah, so it's going to be soon, right? But and of course, people have these excuses, not excuses, but they turn to the Bible. The Bible says that God's time isn't like our time. With the Lord, a day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. And so when people tell me that, and I say, yeah, that's absolutely right. So if you're pretty sure that Jesus is coming back in 3 days, then you can start looking for him in the year 5023.
That's how they rationalize around that. Because, so you mentioned that Jesus himself in the text is saying that some of you won't taste death before I return. Paul seems to...
Not before I return. He doesn't think he's returning. Jesus is talking about a cosmic judge of the earth, not himself.
Right. Okay, that's important. So it starts off with that. And then Paul sort of takes this idea and says, well, some of you are asleep. What's this idea of sleep? What is it? What's going on with that?
Sleep in the New Testament is a euphemism for dying. And so we have our euphemisms. Somebody dies and you don't want to be too crass about it. So you'll say something like, well, they passed, or they passed away. Or if you want to be crass, you say, they kicked the bucket. You come up with some alternative way of saying it. And in the New Testament, the euphemism for death is sleep. And it's because in the New Testament, people thought, the followers of Jesus thought that when you died, you're not permanently dead. God's going to bring you back. And so you have a period of sleep before you come back. But it means you're dead.
Interesting. Okay, so the reason why I asked that is to set up this. There's this idea in Revelation 12 of a woman who's going to give birth to a male child who will rule the nations with an iron scepter. Is this playing off this coming of a second coming? What does this mean?
This is a reference, actually. It's, as you know, the book of Revelation is filled with symbolism, and one of the tricks to interpreting the book is to understand the symbolism.
Did someone say something?
No.
And because it's symbolism, people go every which way in order to come up with interpretations. A lot of the symbolism is not that hard to understand if you actually understand John's historical context. And so what historical scholars do is they work out what's going on in that historical context that helps you make sense of this symbolism. And so in my book, in the book Armageddon, I show how this works. I don't deal directly with this passage very much, but when you read the passage very carefully, it's quite clear that the woman who's giving birth to this one, and that the dragon start looking for and trying to kill. The dragon in the book of Revelation is the devil. and the one who's going to rule the nations with a rod of iron. Some interpreters think that this is Jesus, and that it's that Israel, the woman, gives birth to Jesus. Some people think that it's referring to the church, that Israel gives birth to the church and is sent off into the wilderness to be persecuted by the devil. So it's the persecution of the church.
And so this idea that there's going to be a period of time when she will have to like flee from this dragon, Satan. But then there's this text later on about 1,000 year being chained for 1,000 years. What's the history of this, and how did? Because like I mentioned before, the Pope Sylvester II in the year 1000 thought that this was going to be a real thing happening, which obviously didn't happen. How does this get reinterpreted over time, and what do people say today about this passage?
About the millennium, yeah. So I have a good long discussion about the millennium in my book. When John talks about it in John of Patmos in the book of Revelation, he's describing a 1,000-year period on Earth after the Battle of Armageddon. The enemies of God are all wiped out by Christ at this final battle, and then the earth is given over to the martyrs of Jesus to rule with Jesus. So they basically the ones who have been killed for their faith rule for 1,000 years. And so that's the 1,000-year millennium. And the question is, when does the millennium start? That's the millennium in Revelation happens before the final judgment. After the millennium, everybody's raised from the dead, and then there's a final judgment. So the millennium is the rule of earth just with the martyrs and Jesus. But the question was, well, when does that happen? And throughout most of history, for most of the first 1,900 years of Christianity, well, no, since Augustine in the 5th century, since Augustine, theologians understood that the 1,000-year period was a metaphor for the rule of the church on earth, that it was happening now, and that the church is ruling. And during this millennium, John says that Satan will be bound and will not be able to do any harm. And Augustine argued that that's right. People who are in Christ cannot be harmed by the devil. And so this was the interpretation for basically throughout most of history until the 1830s.
So, but that's interesting because that makes sense for Augustine to think that, but that also makes sense for Pope Sylvester II in the year 1000 to say, "Oh my God, it's about to be over. It's been 1,000 years since Christ. We have like 30 years left." So, how do people deal with that after it comes? It doesn't. So do they reinterpret it after that? Like you mentioned, how it's still in the year 1800, they still think this way, but that's almost 2,000 years now. Like what's going on with 1,000? That's what I'm trying to get at.
There's a book written some years ago that argued that this whole Sylvester 1000 thing wasn't a big deal. That is on the margins. And there definitely were people who thought it was going to end possibly then. Yeah. The big date actually was the year 1260. Who would have thought? But the year 1260 was chosen as the year it was going to end. And then but different people have picked different years. Of course, 1848 was a very big year. 1980 was supposed to be a big year. And so when I say that this was the interpretation of most theologians, when I say most theologians, I don't mean every Bible reader. There were people who thought, it's predicting now. But the vast majority of people at the time thought that the millennium is not a future event that's going to happen. It's something that's happening now in the church. And the thing that's going to happen is that Christ is going to come back at some point and destroy his enemies, and that'll be that. So they developed the idea. What happens in the 1830s that I've mentioned is the idea that there's something that was called pre-millennialism, which is that Christ comes back before the millennium, rather than he comes back after the millennium. In St. Augustine's view, if this is the millennium, when Christ comes back, the millennium's over. But this view started developing that he's coming back before the millennium in judgment. And so that became a pre-millennial view, which is the view that most fundamentalists have today.
You mentioned 1260. This is a time period where the Mongols this is the 13th century. The Mongols are huge. You have the Holy Roman Empire. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the church is after the Crusades, and the church has started saying, all right, maybe Islam is just going to keep Jerusalem now. Why is this year so important for the end of the time? Is there a mathematical thing happening, or is it because of the events happening?
It's hard to tell how much the events were affecting the thinking. The thinking was actually started by one person, Joachim of Fiore, whom I discuss in the book, who came to think it wasn't connected with Jerusalem or the Mongols or Muslims or anything like that. It had to do with his own theological view, which was that he believed in the Trinity. And he thought that since God created the world, that the world was organized in 3 periods, that the Trinity was written into the history of Earth. And so the periods are the Father, and the period of the Son, and the period of the Spirit. The period of the Father was all of time up to from Abraham, when God chose Abraham to be the leader of the future people. From the time of Abraham, the father of the Jews, up to Jesus was the period of the Father. And according to the Gospel of Matthew, the period of the Father. And in Matthew has this thing where there are generations between Abraham and David and in the Babylonian captivity and the Babylonian captivity of Jesus. And each of these is separated by 14 generations. And so if you count up the 14 generations, it's 42 generations. And Joachim thought that each generation was 30 years. And so the period between God and Jesus was 1260 years. Well, if that's the period of the Father, how long is the period of the Son going to be? Probably 1260 years. And so followers of Joachim of Fiore worked out that the period of Christ then will end in 1260.
Pause.
Well, the last thing I want to ask you is that, so now that these dates have come and gone,
because the Earth's rotation around the sun is 365.250138888 days. If you divide that equally into the 12 signs of the zodiac, what you'll get is 30 degrees of progression, what's called negative progression in eons. 1 eon, 1,260 years. Yes, there's math involved in how the planet rotates around the sun. Sorry.
Does anyone have
So does that mean that the sun creates math?
Yes. In astronomical terms and how we look at time, we are talking about the Earth's rotation around the sun. Yeah. Or traversing through the zodiac. And yes, the Bible is deeply, deeply steeped in astrology. For instance, you could look at the beginning of the story, although it lays out the entirety of the zodiac in the blessings of the children of Israel by Israel. You can look at the beginning of the story where you have, and in the correct order of reverse progression through the zodiac of 1260 years, the time when they worshipped golden calves, that is Taurus. Then the time of slaughtering sheep, that's the tribe of Joseph or Aries. And then the time of everything's about fish, or the time of the Christ, which is, of course, Pisces, the fish. And then it completes the story by saying when the last time frame is, that we ascend to the upper room during the time of the man carrying the pitcher of water, which is why it specifically says, how will we find the upper room? You will go through the gate. That means the limits of a zodiac sign. Into the city. That means the zodiac sign itself. You will follow the man carrying a pitcher of water. That means Aquarius. He will take you to the upper room. So during a 1260-year period, the last sign of the zodiac is the prediction of the arrival of heaven and all of these things. So it's not like it's being mysterious about it. It spells it out.
Can we calculate the time of arrival?
Sure. No. In fact, you're not supposed to be able to, but there are signs. Knowing the signs in the correct order is key to understanding when the times happen. In fact, not the angels, not even the Christ, only the Father will know the hour and the day. That's a quote.
But we can know the week.
We can know the eons, which eon it's talking about, which is Aquarius.
Which we are in now.
Which we are now in, as in something like 2012.
Right. Is it me or those earbuds are looking weird on Bart?
He's not wearing them correctly.
No.
He's got them in the wrong ears.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you doing today?
Hello, Mr. Batman.
Just coming in to spread my love all over the place.
Oh, my.
Oh.
Just like God.
How godly. Oh,
You
somebody
need-
got to the joke before me. Crap.
Right?
You need towels to clean up.
The divine spelunge. What was that word, Sammy?
Spooge.
Spooge?
Splooge. Yeah.
Splooge or yeah.
Splooge. Yeah. The roos have gathered, but be warned, the dingoes, like blessed be he, are circling, looking for a weak target.
I love Ox.
Embrace the roo.
Hit them hard. Hit them where it hurts.
Yeah.
On what do you think is pushing people to keep every 2 years? There's another date now. Like there's another one coming in like 6 months from now. What is your last thoughts on this? And that's the last thing I want to ask you about.
It's a really interesting phenomenon. And so in my, in the lecture on the rapture, I'm going to be talking about a lot of this and explain where it came from and what it has to do with anything and why people are still expecting it. I mean, many millions of people. This novel series Left Behind by Timothy LaHaye and Philip Jenkins argued that, is all predicated on that Jesus is coming and you don't want to be left here afterwards. This is based on this modern thinking of the rapture happening. I have a lengthier discussion of it in my book, Armageddon, but it's a very good question. Why do people keep hanging on to it? And, because every time somebody picks a date, it's wrong, incontrovertibly wrong. And one reason, well, sometimes it backfires. And sometimes when it backfires, people become even more insistent. They reset the date. They become more insistent. It's really going to happen this time. So I deal with all of that in my book on Armageddon. But the question is, what you're asking is why? Why do you keep doing that? And the reason is, I think, because people think that life has to be better than this. There's going to be a better world, and the suffering happening in the world now can't possibly get much worse. I mean, look around. Of course, people have always said that, and so how bad can it be? And now, with the invasion of Ukraine, oh my God, it's going to lead to World War III, and you got this whole thing in Israel going on, and things are going to
Gog and Magog, Gog and Magog, yeah.
Gog and Magog, and Magog is Moscow, Moscow, Magog, and so every generation thinks it's going to be the last generation. And I'll tell you, one of the things I do in my book that I'll probably do in my lecture too is to point out that this has very bad effects on society.
Thank you.
Because if you think that the end's going to come next week, you're not really that concerned about eliminating poverty in the world.
Climate change.
Who cares about climate change? There's not going to be God's going to take care of it. He created it. He'll take care of it. It's going to sometime next Thursday. And so I think that I don't think it's a good view to have. But more than that, I think you can show that it's not what the Bible teaches. In my lecture, I'm going to be trying to show this is not what the Bible teaches. This is a foreign idea that's imposed on the Bible by people who are taught this idea. And then when they read the Bible, they see it there because they've been told it's there. It's not there. And I'm going to,
I'd like to add to that.
In the rapture, I'm going to.
I'd like to add to that. It's not just dismissive, and of course, there's a lot of personal human bias in this. People have always thought tomorrow is going to be the rapture. They've always thought that, for a really long time anyway, not always.
Do you know, Richard?
But it's also that people are tired of seeing others in pain. So let's not just say they're dismissive and stupid. They're also tired of suffering.
Yeah. My nan was, you'd know this, Ed. So she was born 1914, and the original doctrine said that that the people alive in 1914, so when Jesus invisibly chose Jehovah's Witnesses to represent him on earth, those who witnessed that would not die before Armageddon. Well, that quickly, like my nan was born 1914, and so she wasn't even in that generation because she wasn't old enough to understand what happened in 1914. So it was people older than my nan who would now be 110. And what happened once they all died, they had to change the doctrine to say, it was anyone alive then, which was like my nan. And because they started to dwindle in numbers, it became anyone who was alive at the same time as those people. So they've done this double generations thing.
They moved
another 100 years.
They moved the goalpost all around. Stay alive till 25. Stay alive till 75. Then okay, it doesn't matter. After that,
and now no date, but they had to
all this. As long as there's overlapping generations, it's okay. If humans ever go extinct, Then you know Jesus is coming for sure.
Yeah.
That's how he repopulates the earth. Really, no one got that?
We got it.
I didn't.
I didn't.
He's gonna
Just
come back
nodded
and
people.
have sex again.
Somebody got it.
Therefore, fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it.
There you go.
Can't help it. You mentioned Jesus and sex, and
That comes to your mind?
yeah, the loophole.
The loophole. The loophole that might require some lube.
That's in the song. A mention that it's the driest of her holes.
I am so sorry for coming in here and completely and utterly corrupting this conversation.
It's not usually you that does that.
On the topic
you see this
itself,
squirrel? I can see him.
I
can hear him.
I think Richard is 100% right on this in that I think humans are tired of suffering. I think suffering, regardless of your socioeconomic situation, is just going to be a thing. Like, I think most people could argue that humans are way better off in general than they were 100 years ago, 200 years ago. In terms of like availability of education, the basics, right? But yet still there is still a ton of suffering. People who live in countries that are doing well off, they still suffer. You have extremely high depression and all these mental issues that people are experiencing. And it's like it's almost like we're programmed to suffer, so to speak, right?
Can I ask you a question, AD, on that?
Sure.
So, what I think I notice is that we're either having an increase of mental health issues in the world because perhaps we're not living the way we're meant to or whatever, or we're either recognizing mental health better or a combination of the two. That's one thing that's happening. And at the same time, well, we have this increase or apparent increase of mental health issues. We're medically advancing very quickly. So, like both of my kids suffer with things that had they been born even 10, 15 years earlier would both be dead. You know what I mean? Because of how far the medicine in their particular fields or whatever you want to say has come. But yet we have this extra load of mental health. Or do you think it's the case that we just recognize it more?
That's a really good question. I think it's both. I don't think there's a dichotomy. I think it's how we use our brains, right? Like I think if you're more focused on surviving and you're actively, like when I say focus, I mean like you're actively contributing a lot of your brain power towards surviving and getting the needs, right? In order to stay alive, like the mental space to ponder certain things is most likely not going to be around, right? And so the typical things, like for example, a guy who is a ultra successful billionaire, right? Who bill is all of a sudden, let's say he lost his job. Well, all of his life has been that job, and now he's not able to do it. And because he's not able to do it, right, particular way, he's now suffering and depressed because he lost that one thing. So for him, it's not necessarily about the money. For him, it's about being in a state where he was consistently happy, and because that state no longer exists, now in a state of suffering. Right now,
Yeah, I see what you're
So,
saying.
so suffering comes from unmet expectations, and humans will always have expectations. Therefore, they will always suffer.
yeah.
That
So it's
kind
kind of like
mental suffering. Yeah.
yeah. So it's kind of like that argument that it wasn't a full blown argument. I didn't really think it through as much as I probably should think it through. Where I said that anything that is not a perfect singularity, right, will always have some form of suffering if they want something. If you don't want something, right, you won't suffer, right? But if
Yeah,
you
but
want something and that thing is unattainable, right, then I think there's a real possibility that you can suffer. I think it's inevitable.
Do you think we're having a discussion the other night, Odin? I was hoping you came in about suffering, and we eventually come to the. Not everyone agreed, but the majority of the panel was like, we need some sort of hive mind to be able to have full empathy and
Wait, before we go to hive mind, I want to answer the last one if I could.
yeah, go for it.
Okay, so by the time a human being has achieved age for reproduction, they've been collecting, because of like literal gamma and beta and alpha, all these radiations. By the time you get to like 16, 17 years old, you've gathered about 20,000 non-advantageous mutations in your genetic material. You're going to pass on between something about 8 to 10,000 of those mutations to your offspring. All right. Now, because if just like first cousins shouldn't reproduce because they're going to compound any defects they have, because they likely have many overlapping defects, then you have it from two sources and it's almost assured, right? But even if you don't do that, you can over time, any given species is going to collect these what they Christians call deleterious mutations, and that's just going to happen. So as time goes on, people get weaker and sicker, okay, which is an individual experience. But then you have the collective memory of that society, where science is growing to combat those same things if you're an aware enough species. So that's what I mean when of your semi possibly dichotomous situation, that it's actually both of those things. So we will keep having more physical and mental issues because we keep compounding any deleterious mutation, but simultaneously science will get better in trying to defeat those same problems.
But if you agree that there's the deleterious mutations, then you would have to agree that there's the positive, if you want to call them that, mutations.
Sure.
And it's sort of, it feels like,
but the rate's 200 to 1.
Is it?
Yes, it's literally
That's
200
a big
to 1.
claim.
So when you say deleterious, does that just mean non-advantageous, or
non-advantageous for the environment that the species is living in? Yes.
Oh, just non.
Okay.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that, Kev, because I was thinking actually negative.
No, they're not negative per se. It's just not good for the environment you're living in. For instance, an albino is very likely to get skin cancer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily unhealthy in a cave, but they have vitamin D problems. So it's it's not as simple as evolution is not so clean as we might want.
Does that imply that every creature's essentially
slowly dying? It doesn't imply it; it demands it.
Yeah, so it's kind of like with lobsters. Technically, lobsters can like age and age and age and grow and grow and grow, but eventually there's a part.
The shell.
The shell, right? Like there's a limit where they can't produce a big enough shell to basically get out of, essentially, right? And so they literally like slowly die in their shell because, again, there's that particular, I guess, quote unquote defects supposedly. But then again, we wouldn't want to have giant lobsters running around.
We have other giant stuff.
So everything has to reach in a way.
Yeah, and it's just that each time it grows a new shell, it is thicker, and so there eventually becomes this ceiling where it just literally can't crack out of its shell anymore, but it's still growing, so they literally like squash themselves to death.
Some kind of physical suffocation, yeah.
So I read the question you asked in the side chat, Ed. You mind if I just kind of respond to it real quick? So how you have to look at mutations is that you have to look at them in a neutral sense, right? Because a lot of mutations aren't necessarily going to be focused on coding for proteins specifically for a specific purpose, right? So unfortunately, right, what happened is that because of how that random process that's involved with it, it can result in some in some issues within a population, and depending on the environment, right, it can actually result in some benefits for that population within that newly emerged environment. Like, let's say, for whatever reason, there are less oxygen in the atmosphere, right? And after a while, you might have one or two humans within the population able to metabolize and breathe nitrogen more efficiently, right? Eventually, as those humans producing, right, they'll eventually keep making more and more humans that could nitrogen, right? Like over time, right? To metabolize it. So on that note, I gotta run. I'll be listening in the side chat for a little bit, but I'll join you guys a little bit later. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, it's muted. I tried. Yeah, does anyone
because I had this I had this understanding that Richard was saying that we are getting worse due to our deleterious genes that are keep making deleterious mutations, and I don't think that's a good way to view it. We're not getting worse or better. We are just getting more fitted to the environment that we are creating it.
That's what I mean by worse and better. More apt to survive and procreate successfully, making a new generation that can survive and procreate. That's worse and better.
But isn't that what we've done? Like we live longer now. We're healthier, so we've chosen not to have more babies.
We're actually in a really weird state right now because of our technology, that we're more able to extend life and defeat diseases and heart transplant, whatever. But simultaneously, we've got Monsanto and nuclear waste dumping into the oceans. So are we breeding ourselves purposefully in a way where we become an animal that will survive constantly being irradiated by nuclear waste? No, we're not.
Yeah, that's a crazy concept, right? And you get like from the pro-lifers, like you have simultaneously like that same concept where, well, we need to keep breeding, but who needs to keep breeding? Well, like, and there's elitism involved there. Like certain people think, oh, well, it's good for us to be pro-life, but if they want to have abortions, oh yeah, let's let them do that.
Well,
So
the
yeah,
problem is, and I think I have a possible solution to this. When we find people of exceptionally advantageous to our future environment that we're creating, we should retire them, pay for everything that they need, and let them breed and keep doing that because
Wait, how
it
do we
would be so
define
worth it
who
to our
is-
society.
How do we define who is the most advantageous person?
That's
But
chemical. That can be
isn't
identified chemically.
that's ethnic cleansing in a way?
No. It's
Oh yeah,
advantageous,
that's
purposeful
positive eugenics.
procreation.
Positive
Well,
eugenics, yeah.
it's not eugenics in the way that it's eliminating or trying to eliminate any group. It's not. But creating a group that would survive the future wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, but the I mean, we are the group that is supposed to survive the future. What subgroup are you talking about?
Okay,
Or
let's say that certain families show a higher resistance to cancer, just for instance. And that's true. Like some families just don't get cancer. And what does that mean? That means their cells are better at replicating for longer periods of time. And then if those people were selected for that and bred together, you could end up with a population that doesn't get cancer.
But wait. What if they were less likely to get cancer but more prone to sickle cell anemia or something like that?
Right. There's a lot to be considered, but I'm just giving a small example of what might be advantageous for our future, especially in consideration of fluctuations in the sun, that we're destroying parts of our atmosphere, that we're increasing the temperature on the planet, all of these things.
But just on the topic of breeding, do you think that's something that should be regulated by government or still left up to the individual?
Now we're into morals, aren't we? What do you mean by should?
Ought we tell people they must have babies or must not have babies?
No, but I tell you what, if you retired healthy people that would be advantageous genetically to our future existence and said the only requirement that we give you $250,000 a year on a graduating scale to keep up with inflation. All we're going to ask you to do is make babies and do a great job of raising them. That's your entire job.
And then we have
How
to
many
pay
people would say
to do that?
Do you really think that people would say no thank you? I mean, I would have said yes to that when I was 20 easily.
Well, yeah.
But we can genetically engineer all these things.
I don't know, but I know that selective breeding is a great way to accomplish those kinds of things and how it has been naturally done in the past, although not necessarily purposefully. But I'm not against purposeful breeding.
That would increase the isolation between societies, though, isn't it? And will
Well,
make
if it
a
was
rift.
successful enough, it would become the only society, wouldn't it?
What's the time span? How long? do you think
Thousands
that-
of years.
Let's see.
I mean, we can do that faster than we're polluting the planet. We could do it faster than that. I mean,
Yes, but the environment will change as well. So if we breed for a specific kind of environment, then we'll always be behind the environment.
oh, I think you're right about that. But I think not planning and not doing anything at all is worse. I mean, if a person wants to say, let's preserve the earth and we're going to be living here forever, we should be like looking at programs that purposefully breed people who are good at space travel, whose bodies would be, we should be looking at, and I don't see anyone talking about that.
Yeah, we're still studying that, I guess.
We have
Well,
feasible
hopefully-
space travel, like it for individuals. We just don't have the capability yet, right? Like, because it takes a whole lifetime to get to, like, say, Mars or something. Like, you gotta get there, you're never coming back. We got no capability for that. So, and there's just not a whole lot of people willing to sign up for that project.
No, not only that, but we don't know what happens. I mean, we can extrapolate, but we don't know what happens if someone gives birth in space in zero gravity, or being exposed to zero gravity for so long. What would do to the next generations? What the mutations would be regarding that kind of environment?
And the only way you could predict that is if you imitated an Earth environment in space.
Yeah, but we need an anti-gravity kind of thing. Machine. Do we have it? I mean, there's the rotating stuff that would generate but still, it would not be Earth gravity like.
What you're talking about, centrifugal force?
Yeah.
To imitate gravity? I don't know. That's probably sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you can't be on the centrifuge, trying to remember, there's something about magnets, but that really doesn't affect your bones or anything.
Yeah. Not to mention radiation and space debris, I don't know, micro meteorites and stuff. Anything can happen in space. That's why it's not Earth.
To address Skyworks, yes, we are experimenting right now, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't show any of this, and we're speaking about theories. If that's all right.
Astronaut was on my top 5 to-do list when I was a kid, just to be, I mean, I do have the body type for it. I'm just very claustrophobic.
That's not great. So what are you, about 5'11", about 165 pounds?
No, actually, I'm 5'8" and 145.
That's well within the range. That's pretty good for pilots of all kinds. Fighter jet pilot, yeah, absolutely.
Selective.
I'm inferring an Ed thought. Am I right? What's the thought, Ed?
Breeding would not be necessary in the future.
Breeding would not be. You mean natural childbirth?
Yeah. Natural childbirth and even sex. Sex would be just for, I don't know, fun, pleasure. So, but the sex for copulating, sex for birthing, I don't think that's the future.
And why?
Because it's a lot of
damn
trouble.
messy and painful.
Yeah, and we will have technology to cover that.
I don't know. I'm slightly concerned with that myself. Looking into the future, and let me put it in the way of mom's home cooking. There is something about a store-bought lasagna with the same ingredients cooked the same way in the same kind of, it's not mom's home cooking. Now, I don't know why that's true. Maybe it's a quantum thing for all I know. Maybe it's only a mental thing, but I think there's something to be said for exchanging body fluids.
I know. Yeah, but we are always melancholic about the good old times.
Well, I think the American word you'd be looking for there is romanticizing or romantic.
Yeah.
Okay. And yes, we are, but why? And what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not that the past was better than the present in a way.
I don't know if you can give me a porterhouse that was created efficiently in a laboratory and I can't tell it's not a regular cut of beef, then I'll think about birthing. But until you can do that, I don't believe you.
I mean, it's not a matter of beliefs. I mean, people from 200 years from now, they will take their present as normal and they will be melancholic about their decade before them. And, they will romanticize their past,
of course,
which is not our present.
But our future. I get it.
Yeah. The normal will always change.
Yes, and the normal will always seem normal.
Yes.
I mean, I see what you're driving at, but I'm not sure it would ever happen because the animal that we are more than just practical.
That's another thing. We are not in the gene pool anymore. We are manipulating the gene pool consciously and unconsciously by creating environment.
Do you think is that a moral dilemma that we have the power to manipulate
No.
way?
We are not at the whims of nature anymore. That's my point.
But that is a moral dilemma, right? I mean, it must be. If we're no longer under the will of nature, then it's up to our judgment. Then that is a moral dilemma.
I don't believe in morals anyway.
What do you mean you don't believe in morals?
You're a moral nihilist?
I don't think we have morals. We don't have morals. We have preferences.
Okay, tell me the difference between a preference and a moral. I mean, I'm fine with subjective moralism. That's absolutely fine. But to say that a person doesn't have morals means nothing is out. Nothing is off this table.
And nothing is off the table. That's.
Oh, really?
Sure,
I bet I can bring up something in 0.1 minutes that you would totally object to and you would not do.
You can tell me a lot of shouldn'ts that I shouldn't do.
No. I didn't say shouldn'ts. I said things that you would find repulsive and would not do.
Wouldn't that be because I have a preference for not doing?
And what's the difference between that and a moral?
Because when we say morals, we think it's this high level things that we look up to them and we need to mirror us to those things, which is
no, that's a God claim. That's a theistic claim. Not everyone's a theist, but everyone has morals.
So morals are those things that we ought or not to do.
Well, I want to be careful we're not just having a language barrier here. I mean,
I think can I interject one word, Ed? Maybe you prefer ethics to morals.
All right. Yeah. But
where Richard
I would
Richard
say
and most
morals
people
are
use it interchangeably, but
yeah,
go on,
but
Kev.
the morals are the reasons you ought or ought not do things. Ethics is on the deeper level of you know why you do or do not do the thing. So it's kind of like a two-tiered but you have the basic moral axioms, and then you have the ethical principle behind the axiom.
That's
I
got to
believe
be
that
wrong, Kevin. Axioms definitionally don't have a basis.
Well,
You
wait,
got
no.
to be
It's
saying
an
that backwards.
axiom that I ought not do a thing because X. I ought not do X because Y, right?
If you have a because, it's
So
not an
that's the
axiom.
basic axiom.
No, if you have
Wait,
a because,
what?
it's not an axiom.
I'm misunderstanding you there then.
What's the fundamental? Let's say, for instance, I don't eat people. Okay. Now let's make that moralistic. I think I should not eat people. Well, why shouldn't I eat people? Well, I'm a human. I shouldn't eat other humans because it can give me diseases that I'm subject to, or other food sources I wouldn't be subject to whatever disease, ailment, whatever. And then you can go to, and that's like an ethical view. And
Right.
then
So wait, you have the
go ahead.
So the moral principle was don't eat people. That's the axiom.
That wasn't
and then you have
a
the
moral
ethical principle behind it.
No. Don't is not the same as shouldn't.
That's-
Don't is a demand, like a societal rule.
No, I was saying I don't. If it's explanatory, like I'm not prescribing it to you. I'm saying this is why I don't do this.
Okay. Why?
That's that. What? I didn't hear you.
Why shouldn't you eat people?
Well, right. That's the second layer, right?
Well,
that's the
you
ethics.
should if they're dead already. It's wasteful that we don't. But I guess older
what's the
people
problem
don't
with
have
that?
much meat on.
We find it distasteful.
If the question was, should we kill people to eat them, is different. But if
Well, I
you're
wanted
just
to
saying,
keep it
should
fairly
we eat
simple.
people?
That's going to complicate. I mean, I agree with you, but that's going to make it harder.
I don't see a reason why you shouldn't, other than
I'm just trying to get to the axiom. I'm just trying to get to an example of an axiom, something you can't justify, that you believe on personal principles or feelings.
Well, to me, that would be killings or murder.
Okay, well, we don't even need to go to killing.
Do not harm. Do not harm. That's
You're not harming dead people.
The most simple axiom.
You
You're not
can't
harming dead people.
You can't harm a dead
So
person.
you'd have to find. So that's not a moral question. Whether you eat a dead person is not a moral question.
Okay, so
Whether
why
you
do we
kill
not
a person
prefer to eat dead people?
Eat them.
To not injure the memory of them in their survivors' minds.
Okay, what about strangers?
Right.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
actually
so
don't like to
people-
eat strangers either.
See, that would be okay if you could do it, but if we did it as a culture, you would know someone was going to eat them, so it would still.
Okay, so now you're showing empathy.
Yeah, well, we're trying not to do harm. We're trying not to do harm.
Precisely, because the human individual is amoral. It has no morals. Morals comes into humans when they gather into societies and they establish rules, values, and stuff. But the human has,
If you're a hermit, you don't need laws.
Exactly.
You don't need a societal set of structures if you're a hermit.
You probably No, not a societal set, but you would need some, like, in the sense of self-preservation. Don't eat this. Don't do that.
Okay, so if we assume importance of self, that is, I am wanting to survive.
Yeah.
Everything else would just be predicated off of that. It's just a matter of what makes you survive. There are no moral issues if you're not in contact with others of your kind. You can extend empathy out to other species.
Yeah.
No, you're describing a situation where you're completely isolated, right? Which people create for themselves. Like, so that's the problem. Like, if you see it from that perspective, where it's all about self-preservation, then you fail to see when you're harming others, because it doesn't matter what you did to climb the ladder. It's all about you surviving, right? And that's like that Darwinism. Like, that's what people think of as Darwinism, survival of the fittest type of thing. But we're beyond that. As a species, we're beyond that. There's no need for that.
Well, I agree with you, but you claimed things were axiomatic, which I think were not axiomatic, but they were assumed as axioms.
So you don't think that the principle of not harming others is axiomatic? There's no
it's
need
not
to harm
axiomatic.
another
Of course
person,
not. What do you mean need to?
There is no need intrinsically to harm another person for your own survival.
And then your
It's
unless
not necessary.
What was your unless?
Well, I would say unless they attempt to harm you, you can defend
so
yourself.
It's not axiomatic. It's conditional.
Well, it's axiomatic in the sense that it's a basic moral principle, but it's conditional ethically so the action you take following it's a reactionary principle, right? So you have the basic action, I don't want to harm anybody, but if they try to harm me, I am entitled to defend myself. So that's the distinction.
I think I need your definition.
Isn't the axiom then I want to survive?
Yes.
That's the only axiom.
Yes.
Because everything's based off that.
But
yes,
I think
that's axiomatic. Like you can't justify why you should survive. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wanting to survive unconditionally justifies harming another person if you believe that is what you need to do to survive.
But what if I have an axiom, I don't want to harm people?
That's not an axiom.
It isn't?
No, you can justify that.
But I can justify wanting to survive.
How?
No, you can't justify why you should survive. I didn't say wanting to.
Why I should survive. Because I can benefit my society.
No. We're talking about individual, not a society. And a society, you can justify it by the society, but you're still not justifying self.
Well, where is the self? Like, is this a self that's nowhere? Like, do you know what I mean?
Now we're getting down to axioms. That's right.
Even if I was on Earth alone, I could still, there's still animals to interact with and stuff.
Okay.
So I could still be a benefit.
You could, but you just justified it through something else.
Self-awareness.
That's what I mean. So
it can't be self-justified.
Question, is it me floating in the void of nothing?
Yes, you floating in the void of nothing.
I can't
give me a see, that's it. There you go.
Yeah. So that's an axiom.
Yes. You just have to, it comes down to, this is my preference. I can't justify the preference. It's only what I prefer. It's just like I think, therefore I am actually assumes things. It assumes I, where it can't justify that I exist in order to make the statement, I think, therefore I am.
So,
like, how'd you even get to I?
All preferences are axioms. Like, I like strawberry flavor.
Right, which is why no one can argue with it.
Exactly. The I is justified for the I, not for the other.
Okay.
Like, if you say strawberry is the best flavor, well,
That's
yes, you're
not an
assuming.
axiom.
Yeah, you're assuming. No, to you, it is an axiom. You
me,
can't
yeah.
justify. It's your personal preference. No one can argue with it. It's just your experience, and the only
Oh,
thing
you're
that you've
right, you're
assumed
right.
is experience.
It is the best to me.
Well, yeah, but you should leave the word "me" out of it, or the idea of "I" out of it. But that's beside the point.
Well, how do you do that?
So we are
You just make a
giant
statement.
I.
Strawberry is best. That's all.
But yeah, okay.
So I'm confused. Do we have morals or not? Embedded
Yes,
in us.
everyone has morals. I mean, there are non-moral agents. There's even human abnormalities or other than average brain function, which cause them to not have morals. But on average, humans have morals.
Why?
Why? Great question. You figure that out. Let me know. I mean, we can go to like social Darwinism. We can go to personal empathy. We can go to personal preferences, and we can say any of those things. But the actual why, hard to say. I think it's an intrinsic part of what the human animal is, and that they can't help it.
So it's a biological thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Call it an emergent property of biology, in my opinion.
All right.
Looks like you're safe, Richard.
Oh, whew. I didn't take the jab. Maybe that makes me sound tastier. I don't know.
I did. I did the Pfizer one. Just
I
once,
interact
no boosters.
physically with very, very few humans, and none of them.
As he coughs.
And none of my throat is dry. I'm not sick.
Yeah.
Well, I stay constantly dehydrated because I don't drink near enough water, and I drink way too much coffee, so my throat gets dry.
Coffee is water as well. Don't worry.
Yeah, there's water in it. That's true.
I drink a lot of espressos, which is not very helpful.
Richard does not inhale. I'm just. No. It's not marijuana. That doesn't do no.
I tried marijuana. It doesn't agree with me. I don't agree with it.
Oh, you don't?
Well, let's have a look at this.
No.
Okay. I took you for a cannabis user, but okay.
Because
Well,
we were
thank
talking
you.
about this the other day, weren't we, Richard?
No, I mean the thank you, and here's why. Because you're a user, you see using as normal or even beneficial. To think that I am the kind of person who would use marijuana is to say to me that you associate yourself with me, which means you think of me as likable or friendly or similar to you, which is just the biggest compliment ever.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and there's certain types of mindsets where we need that thing to adjust our brain a little bit to adapt to reality. But if you don't need that thing, cool, good for you. Like we can get along.
I've learned stoicism. I haven't like purposefully induced it in that same way.
Like I'm getting over like, did I interrupt something? I didn't want to interrupt anything.
We're all quiet for you.
Nope.
For me?
You're good.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, damn.
Say the thing, man.
It means we're listening.
Okay. I don't. That threw me off track.
He's put you on the spot now.
Why'd you ask? You had the floor. All you had to do was take it. Don't overthink these things, man.
Yeah, damn, trying to relate.
What do you think of this? Hang on, let me get rid of the calzone.
Maslow's hierarchy.
Is it? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
It does make a lot of sense.
Richard, is there anything you don't know?
the four
Sure,
Fs.
lots of stuff.
And Hillary's.
And it seems like the bottom of the hierarchy it's the hardest part for like neurodivergent people, like focusing on the breath, focusing on eating and drinking. You want sex, but you're not really getting the type of intimacy you desire. All those things, like you're like when you're neurodivergent, it doesn't add up.
No sleep. What's homeostasis?
Balance.
Oh,
Not too hot, not too cold.
And excretion?
Yeah, to be able to.
I don't have any trouble shitting. Is that what it means?
I don't know.
Pooping is the worst. Pooping is the hardest experience sometimes.
Yeah, it can
I think
be.
there's another line under that I can't see because of Wu-Tang Clan.
No, that's the bottom line, but I will get rid of the Wu-Tang Clan. Physiological.
Okay.
But see what's right at the top? Morality. And then in safety, morality.
Acceptance of facts. Isn't that innate? Acceptance of facts?
No, it's not innate. It's only advantageous.
I mean, if I bump my head to a wall, that's
not all
instinct.
facts.
Not all facts.
Look at people that want to say the Earth is flat.
How about this? Acceptance of all facts. I bumped my head into the wall. It hurts. I should avoid bumping my head into a wall. When I see others bump their head into a wall, me having bumped my head into the wall, I understand and empathize that they are at least uncomfortable in that moment. But the fact remains that there are other repercussions to you understanding others bumping their head into a wall. And what are all the repercussions of all of those facts?
Okay, so it's not that simple as I thought. Okay.
Not as simple as just bumping my head into a wall, putting my hand in a fire. It's not that simple.
Okay.
Like for instance, it's a fact there are religions, but I don't want to accept religions, right? Because I think they're fallacious. They're not telling me truths. But it's still a fact that there are religions, and I should accept that there are, and I should adjust my life to that reality and live well despite the fact there's things in my environment that I think are not true or even detrimental to me.
Yes, but that's a lot of reasoning.
Well, we're reasoning animals, so that's okay.
Okay.
You ever sit back and watch your ego looking at itself and bragging upon itself in pride that you can think about that you're thinking about things?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Daydream a lot.
So we're complicated. Yeah.
Yes, but to reason is to connect, is to have a relationship between two objects. Is to make a relationship between two objects.
Well, to realize necessary relationships.
Yes.
If you
Yes.
if you'll allow for that.
Yes.
I should say accept necessary relationships. I shouldn't say realize.
Is that an emergent property of our of the fact that we are social creatures, that we intermingle?
I actually think it's the necessity of God, but and why man is the God maker.
So we were genetically engineered to reason.
Do I think we were genetically engineered to reason? Actually, yes, I do. But not at this level. I think that was a mistake.
We are reasoning too much.
Yeah, we're too good at reasoning. I mean, if you, for instance, Old Testament story of Moses, right? He's born of a batch of males. They kill all of them off. One escapes. That one is found by someone high in government, namely the daughter of the king. She doesn't ask permission to keep it. She just keeps it. In fact, she keeps it in secret, and it gets to a certain age, and maybe she has a certain expectation of it or whatever like that. It's allowed to survive. It ends up in charge of infrastructure and productivity of the worker class. That's 2/3 of government. That's everything but law. Okay? And national security. But basically, it's everything but law. You put one dude in charge of an entire country concerning everything but the law? Are you kidding me? That is a ridiculous amount of respect for the intellect of that one individual. So whoever the king was, they thought this thing's really smart, which was prophesied ahead of time of that batch of children, that one of them was going to take the throne, which is why they killed him off. That is, someone had an idea that this batch of children were going to be significantly different and dangerous. Now, what were these classifications of peoples? They were slaves. What would make something a bad slave? A really strong back? No. Good teeth? No. Strong arms? No. Sharp fingernails? No.
Disobedience.
Smart. Disobedience makes for bad slaves. That is something too smart to be a slave. So what do I think happened? They accidentally made too smart of a slave. And somebody warned them that was going to happen.
But how would an unreasoning slave would look like?
Well, you call them cavemen.
But they're still reasoning.
I call them proto. You know, you only need to be smarter than the slave. But they made a slave smarter than they were.
So it's the same like deGrasse Tyson said that that 2% from our DNA difference from chimps and us, like that kind of difference.
Well, yeah, but that 2.3% is only in protein coding, and 68% of it was incomparable and wasn't. And we hadn't done ENCODE and genome projects yet, which is why it was only protein coding. So there's a physical protein difference of 2.3% between us and bonobo. But that doesn't tell us much.
Well, it tells us there's a 2% difference in something.
Well, yes. Well, for instance, you have an opposable thumb and you can stand on one leg. They have neither of these attributes.
Yes, but bonobos have sex for 16 hours a day. So.
And that's probably why they spread disease so fast. But that's about all they do besides eat and sleep.
I know.
Yeah, so there's significant
point.
physical difference between them and us in only 2%. Yes.
But however, reasoning is a learning curve. Is how can you genetic size reasoning?
Great question. And when we answer
Brain-
that, we'll get with you.
Brain size?
No. Actually, neuron density. Actually, the smaller the neuron, the more the ability. You get these emergent properties like rationalizations and emotions and things like that. Self awareness, I guess. Like there's very few animals other than human being on this earth that can recognize that there's a feather on their forehead when they look in a mirror.
Yes, I know that experiment. Yeah, the dot on the forehead.
Or lipstick. Yeah, lipstick on the lips of the ape. Whatever.
Yeah.
There's very few things that can do that. And weirdly enough, rats in this way are more aware than cats, which is probably how they survive. They're smarter. A cat will fight with a mirror. A rat will recognize itself.
Right.
So it's not the size of the brain. It's the size of the neurons within the brain. The rats actually have many more connections.
One thing I don't understand in this slave-master relation, if you have the technology to do absolutely everything that you can do, why make slaves?
Why do we have robots?
It's easier than machines and easier to replace. And if you don't respect them, it's not like you have a medical system to take care of them. You just kill them.
Because it seems to me that I'm gonna create this inferior thing to serve me. Like
mentally inferior, sure, but not physically inferior necessarily.
Yes, but we are talking about beings with high levels of, I don't know, morality,
awareness.
Where did you get the morality? I only see it describing high tech and a high intelligence and awareness, but I don't see. In fact, it speaks against the possibility of them being moral. In fact, it says that they don't have emotions, and that's why they called us the emotional animal.
Morality comes from emotions?
I believe
Absolutely.
so, yeah. I mean, would it make sense if I say I saw a lion murder a gazelle? Would that even make sense? No, I saw a lion kill a gazelle, but it's not like it hated the gazelle or it was getting back at it or something. Probably not even slightly perturbed by the existence of the gazelle. In fact, against National Pornographic, you can find lions and gazelle lying down together as long as the lions are full.
Psychopaths can't understand why what we say is wrong.
That's great example. Yeah, you only have to be missing the emotional aspect, and morality makes no sense anymore. Now they can imitate it, they can follow the instructions, knowing that there's ultimatums that would affect their happiness. You can't even say happiness. Their prosperity and how easily they live their life and how well adjusted they are, but they can't understand what it would mean as to like why you shouldn't do a certain thing. And the Christian David Wood speaks about this and became a doctor because of his defect. I'm going to call it a defect because I have preferences.
Was that the professor who did a test on his students and did it himself?
No.
And
David Wood.
He was a psychopath?
I love that one. Science works. But no, David Wood is a Christian zealot, anti-Muslim and everything else, but especially anti-Muslim. Christian apologist YouTuber.
Yeah, I know David Wood. He works with the Apostle Prophet on a lot of things.
Yeah, he decided at his late into the beginnings of puberty, he decided that he was the most evolved human on the planet, because he didn't have things troubling him, like confusion that other people showed, like not being reasonable and logical like other people showed. He wasn't able to do the math that he was without emotions. He couldn't tell that. And when his dad got in his way, I think he was in his late teens to early 20s. I can't remember exactly. When his dad got in his way and started restricting what he wanted to do, he simply took a hammer and mashed his dad's head in.
That solved the problem.
Well, it didn't solve because his dad, but he did get diagnosed, and now he knows what's up, and he can adjust to it in society. So he's better off than he was.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the sort of thing a psychopath can do. It's not like they're out to kill you. It's just that if you make their life harder, that's inconvenient. They'll kill you.
Sometimes they'll bend over backwards to make you suffer the way they think your minor inconvenience suffered them.
That's another manifestation. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. I spoke too universally.
But yeah, well, yeah, those are the kind of people who need Jesus, right? Those are the people who, when they say like, it's like when Christians say, how do you have morals without God, or why, if you don't believe in God, what's to stop you from going and raping and killing, and I'm like, maybe you're the kind of person who needs God. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe don't lose your faith. Pixie. Don't ever lose your faith.
This dude, Little Buddy, he was telling us, man, I used to have murderous thoughts, man. But now I found Jesus, man. Little Buddy.
That's what I'm saying.
Murderous thoughts. And
I have never had the desire.
I said to him, may you never lose your faith in Jesus.
Exactly. Like I've never had the desire to hurt anybody. I've never had the desire to kill anybody. As a matter of fact, the idea of killing somebody is absolutely horrid to me. Like that is something that really hurts my mind. I don't like that idea.
Well,
so to think that you need some, I don't know, some deity to not think that, then keep your deity. I don't know. Don't let go.
Speaking of psychopathy, if someone said, if you inconvenience or perturb me in any way, I'm going to torture you forever, would that be considered psychopathic?
Huh. Precisely.
Well,
Great
it could
question.
be. There's actually both of the things described could either be psychopathic or sociopathic, because they actually react very similarly. So a psychopath does not have emotion. They are not capable of emotion. They can only mimic it. And a sociopath
Pixie, I love your brain that you took that so literally, but you know that Hillary's there was referring to Yod-Baoth, the Old Testament God, and that's why he asked
was
it, right?
he?
Yeah.
Got it. But a sociopath can feel emotions, though. That's what I'm saying. Would God, taking it there, would God be a sociopath or a psychopath? Because, hear me out, God does
He
have
has plenty of emotions.
a few favored, right? But he has emotions, but he also has a favored person, right? Like a favored group of people, or somebody that he highly favors. And the thing about a sociopath is they do have emotions, but it's like this switch. And if you are not important to them, you are not serving them, or you're not somebody that they're very, very attached to, those emotions just don't apply to you. You're only human to them if they have a connection to you.
Oh my gosh, that's the way I was. That's it perfectly.
That's the way I am. Should I be seeing a professional?
I'm just saying that's the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath. A sociopath has emotions. It's just it only applies to certain people. And that doesn't mean like if you don't like somebody, you stop having empathy for them, right? It's not that kind of a thing. It means like I can be walking down. It means like if I was a sociopath and I was walking down the street and something terrible started happening, I don't care what happens to any of you. Hell, I might run over and ensure that it happens to you, as long as it doesn't happen to me or the person that's standing by me.
Yeah, it's, the only difference between me now and then is I've extended my friend group to the whole planet.
Does that make sense, though? Yeah.
No, it makes perfect sense.
I used to have a friend that used to say, and I used to joke with him that he was a sociopath, but he used to joke around and he used to say, you know, I love you dearly, you're one of my best friends. And I'd be like, okay. And he'd be like, but if we're ever being chased by a vampire, I'm tripping you because you're faster than me. And I was like, all right, good to know. Do you know that people that everybody assumes are psychopaths are actually not? Like Ted Bundy gets thrown around a lot. People are like, Ted Bundy's a psychopath. Nope. Never scored high enough on the test. He's just a sociopath. And now it went quiet.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my camera. Can you even hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, so it's just the camera.
So would God be a psychopath or a sociopath? Do you think he mimics feelings, or do you think he has them for a select few?
Well, I think a proper God should be a psychopath because it should basically be amoral.
You can be amoral without being a psychopath. Amoral means, in its strictest terms, that you just aren't bound by society's conventions.
Yeah, okay. Well, then they shouldn't be a psychopath, but I worded that terribly. I mean, a god like the one in the Bible would be a psychopath. No,
see, I'm trying to
sociopath.
decide. That's what I'm saying. Well, either he's a sociopath, or he doesn't really feel anything for his chosen people. It's a mimicry of feelings in order to get what he wants, to manipulate the situation.
But he said that he's
Still go
jealous.
both ways, right?
He said that God is a jealous God.
He did, but that's what I'm saying. Psychopaths can mimic it, right? They'll mimic it to manipulate you so that you feed their ego, so that you do what they want you to do, so that you serve whatever purpose that they think you should fill in their life, right? There's no contention until you stop serving that purpose. So you can say he is a sociopath because he's a jealous God and he has a chosen people that he loves. Or you can say, no, he's still a psychopath. He's simply choosing to mimic emotion in order to manipulate a situation.
So what does it mean when he loves them and forgives them and then punishes them and then loves them and forgives them and punishes them?
Well, he's definitely a liar, right? But that's what I'm saying. Do you think if you put a totality of the scriptures together, would you lean psychopath or sociopath?
Psychopath. Because God is a society of one. You know, creature, creator, distinction, and all that. So,
Society of one.
Mm-hmm.
God is not jealous on himself. or could be.
Right. I think that's just human projection and anthropomorphizing. They don't know how to explain the behavior, so they label it jealousy, like an angry thunderstorm.
All right.
So you don't think, obviously, when the Bible says, I am a jealous God, that it's not God saying it?
No.
Did God said anything with his own words in the Bible anywhere?
According to Hillary.
Yeah, I think that's the way it says it. The Moses that he tells that to Moses, I am a jealous God.
So
But
God him.
is that just his interpretation of what was said? We don't know if it was, an external audible saying, or was it just that he put his finger in Moses' brain and that's the way that Moses interpreted it? But if that's not the ultimate God, it's a lesser God. Well, a lesser God might be, if it's an archon or something, then yeah, that could be have horrible negative emotions.
What's an archon?
Just like a lesser being, like an archangel. I'm sure Richard knows it better than I do. The definition.
Like the next generation.
Yeah.
Which is worse than the first generation, but it's counterintuitive because the next generation should be better than the first generation. Don't you think?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah.
I've got so much noise around me, I can't really hear. Something about the next generation and previous generation?
Yeah. Which should be better than the first generation, because that's how things works.
Well, that's curious. Do we have the Xerox phenomenon where each copy is a little bit worse? Or do we have an emergent process where each iteration becomes better because it gets rid of the worst?
That's the dilemma.
So it basically means ruler.
Yeah. Yeah, but not the supreme ruler or the ruler over everything is like a bureaucrat. Is a head of an office. Is a head of I don't know.
Yeah, department head.
Yeah.
The other one is each of the 9 chief magistrates in ancient Athens.
Hmm. So very similar.
Oh, here you go.
Did anybody hear that?
No, you must have
Okay,
been
good.
muted.
Good. Super Munchkin flew in and she just was like, Mom? And I was like, what? And she's like, there's a possum under my bed. And Onyx is under there. And I was like, oh, great. Here we go. The possum's fine. The dogs are out of the room. We are feeding the possum, and I will take it outside this evening.
What's the difference between a possum and an opossum?
None.
Actually, there is. There is.
Oh.
People here say possum, but it is actually an opossum. A possum is a tiny marsupial that is not even native to America. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Possums are Australian. They're not that small.
Well, they're tiny compared to an opossum.
Oh, okay. I don't know how big they are.
But you're right. They're not tiny like the ii or the sugar glider or something like that.
Is the Archon story related to? Is it from the Book of Enoch, isn't it? The
I
Archons
don't know
and-
where it's from.
No. That's an opossum. Look up.
Yeah, that's what
here.
I'm looking up.
That's an opossum.
Because we
And
have
that
possums. I'd say our possums are bigger.
That is what is underneath my daughter's bed.
Why are them so ugly?
They're not ugly, and they eat ticks.
Look.
Okay, now just look up Possum.
Yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
have in Australia.
Yes. Oh, they are bigger. Why do
Yeah.
they look so small when I see them?
I don't know. They're pretty big. Pretty daunting because they're pretty
And then,
wild.
okay, no, maybe it's because I saw it in a tree. The tree must have been huge because that doesn't quite look like the possum. No, but look at the picture.
Well,
Possum. Look at
younger
no,
ones
that
are
yellow.
smaller.
The yellow. Look at the yellow picture. The yellow picture. Possum versus opossum.
What do you mean?
That's how I imagine it. The possum, the yellow picture right there in the top, on the right. That it has the possum and it's small, and then it says versus opossum, and the opossum is bigger. That's how I imagine
I
it.
need to see what you're looking at. Oh, you're still on that page. Jesus Christ! No wonder you.
Yeah, see the
Wait,
possum. Yeah, the
Is
possum's quite small compared to the opossum.
No. Much larger.
No, look at. Did you see the yellow picture?
Yeah, I don't know what the
Sure.
fuck that weird drawing was. That was weird. Oh, that's not even a possum.
But that's not even the
It's
well, the
some
possum you're
other
showing
kind
doesn't
of
look
possum. Yeah, I'll get your measurements.
No, but the possum that I'm thinking of looks more like a sugar glider. Yours looks more like an opossum.
Oh, yes. And that's what this thing is you were looking at.
Yeah, there's
Some sort
something
of
called a
sugar
possum.
glider.
Yeah, there's something
This
called a
thing.
possum that looks like a sugar glider. Yes, that is a possum.
Yes.
And they're small
Okay.
compared to the opossum.
Right. I wonder where those are from. Because we have them. We obviously have possums too.
But yours looks
But
like
they're
an
quite
opossum,
big.
just a different color and fuzzier.
There.
Yeah,
See
that's
it
an
in the tree?
Yeah,
Yeah, opossum on that side and possum on
the
the
possum
other.
on that side. Interesting.
Carry their babies on the back. See how fat it is?
So do opossums. Opossums carry their babies on the back. And the possum, the other possum, the little one that looks like a sugar glider, is a marsupial. I think it has a pouch.
Well, they definitely look different
Mm-hmm.
completely. One is uglier than the other.
Look
Oh,
at
well,
all the
both of
babies
these-
on it.
Both of these are ugly compared to the one that looks like a sugar glider. But I think they're all cute. The cutest one is the one that looks like a sugar glider, though.
Is the cuteness comes from the eyes?
I don't know.
what's
I think they're all cute. I don't know. See, but people will say that the animal's ugly, and I think it's cute. So I don't know how other people determine.
Have you ever had one like pretend to be dead and then jump up and bare its teeth at you and make a loud hissing noise and start coming at you?
That's
cute. I had one hiss at me, fake charge
Look at
me,
that.
and then passed out. And so I scooped him up and put him outside.
Australian cutie and American freaky.
Oh, see, yes.
That's
There's
a
the
bee.
tiny little possum, and then the opossum.
Picking up flowers.
With their spiky teeth pointed in every direction like some kind of friggin' monster.
They're adorable,
tell you
and
what.
they eat ticks, and I love the family of opossums that live under my back deck, and that is where the one that ended up in my daughter's bedroom will return to tonight.
See, but the idea that they eat ticks only makes them more repulsive because I know what a tick is. It's a blood-sucking varmint insect.
It's not an insect. It is an arachnid. It is a vampire spider.
Fine.
Thank you
It's
very
a
much.
bug, and it's gross, and it drinks blood. It's literally a vampire.
Exactly. They
Look
eat
at
them
it.
so they don't get to me and my dogs. Good for them.
Yeah, and that's nutritious and tasty to them.
Good. I want it to be. That's called symbiosis. They do something that helps me.
Okay, I also like praying mantises, but they're cuter.
Look at that filth.
Does the possum thing mean something as a connotation of some sort, or is it just a sound? What?
What do you mean? You mean
No,
what's the etymology of the word opossum?
Yes.
Just a minute.
So play possum means to, like Richard described, when they play dead, which is weird because opossums do that, but possums don't. So it should be play opossum, but and in Australia, possum is a term of endearment.
Huh.
It comes from the cross-dresser from the 70s, lady Dame Edna Everidge. She says, "Hello, possums."
Yeah, but possums are cute. From Virginia Algonquin, ope, as in white, and osom, as in dog, meaning white dog.
And possum?
Well, it's a derivative word.
Possum was,
Not
possum
quite as
was the
OP.
word that came from dog, and ope was the word for white. So, they're adorable, and they're cute, and they take care of pests. So I like them.
Which
How do we
ones?
define
Both
pests?
of them. The one on the right is the one under my daughter's bed, and it's scared right now. I'm trying to get it to eat so I can put it back.
If that
in the
was
home
under my
tonight.
daughter's bed, I would leave the house and set fire to it on our way out.
That's what I'm saying.
No, actually, one of its babies ended up in my house this last summer, and that's the one that tried to charge me and then passed out, and I took it back outside. But now either one of the babies is all grown up, or the mama is under my daughter's bed.
Okie dokie.
See, and you just think everything in Australia is trying to kill you. But
That
look
has
at
no
that
desire to
picture.
kill me. It's gonna. This is what's gonna happen. It's gonna eat and it's gonna sleep in there
It's gonna
during the
wait till
daytime.
you're asleep.
No, it's
and then
nocturnal.
It's munch on your face.
It's been okay. That thing. It's been in my house since last night. We were wondering what was on the floor last night. Now we know what was on the floor last night. It's been in my house since last night. It hasn't hurt anybody. Right now it's scared. It's probably I'm trying to get it to eat and sleep because they're nocturnal animals. And this evening, when it should be awake, I will go back in the bedroom and we will have our little thing. It will charge me. It will pass the fuck out, and then I'll scoop it up and I'll take it outside.
I hope it passes out.
Well, if it doesn't, it'll just hiss while I carry it outside. I've done that too.
Is it the same behavior that like in goats when they get stiff? Is that the
fainting
same
goat?
Yeah.
No, they'll actually go limp. They don't go stiff. They'll go limp. And actually, they're not really faking. They're really passing out. They're close to like heart attack. They're actually terrified little creatures.
Yeah.
Evolution is a bitch.
Terrible.
Well, the feeling's mutual.
We bred it into we've kept this breed alive as a novelty. The fainting goats. It's ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be lunch laying there ready to be eaten. That's what that should be.
Exactly.
Clever humans. Fascinating. I thought that's a natural instinct or something.
No, it was a mutation, but it would normally have not lasted very long and not got passed on because
I can see why.
Yeah, but
man found it fascinating, and so
we protected
breed
it.
them. Yeah,
and we bred them on purpose.
Which is really sadistic because we know that they are suffering quite a lot. Like they literally faint. Heart rate goes up, same as if we
are you
fainted from fear.
are you suffering when you're fainting?
If you
Until
faint from
you're out.
fear, yeah.
Just prior to it, yeah.
Well,
I mean-
if it depends on how you faint, right? Like if you're fainting from like I don't know. It depends. I would
If you
assume
faint-
if you're fainting
Drop of
because your
blood
heart
pressure.
is racing, I'm assuming you have pain somewhere, right? Like if your heart is beating so fast that you just pass the fuck out and go limp, I would assume you're experiencing some amount of pain before you pass out.
Okay, what's a faint? What's the biology of a faint? What happens there? It's a short
Normally,
circuit
it's
in
a
the brain.
drop of blood pressure, though.
Drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rapid beat, low pressure.
That can be, but that's usually like dehydration and heat and things, right? Like in the case of the opossum,
No,
they're quite literally on the verge of a heart attack, and that is why they pass
You
out.
can
And
do it.
I assume that's painful.
You can do it yourself naturally just from sitting down for a long time and standing up quickly. And the blood doesn't have time to get up to the brain, so you go limp.
So the brain gives the command to go limp. Therefore, it's
No, it's the lack of oxygen to the brain. So other things start to shut down first.
The brain loses consciousness. You're effectively immediately asleep.
Right. Which is painless.
Yeah, but it could be
it's
painful
not
up
the
to that
fainting
point.
part. Yeah, it's the fear that caused the fainting.
Can you faint while sleeping?
Huh.
I doubt it.
It's a
But
great
that is
question.
a great question.
I don't know if weird things happen in dreams.
I guess so, yeah.
But can you go unconscious when you're unconscious? I don't think so. Only
Oh, there's different levels of unconscious.
That's true.
You
Like
mean
the
like
different.
REM sleep and that?
Well, no, like a sleep. Not okay. Like
Yeah,
there's
lights.
not I'm not saying comatose, right? But there's the kind of sleep you can wake somebody out of but on accident, and then there's the kind of sleep where you can make a lot of noise and they are not moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Which
would
is
say
a
those
pretty
are
good
probably
sign
two
they were never
symptoms.
in a war zone.
So if you make noise and you're not waking up, it's like fainting in your sleep, like being unconscious. I mean, you're not responding to the environment.
I would say it definitely, at least it definitely shows a different level of awareness to the environment around you, right?
Right. I'll get that. Okay.
What's the sapphire plasma reactor?
Yeah, that's the
sapphire plasma reactor is an electrical flow in semi-vacuums using partial different gases to create different effects, where 1,800 volts DC is run in a plasma stream in that semi-vacuum through a cathode in the center. The cathode in the center of that experiment shows every sign of doing the things that our sun does. For instance, having a maximum input voltage of 1,800 DC volts, it sometimes will refuse to take all the 1,800 volts. Sometimes it would, depending on what the experiment was, and this can be repeated, it will sometimes refuse some portion of the voltage. It will also store up voltage, even though it's not a capacitor, and have discharges up to 10 million degrees.
Damn. So you're not going to like this video then?
No, this guy's a
some of you may
quack.
remember my Electric Universe
Come
DVD
on,
that I
Richard.
released a couple months ago.
No, I'll tell
which
you why he's a
dismantled
quack
the
as he goes.
Velikovsky
Okay. Oh, as he goes. Okay.
Fair enough.
nonsense put forward by the Thunderbolts Project and a handful of other pseudoscientific YouTube channels. You may also remember the bizarre
Pause.
interaction that immediately followed when Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers decided to send me physical threats by email.
Pseudoscientific, that's called poisoning the well. He's already made his decision. Now he's trying to influence what you think before you even know what the topic is.
True.
Fair enough.
Immediately followed when
Never noticed that the first time I watched this.
Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers decided to send me physical threats by email completely unprompted. So I then had to make a video exposing him as nothing more than a lawyer who pretends to understand astrophysics in order to make money on the internet.
Pause.
Unbeknownst to me prior to these videos, there are a lot of people out there who have fallen for these alternative cosmology.
Okay, Ben Davidson has 2 doctorates in physics. Go on.
Hoaxes and quite vocally defend them when provoked, which consists of regurgitating the rubbish spewed by their idols, blissfully unaware of the firmly established science they are contradicting. Beyond simply lashing out like toddlers who have been told Santa Claus isn't real, hundreds of these folks will reference one thing ad nauseum. That is the so-called Sapphire Project, which they view as a cutting-edge experiment that vindicates their worldview and is poised to revolutionize physics. So for those of you who are not familiar, what is the Sapphire Project? Let's go ahead and tell this sordid tale, starting from the beginning. In the 1970s, there was an electrical engineer named Ralph Jurgens who was a supporter of a guy named Immanuel Velikovsky. This science-illiterate crackpot was the original L. Ron Hubbard type behind the electric universe, who proposed that Earth used to orbit Saturn and that Venus used to be inside of Jupiter and was very recently ejected to fly across the solar system like a comet and suddenly settle into its current orbit in a way that defies the laws of physics. Meanwhile, lightning bolts magically erupted all around the solar system to carve planetary features, even though we can't see that happening anymore, nor is
Pause.
it possible in the first place.
Oh my
and all of this
gosh.
not because of science, but because of
Okay. Aside from the poisoning of the well and the constant ad homs this guy is committing, this guy wouldn't last 5 minutes in a debate, by the way. I mean, it's fine for him to make a video with nobody arguing. Let me see him actually debate somebody on any of. I would debate this guy. I would destroy this guy in a debate. Okay, just because a person could be wrong about something doesn't make them wrong about everything. Okay, so let's say he's wrong about the positioning of the planets and how they got to where they were. What's that got to do with the Sapphire Project? Oh, yeah, I remember now. Nothing.
Fair enough. Let's see.
because of some arcane religious mythology he was fond of. This is the nut job that inspired the people at the Thunderbolts Project and many other similar figures, and they all regularly cite him as some kind of visionary, which is enough to discredit all of them.
Yeah, the
Wallace
insults are
Thornhill.
flying thick and fast, aren't they?
Yeah, Wallace Thornhill has several accolades, has published papers, has made novel predictions before things happened, and was right. And I don't know why Wallace Thornhill has to be right about everything, but in his actually pre-stated observations has been correct, predicting future events in astrophysics.
Yeah, and he called that guy the L. Ron Hubbard, but he failed to mention he's the Jack Parsons of the JPL. Take that,
Explain
NASA.
that.
Oh, they were both in the blood magic stuff or sex magic.
Okay.
They did the Babylon awakening or ritual or whatever. So I was just making fun. I was making fun of,
And JPL.
Don't knock
sex
magic.
No. Define JPL for everyone.
Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Propulsion Laboratory.
I thought somebody may not know that. Sorry.
Point blank. Now, Jurgens extended this mythology with the claim that the way we know the sun to operate isn't accurate. As any astrophysicist will tell you, lots of matter means lots of gravitational pressure, so it gets real hot in the core such that nuclei
Pause.
slam together and fuse, and energy is released during...
What does he mean by no? Does he think science makes knowledge claims?
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we have deducted this based on the
No. In our current best theory, our best model right now makes certain novel predictions and states certain things are most likely to be true.
Correct.
Science does not make axiomatic claims of facts.
Correct.
Okay, then he's wrong.
Well, he by saying scientists.
He said no to be true. He said no to be true.
What's wrong with that? Do you think he claimed
Everything.
100% certainty? I don't think he did that.
It's anti-scientific to say no to be true.
Why?
Because the way if you wanted to say something like that, it should come out something like. You'll notice how I'm saying something like.
I know. You're very careful with the vocabulary. Yes.
He's being dismissive and clumsy and irrational and inaccurate for the thing that he does, which probably plays to a huge audience. But the way that should have been said is something like, our best present theories dictate.
Fair enough. Or we know.
Hey,
no, that's not the same as knowing. That's like saying science can't be corrected. As soon as you say no, it's a fact of reality. It's a truth that cannot become corrected later. No one says these things about the sun.
I see your point.
What theory of truth does science use?
Best plausible, I think.
Yeah. Highly likely or highly unlikely.
Sure.
Well, I mean, if that's what they use for a standard of what truth is, then it would be correct to say that.
No, they don't say truths. Stop that. They say facts. Go look up the scientific definition of what a fact is and what a truth is.
Well, a fact is an observation in science.
There you go.
Now, Jurgens extended this mythology with the claim that the way we know the sun to operate isn't accurate. As any astrophysicist will tell you, lots of matter means lots of gravitational
Appeal to
pressure,
authority,
so it gets real
appeal to
hot
majority.
in the core such that nuclei slam together and fuse, and energy is released during nuclear fusion, which keeps the star in equilibrium, also making it shine in the process. Basic stuff. However, according to Jurgens, stars
basic.
are not powered by fusion, but instead by electricity, and he came up with the electric sun concept. In a blatant display of projecting his area of personal expertise where it does not belong, Jurgens proposed that the sun, and all other stars, are anodes for galactic discharge currents. This means that, like a giant capacitor, the sun would have to be a positively charged body, somehow powered by a source at the center of the galaxy, with no evidence and no real science done to back it up in any way. We will expand at great length on how unbelievably wrong this is in a moment after we get
Pause,
a little more.
please.
I love it.
Okay. Would anyone like to explain to me why the equator of the sun in its near atmosphere spins faster just like the Earth does? Because in a gravitational model, that should be being drugged by the core. The core should be dragging it. It should be trailing. It does not trail. It leads.
Dragged.
Wait, why would it
drug?
Why would it trail?
Right, dragged.
Sorry.
All gaseous forms around a body spin faster around their.
And why would that be?
Middle. But basically, the reason we have like a pendulum, right? There's a larger separation between the center and the bulge around the middle.
Okay, so you're telling me that wind blows faster than the planet, all around the planet, in the same direction as the planet.
No,
and
no.
Your explanation to that is
it doesn't necessarily blow faster, but the wind will move faster around the center than it will around the edges.
Okay, so do we both agree that liquids can be more easily influenced by currents than our solids?
Yeah.
Okay, so would it make sense then that the liquids turn easier and faster than the solids? And of course, it would cause anomalous, tornadic type
perturbations.
Yeah, perturbations is a good word. Good excuse, perturbations.
If they were isolated themselves, and then you were to observe them, I would say yes. But then you got to take into account friction and pressure.
I'm taking into account friction and pressure. The friction and pressure of the planet not spinning as fast as the wind, including mountains and other such objects, and just basic surface tension and friction, should slow the wind down. And if the core was causing all of this, then what you should see is the wind trailing the solids. But what we do see is all the liquids leading the solids, which means they're being pulled by something else, not the core.
Okay, so when you say liquids, I'm assuming you don't mean the gas or the water on the surface.
Yeah, all the gases and all the regular, hydraulic dynamics that would be involved that would influence gases and liquids. Yes, I do.
Okay, because underneath the crust, I mean, if you want to call that liquids, some people argue whether it's liquid or just a solid under a lot of pressure. That tends to move slower.
What tends to move slower?
The magma underneath.
I'm not okay. No, I'm not talking about under the surface yet.
Okay.
I'm just talking about what's evident to our experience every day of the week, and it's been explained away in a way that does not make sense to the model, and everybody ignores it. I'll give you a decisive example of this. Calm day, warm day. There are no temperatures plunging and changing. Calm day in the park, and you see a dirt devil or dust devil or whatever you want to call it, a very, very small tornadic event in the middle of a calm day. There is no temperature rising and plunging local in the area. That is almost inexplicable in a gravitational model. That should not happen.
Well, but where are we using only a gravitational model?
In everything that this video is saying is necessary and everything it's trying to debunk?
Okay, because what we have in reality is multiple gravitational systems affecting each other. Frictional systems affecting each other.
Yes.
Right. So it's not just the Earth has gravity. How do you explain this?
You keep going under the crust. Why?
Well, it's not under the. I'm talking about the surface of the Earth to the wind above the surface.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that there could be magnetic anomalies which are causing these effects that we see in real life.
I would imagine the Earth's magnetic field probably has some effect. But as far as I'm aware, most of the explanation for how the wind moves differently than like the surface of the Earth is due to other gravitational forces on the Earth.
What other gravitational forces that are not centered in the core?
Moon.
So you think the moon? Now I can say, okay, moon, gravity, tidal effect. Fine. Do we see the atmosphere doing that?
Yeah.
And that explains the Coriolis effect?
No, I don't
because
think
we don't
that
have a
explains the
Coriolis effect in the ocean. What's that?
No, well, I mean,
we do have one.
You do actually in water. You do, but it's but
this is something I've never heard of. I'm willing to learn.
As far as the dynamics and physics are concerned, gas is a liquid. They follow.
Yes, that's why I said that.
Yeah. So they both exhibit a Coriolis effect. It's less noticeable in water unless you make something specifically to see it because it's just denser.
Well, it's thicker, yeah.
Yeah. But But I mean, but you also have things like just different layers of density and temperature, which will
Yes, that's
cause
fine.
different
That could
speeds.
cause convection. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Well, it's not only convection, right? Because you'll have the layers actually roll over each other, and it will cause horizontal turning too. It won't just cause vertical
No,
turning.
that's fine too. I'm absolutely fine with that. I understand there's layers of atmosphere and there's currents and high velocity stream jets. I'm good with all that. Yeah, that explains all that.
But on like the electric universe model, the only real issue with it, as far as I can tell, is that they're trying to say it's all electric.
What do you mean it's all electric? And what's wrong with that?
Because we know there's non-electric effects.
Could you tell me what is matter?
Matter is just a permeation in a field.
A field of what?
The fundamental forces. It's a fundamental.
Which are what?
It's the literal existence. That's what the fields are. They're not.
Yes. Everything is energetic. Is my point. Everything.
Yeah, but not all of it's magnetic.
See, the problem here is there's all this luggage attached to the misunderstandings, and there are some nut jobs who love Electric Universe. But somehow the nut jobs, being the squeaky wheel, get pointed out, and then the main theory dismissed, which, by the way, that's a fallacy of composition. It doesn't make the other things false that there's a nut job in the works.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember the guy's name, but he's like it's an older guy. He's one of the main guys. And I don't even know if he's still alive anymore because this was my information's like 10 years out of date.
Well,
right. He was saying that the whole entire, essentially the shape of the galaxy can be explained purely by electromagnetism.
Okay. And that's wrong because?
Well, for one, it doesn't actually work out mathematically to observation. Two, we observe
or disprove that.
We observe direct gravitational effects between bodies.
Wait a minute, you just hit a fallacy. Just because there's nut jobs picking on Electric Universe theory that think that Electric Universe theory denies gravity is nothing more than an obvious straw man. It does not.
No, I'm not saying he denies gravity. I'm saying that his claim was the entire shape at mass, right? Because he's saying at mass, because he's saying gravity's too weak at large scale to have any effect. He's saying it's totally explained by the electrical force, and it just doesn't match up. That's actually the original reason why the theory was rejected when it was initially first tried to be published, is that math didn't add up to observation.
All right. I mean that I don't have citations to claim the opposite, so it's hard for me to argue that because it's such a fine point that I haven't looked into it. But I don't know also that that's true. I don't know that it's false, and I don't know that it's true. But what I do know is that the gravitational model requires 99% of matter to be non-detectable, whereas if there is something that doesn't quite rationalize or the electric theory doesn't explain, is it 99% ineffectual in explaining?
Well, but it's 99% of the energy's unexplained, right? There's only, I forget how much of dark matter.
Yeah, but how are they measuring that? How are they saying what the standard is to measure that against to say that it's inefficient?
Well,
or ineffectual?
What they're measuring is observed mass compared to, observed matter that you can see to the mass effect over systems.
Okay, why are they saying that there's not enough matter for there to be that amount of energy? Because I don't know why we have to say something like a plasma stream over large expanses of space is dependent on some amount of matter. And don't we see that those kind of energetic transfers do gather matter together? I mean, literally non-conductors are drawn toward electricity.
Yeah, but when you're
everything
stripping plasma, you don't automatically get one charge over the other.
I don't understand what that sentence meant.
I thought you were talking because they say, and this is actually something that's true that they say that the most laymen are unaware of. Most of the quote unquote empty space is actually really thin plasma.
Yeah.
But it has a net zero charge, so it doesn't actually attract.
That doesn't mean there aren't areas of concentration and there isn't flow. You only need a differential.
No, there is
for
flow. You can see the flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, the problem is gravitational effects happen in a sphere. Right. They're relatively even.
Yeah.
Right? What we see in magnetic effects flow are not even. They're literally more like rivers.
Wait. If the river is north-south, that would explain why radial lobes have a north and south pole. It would explain why everything has a north and south pole. And without the dynamo added into the gravitational model, you can't have north and south. Like on a purely gravitational model, without some kind of magnetic energetic flow going through the planet, you'd never have a compass. A compass would do nothing. It would point down.
But I don't think anyone denies that there's magnetism. What I was talking about is the flow of plasma, not something acting as a magnet.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we see plasma jets north and south of galaxies, especially in young galaxies when they're near enough. Also, in every radial lobe every quasar we've ever seen has these.
I don't know about the north and south of that. We see plasma jets coming out of probably black holes in every galaxy that has them.
Sure.
Right, going to the north and south of the black hole, but that's not always lined up with the magnetic north and south of the galaxy.
What do you mean it's not always lined up with? You mean at a perfect 90 by 90?
Yeah.
No, it's not necessarily at a perfect 90 by 90. Why should it be?
Well, you were saying the magnetic north and south of the galaxy, but it's not based on the galaxy. It's based on the orientation of the black hole.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but it's attaching to the next nearest galaxy, or the next nearest large supercluster. That's what it's pointing at, which is not. Sometimes they're curved because the things are not in perfectly pin straight lines. So of course that they're not perfect 90 by 90 north south.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we observe anything in any consistency that shows that they're pointed at other nearby large bodies like galaxies. Because we observe a lot where like the jets actually seem to go out and then spin back around the galaxy they come out of. Like there's all sorts of things going on.
I'll have to look into that. I haven't. But I was speaking very great generalizations, talking about the majority thing and not talking about any specific singular event.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, if it's within a cluster, I no doubt, just imagining that they have to interact on some level because they're so close.
Yeah, of course.
That level, but I don't know. I don't see that being a major shaping.
Well,
of how the galaxies are formed.
It's fine to not see it that way, but now we're into opinions instead of observations. Now we're talking about how to judge the data.
Right, because let's put it this way: if you put plasma in a vacuum, and if you could put it somewhere where the effects of gravity are at least neutral to observation, right?
You could have a non-conductive sheet with matter on the sheet, and we've done that.
Yeah, but just having a cloud of plasma, right, won't make a magnetic field.
Right, you need a direction of flow.
Right, but you only get directions of flow because of gravity.
No, wait. Why did you say that?
Because all directions of flow are caused by mass interactions.
Wait,
you have to have the magnet first before you can have the magnetic field.
Well, yes, you have to have the magnet, but I think there's an assumption in that you're making because of bias that you can't justify. When you say that they happen simultaneously, which one's causing the other?
No, I'm not saying they happen simultaneously.
Yes, you did.
Because you can have mass without it generating an electric field.
No, you said in this the parameters that you created in your example, they happen at the same time, and I asked you which one causes which, and you're assuming which one causes the other.
I said
There's
you
no
have to
way
have a
for you to
magnet
show
first.
that. Yes, you said you said you have to have the magnet first to have flow. That's what you'd said, right?
Yeah, and it comes from mass. So you have to have mass. Then it has to move, right? And there's no magnetic field yet. But if it has to move to make a magnetic field, then
Yes,
what
it
other
has to
force
move
do
to
we
make it flow.
know that can cause the movement? As far as I'm aware, the only other thing we know of that can cause the movement's gravity.
Energetic flows will cause those movements every day of the week. You don't need a magnet.
When you say energetic flows, do you mean gravity?
No, I
Okay.
mean a plasma. Look, you can take a vacuum. You can create a lab near vacuum, right?
Yeah.
And have a direction of flow, and put physical. You could put the entire periodic table on pulverized on say a sheet of plexiglass, and run a stream through that, and it will sort the material, there being no magnet specifically anywhere.
When you say stream, where's the stream coming from and what is it?
From one conductor to another through the center of the vacuum, perpendicular 90 by 90 to the non-conductive plate, the quote unquote, I would call it a false anti-gravity, a space.
Okay, so you're kind of basically making a battery. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
I'm assuming you have a non-electric
that might be some of the unintended result. You would be creating some kind of battery, but what I'm saying is the energetic flow through that situation I just tried to explain will sort materials, conductive and non-conductive, by type, and at certain distances from the center of the flow, following Birkeland current sheets. It will do that. I mean, I can show you film footage of it happening.
Okay, but in order to get a flow, you need energy to be built up more on one side than the other side.
Yes, you have to have a direction of flow, or positive and negative.
If you have a space without gravity, how is that achieved?
What do you mean? I don't know what it has to. You keep throwing gravity in there, and I can't figure out why. You're going to have to help me with that.
Because it's the other.
You need conductors, and you need a differential. That's what you need.
But you need force to make a differential.
Yes, you need a difference in charge.
Yeah.
To have a differential. Yeah.
So if you don't have if you don't have any magnetism yet, any electromagnet, no force being observed there, how do you get it?
What do you mean if you don't have electromagnetism? Electromagnetism is a byproduct of flow.
Well, no, it's a field that in order to observe, you need a differential. I'm saying, how do you get the differential?
What do you mean in order to observe, you need a differential? Yes.
Yeah, for
that's true.
Any effect, right? But how do you get the differential without gravity if you don't have the electrical flow yet?
How do you get the differential without gravity if you don't have flow yet? More or less positive or negative charge to the atoms in the physical object?
Yeah, atoms are generally neutral.
Yes.
Yes, so you need to be able to separate them. He's like anode and
Are you
cathode.
asking me how the universe started? Is that what you're asking me here?
No. What I'm saying is you need mass and gravity first before you get any electrical effects.
You need a massive gravity first before you get any electrical. No, you need you need physical matter to exist. That's all
There
you
you go,
need.
mass and gravity. Yeah.
Why are you saying mass and gravity? You're assuming the consequent here.
So are you denying that matter has mass and makes gravity?
That's not what I'd said. What I'd said is, how do you know that the electrical transfer isn't causing the mass and gravity?
Because we can observe matter without electrical transfer. We can't. We don't.
That just
observe
means
it the
it's
other way
stable.
around.
That's all it means. Is that
Yeah, but we don't observe it the other way around.
Say that again. Give me an example of we don't know. What do you mean
So,
by that?
so atoms are just batteries of gravity? Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't even know if you could have a. I mean, you can use gravity for a battery, but you don't charge up gravity.
Okay.
Right. So we observe mass and matter without any electrical effects. But we don't observe electrical effects without mass and matter.
We don't observe electrical effects without mass and matter. Is that because we have no conductor there?
Well, I mean, it's because anything that's going to give off any magnetism is mass and matter. Has mass or is matter. Or both.
I think you're now over my intelligence level. I really don't know what you mean.
I'm saying this is why if you want to say assumption, that's fine. This is why the assumption is electrical effects are caused by matter interacting.
Are caused by matter interacting?
Yeah.
What makes us say that?
Because we observe one without the other, but not the other way around.
Yeah, you said that twice.
Yeah, I don't.
That's not that has no explanatory power for my brain. I apologize. I don't know what to do about it. But structuring that idea that way is not helping me. And if you want to explain something to me, you have to meet me wherever my brain is.
Okay, I mean, can you imagine a lump of matter that's electrically neutral?
I think that exists, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That is, it's stable. Okay, go on.
Can you show me any sort of electro or magnetic effect without mass?
There'd be nothing to compare it to. There'd be no way to measure that. Now we're just talking about a plasma stream through a total vacuum now.
Well, a plasma is mass. It has matter in it. Right, because plasma overall is neutral. You get the flow, the electrical flow in plasma because of mass.
No, the plasma has had the electrons or the protons stripped off of it. That's what gives it its charge.
No, but they're not free. They don't just fly out. They move out of orbit, but they're still around the mass.
Okay.
Well, that may be a good explanation of why Birkeland current sheets occur. Because there's physical matter orbiting the flow. Look, I don't know the answer to where the energy came from. I don't know.
Well,
but if the universe is a closed system, we have however much there is. Okay?
And we don't even know if it's a closed system. That's like way beyond.
Ultimately, everything's a closed system if you put a big enough set parameter out there.
I mean, logically, yeah, but maybe logic's wrong.
So I don't want to get into those kind of technicalities. I'm just saying I don't know how to justify why there is existence. Okay, I don't know how to justify that. I have no theory of that. However, I do know that transfers of energy due to a differential can both pull things together and explode them apart. All right?
Yeah.
And I think there's something about the way that you're saying it or the way that you're thinking about it, although I can't pin it down. I have right now no way to justify the intuition that in the way you're thinking about it, you've assumed gravity is the causal force. And if you assume that, then what I'm saying is not going to make any sense. And I'm not educated enough in this to explain what I'm saying well. However, I see its explanatory power is much greater than a pure gravity, which gravity I think is a magnetic effect on all matter caused by these differentials and these flows.
Okay, but if gravity is a magnetic effect, why does it not have a charge?
Okay, like I said, I don't have the words to say this, and you're going to have to give me some leeway in my lack of education. However, if gravity is an effect of a fourth fundamental force that we have not figured out how to measure, that would have so much explanatory power. After all, we only have definition of gravity in how it affects things and not at all what's causing it. So if it is indeed some fundamental energy transfer because of charge differential, and gravity is a byproduct of that, it would explain why most of gravity is missing, quote unquote. And it would explain why it would explain why you don't need dark matter, and it is the dark energy that we're looking for is this fourth fundamental force. In which case, that would explain why you have jets north and south in all these normal situations. Why it is that all the liquids move easier than the solids. Why it is that the core of the Earth would be still spinning after this long with that amount of friction. Gravity wouldn't explain why the dynamo in the planet even makes sense or can continue to spin. Why this planet has not cooled off, that we still have volcanoes. And why certain planets are cold and they should be hot. Why certain planets very distant from the sun are hot and should be cold.
I'm not sure how you're getting to all these claims. I'm unaware of any of these things being true.
Which things being true?
How gravity can't explain why. I mean, the core doesn't really move that much. It's for like the outer core that moves.
What do you mean it doesn't move that much? How much is that much?
I mean, in comparison, and I have to look up the speeds. I don't know the speeds off the top of my head.
I don't really mind how fast or slow that it's moving.
But a magnetic field is caused by an outside flow moving faster than whatever's inside of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
A magnetic field is caused because there's an outside flow moving faster than whatever's inside of that flow.
Okay.
By the armature going around the stators, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
I'm unaware of planets being hot when they should be cold because of gravity and vice versa.
I didn't say because of gravity. I said because of a dynamo.
Why would if a dynamo is an explanation, then how is it?
Let me put it this way. Mercury is weirdly cold and dense. It has an abnormal, gigantic magnetic field around it. Yet it's volcanically dead. So the idea is, what's that?
Wouldn't the solar storm going around?
Okay, but
Mercury caused the.
How cold do you think Mercury is?
On the non-sun facing side, pretty damned cold.
Yeah, but that's expected.
I mean, its day is longer than its year, and since it rotates on its axis so horribly slowly, the non-sun facing side is flipping cold. Something like
but how's that?
Negative 400 degrees Fahrenheit or something. I can't remember the number.
But how's that an issue? We see the dark side of everything being colder than the light side of everything.
No. It's not just a matter of it being colder.
Right.
It's volcanically dead. Yeah. It's got a gigantic magnetic field. But the explanations that they're coming up with is that the core of it has a really active dynamo, but it's volcanically dead.
But like, what are you saying strong? For Mercury
Magnetosphere
here?
at Mercury.
Yeah, but how? Like, it's like 1% of Earth's magnetic strength. Is that where you? And I'm not sure.
Are you talking? What do
You're
you mean by
saying it's
magnetic
strong. I'm
strength?
just trying to see the scale of which you're saying is strong.
I'll look up some stats for you. Maybe.
But isn't it just the solar radiation flowing around Mercury what gives it its magnetosphere?
That's part of the explanation for it. Yeah.
Okay.
That it's received either large impact or several smaller impact, which blew off all the lighter material. That it's almost 100% iron, and though it's volcanically dead, there's no dynamo. They're now saying that the sun must be causing its magnetosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that's a hell of a lot of explaining stuff away.
Well, I mean, you say explaining stuff away, but it might just be an explanation.
Well, it might just be an explanation, but it's simpler to say that at that distance from the stream, the Birkeland current sheets that are formed in there are very, very tight because they're nearer to the center of the stream. Of course, there's interactions between Birkeland current sheets. And when you get two sheets, which just that's the way it works, you get doublets. When you get these doublets, it's going to attract certain materials at a certain density and keep them trapped, and it's going to roll them. And if Mercury complies with all of that, it's a much simpler explanation than everything else we have to explain.
Is it? I think it's simpler just to say mass flying off the sun going around an iron ball makes a magnetic field. Because that matches up with everything else we observe.
Which makes it a glorified, like Earth's core, a flow.
Yeah,
And
basically Mercury would be the core of the magnet.
What's
now
the
it's starting to
difference
sound
that
like
we
we're
would
saying
expect?
the same thing in two different ways.
That's what I was just about to ask. What's the difference between the two expected results?
Well,
I
I
really
mean-
don't see where the disagreement is.
Well,
the
I'm
only
not
difference
sure what
is
saying from did you say the flow or the? I forget exactly how you phrased it.
probably poorly.
But do you mean because I'm aware that the electric universe theory says like suns are the way they are because there's energy basically flowing through them from
Yeah,
this.
essentially it's
like,
saying a
network.
light bulb.
Yeah, so when you say when it's that close to a flow, do you mean that flow or do you mean the stream of particles coming off the sun?
Well, that would be the stream of particles coming off the sun would be a different flow. That would be an outward flow. That would be pushing it away.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't be keeping it near and keeping it circling.
So,
Well, yeah,
so,
no,
the
it wouldn't
flow,
be
so the flow going into the sun would have to be transferred somehow into the radiant flow.
But the flow, but
No, the
the flow-
Birkeland current sheets will automatically separate into these doublet sheets
Uh-huh.
and trap things between the sheets. And that strength of that is greater than the gravitational pull.
Okay.
is the flow? Does the flow generate gravity, or gravity generates the flow?
That's it right there. You summed it up, Ed. Which way should we look at this?
Or they're both dependent upon each other.
Okay, well, let's put it this way: if the sun is charged from this flow of energy that's like a network through space, right?
Okay.
That means there's an in and an out. Now we've had
Yes.
satellites going around the sun, and
Yes,
this if this
at the equator
inflow-
and never above or below. Keep
Yeah.
going.
But if you have this amount of energy going into an object, like enough energy to keep the sun running, why is it that we can't see any of that?
What do you mean we can't see any of that?
And
How are we
energy-
looking? How has money been devoted to looking at that?
Telescopes. There's a bunch of them staring at the sun.
You think a telescope should see a plasma stream?
On that level, yeah. We're talking about
What do you
running
mean
the whole
at that
sun.
level?
Yeah, on that amount of energy.
You know, plasma will go between matter and still transfer energy with no matter there. And what do you expect to be illuminated?
Wait, what do you mean? Plasma is matter.
Yeah, it's a different state of matter.
Why is there? I don't know how to say it, Hillary's. Maybe you can.
I think you mean like it's going through the particulates. But yeah, I don't know why it would be visible at a 90-degree angle from its input, from its line of travel.
So the sun
You
is.
don't think there's any? You don't think there's anything? You think
Yeah,
this is like
I would
perfect
expect some
beam?
leakage. I would expect some leakage, and if there's any sort of stuff around the sun that it would interact with, that would give off some sort of glow.
And we also see no gravitational effect.
What do you mean we see no what have we put above or below the sun?
There is no lensing on the north and south end coming in and out of the sun.
Which suggests what?
It suggests there's no matter flow there.
Because there's no gravitational lensing, we think there's no matter flow? Is that what you said?
Yeah, if we're talking about the scale that would keep the sun running, you should see something. Right, even if it's a perfect beam and there's nothing coming off of it,
which
you would expect it to interfere with stuff behind it. You would, even if there's no lensing, even if you want to say there's no lensing somehow, it still should be in the way of things.
It should be in the way of things.
Yeah,
because there has to be actual. Slow down, man. I'm trying to ask a clarifying question. I can't hear you speak when I'm speaking because in my head, my voice is louder than yours. So what'd you say?
That it should be in the way of anything we could observe behind it.
So you're just going to say the same thing twice?
Yeah, that's the question.
I heard you. I heard you. You said it twice in a row. I heard you the first time.
Okay.
Okay. Because there has to be actual physical matter there for there to be a plasma stream. That means there should be something physically in the way.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, we're seeing stuff radiate off of the sun in all directions.
Yeah.
And that also is matter.
Yes.
Can you tell me why they shouldn't be balanced and you shouldn't have the same effect in all directions?
Not necessarily, because photons have mass when they're moving, but they're not matter.
Does it cause interference or not?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So why shouldn't the interference be balanced?
Because you have a concentrated inflow. I'm guessing right? But the sun, what the sun irradiates is just spread out everywhere.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, yeah.
Right. And if you have, I'm assuming there's an outflow, and maybe there's some difference in what the sun shoots out that doesn't go out the outflow, but you should expect way more coming in than what the sun puts out.
Way more coming in than what the sun puts out.
Yeah, because you have
way more matter coming in than what the sun puts. It seems like it should be balanced.
Yeah, it would be almost perfectly balanced. With
how new is
it siphoned off?
It's balanced if you add in the outflow, right? Because there has to be an outflow. Right. So what the sun excretes in all directions is way less than the inflow because that doesn't include the outflow. So what do you mean balanced?
I would think what I mean by balanced is because you were talking about the way that we detect light, because you were talking about gravitational lensing and things like that. I'm assuming you mean the way that we detect the electromagnetic spectrum, that there should be some kind of an anomalous north-south stream at the top and bottom of the sun. But at what proximity are you talking about? In like eight light minutes away, at something about a 0.00001 degree angle, looking across this atmosphere and the stuff coming out of it, would we be able to tell the difference between the plasma stream going north-south in and out of it? And will we be able to differentiate that between the magnetic field of the sun and the photons coming off of it? Because we do see tornadic north-south on the sun. We do see tornadic events in the upper atmosphere of the sun. So I don't know what you think we should be looking for that we don't see.
What would the mass equivalent of the energy stream be?
Yeah, but you also, it's not, the stream isn't just located in the solar system. This is a stream coming from outside the solar system into the solar system, into the sun, and out of the sun. Right?
Sure.
It's not just there where you're getting radiation, babies.
Yeah, but the further away it goes, the less radial angle you've got, and so it'd be harder and harder to see any gravitational lensing.
No,
so
that's
I
what I'm
would
saying.
expect it to be greatest somewhere close to.
Yeah,
the
but I
poles of
said
the
even
sun.
if you ignore gravitational lensing, you have physical matter blocking objects behind it.
Sure.
Okay.
Why don't we see any of that?
What makes you say we don't see any of that?
Because we haven't seen any of that.
So you think that the plasma should be visible and it should be blocking stars that travel behind it?
Even if it's not visible, even if you want to say it's not visible, say it's invisible, it should still be. If it's matter, it should still be
I'm
blocking.
fine. That makes sense.
Well, let's assume there is gravitational lensing and that it is pulling it around it, but it's so quick that you can't see it.
We have not taken a picture of the north or south pole of the sun. Okay, we just haven't done that.
Looking at the sun. Yeah, sure.
We look at it based on about the equator. Okay, and for you to say that we don't see anything there, I see two problems with that. We do see something north and south of it, and we assume that's the tornadic north-south poles in a gravitational electromagnetic model, right? We do see effects there, and that's how we've extrapolated what the top and bottom look like, which is why you can look up pictures of the top and bottom of the sun.
But what I'm saying doesn't have to do with what the sun looks like. I'm saying you have this mass flow of matter coming into the sun, and then also it leaving the sun, but we see nothing that would correspond to that being the case.
And the second problem I have is, who looked? And with whose money?
That's ever looked at the sun. Or
really?
even anyone that's looking generally in the north direction or south direction of the solar system.
Because we have 8 different cameras in different spectrums of light looking at the sun all the time. I can show you on NOAA.
Yeah. And when we have some that aren't looking at the sun, but they're looking at the north and south of the solar system.
But
still
none of them are looking for a plasma stream like that.
But none of them observe a blocking of light.
But I mean, the density would have to be almost like a string of micro black holes, wouldn't it? If the energy is so huge and it's going through the sun, and only a tiny minuscule amount is radiating out in the form of, heat and light. So I would think the gravitational lensing would have to be extremely high. Why wouldn't it?
Well, I'm trying to do this without knowing, like if we haven't observed it, we don't actually know how much is coming in and out.
Right.
So I don't want
But
to.
we can project. We can project. My question would be, what's the ultimate source of all this energy that's going through the stars? Is this just from vacuum state, 0 point energy?
I would say that the high end of the differential, which apparently balances out to 0 overall. But the high end of that.
Okay. Maybe time itself. Maybe time.
Oh gosh, it's so hard to say.
Can I ask how does stars die in the electric universe?
Same way light bulbs blow out. And it looks like a light bulb blowing out too.
So it's because of too much energy in?
Yeah, versus the mass.
So what about stars that don't explode?
They have not reached that disequilibrium.
But the model explains that too.
What do you mean that the model? Which model?
The electric universe model.
Yeah. It predicts it. I mean, it's necessary. That would happen. I mean, if you have a certain amount of physical matter, right? And it is so ionized, it is so energized that it has ions coming off at the rate that we see in our star. And we know that material is coming off of it and that new materials are being created by it, never mind that. It's going to use up some amount of mass. Now, if you decreased the electrical flow at the same rate, it would never blow up. But if the electrical flow, I mean, there's a gate in there where it works, and there's an end to those gates where there could be so much mass, it wouldn't glow. But there could be so little mass, it just explodes.
Okay, so where are the observations of these streams coming in and out of those stars? And the increasing compared to the mass and the decreasing?
Every quasar ever, also several spiral galaxies.
Okay, but in quasars, we see mass exiting both ends, not entering any end.
Yes, and you should.
Okay, but then where's the inflow?
And it's usually from the poles.
Yes. They are at the poles generally. It doesn't have to be perfect 90 by 90, but yes, north and south. And we do see a flow there. And why do you think that it wouldn't draw in both directions?
No, it's expelling in both directions, not drawing in both directions.
Yeah, I was talking about the filament, not the object. Why would the filament not be drawing matter in both directions?
Well, if you're saying this is all a magnetic system, you would expect to see a positive and a negative.
I think there is a positive negative flow, yes.
Yeah, well, that implies one's an inflow and one's an outflow.
Yes.
Yeah, so then why do we not see an inflow?
Okay, let's say we were talking only about the north. Let's just talk about that first. And I mean, I'm way beyond my wave cuffs here. I'm just experimenting with you and seeing what's going on in your brain compared to what's going on in mine. Let's say there was a north, and that north was positive. Let's just say that, okay? If it's a positive flow, if it's going in, toward the planet from north. This is also comparative and arbitrary, but it's flowing downward toward a star, right? For instance, should there be material collected locally, which would be pulled toward that source? Well, if the energy is going down, then it's effectively the same as pulling matter up. That's the same thing. So would I see a stream on the north? Yes, I should see a stream on the north. Now on the south, where it's exiting and the stream is going the opposite direction, the only thing I need for a southward facing jet is that there's local material that it's drawing in from the surrounding area instead of the body. And I would still have the same effect, except now it's going toward the body instead of away from it.
Okay, then why don't we see that?
What do you mean we don't see that?
We see plenty of quasars and other things with streams that go out both ends where they're not taking in any matter.
What do you mean it's not taking in any matter?
It's not absorbing it from around it.
How in the hell do you know that at those distances?
Because you can see accretion disks of matter around things when they're pulling them in.
No, that's another. That's an accretion disk, and I'm not talking about disks. So why is the disk indicative of the jet?
Because it's not necessarily indicative of the jet, but that's what it looks like when a high energy system is pulling in matter. You get an accretion disk.
Oh, so you'll always get an accretion disk.
Yeah, as long as there's enough matter.
So if I see plasma jets, I'll always see an accretion disk?
If the theory is that's where it's coming from, then yes, you should.
If that's where what's coming from? The jets are coming from the accretion disk. Is that what you said?
Well, you're saying, what do I need
I
to
said
have
surrounding matter.
Yeah.
Look, again, you're assuming a gravitational causation here where I'm not.
Am I?
Yes, you're assuming a gravitational accretion disk where what I'm saying is the natural strong point is surrounded as a toroid around the pinch point, which the pinch point is the main conductor there, which that toroid would cause what you're calling an accretion disk. That is, it would draw in matter, it would be at the equator, it would be spinning around the object faster than the object spins. All of those effects would take place, but even with that, if it's drawing other matter that is not part of the accretion disk, you would still have a jet.
Wait a second. Your explanation, you said it not too long ago, that all the gravitational effects are electrical effects, right?
Yeah, I think everything is an electrical effect.
So if we observe accretion disks when something is bringing in matter,
yeah,
and your theory says it's an electrical effect, then this is an internal critique. It's not saying it's gravitational.
I think gravity is part of it.
Okay.
It's just not the dominant force.
Okay, so you want to hypothesize that this thing, whatever, like a quasar, is bringing in enough matter to supply these big jets, but it's not somehow not enough matter to make an accretion disk.
What? Those are not contradictory. They happen simultaneously in plasma discharges. You can have a pinch point. Okay, try to imagine Zeus's classic lightning bolt.
I don't think so.
Okay,
you mean this like the shape of the lightning bolt that he throws? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a scepter in his hand, where it's a unicorn horn facing one way, and then a pinch point where he's using it as a handle, and then a unicorn horn going the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now we can make that happen every day in the lab, no problems. Okay. And they will twist in opposite directions. And the centers of those, I'm saying, would be the apparent jets, where there's material being drawn from either surrounding area or from the body, the cathode itself, either one, right? And that would be indicative of a flow, but the jets are still trapped in the middle of the unicorn horns. Like, think of it as the flesh of the unicorn horn, but the toroid is separated and not influenced greatly by either unicorn horn, which when Zeus holds it in the middle, his hand is covering the place where the toroid would happen. Okay. So in some representations where it's not in his hand, they'll actually include the toroid. But those aren't contradictions. It's not one or the other. It depends on the amount of flow and the scale, whether or not you get that toroid disk. And all I'm saying is, what you're calling an accretion disk, I'm calling the center, the plane of the toroid. But those don't, because of the way the energy works and the way that it flows, there's not enough force in between to transfer matter from one of those areas to the other. They're trapped in both cases.
Okay, but plasma is matter. It's just coming from somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff out there. I don't have a problem with it came from somewhere besides the planet and besides the accretion disk.
Okay, so if it doesn't come from the accretion disk, does it come from the object itself that's shooting the jets?
Well, I would think the stream going outward would be drawing off of the cathode, and I would think the stream coming inward would be drawing from the surrounding space, not the cathode.
Okay, but these objects, we see two outflows, no inflow.
yes, they both would appear to be outflows. What shows us that other than radio wave, that there's something flowing outward in the situation in the exact situation we're describing here?
Well, just observing how gases and liquids move. You don't even need to know about anything else to know that those are both outflows. They literally expand. They literally expand and plume out like they're gaseous.
What do you mean they plume out and that shows that they're outflows? No, it does not necessarily. And I've already mentioned the pinch point in the center of the toroid disc.
Yeah,
It's written right here is A, unipolar inductor. So it's only, everything would appear to be inflow, right?
Well, I mean, a unipolar, I guess, could go both in or both out, but it'd be...
Yeah, depending on the charge.
Yeah.
Whoa, someone catch me up with those terms. Hillary's, catch me up with those terms.
A unipolar magnet would only have north or only have south. So anything that had a south magnetic charge would be attracted to a northern unipole, and anything that had a magnetic north would be repelled from a north unipole.
See, it was sentences like that confirmed to me I did not find a way to justify these religions together. Because I like you just explained it to me. Now I need an explanation for the explanation.
Ed, I'm tapping you in.
Okay. So you understand when you have a magnet, there's a north and south.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when we say unipole or monopole, we're just saying that there's a magnet that doesn't have one of those.
Were both those terms meant the same thing, unipole and monopole?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, could you pick one and then start that sentence again?
Yeah, a dipole has north and south. A unipole would either be only north or only south.
Good.
And so anything that has a north charge would be attracted to a south pole, but it would be repelled from a north pole.
Okay.
So if the energy going into the sun had a south pole and the sun was a north pole, it would go in. But then when it was inside, anything that had the opposite charge would be cast out from the sun.
I believe you. I don't understand it.
It would be like a DC current, flowing into something and then being used, I guess might be another way of explaining it. It's not quite as good.
Being used. Okay. So because of photon output, material output used.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I still don't think I get it, but that's okay.
Well, he brought it up in relation to these objects that either have both inflow or outflow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because if it's so predominantly just electrical, right? And you see both ends of it doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
You would assume that it's a monopole.
Okay. That sounds like you guys found a way that you plausibly could justify it in actual observations. That's what it sounds like to me.
Maybe. I mean, but it would be the only observations of a monopole in reality.
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, we've never observed a monopole.
Well, atoms, right? Isn't a proton a unipole?
I mean, no, because it doesn't have a magnetic field automatically. It just has a electrical charge.
Right.
Yeah, monopoles and dipoles are magnetic.
Okay. But anyway, I think that works for a proof of concept, though.
I don't know. You guys are way over my head, but it was interesting to listen to. Maybe my brain will pick up something from it later. Perhaps I need to dream on it.
It's just I mean, and like I said, my information's out of date for the Electric Universe thing. But there were a handful of challenges. that they were
It's worse
asking
than
to do
out of date,
experiments
you
on.
know. It's worse than out of date. It's like when I talk to someone about the Bible and they start going, "Oh, 24 Jesus, ha 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 ha." You get that kind of static noise too. You know, so it's worse than and I'm not up to date, which is why I don't talk about all parts of Electric Universe, and I immediately dismiss all of the stuff that's woo like. I want that out of my field, out of the noise, you know. But there's parts of it that seem to be, to me at least, pretty darn solid, and having overall more elegant expression than what I see in the most popular theory.
Richard, what do you think is the thing that we got it wrong in our model, our current model of explaining the universe?
The thing that we got wrong in our current model of explaining the universe. Can we size that down to maybe galaxy?
I mean, what is that thing that you find it disagreeable with our current understanding of our current cosmological understanding?
Okay, it doesn't make sense to me that we can't find 99% of what's there. That's the first problem I got. The second problem I got is that we know that everything is energetic. All the forces, it seems, that we've discovered so far are energetic forces. Why would gravity be different? It's an energetic force too. And just because we don't have a way to sense the source of gravity, all of our definitions of it are like descriptive in how it acts instead of what it is. And I'm just saying that it seems more sensible to me to say there's this fourth fundamental force that we don't know how to test for, and we're seeing gravity as a side effect of that, and a small side effect, but we see a larger effect of it in some kind of something that looks like sort of what we see in magnetic flow, you know, in current flow. And that's what actually is causing all of these things, not this 99% of stuff we can't find. Now, if that's true, that would explain why the arms of a galaxy lead the center instead of falling behind of the gravitational pull. And you wouldn't need dark matter to explain that.
I have to agree with I Am Batman. Gravity is not a force. I mean, we perceive it as a force because we see it in action. But gravity is the, what is it? Is the way the space-time curves, or something like that.
Well, if I spoke robot, I might have understood that. Anybody else?
I understood and I agree. It is the topological curvature of the manifold that we're in. Yeah.
Oh, it's my internet. If you can even understand this, gentlemen, I really enjoyed it. Have a great day. I'll catch you later when the internet connection is better.
Okay.
Good to see you, Richard.
Man, all the two big brains have left.
I know.
Sherb left too?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Pixie?
It was him and Sherb talking, right?
Yeah, they both left. Serb wrote "Gotta Go."
Oh.
But this was a fun talk, and I'm sorry that I
Can't
initiated
believe
it.
I can't believe Serp left.
And now that the big brains have gone, here comes Sparkle.
Oh.
And I'm making coffee, so I'm gonna mute.
Okay, well, Dean is definitely right that gravity isn't a force because the forces that we do consider force have force carrying messenger particles, right? Electromagnetism has the photon. Strong force has the I think there's a gluon, and I think that the weak nuclear force has the W and Z. I don't know. It's been a while, but gravity doesn't seem to have a messenger boson at all.
What's the Higgs related with this? Isn't the Higgs boson related with gravity in
Well,
some
the
way?
Higgs boson, from what I understand, gives particles, gives elementary particles their mass.
Yeah.
So because gravity is a byproduct of mass warping space, you could say that the Higgs boson gives rise to gravity. But then
Indirectly, yeah.
yeah. But it used to be that people that they thought there would be a graviton, right? Because
Yeah.
people did think that gravity was a force itself. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess trying to find a graviton is still.
What do we mean when we say force?
Uh,
What's a force?
that I don't. Let's see.
Do we imply any kind of agency to this word or stuff like this?
No, how do you apply agency to a force or to anything really?
Well,
Can agency be applied to humans? We like to think it does, but how do we really know? Sorry if it's getting too philosophical there.
When we say force, we mean something that is acting in a way by itself.
Right, but but something that acts by itself doesn't necessarily mean it has intent.
How do you know?
I don't know. How do I know? I don't know. Like at that point, you seem to be anthropomorphizing the force.
Yes, but is there a cause and effect chain in defining something as a force?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Trying to play the devil's advocate here and trying to put will in stuff. It's not working. Wonder why.
What's going on? What's not working?
I was asking for the definition of a force. What's a force?
Anything that has energy that can produce output, I guess.
By itself?
I don't know. Force. In physics, a force is an influence that causes the motion of an object with mass to change its velocity. That's it. That's the definition. And then in English, the definition is the capacity to do work or cause physical change, which is basically the one that I gave, the definition I gave.
So what generates that force then?
Anything. It could be self-contained, like electromagnetism, or it could be a mechanical force that has to be transferred via some mechanism.
Right.
But curvature would not be a force. That's a shape. So gravity is a shape, not a force.
Are we right to see the universe in 2D as flat?
That's one possibility. There's also 10 spatial and 1 time dimension. That's the Riemann metric tensor. And then I think there's another one that has like 26 possible dimensions. And they do that even though we don't know if it actually exists, but it makes the math work better.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to talk about space when you can't localize it in a way.
I'm pretty sure space-time is just a human mental construct. It's our way of trying to understand something that we really don't understand.
Will we ever understand it?
Not as long as we have material or organic brains. You know, maybe if we're like a super hive mind computer, we might.
What's the difference?
Super hive mind computer could have silicon, and you can have a whole lot more transistors on it than, you know, than neurons.
So transistors are better than neurons?
Well, I'm not entirely certain, but I think that Moore's law for human brains is already played out. I don't know ultimately what the complexity for silicon chips will be. Or if we're going into qubits, which is what they're trying to do, how many qubits can we put on a millimeter cube of silicon or whatever?
Yeah. Do you subscribe to the digital physics kind of stuff?
I don't know exactly what digital physics is, but that is quantum mechanics, yeah.
Digital physics, I think it says that the universe is a giant computational device.
Oh, yes, I do. I definitely do.
Really?
And yes, Odin, that is basically what they are.
What is it?
He said, aren't neurons a form of transistors? And yes, that's my understanding.
Ox is very funny. He is defining force. He or she. I'm sorry, Ox.
He. It's he.
What was this fascination with Daddy?
Oh, that's a song. And the fascination, I don't know. I don't. But it's there, calling people daddy and mommy. I know 100 years ago, married couples called themselves mother and father.
Right, but in the collective culture, we don't think about in the sky and says, "Oh, mommy, give me rain." You know, it's always father gives me rain.
Well, it depends on the culture. There are some matriarchal ones,
but they died out anyway.
And then there's Mother Earth, and yeah,
exactly. The mother is always on the earth. The father is in the sky.
Matriarchal societies aren't completely gone.
I know. There are like
just,
seven tribes left.
Yeah, they're just tribal.
Yeah, but I'm curious. Why do we think that the mother is under the father? And
the expansion of Greco-Roman philosophy.
I mean, is it important who's on top on
not
on
not
the
to
bottom?
me, not to me.
No.
The Egyptians had the guy underneath, and the woman was the sky spread over him.
Actually, I think anybody who thinks you enter a relationship where you're one or the other is up for a disappointment. I mean, you're both. You're always going to be both.
I mean, you're gonna take turns, but one has to be under the other at some point.
Well, no, you learn to compromise with what is more important to who.
No, right? I'm talking about sex now.
Sex specifically?
Yeah.
There's a fascination with men being on top? Why?
Dominance. That's the way it plays out in the West. And like I said, it goes back to Greco-Roman.
Yeah, even about the homosexual acts. The homosexual acts were abhorrent for the person who was taking it, not who was giving it, which would make him the on top guy. Like,
is that what led to this whole missionary style thing?
I guess so, yeah. Which is weird, I agree, but
dominance.
That's so so weird.
Yeah.
I
That's
just
why
I
the-
don't I don't think like a woman being on top, I don't think is necessary. Like I don't think that makes her more dominant. I just
Well, that was the Jews' excuse for why Adam and Eve had to be, or at least Eve had to be created twice. Is the first one was Lilith, and she wanted to be on top, and somehow that wasn't acceptable, even though that would be my preferred position.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, if it is an act that the partner wants, in what way is that not being submissive? Like, I don't understand how that would display in itself, like, inherently display an act of dominance.
Yeah, it's just a pissing contest. That's mainly what
I
guys
mean,
do.
there is, there is.
I mean, boys literally will like line up and see who can urinate their stream the furthest when they're young, and I think that just continues on through adulthood.
Yeah, well,
I don't think so.
You don't think the pissing contests continue like in the corporate world?
In the corporate,
Uh-huh.
well,
I
when Hillary says pissing contests continue, I don't think
Yeah, I
she
know.
means literally.
Right, it becomes metaphorical.
Yeah.
But that's just the nature of humanity, all right? Many of us are competitive. We'll be like, okay, my piss, like I can piss farther than you, or I can do X, Y, Z better than you.
Do men generally feel more dominant when they're on top? Because I'm not a guy. I don't know. Like, to me, this is a weird concept. But you are guys. Do you
Kind
generally
of.
feel more dominant?
Yeah, because you're the one moving, whereas if you're laying down, a guy can move his hips, but that's about it.
But when you're on top, you're doing the same thing.
No, when
That's what I'm
you
saying.
not me.
Aren't you both moving in both positions? I don't understand.
Well, when I'm on top, it is from my wrists and elbows all the way to the tips of my toes. I mean, I'm totally getting into it. But if I'm on the bottom, it's just my
You're
hips.
working.
What the fuck are we talking about?
We're talking about sex. Who's
I
on
know,
top?
I know. Sex and dominance.
Yeah.
Well, because I never looked at a position as like being a dominant position, right? Like, to me, that's more like in the manner and the actions taking place, right? Like, not the position itself. And so it's weird to me. And I'd never heard this before, so I'm asking the guy's perspective.
I think the dominant position comes from the ability to immobilize the person on the bottom. You can hold it.
Yeah.
Its hands.
Yeah, you can excuse me, you can pin them down, or tie them up.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think,
Sorry.
I think that's why Adam was against the lift being on top. Like, bitch, you're not pinning me down.
See, that doesn't make any, like, never mind. I'm not going to say it.
It doesn't make any sense. You're gonna say.
That's
I
true.
I wasn't gonna complete that thought because it was just no.
Oh, okay. I'm curious about it, but all right.
Okay, so how can we explain that the father is in the sky and the mother is on the earth? What's the reasoning there?
From what I understood, the reasoning there was because the reason the Earth is the mother is because the Earth is how do I explain it? If you if you look at the concept of a mother and a father, right? It would make sense that the Earth would be the mother because it's the thing that feeds us and sustains us. It's the thing that's here with us, right? And it has that more nurturing, feminine aspect.
So
and
in that
therefore,
case,
the
the woman
concept
would
of
be
the
better.
Earth would be the mother, right? Now, the father is ultimately responsible, right? Like the provider or whatever. And so you take that, you take the sky, and you take the sun, and you take that. But it's not the direct.
Yeah, it's I guess it's an illusion of the hierarchy, right?
Not the hierarchy. The Not a high. It's not because you have these concepts in
No, but I mean,
No, hold on. You have these concepts in matrilineal societies, and so it wouldn't make sense if it's based off a hierarchy to put the woman underneath the sky, right? This is just about social schemas and how they viewed, like as a general, the mother is it's the nurturing one. It's the one that has to feed the baby, right? That's where the baby gets its nutrients from. And in the same way, the mother feeds and the earth feeds and provides for humanity, right? So it was about the characteristics and the attributes, and not about a hierarchy.
well, and that's the point I was making. Somebody could look at that. Somebody could look at that and say, "Oh, there's obviously a hierarchy. The woman is on the bottom and the man is on top." But as you described, no. It's also the same thing when it comes to totem poles, right? If I remember correctly, the person at the bottom is more connected to the earth. So they're in better standing in the community. When we say, "Oh, you're at the bottom of the totem pole," you know what I mean? It's a way to be derogatory towards someone.
Yeah, even though the concept is backwards, we do that a
Yeah,
lot. We did that.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
But to go back to that, divine splunge. What was the word?
Yeah, splooge.
Splooge. When the sky rains, it
Mhm.
makes the earth grow, fertilize
Yes.
the earth. Therefore,
Yes.
that's why the Father is in the sky, to fertilize
Yes. It symbolizes the semen, whereas the earth is the womb. She nurtures and accepts the child and does everything, whereas the father just does a little quick work and then it's gone. You don't see him again for a while.
Yeah. Therefore, because the earth is fertilized from the heavens, from the sky, is not the creator. The sky is the creator. Or
Yeah, the earth is the vessel in this scenario. Although he would say that the sky is part of the earth, that it's the sun that would then be the father, probably.
what do you do at night then? Things grow at night as well. Well,
Yeah, but the father has, in this case, the light would be the semen. So the father would fertilize during, the 8 to 12 hours of daylight, and then it would continue growing in the mother's womb throughout the day and night. I wish you could see my hand gestures when I'm doing this.
I know. That's why the mentality of the duality of gods. There was the Zeus, the good Zeus, and the chthonic Zeus. The Zeus where everything is night or at asleep. So there's a duality that is always at work, regardless if it's day or night. Therefore, the sun is always working. The sun, the divine spark or something. And the instants of the gods are available at day or at night. Therefore, the day realm and the chthonic realm. Am I making sense? I need to stop drinking. That's for sure. Okay. I deny that Earth is a living creature. Yes. I don't know what life is. That's why. Earth was born.
Earth has living creatures, but I don't know that itself is life.
I mean, we don't have a workable definition for life, though, to identify life. Do we?
Not really. Everything's gray lines, right? Where consciousness lies, where agency lies, where life lies. It's all kind of fuzzy.
Yeah. I heard yesterday that I was on Discord and I declared myself as a physicalist. And of course, I got a lot of palms on the head because you can't declare yourself a physicalist because of Hume induction problem and stuff like that, and you have to leave some leeway for the things that can happen. But there was this guy who was a transcendental idealist, I think, and he said that there are concrete objects and abstract objects, and concrete objects are localized. That's why there are concrete, and abstract objects you cannot localize them. And I was thinking, if you cannot localize abstract objects, then them are everywhere, therefore nowhere. And how can you get an abstract object into reality, like, and make it a concrete? If you cannot identify, if you can't localize it, how can you identify it? Because you can't, because it's not localized.
Right.
Therefore, everything is physical.
Everything has to have a physical manifestation. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is it really so hard to accept that the physical can give rise to the abstract? Like,
It is for some, yeah. I mean, is it physical to see physical, or are you perceiving the physical as physical?
wow, what a Mac! I know. So I know your English isn't your first
I
language.
know. I'm working on it. I mean,
But
do we perceive things as physical, regardless of what they are, or are them physical and them are telling us? Are physical things telling us that them are physical, or are we seeing them as physical? Are we are detecting them as physical, but we don't know what they are.
I would say that last one, that we are interpreting them as physical, but they aren't really.
I mean, I think I've said once that I do find it interesting how I know Serb said it before, but I would just bear with me. How it's mostly empty space, even though it isn't. Yet we're able to touch something, and to us it feels solid. You know what I mean? Like the electromagnetic spectrum is making it so we feel we experience the physical world around us. Right now, our eyes are also photon detectors. That's you can't really deny that they detect photons. So obviously, obviously we're going to experience the world as best as we can, in how we see it. Now, obviously, there are people who are blind or visually impaired who experience the world differently than other people. It's really funny to consider that people who are blind or visually impaired actually see more clearly than people who have
I know.
20/20 vision. It's
Dean would like to know what each of us thinks about if viruses are alive or not.
Wait, what?
Okay, don't look at chat because I've already answered. But what do each of us on the panel think? Are viruses alive or not?
Oh, viruses have always been in this like gray area, right? Because if I remember correctly, there are the seven criteria about about what constitutes life, what separates life from, I don't know, a rock, ability to reproduce, to change, to respond to stimuli.
A rock can reproduce. Why can a rock reproduce?
What?
A rock can reproduce.
I mean, no. When's the last time you seen two rocks have sex and have a little rock?
Why do we have to think of sex? I mean, under the right circumstances, a rock can be produced.
I'm not talking about Pixie. Go ahead, please.
What? Oh, I don't even know what y'all are talking about right now. I was still thinking about
What
the question.
characterizes life?
Well, see, I'm stuck, and here's why. But I don't know why you're stuck. Here's why I'm stuck. Because, like, in my mind, a bacteria is a living thing, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So,
Why?
and then I thought, well, a virus isn't a living thing.
Why?
Because, hold on, because it is, like, where a bacteria, even if it's replicating, it's replicating with or without a host. But a virus seems to need a host in order to replicate itself and pass to a new host. But does that mean it doesn't have life, or does that mean it's just a parasitic life? And that's where I'm stuck.
In college, we define that as non-life. Virus is non-life because a parasite would have to reproduce by itself and then to feed off something else. But if it's using something else for its reproductive method, then it's no longer alive. It's just information.
But what if it depends on being attached to or inside a host before it can replicate itself? Would that not before it can reproduce, right?
No,
like lays
if it's-
eggs or something.
Right.
Would it not be
I'll
similar
answer
to
your question. I'll answer. No,
Okay.
that would be fine. If it has to attach itself or be connected to something else in order for it to reproduce, that's fine. But if it's forcing the other thing to do the reproduction for it, that's different.
Okay, so then I'm back to my original answer where a bacteria would be life and a virus would not.
Correct.
Okay.
And Richard said the same thing that I did on my first biology test in college. Volcanoes and sedimentary, well, he said it differently. Volcanoes and sedimentary pressures may birth rocks, but they don't produce within themselves. And what I said was that volcanic rock is alive because it auto-reproduces, from the Earth's magma. But sedimentary rock is not alive because it doesn't produce itself.
It
It's
depends on an
accretion.
outside force.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
Hmm.
Well, I was close. I was getting there. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
So to the label alive is for things that are taken from somewhere. No, for coupled things.
There's like 5 criteria that are, and I don't even know the exact number, but there's a certain
7.
number of criteria. Okay, 7 criteria that are taken as a guideline for describing life, and adjusting itself to the environment is one of them.
Right. So a cooling magma is adjusting itself to the environment.
Yeah, it cools and hardens to form a solid.
And sand is not adjusting itself to the environment as well?
No, because it's being abraded. If it abraded itself for some purpose, then it could be alive.
Right. Okay. So it's external forces acting upon it.
Yeah.
As in cooling yourself, but temperature affects cooling, which is an external force. External action, or external environment.
I don't believe so, but because I was reading the chat, I can't really explain why. Like if we would say the cold cracked it into different rocks, then I would say yes, that's an external force. But cooling itself is not an external force; it's radiating out the internal force.
So the force is within the rock, not outside the rock.
Right.
Okay. Got it. So in the case of a virus, because the virus cannot it doesn't have anything in itself, inside of it, to make himself.
Correct. If it had some sort of a mechanism where it could assemble matter to reproduce itself, then that would be fine. But because it can't, it just injects its information into something else, and that other thing has to do all the work, all the energy, accumulate all the matter, then it's the other thing doing the reproducing.
It's just reproducing corrupted, like material based off corrupted instructions, right?
Yeah.
So that
Well,
makes sense.
we view it as corrupted, but yeah, it's just information.
Well, it's corrupted if it's not compatible with the host it's dealing with.
Right.
Right. I mean, aren't we too arrogant to think that we are the only ones who are in the possess of consciousness? I mean, we look at rocks and they do nothing, but are them doing absolutely nothing?
I don't know. I think that's a great question because I think we've proven ourselves wrong over and over again, right? We said animals didn't have emotions. We proved that wrong. We said plants had no communication or ability for recognition. We've proved that wrong, right? Like there's so much we think we know, and we just keep proving ourselves wrong over and over and over again. So I really don't know. Like, again, it's one of those fuzzy things. How do you define that, right? Because I know that other animals have agency, and I know that other animals have self-awareness and a sense of balance and justice and fairness. And you know, and so is that an example of consciousness?
I mean, consciousness has to start from zero, and not only from zero, from 0.000000001 or something. You know, I mean, I think is a gradual thing to our consciousness, and that's not to say that we are on the top of what consciousness means. But to say that a rock is unconscious or not capable of consciousness, we have no rights to say that. Can I word it this way?
Right. Yeah, if they have any sort of sense organs, we just haven't identified them. We don't know what their lifespan would be. It may be thousands upon thousands of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard's got some good zingers in the side chat.
Yes. I love Star Trek quotes.
Well, that's just it, Skyworks. We're we're choosing to take a very broad position so that we're not excluding things that might otherwise fit. Yes.
I mean, to exclude things from what life is to know what life is. And we can formulate a definition of what life is, but we are not sure of it.
Language is always that way, though. Very mutable. And we change our mind a lot.
That's one of the things, because we live in a man-made world, we have to deal with this kind of stuff. I mean, everything about humanity is descriptive. There's nothing our entire understanding about the stuff around us is completely descriptive.
I think the
And-
best and the worst thing about us is we think too much.
Oh.
Fair. But can we think too little though?
Can we think
course
too
you
little?
can.
Definitely, yeah.
Yep.
How
If you
would
don't
that
feed, if you
look
don't
like?
feed yourself or maintain homeostasis, then yeah,
How
that's
you?
too little.
It's also how you get eaten by the lion. You know, like,
Yep.
not enough thinking going on.
Feeding yourself to the lions, I think that's thinking too much. Not too little.
No, I said that's how you get eaten by the lions.
Ah.
Not, yeah, not thinking enough.
Yeah, being a plant-like animal. What is wrong in saying that we take all our information data from our sensory input? I mean, is this the only way to observe the universe, through our sensory data?
Many philosophers would say no, and especially if they're theistic philosophers.
Okay, what are the other ways of observing the universe except sensory data?
That the laws are written upon your heart.
The God-shaped.
Yeah.
God shape in your heart. Okay. That's how is that
Such a
making
weird idea.
Yeah.
Plus, like, nobody matches, so explain that.
Hmm.
But you're agreeing, Richard. Experience, therefore mind.
Yeah, I think, therefore I am. Or I am, therefore I think. Can I say that? Or that's...
I appear to think, and therefore I appear to exist. That's the way I would say it. Because I totally disagree with Descartes.
Is that saving you from solipsism?
No. But I view myself as a communal solipsist. I only exist if I interact with others.
Oh. That's interesting. By others, you mean other existences, other beings, like
Yes.
rocks, volcanoes, clouds, stuff.
Yes, humans.
Humans is at the bottom level.
Mm-hmm.
Remote viewing. Oh, come on.
Well, that would
now
be a...
losing my religion is stuck in my head.
I didn't know that song, so that's why I put the one after Richard's.
You don't know losing my religion?
No.
R-E-M.
I've heard of it. I just... Yeah, when I read the lyric, I have no clue what that is. But I never really cared for REM or U2.
Oh, U2, definitely not. U2 are trash.
There's a couple of good songs from both of them, but they're not somebody like I just had to have their albums or something.
Yeah. How you doing, Heretic? Welcome to the show.
How am I doing? That's an interesting question.
Do you exist?
I think so.
How do you know that?
Because I've just been drinking lots of beer all afternoon and I'm pissed out of my fucking head, but I've no idea what anybody is saying or how to pass it.
Was that Carling?
No.
Thank God for that.
It's very uncalming. I really dislike this feeling.
No, not calming. Was that Carling that you drank?
No.
Okay. That's why I said. I despise lager.
Me too.
There you go.
But
Great
I'm still
minds.
fucking pissed out of my head.
That's good. Means you're thinking. I don't know what I mean for that.
I am really, really attempting to think. I don't know
No,
how much it is working.
I think
I don't think I've ever heard you sound that way, heretic.
when we are angry and pissed and displeased, it means that there is a certain dynamics inside our heads. That there's some battle going on, which makes us thinking very hard.
I think there's an equivocation on the word pissed. I am not pissed as in angry. I am pissed as in I have drunk too much alcohol. And I am drunk.
Are you impaired?
Yes.
Okay.
And I really, really dislike it.
Oh.
And again, I don't think I've ever heard you this way, heretic.
Which way?
Like, I don't know. You have this
Which way?
There's
Think
this like
carefully.
drop. There's this drop in your voice. Like your voice is like lower, but you sound like, okay, even when you're fighting and you're angry, you have this like jovial tone that's just not there right now.
No, I'm very, very unhappy with myself.
Oh, join the club. And that's when I'm sober. What do you dislike about yourself at the moment, at least?
Being unsober.
A lack of control, maybe?
Yes. Yes, it is my ultimate responsibility to be responsible for everything that I do, everything that I say, every aspect of my being. It is my responsibility to be in control. I feel like Wild Heart at the moment, to be in control of every aspect of that.
But can you truly be in control of every aspect of that?
Yes.
How?
My personal responsibility of my reactions to every control.
But
Not to every control. My personal responsibility to be in control of every action that I undertake, every breath that I take, every word that I say. That is my responsibility. Nobody else can take responsibility for that, and I cannot deny responsibility for every one of those things.
Aren't you a determinist as well?
What's a determinist? Please, I don't really know these sorts of words when it comes to philosophy.
You have no real choice, just the illusion of choice.
No. Well, I mean, that doesn't really matter. I still retain absolute personal responsibility for every action that I take, because it's a decision that I take within my brain. Whether I am theoretically imposed upon by some other being that determines that I will undertake that means absolutely nothing to me. It means zero. Every single action that I take is already a determination that I take. Whether I've been coerced by a third party that I am unaware of is irrelevant.
No one is implying that. What I meant is that you determined yourself, like 4 hours ago, to get drunk now.
Well, I didn't, but I then did. But I didn't.
So are you blaming someone else than you?
No. The blame is totally on me. Me solely, 100%. No one else. I imbibed the alcohol and I ended up in this position.
You can't truly blame yourself if it wasn't truly your fault, because you have.
No, it is truly my fault. It is truly, absolutely my fault. It was never my intention to be like this, but it is how I am, and therefore it is my responsibility.
Okay, so what are you gonna do with this responsibility? How are you gonna manage this situation?
Fall asleep.
Fair enough.
That's
Yes.
the only solution. And the alternative is I chat on here and I annoy the shit out of people.
That's all right. You know that we love you regardless.
Thank you very much, Ed.
Indeed.
I just wanted to make it very clear that I have imbibed alcohol to an excessive amount, and therefore I may well talk shit.
That's okay. It either way, just I'm still very, very glad you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Is it a bit boring at the moment?
No.
Because believe it or not, I am most days quite fond of you.
Rubbish.
So you say.
I know.
So because you just arrived in our conversation about life, how do you define life? Do you think we have a viable definition for life?
That's a very, very wide question. Have you got any further context to it on where you'd got to? Because
What is that?
The meaning of life or actual what is life?
Yes.
The latter.
Yes, the latter.
Holy shit. I mean, you can get into solipsism, but I don't want to go there at all, because I think it's a load of bollocks. So life is existence. And then you go, does a rock feel life?
Yes, but is existence a property? Can we think of existence as a property or as a condition for properties?
A requirement. Existence is a requirement for life. But is it the only requirement? Do rocks have life? I don't
We were
know that
discussing
they have
that.
life. I don't know that they have life.
Okay, how can we know?
I don't know.
Well, we did decide certain types of rocks are alive and certain aren't.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, if something has... oh, man, wow. Wow, this is really heavy. I think I need to sit back and listen to you lot rather than me talk.
That's fine.
Yes, you wish.
Don't worry. I need to pee. I'll be back.
Well, the workmen are all done here, so nice and quiet.
I mean, I can still read. My eyesight is still good. Odin said, alcohol is not needed for heretic to talk shit. I completely agree, Odin. Yes.
He was responding to Richard just above him.
But there are levels of shit.
And which level do you normally speak?
A level of choice, level of shit. Whereas in this position that I'm in, it could be a reactive level of shit, which could be just stupid.
So normally firmer and more compact, and now just sort of diarrhea.
That sounds quite clear to me. Yes, that sounds quite clear. That sounds like a good description. Just general fucking full of shit. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
May not be making any sense whatsoever, and may well deny it in the morning.
That's okay. If that happens, I will not mention it in the morning.
No, me either.
Well, I mean, I can't deny that I was pissed, but I can deny that whether what I say is what I actually understand.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, is this what Wild Heart feels like every day?
Someone asked that in the chat. It's like, are they confirmed? They're the same person? No, obviously Heretic has a much smoother, more melodic voice. And a sophisticated discourse.
I don't know, but I would assume it may be a little magnified because it's been so heavy and consistent.
Richard Manson. There's a first. Heretic's not going to not interject. There we go. I'm not going to interject. I am muting. And Richard, please come in and talk shit, please. Please.
He was earlier, but he had a connection instability, so he left. Hopefully he'll come back.
He just said, I might explode for no reason and talk a bunch of shit and deny it in the morning, but Richard, please come in and talk shit. I'm just pointing that out.
Is it true that when you're drunk, you're in a different brain state? Therefore, your neurons fire in a different way. Therefore, you are able to think differently.
They don't fire in a different way.
No.
No. But it deactivates certain portions of your brain, like your frontal cortex. It helps decouple it, suppress it.
So we are becoming more chimps when we're drunk?
Yeah.
That explains a lot. Is the prefrontal cortex the only thing that keeps us human?
Not the only thing that keeps us human, but that it helps regulate action, judgment, decision making.
Yeah. Well,
Language?
I guess if you're gonna put it like in non-scientific terms, I would say your prefrontal cortex is what speaks rationality to your amygdala. Your amygdala is your so your amygdala is your
Emotion center.
Yeah, it's your fight or flight, it's your
Yeah.
emotions, it's like all that, right? And your prefrontal cortex is kind of like what reasons it down, like keeps it in check.
So a question. If the amygdala is the emotional state or the emotional area of the brain, and the prefrontal cortex is what controls those emotions, the question is, do women have a prefrontal cortex or not?
That's adorable.
During 3/4 of the month, they do.
That's hilarious. Do you know there was actually
It depends on the
actual
lunar
theory
cycle.
about the reason why women are more emotional than men? And the theory is, or was, it's probably outdated. It's been a long while since I've been in psychology class. Forgive me. But the reason they said that they thought could explain it is that on average, the gap between the two hemispheres of the brain, on average, is bigger in a male than in a female. So even if we were firing the same chemicals at the same time, the leap that those chemicals are crossing isn't as far for a woman.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know whether that was psychology or biology.
Well, we were into Pavlov and social schemas and gender roles and the differences between the sex. I just remember that because it was in the same chapter as the example breakdown of the couple at dinner, to show that men were like very action oriented and women tended to be very verbal.
Well, verbose is something that I would say that women are, but if men can control their emotions better than women, is that a learned thing, as a nurture, or is that a natural thing?
Probably like everything else, it's both, and where that line is going to be hard to find, right? Because there's definitely like, if a like society generally teaches men that they should be tough and not have emotions, right? Like the phrase is "man up." It's nobody, it's very, and so how much of it is taught, I'm not sure.
So that sounds like nurture, you see.
I think it's both. I think it's a combination of both.
I don't know. I don't know. Because there are many women who can act in the stereotypical men way. But there are also now so many men that have been brought up in single households that act in such a feminist way that goes against that idea, that it starts sounding like it's more nurture rather than nature. And maybe in the past, we nurtured boys because of gender roles and because of this distinction of society onto what boys do and how boys are, what girls do, what girls are. And the question then moves into, actually, did they have it fucking right? And we're just fucking everything up?
Well, first I picture a man, then I take away responsibility and repercussions.
But you can say the same of a woman, though, right? I mean, you can say take a woman and take away any responsibilities or repercussions. You're not going to have a very decent person.
Pixie, I think that's where we're at. It's where we have elevated a lot of people, irrespective of gender, to a lot of different roles, and yet a lot refuse to take responsibility. And that's not just women. I mean, I'm talking at the highest level of politics here, where there are many, many, many men who will deflect and refuse to take responsibility totally.
Is that because you have a definition of man in
And that
male?
might be it. You might be right, Ed. I mean, this is where I come from with the going back to the original roles, the gender roles, the societal norms.
Yes, but you see, when
being a societal construct, and maybe it was right in some ways, but maybe everybody needs to be taught to be personally fucking responsible and to remove their fucking ego instead of just lying the shit out of everything that they do in order to not take responsibility.
I was going to say we've been infantilizing society ever since the 60s.
Oh, come on.
Yep.
Why? Because of drugs and hippie style?
Well, no, actually, because the people returning from World War II, they had the children that were the baby boomers, that they wanted them to have so much better than they had. So they put so much care and attention into them. And then a lot of those grew up to think they were like the center of the world, center of the universe. And so then in the 60s, there was all the social upheaval. Then in Vietnam, people, it just went from there.
I think what he's saying is it's been a slow move to where we are, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
It always cracks me up when baby boomers complain about millennials. Because they're not even getting the right age group. A lot of times they're like, oh, those, and I'm like, I'm 38 and I'm a millennial. You get that, right? But yeah, they're always complaining about the millennials. And here I am, and I'm like, do you realize that millennials were the older millennials were raised by baby boomers. The younger millennials were raised by Gen X, the kids of baby boomers. Mm-hmm. So if we're such a mistake, right, we're your mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So how about you stop telling me you had it right?
And that is the precise argument, Pixie. All of these men, a lot of the men nowadays who are doing bad things to women have been brought up by women alone. And that's a major, major querying question mark.
What? Why is that so mysterious? Women hate each other.
No. Well, oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, well,
Also, the women taught men to hate women.
Richard,
No,
you've taken me
stop.
down a really, really strange route there,
No.
but I think
First
that was a
of all-
joke. I think that was a joke.
People hate what they're dependent upon.
But every person that is brought up has a woman in their lives. I mean, we're talking 99%, okay? And a hell of a lot of these women in their lives do not have a man that actually provides a different perspective. So the question that I ask is, how the fuck have we got to this place if women are meant to be so good? What the fuck is going on?
It's not that women are so good, right? It's that humans are humans, and all of history has showed that once we manage to make something good, we will find 1,000 ways to break it until we have to start all over. And the cycle's not going to continue. It's not going to stop. It's just not.
I agree with that.
But is the purpose of a man to bring a different perspective? Is that why it exists?
The purpose of a man and the purpose of a woman, that's the word. Hillary's, you hit it on the head.
To complement.
Compliment.
So to give something that women doesn't have.
For both genders, a man will teach
And,
girls certain
yin
things, and a
and
man
yang
will teach boys certain things. Yes, compliment is such a brilliant word. Well done, Hillary. Thank you.
I understand that in the aspect that it's not that like a single mom is bad for being a single mom. Sometimes they don't have a choice and they do a wonderful job, right?
No, exactly. I'm not blaming them. I'm
But
not
there's a
blaming them.
dynamic there. There's a dynamic there when you have partners in the household, because they learn a lot from watching that, right? How you compromise, how things look when you disagree. But beyond that, like I would say I learned from watching the relationships around me as a kid what I wanted and didn't want in a relationship, right? Like what was good and bad in that aspect. Little things that you soak up that you don't realize you're soaking up, right? And so if you're not exposed to those things and you don't know quite what you're looking for, that it's not that the absence of that was harmful to you. It's that it leaves open the ability for harm. Does that make, I can't explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Pixie, let me ask. Do you understand how? The how is a really important word. Do you understand how men determine those sorts of things? Or do you only understand how you, as a woman, determine those things?
Why is there a difference?
No, I'm saying
yes, there's
that
a big difference.
There is a big difference. And like I said, I can't relate completely. All I can say is from my experience, I can understand how from my experience, I can understand how things like that could cause harm, and even if it didn't cause harm, leave room for harm to be created, such as something as simple as not knowing what you're looking for.
Okay, causing harm. Men can cause harm physically. Men need to understand that. Men need to receive harm and understand the power they have. And when a man understands the power that a man has, they understand they have to control it.
You're promoting teenage violence.
No. I'm promoting the control of potential violence. The potential
Which
of
is
a
learned
man.
through teenage violence.
Younger than teens.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying it happens.
Oh, I agree. It's necessary.
Why?
Because without
Because
it,
when you don't let a 13-year-old boy fight with other 13-year-old boys, he doesn't understand what injuries are.
yeah.
And then when he loses his crap at age 23 and punches a woman in the head and kills her, he's in jail.
Yeah.
It's the golden rule. And you need to learn the golden rule when you're a child.
Yes, but what do you mean by child then?
You don't think that
Young enough. A child is somebody that is young enough that they're generally opposing somebody that's around about their own age. They are not using weapons. It is about their own power. They need to understand. It really fucking hurts when somebody hits me in the way that I have hit them. Oh shit. Now, somebody that is bigger than me, if they hit me, I'm fucked.
So the only way to understand that hitting is inflicting pain is to be hit.
Not the only way, but it is a fucking good teacher. And it comes early. Children are competitive, right? Especially boys. Yeah. Young boys are competitive. They will play fight. They will proper fight. They will do everything to beat the other person. They will also bully. They will be nasty. And they will be bullied. And they will determine their way in life. A lot of the way in life for a lot of people is they will prevent bullies from being bullies because they're big enough, hard enough, strong enough to actually look down at these people and stop them from doing it. And they may well get hit in the process, but they can hit harder and they can show without actually hitting harder that those people must stop.
Okay.
This is a key part of male. This is a key part of masculinity.
Okay. What makes them think that they can hit harder? What was that driving force?
Hierarchy. A hierarchy develops in your youth, in your schooling age. Where are you on the hardness scale at school? So are you hard and tough or are you weak? Are you going to use that hard and tough to protect others who are hard and weak, or are you going to be a bully? And the bully needs somebody bigger than them and harder than them to come and slap them down. And that is the essence of learning masculinity. You must protect others with your masculinity. You must not use your power in bad ways. And
how can you know bad ways?
Because you learn that through society, through your father, through the concept of the golden rule. The bad way is, I'm going to do shit. The golden rule is, if I do shit, if somebody does shit back to me and they're bigger than me, I get hurt. I don't like it. Therefore, I won't do it to others. It's the golden rule. It's very simple, but it's also really complex.
I can see that, yes. It is also said that males are proposing other males to the hierarchy. Was it Jordan Peterson that says that the males are getting other males up in the hierarchy to make it visible for the females? Therefore, that's why females are taking those males, because they are made visible by the other males. So that's the hierarchy that you're referring to?
No, this is a male hierarchy.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of a certain perspective, there are many other hierarchies. There always are, always will be, in every single field. Women also have their own hierarchies as well. Women will understand if there are hierarchies. If they're all 10 out of 10s and they're all aiming for the number one top hierarchy man of a certain characteristic, then the world is fucked. But if they understand their hierarchies and they understand, actually, I can't aim for that type of person, but I can aim for that type of person, then hierarchies start working.
People should know their place. Is that what you're saying?
Their place gets sorted pretty quickly in any social situation.
Sorted is a brilliant word again, Hillary's. You said it again.
Sorted by who? Sorted by who?
Sorted by you as well. You understand your position. Me, right? I'm going to talk about me. I am just a standard average fucking bloke. I could never achieve the status of a fucking superhero top hierarchy guy, but I'm not going to fall down below either. And so what do I deserve? I deserve average.
Yes, but you see, average looks for itself.
No. Average people will come together naturally because they're average. Higher level people will come together naturally because they're higher level. So let's have a look at male versus female. A man who is high level is usually high value because of his status, because of his income, because of how tall he is, because of his physical physique.
Whatever the definition of man is.
A woman, in terms of a man's determination of what's at the high level. So I'm not talking about a woman's determination. I'm talking about how a man determines a woman. It's always initially about looks. Do you fancy them? But it then gets into, then you start understanding them. Are they a nice person inside? Because
I'm sorry, not you,
beauty is not just skin deep. Neither is fucking ugliness. Ugliness comes from deep within.
By the way, it has been said that you will see beauty when you'll see it. You'll recognize beauty when you'll see it. Is that the same? Is the same principle applied to ugliness?
Yes.
Because you know beauty, or because you will know ugliness when you'll see it?
Beauty
in the same
is a
way
scale.
as
Beauty is a scale. It's a scale that goes from really fucking ugly to really fucking beautiful. But it's not skin deep. That is merely the first impression. The first impression of beauty is merely how you look. The deep impression of beauty is how you are. And if you're fucking ugly inside, well, you're fucked.
But being deeply fucking ugly inside is in your eyes, not mine.
Exactly. So you have to determine what's ugly and beautiful to you, and I have to determine what's ugly and beautiful to me. That's
Okay.
the point. That is the point.
Can we meet at the middle?
I can't meet. I don't know what your determination is. I don't know. I can make a decision. What happens is that society generally makes its own decisions, and nice people will end up together, and generally ugly people will
End up
on their
alone.
own. Yeah, exactly, Hillary's. Because no one likes them.
Why? Why not?
Because they're fucking ugly. Ugly as people.
Sorry.
I'm not talking about beauty. I'm talking about inside. If you are ugly from the inside, nobody fucking likes you because you're a cunt.
Too simple. Explain to me Marquis de Sade.
Well, I don't know Marquis de Sade, Richard. I know how to spell it.
Well, we're gonna go into pain and suffering and how we like pain and how we like suffering, and there's a thin line between pain and pleasure, and we likely want to go beyond, and some of us doesn't want to go beyond. And
I'd say that a lot of that is.
I'm confused, Ed. I'm really confused.
Why?
If somebody receives pain and suffering, and because of it, they become ugly inside, they're still fucking ugly inside. I can't help that. I can't help that. I don't know what it is you're saying.
I think he's saying a woman who is like domineering and verbally abusive is not something you would consider beautiful, but maybe like a superstar, like to somebody who has a fetish for such things.
Right. It is beautiful, arousing.
Let me ask, is ugly arousing? Which I think is what Pixie just said.
It could be. That's why the ugliness of that person is beautiful.
Okay. I would not find that beautiful.
Because it's not arousing to you?
Ugliness is ugly. Ugliness to me is bad. Therefore, ugliness will never be arousing.
Is ugliness a lack of beauty?
Depends on your definition of beauty. If you're talking about does somebody's looks, like let's take the number one.
Don't say tits.
No. The number one woman in the world as the most beautiful looking woman in the world, right?
Okay.
If they're ugly on the inside, they are ugly throughout.
I'll tell you what attractiveness is. I have a universal definition for attractiveness. Aspects I would want to see in my children.
Yeah, fucking brilliant. Wow. Yes. And then you can do nothing about the fact that they don't end up like that.
Yes, but not really, Richard, because you want to have sex with attractiveness. That's why it's attractive.
Have you ever, Ed, have you ever not fancied somebody at first? Then you've got to know them.
Yes.
And then you have found them.
Yes.
Wow, these people, and you've had a relationship. And
more attractive.
I have. I spent a few years with a girl who I really, the first time I saw her, I didn't find her good looking. I didn't find anything about her attractive at all. Then I got to know her over about 9 months. We ended up in a relationship for 3 years, 2 or 3 years. And I still perceive her as the person that I loved the most in my life.
Is this the definition of a soulmate?
You could possibly say that, I think. Maybe. But not necessarily, because they might be the soulmate of somebody else. I mean, my relationship ended. It ended because it ended. It doesn't matter why, for whatever reason. It was just boredom or whatever. I was young, she was young, and whatever. All I'm saying is she was not a 10 out of 10 in anybody else's fucking eyes at all, under any circumstances. But once I got to know her, she was a fucking superstar. And for me, she was unbelievable. But it wasn't going to continue. We were too young together. It was like, and you know.
No. Don't give motives to why not. how is it possible that I can be the soulmate of you and you cannot be the soulmate of me? Or
because you're looking for something and they're looking for something else.
but the fact that I discovered something in you that reflected back to me, was it my projection or
You're a human being. You have desires. You have determined that you want that thing. You have determined that that thing is the best thing in your life and that could be the best thing forever in your life. The other person has their own determinations. You cannot enforce your determinations on somebody else.
I missed that, yeah. This takes us to what is love actually.
That's
and
the
what can we do with it?
Which form of love?
Well, I think between a man and a woman, that's what we're talking
Well,
about.
there's like 7 different types.
Romantic love? Is that what you're talking about? Like, well, he's not going to love a woman as a parental love necessarily, or like he might. There might be the eros plus something else, like the playful friendship love as well. I forget what that one's called. And then also agape might also be applicable. Right, but they might not love this person with all 7 types. You're talking about the Greek definitions, right?
Right, and you said it well. So there's 3 types that you identified: Phileus, agape, and eros.
Right. I think those are the ones that are most common in relationships.
Which one is more important?
Can I add in?
On the person.
Can I add in?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I am drunk and I sort of blended out.
I'm getting drunk.
To the 3 definitions that were given there. But there's also, if we look at a lot of other communities, they have arranged marriages where people don't necessarily love each other.
Correct.
But they come together and it's a duty to produce offspring together, a duty to stay together, a duty to make the best life for those offspring.
And that's a form of familial love because it involves duty.
Is that one of those that you mentioned?
No.
Duty is never love.
That's not true. The Romans view duty as a form of love.
But that's the point, isn't it? That's the point, isn't it? I mean, if that's the case, what does love matter? Is love merely something that gets in the way of how we humans should be? Or is love something that should take the highest space over everything else? Because we know that everybody that gets married loves each other 100% and agrees, I will be you until the end of days, until death do us part, in sickness and in health, blah, blah, blah. And then they get fucking divorced because they don't actually believe that. So what the fuck is love versus what is duty? What is this love thing that people talk about? I know what my feelings have been in the past, but I've also known that those end.
Is duty gonna generate love or love gonna generate duty?
You go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way.
And does the connection between the two matter?
I mean, I think it does.
It does, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like when I think about these questions, I think that when you love someone and that is a positive, it's a positive thing. It's when it makes both partners, hopefully, at least you could know this for yourself. Does it help you be a better person in some way? Does it help you be more thoughtful or more considerate or more helpful or these kinds of things, like ultimately, like you can't have this, romantic fairy tale of forever.
So is
it turns into
romantic
something
actually
else over
true?
time.
I mean,
I
love
I
is
don't.
romantic. Is that actually true? What's wrong with like? What is wrong with respect? What is
Because
wrong with maintaining really good relationships with each other without this
Yeah.
unbelievable, overpowering aspect called love, which actually puts you in a position of something else?
Because you can like your cousins, but you can't love your cousins.
But you can like a lot
No,
of
you can.
people, and
You can marry your cousins.
The thing is, though, like if you love someone, let's say if you think you're falling in love with someone, you fall in love with them, and you have like an intense, few months, and then after this few months, you start to get to know them more. You start noticing things, and you either decide you have a period of time where you understand whether or not you like them because you might have skipped over that whole part when you went for the love part in the beginning.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
now, you find out, do I like this person? Because personally, I don't think that I could stay with someone if I didn't like them.
Yeah, which is different from love.
So
It's under the
you start
umbrella.
with love and you end with liking it.
I've
Well,
heard
it's not necessarily under the umbrella. Hang on, I want
I
to
think.
pick up Halsey on
Go
that.
ahead.
Love,
Yeah.
like is not necessarily under the umbrella love. Somebody who likes somebody else may never love them ever.
Not even in the
Somebody,
like agape mankind sort of way.
you're going
Or are
into
we
words
only?
that I don't really understand. But if you
Okay.
like somebody, it's like you could love somebody, but
See, love
then
isn't just one thing,
you
though.
suddenly hate them without ever liking them.
That's
Pathos.
happened. That's happened.
So you can have this stuff outside without actually touching each other. So that's all that I'm saying. Like is different to love, although like might coincide at many times and in possibly most times, but there's a chance it might never.
Well, you're introducing passion.
Yeah, which is like crazy. It makes you crazy. It's short term. It makes you crazy. You're not supposed to make important decisions while you're under the influence of it. I mean,
Isn't that
yeah, they
love?
acknowledged it as a type of almost insanity.
Isn't that love? Isn't that the
I don't think
original start of love?
I don't consider that love. I think that's infatuation, and it can turn into love, but it doesn't always.
Isn't that how many people term love, though?
I think they think of that whirlwind experience as falling in love, that chemical craziness that they have going on. But I think that they don't have any other better words for it. Maybe that's how they thought of what love feels like.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people conflate infatuation with love. Yes, but I don't. In my mind, they are definitely not the same thing.
So is love actually completely undefined?
No, it has many different definitions.
Okay.
It makes it undefined.
Is it really, really, really difficult to actually determine whether you love somebody or whether you're just infatuated with them or whether you just like them or whether you just respect them? Or this is the question that I've got. Should the term love actually be kicked out of all language in order that you can better define things in order to determine whether this person is the one for you forever for life?
It's very sloppy in love. No, it's very sloppy in English. But
if you're gonna kick it out, you're gonna have to divide it into different types of love first. Because I don't care if you don't know the definition of the word love. I will continue telling my super munchkin that I love her.
Yeah, maybe it would be, I don't know if you want to hear about the different types, but there's 7, some lists say 8, but it might be worthwhile just to hear them once, to reference it in this conversation, because Heretic isn't familiar 100%, I don't think, or at all, maybe. You've heard the word agape.
I'm just pissed.
Right?
You know, I'm just completely fucking drunk. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. No, you know what? I think, okay, so look, love is not just one thing. If you love someone, you also, if you, now this is my opinion, if you truly love someone, you will have respect for them.
Okay, I've also always heard 7. You know, in my junior sociology course, it was 7. But here, Wikipedia says the ancient Greek philosophers identified 6, and the modern authors have distinguished further varieties. So the first 6 are storge, which is familial love. Then there's friendly or platonic love, known as philia, but that's just friendship. Then romantic is eros. Self-love is philautia, and then guest love is xenia, and then the divine or unconditional is agape, and then they're further unrequited, empty, compassionate, consummate, infatuated, self, and courtly love in English.
Isn't it amazing that the Greeks have like 7 words for love and no word for gay?
What do you mean by gay? Happy or homosexual?
Homosexual, yeah.
They had some interesting stuff going on in ancient Greece.
Yeah, they had a prefix, homosexual.
But that's not, that just means one, right? Or like
No,
all
it means same. It means same.
I
Right,
think you've
but they
moved
didn't-
away
I don't
from
think they
you've
were-
moved away from you've moved away from the
I know,
actual
yeah,
question.
yeah.
So
I did
can I
whatever. I'm
can I go
sorry.
back to what Hillary's was saying? So
Go on.
Hillary's in those various definitions, which of those would you say is required in order to achieve understanding that this is the person I wish to spend every last second of my life with forever until I die?
Okay, definitely familial love, and probably
Right, hold on. I
And
took familial love to mean the thing that Pixie said about the mother's love for her child.
right, and your
It's
love for your
duty.
parents, and
Yeah, it's all forms of duty.
So love is duty?
Yes.
Okay.
Storge is duty.
Storge is the duty bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm
And then
not
I would
sure how
also-
that fits with Pixie loving Super Munchkin, because I don't think it's a duty. I think it's a
Well, it
blood
is.
thing. I think it's a blood thing. I think it's a protection thing. I think
I
it's
don't even.
All those are duty. It's the duty of the parent for the child, of the kin
I
group.
will say.
Okay.
I will say this is the only way that I ever considered it a duty, and that is somebody had made the remark one time like, I clothed you and I fed you for 18 years and like you owe me, and that like really got under my
No.
skin, and I was like, no, like that child did not ask to be born, right? Like you did that, so I don't care if that child is 50, you owe that child, right?
Yeah.
Like that child is never going to owe you anything, and
Correct.
in that way, yes, there is a duty there, but my duty is to just make sure that she is a happy and decent individual who can manage her way through life.
But your love, Pixie, is different from that.
It
Your
is.
love,
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the bit that I'm trying to differentiate between duty and love, because I love my boys and I have a duty to them.
Yes.
But they can be little bastards, and I can hate them at certain times as well.
Mhm.
And I might wash the bloody hit them or whatever. But they're
Right. They're two different forms of love.
The love that I have with them, for them, will never disappear, irrespective what they do. They
So
could
that sounds
be.
like
That's
it's
agape.
in
Yes.
addition to your familiar love.
That's how I feel about Super Munchkin. I don't
That's the
care how
point.
she disappoints anybody else in this world. That's my baby girl, and I'm always gonna love her.
And she may well disappoint you at times, Pixie. However, you will still love her all the way through that disappointment as well. That's the fucking point. And this is the bit I don't understand. So is that agape?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I was going to say that in addition to storge, that eros and agape should also have a little bit mixed in also, because you want to be sexually attracted to that life partner, and you also want to have some measure of unconditional love.
Can you
How
see
do you determine that you've got agape then? With
For
somebody,
instance, I
with
very much
somebody that
dislike.
you haven't, with somebody that you haven't necessarily gone through bad times with yet.
You don't know.
Where they haven't yet disappointed you.
You don't know. But what I was going to do for an example is I still have agape for my former wife, even though I have no phileus, no storge, and no eros for her.
So eros is romantic.
Yes.
romantic or erotic love? And then also, is it possible to, even though it's not on your list, to find a definition for pathos, just so that it's included?
For pathos?
Yeah, because it's
Any strong
definitely
emotion.
not the same as eros.
No, pathos is any strong emotion. Love and hate are both different sides of pathos.
No, but I mean, like, as it applies to, because some do include that in the list of definitions of love, and it is the crazy passion. Like I said, in some definitions, they even describe it as a sort of temporary.
It's the infatuation part. It's the strong emotion, the infatuation part.
The part where you're probably even making bad decisions because of this person suddenly in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was in the English versions. That I'll put it in the side chat so everybody can see. The infatuated love, and then there's also consummate.
What is consummate love?
Empty love. What's an empty love?
Totally surface level. Like you think that somebody's really pretty, so you love them in the sense that you want to own them, but you don't have any deep affection. You don't have any duty toward them. You don't really care.
As opposed to
that sounds like narcissism.
Yes, empty love, and the other form of narcissism would be the self-love.
Prostitute.
Well, I mean, why? Because we have to love ourselves in order to get through life, right? I mean,
And you got a great
care
point.
for yourself.
Actually, the narcissist does not have self-love. They hate themselves. So yes, I guess it would be a form of empty, unrequited love towards the self. Would be a good way to describe narcissism.
How do narcissists get so overly cocky and confident, though?
It's a projection.
Power.
Projection that
It's
nobody
it's a
can hurt them.
compensation.
Yeah.
It's also about power. It's so much about power. It's about being able to tell somebody to follow them 100%, or that they will be annihilated by everybody else.
But is it about having power or wanting power?
Having power.
It's about having and maintaining power, I think.
Okay.
Getting power, having power, maintaining power, and then if somebody wishes to prevent you from having that power, annihilating them.
There's one thing about a narcissist is they do not want to give up any of their power. They have a chokehold on that and stuff.
You see, if I hate myself first and I hate myself worse than you can ever hate me, then you can't hurt me.
Well,
that's very true. Yep.
Narcissists indulge in self-love so much that you don't even have to try to insult them. Right? Like you can just you can imply that they're average, and that's enough. That hurt enough.
Correct. Yeah.
Keep in mind that
pixie is only after you know that they're a narcissist. Because prior to that point, they have been love bombing you so much to get you to love them.
Okay, question.
Or a combination of love bombing.
We've slightly gone off track again because I'm really keen to understand. Right, of these definitions of love,
I was going to say, is there some goal of this conversation? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, which would be required in order to produce a everlasting relationship?
Neither one.
Multiple.
None of them.
I think you have to have at least a little bit of agape. You have to care about someone's well-being, and
No.
I think so. I think so. And I think that you have to at least like them a little bit in order to have a long-lasting love. How can you be with someone that you despise or you hate or it just really bothers
Well,
you? Like,
take
it's not
love
gonna
out of
last.
that. Take love out of that sentence, Space Cadet. So, if you wanted a
Okay.
long-lasting relationship with somebody where you stayed together, then what I read from you there was about respect and about like. I like
Right.
both of those things. Those two I really like,
Well, and that's
because
why I
you
say
have
like
to
love isn't
respect
just
and
one
you have to
thing.
like each other. You have to be able to get on with each other.
Yeah.
Whatever
And understand
happens,
who they are.
yes,
You know.
yes, absolutely. Neither of those is to do with love. They're
No, that
different.
has to do with interest. There has to be a level of interest, like interest in the
And
person,
compromise.
interest in the
No, you've used a different
outcomes.
word there. You've used a different word there. I really want to focus on the like and respect, because I think both of those fit in. As soon as you dislike somebody, you're fucked. As soon as you
Yeah.
disrespect somebody, you're fucked.
Well,
So as long
unless
as those
the
two sit
yeah.
there together, if you are disinterested in what they do, it doesn't matter, because you may be interested in talking about the different things that you each do, despite being disinterested in the outcomes, because you like and respect each other. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of these 7 things that Hillary's was talking about.
Well, some of
What
them,
makes it? What makes it? Because I don't think love itself does, because I think it's a shit word.
I think this correlates with the attachment theory as well. Love is very correlated with attachment theory, and how do we attach with people as
See,
well.
even though you don't like the word love, I can understand why. But the thing is, I think that love is almost like a category instead of a thing, for
That
lack
doesn't
of
help.
a better way to put it. I know, but like when you say that let's say you decide that you really like someone and enough that you maybe even want to marry them. I think once you're at that stage of liking them, like just isn't a strong enough word. It just doesn't represent.
Represent what?
Is that a 20th 21st century concept?
Is there an echo?
I have
What?
no idea. What was that?
It was
going through you.
It was an echo, but I mean, this concept of love that we've all grown up with has never been defined.
In English,
now
and
that
yet
we
it does tend to be romantic love. And that's another thing that in Russia they taught me, that the Western view of romantic love has to involve pain and suffering. And that was a shock to me. But then when they gave me examples, I thought, yeah, that's true.
What are the examples?
Like Romeo and Juliet. It had to be
But see-
interference from the parents. It had to be, them killing themselves to be together.
What's the Russian complex? What's the Russian concept of love?
They seemed to be in full on, that insane one, pathos.
Yeah.
That was they never got past that. They were in full infatuation mode. They were not. I wouldn't call that love personally. It doesn't entail enough of the things that love entails to be called love truly. It's like
Is that the characteristic of the Western world? Pathos?
Of romantic love, yes.
Yeah, because romantic love is idealized, and that crazy in love sort of thing is idealized, and it's it's something that they show as like some long-term, phenomenon that only happens between very special people. But the truth is,
Okay.
I just don't think that happens as often as we think it does. As people are
Okay,
like crazy about each other.
Whose fault is that? Shakespeare, Jane Austen, people like this?
I mean, people experience it and they write about it and they, it's not
Okay,
anyone's.
why do we have different poles of opinion, like Western world, Eastern world, about love?
Yes, I think that Shakespeare largely popularized it.
What is the Eastern? Was the Russian
comfortable compatibility, being able to tolerate each other,
mutual support?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
See, I guess I'm kind of a Russian love kind of girl.
So taking it back, say we're going back to 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all the way through to the 19th centuries. Did everybody marry each other because they already loved each other and they knew they were going to be together for life prior to the possibility of divorce, and they stayed together because they still loved it? What the fuck is this love thing? It makes no sense. There is no definition of it at all. I think we have proven this.
But you yourself have felt it. I mean, we could describe it with words, but aren't we talking about like? I mean, I believe that love is action, but people often use the word to describe a feeling specifically, right?
Okay,
Emotional rush of
I
feeling.
felt a very, very, very strong feeling for quite a time that I then said, I love you to somebody because of those feelings. Do I know that actually I was using that word in the right way? I don't know. But I knew that I really fucking liked them. I knew that I really respected them. I knew I was really attracted to them. I knew they were a really nice person. I knew they were intelligent and we got on well at every level.
See,
those are different things.
You're right. You're right. But the way that you describe this person, the visual that I see is like two people that are like, they're like puzzle pieces in a way. They just fit well. And they, sometimes when you have too much in common with someone, like there's a problem. It's almost like you burn each other out on the things that maybe you both like, it could be a problem. So there must have been enough texture in this situation, meaning differences between you that helped you get along, as well as similarities, right? I mean, it's just to me, you're describing a very good fit,
So is the dynamics of things generates the love, or the love generates the dynamics of things?
I think the first one, dynamics generates love.
Everyone see the wheel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So mania, pragma, and agape.
Yeah, mania. That's the one.
That's a triangle, not a wheel.
The wheel's on the outside.
I know, but you were talking about the triangle. I'm just being pedantic. Really, really pedantic.
Agape, and what was the other?
Mania, pragma. So pragmatic. It's a.
So they got these subtypes in the middle. I see. Okay.
What's a Storgic Eros?
Duty, like duty to family. And I'm not sure what ludus is.
Play.
But apparently that's, what is it? Pain?
Play.
To play.
Oh, okay. So apparently the pragmatic love is a mixture of devotion and play.
Okay. And then the other side, we've got Eros, and then ludic Eros, and then
Eros, yes.
And then on the bottom,
Storgic Eros.
Storokic. What is the definition of Storokic Eros?
Well, it's just saying it's a combination of Storge and Eros.
Okay.
So familial devotion mixed with erotic.
I see. Okay.
Infatuation, I
See,
guess.
to me, I look at this and I say, oh yeah, I know that I feel like this particular combination about someone, and I know there's someone else in my life that I feel that particular combination, and it is right in the middle. of one of these, large types on the outer circle there.
So the soulmate, I guess, would be the entire circle if you could incorporate all of it. That'd be great, but it's very rare.
My problem, Hillary, is that the person who produced this had a desire to produce the answer to what is love, as opposed to they had a desire to determine, does such a thing exist?
Okay, but you keep defaulting to the English word, and most of the specialists will not use the English. They'll use the Greek because there are different forms of love.
Which is fine because they're defining it in their way on the basis of answering the question, what is love? As opposed to, does love exist?
Well, it's interesting.
And that's a different question.
That's why I say maybe think of it as a category instead of a singular thing that's so multifaceted. I mean, it's kind of hard to hold it as a singular thing when there are so many different facets and ways of having it. So, like, it's I don't know. I think it's counterproductive to think of love as that one thing that you're trying to define. I think that we are trying to define it, and we're actually defining it. But you keep going back into the idea that we still have to define this one thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. Before you all told me what ludus meant, I thought you were saying pain, because that's one of the other things my wife said.
Suffering.
Is it one? Yes, suffering, yearning, and so I thought maybe that's why, that would have fit in well there. But
I think that would be somewhere on the border of mania.
Yeah.
Obsessive, anxious kind of love.
And dependency, along with, duty and commitment, would be pragmatic.
Yep.
So.
So we have no perfect way to love.
I think it starts with really liking someone.
Yeah.
You really like and you get along well and your time feels well spent and you care about their outcomes and you care about them. That's a good start to more.
Yeah, but that's the end. That's not the start.
It could be, but if you go into it when they know that you're looking for something deeper, that might help. If you just go in and you masquerade as a friend and then you go, oh, well, I like you for more than that, and they were only ever invested as a friend, then it's hard to change that. Sometimes it's hard to change that. So if you both know that you're looking for, it helps.
So is being honest helpful in love? It's a stupid question, but
I mean, how else are you going to get to know someone or let them get to know you?
I mean, when you're looking for love, you're looking to be loved.
Do you think that you're lovable?
Yeah, I mean, Ed, before you answer that, I mean, it's as if your questions say the end game is love. But the question that I have is, what is the end game?
Yes, that's what we are doing when we love. We think about the end game. We picture the far future.
So is the end game exactly the same as love? Are you expecting that you love at the end as well as at the beginning?
Yes.
And is
That's
it
why
the
we
same?
love.
Is it the same love?
Yes.
I think you're fucked then.
Yeah, I think you're always gonna. Maybe you think that now. Have you ever been in a serious relationship?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I'm sure now. Think about it. Like the whole time you were together, surely there was like a sort of I'm not going to say evolution, but just a rolling change of some kind in your in your love.
There's a really important statement in the side chat from Odin, and he says Simos isn't lovable. I think that's just so true. That's a truism.
Yeah, nobody loves Simus. Simos.
Actually,
Yes, but this is a very
so yeah.
You boys are so terrible to each other, and you say that women hate each other.
Yeah, but you don't understand how men treat each other. That's the fucking point. That is the whole fucking point around masculinity.
No,
and
I get it.
around
I just wanted to upset
everything.
Heretic.
And I agree with you, but Simus is a cunt. So hey.
See, I don't know any part of that kind of interaction. Like I've only had a teeny little example of how it feels to have those interactions with people where it's like you're ribbing each other. But
Constantly.
Yeah, I think it's healthy to know how to deal with that because it helps you develop wit, you know?
Oh, like
To do
I
that.
have that. I have that
I don't
relationship
have
with my
it.
me and my big sister have that relationship. Me and my god brother have that relationship. I get it. I was just teasing Heretic.
Yeah, toughen up, Buttercup.
Toughen up, Buttercup.
Girl, what do you think about love? Do we love to be loved?
I think that's what everybody, well, most people want, is to be loved. And if you find someone that you love and they love you in return, I think that's that's pretty basic though. That may be an oversimplified way of saying it, but yeah, I think wanting to be loved is probably the first step, consciously or unconsciously. I think subconsciously.
So how do you know any of those positions?
Oh, I don't. That's why I say I think. I just speculate.
Can you define love?
I would say, I guess, willing to sacrifice, I guess. Like, sacrifice, like, yourself on behalf of that person, or sacrifice time on doing something else to
See,
spend time
commitments
with
and
that person.
duties.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that a particular male? There's a question, because that did highlight it. Is there a male love and is there a female love? And are they absolutely fucking different?
No,
No, I think
hermaphrodite.
I think how one feels loved is different. I think if a woman doesn't feel wanted, like desired, then that goes a long way in feeling unloved. And for a man, I think it's respect. I think if he doesn't feel like he has respect, then he doesn't feel loved, right? So I think
Right. I
women
mean,
see those expressions differently.
I've seen a lot of things recently where something that Gurr just said, which was about you would put your life on the line for this person. I mean, you would basically jump in front of a fucking bullet in order to save the person you love. And men, undoubtedly, 99 times out of 100 say yes. That is what love is to me.
And women can do
I
that?
would sacrifice myself.
Women have a different form of risk.
Do not. Women are concerned about their own lives, and they are solely interested that somebody else will put their own life.
All right, this is where I disagree.
That is not true. I would rather be taken out than watch my partner be taken out. And I am certainly more than willing to jump in front of a bullet for Super Munchkin. So yes, I would say that even my idea of love includes being able and willing to sacrifice myself for another person.
I can understand it for your child, but everything else that I've seen in respect of this has been women going, nope, wouldn't sacrifice myself for them, even though they're my husband. Even though they're my husband. Now, I don't know what's true. I don't know what's true here. I'm just saying what I've seen. People may just be picking out those ones. Very anecdotal, maybe very anecdotal.
I may not be able to do much, but you're not going out alone. We'll put it that way.
Going to disagree with me, so I'd like to hear Gur's point of view, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, you said that women wouldn't give up their life on behalf of their significant others or husbands. Like,
That's the impression I've been given. Yeah.
How many women have given you that impression?
Just by watching stuff on YouTube, they've been asked. The questions have
That's
been
not
asked.
a
I mean,
good sample.
I wouldn't trust
it
that.
is anecdotal. It's anecdotal, and it might be biased. I totally accept it.
Was it Pixie?
I've never seen.
It was definitely Pixie.
It happen ever.
Okay,
And I'm
but
just saying,
just
I'm
in
just saying,
history,
like, I understand that I'm a small person and I may not be able to do much in the way of protection, but ain't nobody going out alone.
yeah, just in the history over the last 100 years, haven't you seen a lot of women sacrifice for their families just in England?
What do you mean?
I mean,
Well, whether it's working long hours or giving food to the man because he's bigger, or being willing to sacrifice other things for their husband and children. If the guy's an
No.
alcoholic, maybe staying with him. Well, what I've heard from World Wars I and II, there was a lot of sacrifice on behalf of their family.
Well, family for children is one thing, which I said I completely agree with Pixie about. For your spouse is a different thing. And I think that might well be different. And I think there
Why?
may well be a difference between what used to be when we used to have duty,
right,
versus now when we've got no fault divorce.
Yeah, for the last 70 years, I would definitely say things have changed. But going back 100 years, I think that women did make a lot of sacrifices for men.
I can't go back 100 years. I can't go backwards in this.
You can
It's
read
about
history.
now.
Or you can watch YouTube videos.
But that's an even playing field, right? Because we can't say that all of a sudden women don't feel this duty towards men. Well, then the women can say all of a sudden men don't feel the duty to stick around and fucking provide. So why should
And I think that's what's happening. I absolutely think that's exactly where the problem is, Pixie.
So
That
that
is
goes back to the
exactly
nanny
the
state.
point.
That goes back to the nanny state and the infantilization of people from the 60s onward.
Okay.
Men are moving away from the protection aspect. I will walk away from some
I
women.
didn't say protect. I said provide. You can't even
Yeah.
stick around
Protection
and provide for
or
your kids.
provide.
You'd rather sign your rights away than like that guy who was that guy that was running around bragging that he was mad at a girl because she wouldn't get an abortion, and he said that this was his 7th baby with his 7th baby mama, and he don't understand women who won't
He
just get
is
an abortion.
the
Right?
extreme you can choose. I don't want to go to extremes, Pixie. He is the biggest extreme you
Well, no, I'm just saying that's an extreme.
He's the
I get that
biggest
that's an
extreme.
extreme. I
Move
know
away
that that's
from
an extreme.
extremes.
I said he was an extreme. I get that that was an extreme. But that mentality, that right, not the protection mentality, that I will not even stay around and help provide mentality, that I'd rather sign my rights away mentality.
A lot of men have always run away from those responsibilities. A lot have, particularly if they're not married. But once they're married, they're fucked, right? Okay.
Right.
But
The question-
from a protection point of
I
view,
think Ed's
from a
wanted to say something.
from a protection point of view, people in general in the past, if some shit was going down, men would jump in to stop the shit going down. What I see is men are just going, meh, I'm not
Yeah,
bothering
exactly.
now.
Because
The question is,
government.
can you unlove someone?
Yes. Part of
Yeah.
that's society and part of that is law though, right? Like
What is it?
people say, why do people stand around and record instead of intervening? Well, I also have the same thought. But if you look at some of the places where that happens, it's because when the cops show up, they don't know who's intervening and who started what, and you're going down too. And it doesn't matter if you have 20 witnesses saying that you didn't instigate any of this, you were helping, you're going down too, right?
Yep.
It's the idea like if you're in a fight at school nowadays, you're both getting charges. Even if you were just defending yourself, you're also getting charged because you guys were in a fight at school, right?
That's why
So-
men will now walk away. They will
Yep.
walk away instead of protecting.
And
They
so,
will
right,
allow somebody to get absolutely annihilated rather than protect. Nowadays, this is what's happening. And I don't care why. I don't care whether it's the law or whatever. I'm just saying this is how it is.
Yes.
Chivalry is not dead because I got nothing to lose.
I've got a question, proper. So like, if a man walks away, like in these analogies or stories you were given, would you say that they didn't actually love the person?
Impossible to say.
Well, like, because I view love as like you would sacrifice something or everything for that person, like one's life. But if an inconvenience comes up, like a pregnancy or what have you, and you just bounce, maybe it's love to some degree, but I wouldn't say it. It sounds more preferential than sacrificial love.
You're getting into the conversation we just had for the past hour or so, which is, what the fuck is love?
There's a song about it.
Different people have different definitions, and the word is used by everybody. Fucking 100% of people use the word love, and not one of them can define it. Not one.
I mean, the thing is, though, like I said before, it seems like it's not suitable anymore as a word that means a thing. You know, I mean, not in that it's its own thing, like the emotion or the set of actions itself. Like it's a category. You know, like when I love someone, I would then say I love this person, and like this is what I mean by that, and I could tell you all the things, the things that to me add up to love, but maybe individually are not specifically love, like respect, right? Like you could say that if you respect someone, that you have some kind of love for them, even if you don't have the love that would give them respect, if you know what I mean. But like respect is part of love, but on its own, it's not the same as like when I say I love someone, I'm thinking
Right.
about I love who they are. I love how they are with me. I mean, let's be honest. I love the things they think of. I love the way they make me feel. I like the impression they give. I like the way they look. I like the way they laugh. I mean, there's a lot of things, but it's not just one thing. So when you feel something for someone and you are attracted to them and you find them witty and funny and they make you feel good and it seems to be mutual, I think that you could say that you are starting to feel love for someone, but it's not that, like I said, that love is not one thing.
In English, it's very sloppy. Look at other languages, and it's a lot better. In German, the verb to love is very similar to live. So you give life to me. You give meaning to my life. In Russian, it's I feel pain when I'm without you.
The problem with German, Hillary's, is that Ich liebe dich has some different connotations if you don't really understand German. But the question that I would have for Space Cadet Halsey is, if whatever somebody terms is love can bring somebody together,
right?
What keeps them together?
I think that when people, when they want to be together, they have to understand that, they have to know each other as individuals and understand each other and be interested in each other.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but this is, if you say you love someone, you are saying a lot,
Well, I think you can love. I think you can love someone and intend for that to happen, and it not happen, right? Because I think you either grow together or you grow apart, and sometimes you can intend to grow together, but the ways in which you grow just don't bring you together.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, and I don't think that means. I don't think that means that you didn't love them to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you might, and you might end up with like just that friendly sort of all mankind sort of love. You care about them, but you don't love them.
And people change naturally.
Or even a roommate type of love like Jody and her husband had. That it wasn't enough for her.
Which means it did not continue, which means there's a load of fucking bollocks being talked about in the side chat.
Why does it love need to be continued?
Okay, but a big component of their getting married was the duty and the commitment. But after their children all became adults, the duty and commitment kind of got set to the side, and they didn't have that intense attraction that she needed.
The duty disappears.
Yes.
Therefore, the commitment disappears.
Yes.
No, I told you
the need for the commitment disappears.
No,
so it
it's
doesn't necessarily-
not. I would say if you don't feel that this person loves you, then yes, your love is that the love that you share, the love between you, is definitely in trouble, and that's part of an unintentional destruction of love, right? If you don't understand how your partner feels loved, how to express it in a way that they understand they're loved, you will lose each other, and that's on either side. If the man cannot communicate to the woman that she is wanted and loved, then she will.
Well, you're using very sloppy language again, because he did love her as an object or a possession.
No, I said
he did not want her.
That's not what I said. I said if he cannot communicate in a way that she can understand it, and vice versa. If she cannot communicate her love in a way that he understands it, that in itself will kill it.
Why? If you both understand after a period of time that you communicate differently, why have you not understood that actually this is what you're communicating when you do something different? Therefore, I accept it. It is delivering what I need. It's just you're doing it in your way.
That's what I'm saying. Some people never make it to the learning through it. That obstacle, some people don't make it past that obstacle, the learning through it.
Then how the fuck
they don't
does that be
recognize
defined as love? If you're not prepared to work at it, to determine those things, to
Not that they're not
understand.
prepared to, that they don't. Some people don't have the tools to, and some people don't know how. I think because some people have done it, we assume that other people are not doing the best they can, right, with the tools at their disposal.
Well, in that case, both of them are fucked, and I don't give a shit about either of them. It's like they shouldn't have been born in the fucking first place. That's my fucking position on that. Those types of people, if they cannot understand other people at all, especially people that they said they loved, but they're not prepared to fucking listen to them, they're not prepared to start trying to understand them, they're not prepared to look at the different ways that things could actually be the same. Fuck
Well,
them.
I mean,
I think sometimes it's a
I think
matter of communication skills, and
Yes.
yeah.
I think sometimes you can. That's what I'm saying, though. I think sometimes you can love that person and you can mean it, but you've grown in ways that separate you rather than bring you together. And so the people you are now are not the people that you were then, and that doesn't make either of you a bad person.
But that's the question that I had earlier to Halsey.
Okay. That's what people grow together.
If love brings you together
What
in the
keeps you together?
first place, the question is, what
Yeah.
the fuck keeps you together?
Growing together.
I mean, to me, it's like I think to myself, do I want to spend the rest of my life with this person? And
Commitment and
in
attraction.
my life, do I like them? Do I like spending time with them, etc.? And that's what determines it for me. I mean, not always have I thought of relationships as I'm going to spend the rest of my life with this person, but I think just when you're with someone and you're in a relationship, you've been with them for 10 years or something. I don't think there's this ongoing like, do I love this person question hanging in the air. It's just like it's a thing, and if something erodes it in some way, then eventually that either will be a big problem or it'll be addressed.
Ox put some stuff down that I fundamentally completely agree with. Trust, loyalty, respect, walk your path as a couple, but also walk your own path while both of you understand that that's your path you have to walk, and you are given full commitment to follow that path.
Mm-hmm.
I completely agree with
Yep.
Ox 100% in what he said there. None of that is love to me. That comes after the infatuation. Love is infatuation.
I don't think that's
No.
true.
I think
I
it's less
think
than love.
despite I think despite people describing infatuation as love, I don't think that's true. I think love is what's there after the infatuation is gone.
There's a thing that you may or may not be familiar with called limerence. Have you ever heard of limerence?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I mean, limerence is a type of that, intense infatuation, almost like obsessive love, where sometimes I think in limerence it's mostly unrequited, if I recall. But the limerence part of it is like this, this obsessive sort of draw and attraction in every way to this person, and the person evokes like a physical, heart is pounding, words are stuttering, like those kinds of reactions in a person. And it's intense, it's usually, like I said, unrequited, and it's not really about the person in that case. It's about the person who's having these feelings. They have like an actual like sort of disorder that causes them to see someone in a certain way, and it's like it's really bizarre. But anyway, you should read about it if you don't know about it. But it is interesting. It's called limerence, and it's very much like a crazy obsessive love, and but it's all false. You may care about that person, but the love part is almost always false. Isn't that interesting?
This is my question. It's like, how do you know? It's a bit like the Bible, where somebody says, "Don't follow false prophets," and you go, "How do you know somebody's a false prophet?" And then it's like, and it's like,
no.
well, how do you fucking know? How do you know? How do you know? Love to me.
Wait, I actually know something about this topic.
Go on then, Richard. Yeah, go, Richard.
Hillary's had something though, but
write down what their predictions are and then see if they come true. And if there's any that doesn't, then they're a false prophet.
There you go. And
so Jesus was a false prophet. Thank you very much.
According to Christian reading frame, Jesus was a false prophet. Yes.
So Christianity is a load of bullshit.
False prophet, but true Messiah, according to Christianity.
False prophet, false Messiah.
All right.
Anyway, Richard, let's get away from that bit and go for it. Tell us your position.
No, that was it. It's just that you have to understand that if he happens in end times, it all works.
Yeah.
Basically a prophecy that hasn't been fulfilled yet.
Yeah, none of the prophecies are fulfilled, which is obviously why, bearing in mind, Gur, that it's an evil nation that needeth a sign, where evil means non-believing. Non-believers want evidence, in other words. Okay? Now, there's nothing unreasonable about wanting evidence. When will the evidence be provided? Well, first of all, it has to be the kind of evidence that would make a person a believer. So
Right.
if you have agnostics and atheists, there's been no signs. Fair?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Everything else that they think are signs are self-confirmation bias, wanting pain to end, I don't know, othering, stuff like that.
Okay, so we've had a question in the side chat, and this question is to Pixie and to Housey. How do you know when a man loves you?
You want to go first, Pixie?
Pixie.
Do I want to go first? How do I know? I don't think one ever knows, right? I think we hope that they feel the same way. I think we can believe that they do. I don't think that we know. But wait, what would be things that convinced me? Well, for one, the sacrifice aspect or the respect aspect that you talked about earlier. But I think you said something that was interesting to me, right? You said if they know that they communicate differently, then why can't she just see it as that's how he expresses it? And believe it or not, that view actually becomes problematic, because things go much better when both sides say, okay, I understand that this is what you need to feel loved. And so while that does not come naturally to me, I will attempt to be better at expressing it in this way, right? And I think it's that showing that you're willing to come together, right? Like I don't think somebody who expects me to recognize their needs without recognizing any of mine is somebody who loves me, right? Like I think it's a give and take, and it's a pattern, and it's a trust that you build.
Yeah, I can understand that, but people are people and they have their ways and their personalities and they show certain things. And you can love each other by showing different methods of love. The question is whether somebody would not understand that that person is showing love in their way, just because it's not the way that they wish to receive it, because it's not the way they give it. So this is about both. This is not just about a man versus a woman. This is about a man and a woman. And this is about general understanding of how each other works. And if you love each other, you should understand that, because you've spent time with each other.
I get that. I do. But I think sometimes because you love someone, there are things that you think you can overlook that add up in the end, right? And I think people who survive that are people who have a partner who's like, look, I get it. This is really hurting us. And while this doesn't come naturally to me, let me try something else. And I'm not putting that off on the man. Sometimes the man is being too forgiving, and it's the woman who needs to learn to express herself a little differently sometimes, right? It's a give and take. It's on both sides. Nobody's ever going to succeed if neither party's working on it, and nobody's going to succeed if only one party's working on it, right? It is a give and take between the two. And if you're not investing the energy, and I am, then I don't think you love me.
So how do you know when a man loves you? Odine's original question.
It's the energy he puts into it. It's what makes me believe, but I don't know. I can't know. They could be a psychopath for all I know. I don't know.
What would make you believe that a man loves you?
A pattern of showing that he's invested, and that's where his energy is, right? Like that. It's a hard thing to express. It's just like a pattern of behavior. I can't.
Are you that open-minded that you would take any expression that showed effort?
No, I said it's a pattern.
They also need to know you well enough to do it in ways that you. Okay.
Well, that was inherent in what was previously stated about investing in someone, getting to know them, understanding these hurdles that you have to get through, and the give and take, right? Like you have to know somebody to know that it's all there, right? But if I'm investing in this, and I have that pattern of behavior, and you don't, then I don't believe you love me. Right? But if I'm showing that pattern of behavior to you, and you are showing that pattern of behavior to me, then you're on your way to convincing me.
So what pattern of behavior convinces you that a man
So
loves
hold on a
you?
second. So like there's a question, right? And I'm not going to answer it now because of how it's been treated so far, but there was a question that was put forth to the women, right? But instead of just giving an answer, like, the answer, I guess it's all part of it, but I just thought that we were going to give our answers and then talk about it. But
yeah,
You
That would
know,
have been better.
I feel like this is like now, you know, you're picking apart and trying to break down and analyze, and it sometimes even like feels like negate.
Well, no, I don't. I
Yeah,
don't think it's
agreed.
that. It's that I don't feel I've had an answer.
Okay,
He's
I mean, okay,
deconstructing
okay.
the answer in order
The
to
answer
better
was to
examine
you.
it.
So the answer wasn't to you to satisfy you.
No, I agree. I agree. And the other bit is the bit where I'm coming from is I don't think there is an answer to this.
Well, there's answers that apply to every person, and a lot of people are going to have general crossovers that are common.
If you are consistently investing your time into spending time with me, right? Like consistently, and in that time, anytime like we have like a disagreement or something, you are as invested as I am in not only getting to the other side of that agreement in a decent fashion, right? But also figuring out like what that disagreement was and what that perspective is and how we go about it. If you're not willing to like compromise and meet me and respect me as much as I'm respecting you, and you're not investing time, like, I mean, it's hard to say because it's a lot of little things that add up. It's a pattern of behaviors. It's not like, oh, this guy did this one thing and that means he loves me.
So compromise, respect, time.
Proper
I'm
curiosity.
going
How would you
to
answer
add
that
in.
question?
I'm going to add in like, rather than love. I'm going to add like, and discussion. And there are lots of different ways of how these things can be done. But I'm 100% with you, Pixie, because that's my own perspective.
I didn't hear you mention attraction, but surely there must be some, you know, attraction towards.
I'm assuming attraction is already there
Well,
if somebody's together with somebody.
Yeah, I'm gonna say if he wasn't attracted to me and he didn't like me, he probably wouldn't be investing so much time in me.
I meant you to him. It wasn't mentioned.
Oh, yeah, that way. Well, the question was, how do I know he loves me?
Oh, I guess that's true.
Because I think this question, and Odin has actually turned it around and going, okay, men, how do you know when a woman loves you as well? He's also turned that around in the chat as well. So, and this comes down to the question of what do you bring to the table?
Mm.
And it's not a question to women, it's a question to both. It's so what is it that makes you compatible with that other person that means you wish to make a family, be part of a society, and develop a good set of offspring that will also be good for society in the future, and that you stay together. And
it's going to be the opposite of my prior answer, which was I want her to have aspects that I want to see in my children. So the opposite of that she sees in me aspects that she wants to see in her children.
Yeah. So why do all the women fuck the bad boys? I'm sorry, that was a throwaway. That was a throwaway comment for the Gen.
But I've been
Z
wanting to answer that for like
millennial.
15 or 20 minutes. Here's my theory on the beginnings of love. This is foundational. This is not a complete list. She looks at him. He looks at her and says, she is beautiful. She looks at him and says, he's worth saving.
I don't know about that. I don't see men as needing to be saved. Maybe once or twice in my life I felt that way a little bit about someone, but it wasn't like a general foundational thing.
That's a little strong, but I would think that I know enough women in battered situations, like from situations in which they were battered, that I can say that every one of them would have told you that maybe not saved, right, but that they could love them out of it, right? Like that they could nurture them in a way that would change this little thing somehow. And it was never successful, but I don't know if that's like a mothering thing or what it is. But I get, like, on some level, subconsciously that may be true. At least for those women.
I think there's definitely women that have a pattern for that, to save someone, and there's probably women that, well, there's definitely women that repeat abusive situations, you know, drawn
Well,
in.
now you're just talking about at what level of patience, or how low will you go? But I think that's foundational all the way up. Like, would you be with someone that you thought had no potential?
But why do I want to be with someone I feel like I have to work so hard to fucking mold?
No, only
That's
young
my
women do that,
question.
choosing the bad boy. Adult women don't do that. But they want to prove themselves able to fix the bad boy. That's why they choose him.
I don't know. They might represent reckless chaos, out of control sort of stuff in a otherwise very tightly ordered life. You know, it might
Or a
represent,
fuck the system kind of thing.
yeah, kind of like just a rebellious choice, you know, and a dangerous choice. And sometimes that's exhilarating.
It might be
dangerous, exhilarating. It's just stupid.
It might be a good idea to
Sometimes.
define what you mean by like a bad boy, like someone who.
I mean, like a criminal, like a mobster, like, what do you mean? Like someone with tattoos? I mean, there's anyone.
Not necessarily somebody who is not going to commit to you. Somebody that whatever their other characteristics are, a bad boy will pretend to treat you nice, will smash you, and then will walk away.
The playboy.
A fuck
The
boy.
playboy. The fuck boy.
Oh, well, I never liked them. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I liked the edgier guys.
So. Maybe so, but it seems like 95% of women only go for these boys now, and the other 90% are just like fucking left on the scrap heap.
I've only ever known one, and you know, the opportunity was there, and I did not take it just because it was icky. I knew, you know, the player thing is not attractive.
Yeah, exactly. I liked the guys. I liked the edgy guys. That's I don't know.
I have to admit that almost, you know, like I've only maybe been with one guy that was alpha in any way.
So the hard, edgy guys, the tough guy, the big guy, the one who's really the one that everybody else wants. And
Me?
who now? No, I'm talking to Pixie with the words that she used. The hard, edgy guy.
Oh, no, that was not the one that everybody else wanted. Those would be the jocks. Those would have been the jocks. But yeah, I got you.
I'm reading what you said as the jocks, but I've clearly got it wrong. I apologize. So,
are you talking about the emo artist, the intellectual type, Pixie, or?
Yeah, I dated a lot of so when I was a teenager, I dated some skaters, some punks, some Native Americans. Yeah. So it I was.
My first.
Yeah. So outwardly edgy.
Yeah.
What you were perceiving that other people perceive as edgy, but actually they might have been really fucking nice guys. Just because somebody's a punk, or just because that's the music they like, or the clothes they like to wear, or the way they sell their hair, or just because somebody's a Native American,
but
doesn't give you any information about the character of.
Well, okay, they were so in that little town, they were classified as edgy, but the reason was because A, they were not jocks.
Yeah.
B, they were not cowboys. Mm-hmm. And C, a lot of them were not Christian. And because of those things, they were edgy.
Okay. Which doesn't make them necessarily bad in any way, shape, or form.
No, but they were the parent. They were the kids your
to
parents
others.
warned you about, right?
Yes. To
Yeah.
other
Bad
people,
kids,
to
yeah.
other people, they were the ones that you were warned against.
Right.
Which is I mean, it's a fascinating thing, and that all comes down to teenagers going against their parents type of stuff as well, and going against authority.
I just happen to like them better. I never really, I didn't have a group that I didn't have a clique. I guess it's because I moved around a lot. Like I would I would talk. I had friends that were cheerleaders. I had friends in the drama and debate club. I had friends in student council. I had friends in the goth and skater community. I would just hop. But when I was
You were
dating,
like on the nerdy and edgy side of high school life.
yeah.
That's
But
cool.
but when I was dating, I tended to prefer the people that other people called outcasts, and probably the people I was closest to came more out of those groups than the other cliques.
See,
jocks
this
and
is why you and Halsey are in these conversations, because we're all the edgy guys who ask the questions and the type of stuff that your parents would be really scared of.
You're not
And
edgy.
They don't want you talking to us.
Really?
I'm not edgy. I'm really round and tubby, and I don't have edges. But I would like to ask Hillary's and Richard the same question. How do you know when a woman loves you?
Yeah, I noticed the guys didn't answer.
Oh, sorry. Doing stuff in the background. What was the question?
How do you know, or how do you believe? What makes you believe? Whatever way you want to interpret this question, when a woman loves you.
Let's see here. It's a good question. I would say when she wants to spend her free time with me, as a starter, at least.
Yeah.
And introduces me to the family, and then actually says, "I love you."
So that second one, you're not exactly edgy, are you?
No, I don't claim to be edgy.
That was only
When the honeymoon had already been over for 4 years, and I'm out back working, and I'm just dirty and sweaty and nasty and tired and fed up because I can't get this tree. And she comes out and she brings me a glass of water,
lemonade,
but she already dumped one on her white T-shirt and she wasn't wearing a bra. That's
Refresher
love.
and a little free show.
True love.
How nice. It's very considerate.
Such a
Okay,
tart.
Hillary.
Such a tart.
We're tugging over who gets to let you in, plastic.
Hillary's, how do you know when a man loves you?
How do I know when a man loves me?
Oh,
are we talking about?
have I got that the wrong way around?
Time out. Well, either way. If it were a woman, then I would say,
let's go for a woman.
How do I know
when a woman?
How do I become convinced that a woman loves me? Like Gur said, she enjoys spending her free time with me. She shows me some affection. She displays interest. We have some things in common, but that's more having a feeling it's going to last. As far as introducing me to the family, not really. Friends, maybe not. But she also, and I hate to say this, but it's similar to what the women were saying about showing, how do they phrase it? Like expending energy.
I think she used the word invested.
Yes, investing, energy, attention, doing things for me. So like cooking would be great, but other stuff too, just even offering. She doesn't even have to do the stuff. She just has to offer, knowing that I might accept. Yes, Jody, energy equals time.
Consideration. That might be the
those
word I was looking for. Consideration.
Yeah.
But it's a pattern.
I
But
think
it
also, like, for me, when someone feels like they can, like they trust me, like they can share things with me about themselves or about their lives, that they, like, they feel comfortable doing that, being honest, and just like I don't know, like coming, if they have like a concern about something or they're anxious about something or whatever, like they tell me about it because they're almost like they want me to know about it, but they're also maybe asking for some kind of presence or whatever. And just those little things too, the indications that someone trusts you is also part of it, I think.
Yeah,
these
and
things
showing
all
a
coming
certain
around.
level of showing a certain level of dependency also helps. If I know that she doesn't just that it's not like she's just going to dump me if something better comes along, that she's in it for the long haul. So commitment.
Yeah,
These are all things that are all coming round. They're all coming together, and they all fit with everything we've all said over the past hour and a half or 2 hours, whatever it is. What I haven't heard, which I'm really happy to have not heard, is submission. The concept of submission. Because there's a lot of definitions in terms of submission and whatever. Because to me, it's not slavery. It's not, I'm going to order you to do something, you must do it. It's nothing like that. Not even in the Bible. It's not like that.
I always thought I was strong enough I didn't need someone to submit.
Exactly. Absolutely, Richard. But it is about respecting each other and going, this needs to be done. Am I going to do it? Are you going to do it? You're going to do it? All right, then get on with that. We need it done by then. I'm going to get on with this. You sort of respect each other and you know what your goals are. Somebody said it earlier on. It was about, Ox said it. You're working together with an aim for achieving your goals. And those goals might be what we need to do in the next 5 minutes, or it might be what we're wanting to do to achieve within 20 years. It doesn't matter. Goals are goals and they fluctuate. And it's absolutely right. And it's this concept that is constantly given in the fucking manosphere about submission. It's like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's bullshit. That's my perspective.
Fantasy is what it is, It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy of having basically like being the king of the situation where you've got, like a very submissive woman who's a traditional, with air quotes. But I don't want to get into that too much.
Do you think
Well,
there's a
these
bigger
people
emphasis on it?
have clearly never met Australian women.
Do you think there's a bigger emphasis on it because they feel more out of control in their everyday lives?
You mean like wanting to submit or wanting
submission?
Oh.
Wanting submission, right? Because they feel more out of control and just everything else.
They're looking for something to control.
To feel in control of,
right? I don't know.
Could be. I think it's largely cultural as well. Like, look at fucking Jill. It's that whole religion thing, and he looked for a woman who reached over and unlocked his door.
Yeah, but Jill just parrots whatever's important now. How did it become important? But how did it become important? Is it because a growing number of people feel more out of control elsewhere? And
I'd prefer not. I'd prefer not to try and push projection onto other people, because actually, what I found really interesting about this conversation so far is we've all been talking about our own perspectives. I don't want to really move over to.
No, I wouldn't. I wasn't trying to. I was just wondering if there was like a societal influence in that, in whether or not that idea is even considered like something that needs to be discussed or something that needs to be seen as a part of this.
I think there's a question about what the fuck does submission mean? Because it
means you lack confidence and you need someone who's obviously and evidently weaker than you are so you can feel good about yourself.
Not necessarily. I think that's a modern definition of it. I think if you look at the Bible and the Pauline epistle, where he talks about men and women getting together and how
Oh,
they
you're talking
submit to
about
each
like
other.
voluntarily submissing as an act and show of love.
Which fits in with the conversation we've been talking about, and it fits in with what Ox said earlier on. It's about we are aiming for these same things. We may well determine our own roles, but in order to get there, you need to do that and I need to do this. Are we in agreement that we're going to get ahead and go and do this in order to achieve what we can?
Well, sometimes you watch a romance movie and
yeah,
sometimes you watch a romance and sometimes you watch an action flick. You
exactly.
take turns for each other.
Yes. Yeah. I will submit to you and you will submit to me. We submit to each other. We are together. We are as one. We come together as one, our two bodies, and for want of a better term, which I don't like, souls come together. We are now a single entity. We go together forward as one. And as such, being two peoples, we need to be able to come together to determine what to do. And therefore, we both must fully respect and submit to each other's desires all the way through. We don't necessarily agree with it, but we have to discuss them and determine what we do. And I find it massively, massively different from the concept nowadays, which seems to be slavery. Women must be slaves in the house. You must submit to me. I tell you what to do. I'm the leader. You do it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking assholes?
It has to be voluntary on the side of the person who's so-called submitting, and the person who's in charge of them, right, being dominating over them. The best person for that role wouldn't abuse their role. They're not going to abuse their power. They are worthy of wielding that power, and they show it in being like a good king instead of like an abusive asshole. And that's the point. When it is voluntary and when the people are reasonable, intelligent beings that recognize that they have a power exchange going on, and it's mutual. Then you can work with it, but you can't have someone basically being a slave at your command because you said so. I mean, that's just not going to work.
Right. And that seems to be what they're looking for. And that really concerns me.
It's very childish.
They're pushing this constantly. But I mean, if anybody was to look at the Pauline epistle that actually talks about this, it's really very well written. Or the way that the translators wrote it was really well written, because it says it much better than I did. That actually this is about you're coming together. You're not coming together as I'm the head and you're the slave. It is we have to work together. And we will disagree. We will argue. And we need to work out a way together.
Be a we, be
yes.
a mutual entity, and be willing. This is so important. Be willing to always resolve matters of misunderstanding, resolve matters of anger, talk, be willing to talk. If you think you had a role in this thing unfolding, be willing to say, I apologize for my role in this. That's so important. So important.
And not just talk, but for the love of God, talk behind closed doors. I do not understand this recent trend in people posting their problems all over social media for the whole goddamn world to comment on. Girl, just close the door.
It's for attention. People do it for attention.
I don't get that. To me, that's none of anybody's business.
Ox has made another comment. He basically says partners don't submit. They agree on a common goal. People that submit often change paths in the near future. I agree with that.
That's possible.
Again,
it's voluntary. The best situations are voluntary. And, some people are naturally submissive. Some people are more naturally dominating in a situation. It's always a power dynamic. Someone always is going to be someone that's making more decisions, or,
But I think that's the point that Paul was trying to say. It's not a power dynamic. You come together, when two people come together in union, they become one. There isn't a power dynamic there. It is a one entity going forward. And you have to work out how to do that while both of those entities, both of those beings, both of those people may have different ideas.
That would be about me recognizing my own weaknesses.
Yep.
And seeing those strengths in my partner.
Yep.
Leaning on my partner in their strengths and then leaning on me in mine.
And vice versa. Yes.
And
I think that's
build
the point.
each other up too, you know.
Yes. Because you must build each other up to actually go forward as a single unit. I think it's a fascinating and really important element of the Bible that is just saying something really ethical and really not moral, but how to go forward in life, a good way of being a person and living in a social society. It's nothing to do with God, nothing to do with God at all. It's to do with society.
But I think that goes the building each other up, though, right? That goes into having your disagreements behind closed doors. Like I don't understand how you think like in my mind. I don't understand how they think they're telling on their spouse. I'm like, you're telling on you.
Yes.
Like as far as everybody else is concerned, right? Like your partner is supposed to be like the best person ever. I don't care if you fought 5 minutes before. You walk out that door and he's the best thing ever because you go out there trashing him, right? While calling him the partner you love. And all you're doing is trashing yourself, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, and I think those people are actually sort of looking for an excuse at some point to leave because, you know, with all these people rallying behind them about, you know, let's say some person's complaining about a situation and all these people are saying, oh, you know, you should go and he's an asshole and all this stuff. Like it bolsters like this idea that, you know, maybe they're not in love and they don't have anything and they're free to leave. It becomes a defective situation, you know, it's just never going to last because of one of the elements, you know, of the public dirty laundry thing. I mean, yeah, sorry for the sidetrack there.
No, not a sidetrack at all. I'm going to sidetrack us if there's a little bit of a pause, because there was a question earlier on, which was to Richard. And it was a while back. It was about an hour ago. It was from What the Beck. And he asked Richard to read this. Men and society. I'm going to read it out for you. I'm going to read it out for you because it's quite a while back. And I basically just copied it into a document so that I could read it out. Men and society have caused women to be in the position to be the weaker one, and hence men have to fill that role, presumably the superior role, the less weak role. There are women who fill the masculine role, he says. That's the end of that quote. Men and society have caused women to be in the position to be the weaker one, and hence men have to fill that role. There are women who fill the masculine role. He wanted you to read that. Any comment?
Well, it's been read. I mean,
I want to comment after Richard's done.
I can empathize with the sentiments. I don't experience it for obvious reasons.
Okay.
All right. So, you know, I think that there needs to be some definitions, and I don't want them right now, but on what it means to fill masculine parts of the partnership role. But here's something that I'll tell you about, you know, So I don't know if you would consider this filling parts of the masculine role, but like, because I have like pretty bad anxiety, my typical thing is trying to control outcomes. Like, I have to ask every question about every detail that I can to know like a full picture of something before I can imagine the situation and then make decisions on it. Like, otherwise I can't make decisions. And so in that state of mind, I often am the one who is asking bunches of questions and then making decisions on things, but not because my husband can't, but because I don't trust that he'll ask all the questions that I need answered. And I just end up being the one taking over. Like, when repair people come, I'm the one that talks to them. If we're in a restaurant, he tells me what he wants and I order for both of us. Like, we discuss what we want first and then I order for both of us. I don't know if that's fulfilling masculine roles or not, but like, I don't want him to order to me, like for me, because I usually have like some stupid, customization, and I don't want him to either A, have to deal with that, or B, possibly communicate it wrong. I don't trust anyone. So I have to that's my anxiety talking. I don't know if me overcompensating for my anxiety is a masculine trait. It ends up being, though, that I do make decisions and I do the talking a lot of the times. If there's a customer service call,
can I just clarify, Halsey?
Yeah.
Halsey, can I clarify?
Sure.
You're actually, in that regard, making decisions for yourself, and you're clarifying things for your benefit in relation to what you want, as opposed to allowing somebody else to talk for you, which
But
would
it is
be
in situations that are there for the both of us. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So I end up being sort of like in charge of a lot of stuff just because of that factor, because I don't trust anyone, and I end up doing most of the question asking and talking and stuff. So
do you therefore override his authority for his own responsibility because you talk for him?
No.
Right. It's like, yeah, I mean, he is able to talk for himself in any of those situations, and you wish to talk for yourself to make it very clear exactly what it is you require.
Right.
But
from the outside,
you're not overriding anything there. There's no
but from the
overriding of anyone.
outside, if someone didn't know anything about our situation or whatever, or me, and he saw the woman doing the communicating, the woman doing this or that responsibility typical thing, they would probably think that that I'm somehow emasculating my partner. They might.
I'm on the outside right now, and it's the first time I've ever heard this or heard of someone doing this. And I only have one clarifying question to decide how to judge this. Do you ever change their order?
No. Oh, no.
Okay.
No. And he usually doesn't have a lot of customizations on his stuff. But, like, for instance, like when we go to order hamburgers, we get extra lettuce, no sauce, bacon extra crispy. And then I slice my own onions at home and put my own pickles and make my own Thousand Island dressing, because I can't, you know what I mean? Like, that's like how picky I am. So, anyway, we have like this big discussion beforehand of what we're having, and then I order, but I never change his order. No, never.
Well, there you go. I mean, he's already determined what exactly he wants. There's a respect there because you both know how you each work, and he knows you need to actually make sure the person who is receiving your order knows it absolutely precisely. So he lets you make sure that you deliver the message absolutely precisely.
And let me let you in on what guys are trying to do when they take over in that scenario. They're trying to impress you with how well they know you by being able to guess without asking something you'll like.
Maybe.
Fair
I
advice.
would
Don't
never
ever do that with me, because you're probably wrong.
Yeah.
And even if I liked the thing they ordered, I probably didn't want it that particular night. You know what I mean? Like there'd always be an exception.
It's not even that, because to be honest, if somebody was to correctly guess anything on that menu I might have ordered, I would be like ridiculously impressed. I would be
Right?
be
It would work,
ridiculously
right?
impressed. And because I would be so impressed, I am telling you it is not worth trying. I am that picky.
Yeah, but being so impressed, Pixie, if you were that impressed because you're that picky, you'd be thinking you've been stalked.
You'd be triply impressed.
Yeah. You'd be worried about how the hell does this person know this
It
shit?
depends on how long I knew them, right? Like I know
Yeah.
one person who has ever pulled it off, ever, and I was highly impressed. But that's because it's not that they had asked me a lot of questions or anything. It's that they had been around my family and I had been around their family. We had shared meals together, and they paid attention to what I did eat, what I didn't eat, what I prepared when I was cooking, things like that. And so they happened to guess right. And lucky for them, because that was the only thing on the menu I actually would have eaten. But it was fabulous.
I mean,
Wait, you said you're super picky, but now you're going to claim they were guessing, and they just happened to guess right?
No, I think I'm saying he didn't guess right. He paid attention, is what he did. But I was really impressed that he knew that was the one thing on the whole menu I would eat, and that I would probably like it.
So he was number 63 on your notch list, was he? Oh, I'm sorry. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke, Pixie. You do not need to answer that at all. You don't need to get defensive at all. Don't. That was
No,
a
I
joke.
wasn't going to be
I'm gonna move on.
defensive. I wasn't going to be defensive. I think I don't know, that it might almost be flattering that you think I'm capable of having that many notches, but.
Okay, right. Moving on. I'd like to look at some of the words what the Beck actually used, because it's like men and society have caused women to be in the position to be the weaker one. I think there's some terminology here, because we use the term the weaker sex in a very particular way. I don't know how many men actually believe women are weak, other than they are weaker physically than men.
I think we go through a lot internally that builds strength that is hard to recognize.
Damn right.
Internal.
Fucking hell. There are some women who have been really fucking strong. I wouldn't call them masculine. They have been really strong within themselves, and basically it's people. They are normal people. They have their own internal strength. My issue is the way we have indoctrinated ourselves to determine that women are the weaker sex, essentially on one characteristic around
but that's only if we're comparing them
power.
Right? Like why can't, like you said, we can't just see women as like their own standalone thing. Like if we're going to compare women to something, compare them to other women, you know? Like it's not really fair to, I mean, weaker than men, sure, but
well, I mean, if I take my life as an example, the best line managers I've ever had have been two women. The male line managers that I've had have been complete assholes. But two women were the best out of all of them. And it's not because of anything to do with the fact that they're actually weaker than me physically. It's that they were damn fucking good at their jobs. They were damn good as managers and leaders
analyzing
to give direction
and making sure the solutions happen and stuff like that.
Exactly. They were good at talking with other people to make sure things get done in time to meet the deadlines. That getting other people to achieve stuff alongside their own requirements. So I have a problem with this terminology that we like to throw around. Women are the weaker sex. But we're only looking at that on one very, very specific characteristic, and that's to do with physical power.
Yeah.
And that's a shit way to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
He then goes into, there are women who fill the masculine role. What the fuck what?
I mean, what exactly is the masculine role?
Exactly.
Do you mean where is this person you know, like, I mean, the breadwinner, that depends. Like if they've got a great job and the husband just says, hey, why don't I just take care of the house and the finances and I'll do all the shopping and all the cooking and all that stuff. That's a job to me. Like that's that person could get paid to do that for someone else. All the things that a person does in a house, right? So it is kind of like a job in the partnership. And if they're comfortable with that, then I don't see the breadwinning role as the masculine role, because both people are still working. They're still both contributing.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I mean,
okay, I'm gonna be back when heretic snack time's over.
Snack time? What?
Oh no, are you
somebody
eating? Someone eating?
It sounded like it.
No,
I have no clue. I didn't hear anything.
Somebody might be.
I took
well,
a drink
if nobody's eating, if nobody's eating, I'll stay. But if it pops back up, I'm
It's
ready.
not me. It's not me. I promise that. Although I have got chewing gum in my mouth, but
maybe that's what I heard.
I haven't been chewing it though. My mouth has been going up and down, possibly too much, but not for chewing. I have a problem with this thing. There are women who fill the masculine role, because the problem comes in where if a woman is perceived as masculine, too masculine, they ain't gonna get a bloke to be with.
But you know what? Something
No bloke wants to marry a man, you know.
But sometimes, like, do understand that sometimes women that are merely assertive and successful are labeled as masculine, because it's just something that bristles men a little bit to see a woman being that way.
Other men, yes.
Other men, yeah. And I think that they would want to sort of use it almost as an insult, even though.
But the amount of money that you earn and your position in work is totally different from whether you possess masculine characteristics. It's completely, absolutely different.
What is masculine characteristic?
I'll put it. Well, let me put it this way.
What is it?
If you act like a bloke, a bloke's not going to want to be with you.
Well,
but most women don't, but some bloody do.
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. I'll put it this way. I have a friend who is gay. You wouldn't think he's gay. He's the guy's guy. He was an athlete, worked on cars, all of that. Didn't come out till college. I was the only one that knew before that. But he is very gay. And I remember standing in line. I want to say it was about 2 years after he came out publicly. And we were standing in line somewhere, and some kid from his graduate school that recognized him was like hitting on him. This other kid is very feminine, right? He's clearly gay, but he's very feminine about it. I mean, he was in flare pants and like clearly gay, you know. And Mitch looked at this guy straight in the face and he said, "I'm gay because I like men. If I wanted to date a girl, I'd find one."
Exactly. Yeah. And a lot of blokes can actually see somebody who's clearly female, but is actually male. And they won't go near them. It doesn't matter how good looking they are, because they're a bloke. Not as in gender, not as in sexuality, not as in anything else. A man does not want to marry another man. A man does not want to have a relationship with another man. They want a relationship with a woman.
Wait, who are you talking about when you say men?
Anyone,
Like you're
anyone,
talking about men in general.
anyone. Yes.
I think he's talking about the majority of men, right?
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
the majority of men that I'm assuming that you're not including men that identify as gay.
No. I'm talking men who are looking for women.
Right. Okay.
Do
right.
not
Well,
want
of course.
to choose. Do not want to choose a woman
that's like a man
who is overtly masculine.
Right.
No matter how good looking they are.
I just, I don't know if that's really like much of a thing. I mean, I've met like maybe 1 or 2 women that were masculine like that, and they were lesbians, like, very distinctly, obviously lesbians.
But this is the problem that I've got with some of the terminology and some of the TikTok or Twitter type statements that are put down. I mean, when this person says, there are women who fill the masculine role, it's like, and they've previously said, men and society have caused women to be in the position to be the weaker ones. It's like, Jesus, it's just straight ideology. All of it is just straight ideology. I need to push the feminist position, blah, blah, blah. And it's like,
I don't
the
like
world
them
is
saying,
different.
well, that, and I don't like them saying men did it. I think society did it. I wouldn't necessarily blame men for it. I think that that society put as much pressure, if not more, on men that goes unrecognized, right?
But just because they say that too, just because someone says something on TikTok and maybe it becomes viral, or they do a little dance or whatever the hell, like, they're just another person on the internet. They maybe what they say has validity, maybe it doesn't. But it's just a thing they say. It doesn't necessarily have roots in reality, not to the degree that they're implying it does.
What the Beck has got himself all upset now. Goes, because no women are ever lesbians. Ugh, I'm out. He's reading what I'm saying from over an hour ago, and it's totally out of context. Yeah, but we were having a conversation an hour ago, and you brought in totally something brand new, out of context, fucking what the Beck, in which I brought it in at a time when we had a time and space to actually discuss it. And yes, you are out of context. You talk shit, and you're going, if you're talking about lesbians, when we were talking about men and women getting together, then you're a complete twat. I'm sorry, what the Beck. I've got no other fucking words for you. Fucking asshole. Anyway. Oh, here we go. A bunch of cis folks verging on an LGBTQ combo that they should not broach. Go fuck yourself, you little piece of shit. Go away.
A huge part of my
I
life
am not trying to
almost
speak for the
exclusively gay
LGBT
people.
community, and I'm sorry if that's the way it came across, Beck. And I like Beck. Be nice to Beck.
Yeah, and Beck, just take it with a grain of salt. He came in mentioning how much he had to drink.
Oh,
So-
I'm much more sober now. I'm much more sober.
let me cover for you. Come on.
No. I want to tell the asshole he's an asshole.
He's not an
just
asshole.
saying that
Fucking
someone
is.
who looked masculine and also was a lesbian isn't speaking of really for or having an inappropriate conversation that only gay people can have. I mean, that's just fact. I mean, I spent like 5 years of my life with mostly gay friends, and I had a lot of them. I used to go.
It's a bit like saying you can't talk about cats because you're not a fucking.
But I just
feline.
brought up the situation with my gay friend because because he clearly saw another guy that he viewed as embodying feminine characteristics, and that would be a good way to parallel seeing a woman with masculine characteristics. I was not saying anything about any of these people, nor was I trying to disparage any of these people. That gay guy happened to be my best friend for many, many, many years, and I'm sorry if I stepped on any toes.
No, I've heard gay guys say the same thing, so he's not alone.
You're just describing a situation. I mean, so was I.
Yeah.
When he gets all uppity, a bunch of cis folks verging on an LGBTQ convo that they should not broach, that is a twat trying to impose shame, insult, and guilt on everybody in here. It's like, you're not allowed to talk about anything that's not about you. We were talking about what was us earlier on. What the Beck? You brought in a totally different conversation. I waited until we finished the conversation. Then you decided to say it was about fucking LGBTQ people, and I'm out of context. You're a fucking asshole. And people don't like me saying you're an asshole because everyone's going saying, oh, Beck's really nice. Beck's really nice. No, you've shown yourself to be a complete twat. Stop being a fucking twat.
I don't hold that opinion of Beck.
No, that was my opinion. That was my opinion.
You have a talent for ranty insult sort of word avalanches. I like it.
Thank you. Thank you.
What are we moving on to now?
Well, other than Ox's being a bit of a white knight for Beck and telling me that I'm now a transphobe for calling out somebody called Beck with rational arguments while interspersing it with calling him an asshole. Yeah.
To be fair, he did say sounds like heretic is a transphobe. That is a way of avoiding actually calling you a transphobe.
Yeah, very weak, isn't it? Very weak.
But it's okay because technically he didn't call you a transphobe, so you can just dismiss it for now.
Technically, I will dismiss it and technically call him a twat. Without calling him a twat.
Yeah, you could call him a twat, but you won't. Right?
Well, I mean, he's just come out with how it feels to try and tell a member of that community how their lives are. You just made yourself a real douchebag. I've never heard of this Beck guy before. Or is it a girl? I don't know, because you're making it sound like I should know that somehow they're a member of an LGBTQ community when I never actually did anything relating to LGBTQ. I was talking about a certain aspect. That other person, and now Ox, is now trying to make it an LGBTQ aspect when there was no indication that it was ever in the first place. If we're talking about non-LGBTQ aspects, why is there somebody in the LGBTQ community coming in without telling us everybody that they're LGBTQ and then starting a fucking question out to do with their own ideology, which was clear what it was, but it wasn't clear that it was to do with LGBTQ. Why is this Pratt actually jumping in a cis conversation about men and women and marriage, and then jumping about later on, going, it's totally out of context. There are lesbians. What the fuck is this asshole talking about?
The real question is it worth spending all this time on?
Well, no one else was talking.
Okay.
And Ox just keeps talking shit in the side chat because he's a twat.
I don't know. I happen to be very fond of Beck, and I'm like starting to get uncomfortable.
I apologize, Pixie. I apologize, Pixie. I don't know who this Beck is. All I know is that they've said some fucking stupid shit.
Well,
So
I could
just
tell
thought
you,
that.
but I don't. Oh, shoot.
I couldn't give a toss who he is.
Okay.
He or she. I don't know what he is or she is.
He.
They.
I can tell you that you know, if there was a line in the sand, and on one side are all the people that, like, you know, let's say hate, want to kill, wish they would go away, are definitely not a part of, and definitely would never stand up for, like, that community. If there's a line where there's that group on one side, and, you know, the other side contains that community and everyone that might support them, like, I would definitely be on the side of support, not the other side. Like, that's a definite distinction that I can make. I can't call myself like some kind of ally specifically, but I will always vote for rights that I think are appropriate, and I think that everyone deserves equal rights. But I'm, you know, that's, and I, you know, like, I just, that's, but I don't understand, like, the idea that, oh, you can't talk about this because, you know, you're not homosexual, or you're not part of this community or whatever.
Well, I think it's how one talks about it, right? And I was not trying to say anything negative, and I was not bringing that situation forward to say anything bad about anybody's choices or preferences that happened to be a friend of mine. So again, I'm sorry if it came across that way, or like I was trying to speak for somebody, because I was not.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything that stuck out, but maybe they did.
I don't have a problem with anything that you said, Pixie, at all. You're allowed to like whoever you like. If I don't know anybody and I've never seen them before, and then they're suddenly jumping in that way, when actually they're projecting, I'm going to call them out. I had nothing in this conversation was about LGBTQ from me whatsoever, at all. And the fact that I may have been calling out somebody that's LGBTQ without knowing that they were LGBTQ and without mentioning anything to do with LGBTQ in the calling out, how I can be claimed as a transphobe is really beyond my understanding. But Ox is clearly of the understanding that any emotional response from him that can have a go at me is all the better.
What's next in the smorgasbord of ideas?
Ham-handed, but what's a friend?
Well, that kind of goes along with the earlier topic of love. Someone who you have some commonalities with, who you enjoy being around, who you'd be willing to sacrifice for.
I also like good companionship, you know, in my relationships. Someone I like to hang out with. I mean, some people get married just for that, you know?
Yeah.
That's where I was coming from before.
Did you know that there was a certain type of marriage that was common among pirates? I'll look up the name, but that's where the term mate or matey comes from. When you talk about pirates using that kind of language, it's a shortened version of the word that represents the union. It's actually like something that had like a ceremony and everything, and they had rights, like rights as a couple. The individuals had rights.
You mean shipboard marriages?
I think so, but there's a word for it. It's I forget the word. I'm going to look it up right now.
All I know is it's not gay if you're underway. I think that's the U.S. Navy motto, isn't it?
Say one more time.
It's not gay if you're underway.
Meaning like if you've set sail or whatever.
Yeah, if you've weighed anchor, meaning you pulled it up. Yeah.
Matelotage. It's a Matelotage.
I'll post it in the chat.
It's on. Okay, I might get kicked out of the thing.
Oh,
but-
never mind then. Never mind.
Yeah,
No,
but I'll read it.
no.
The quickie. An agreement amongst pairs of European sailors, in particular buccaneers in the 17th and early 18th century, as part of this economic partnership, matelots would agree to share their incomes and inherit their partner's property in case of their death. But they often were seen as a pair after they made this agreement. Let's see if there's anything.
That's pretty cool. It's like saying I trust you enough that I think you won't kill me for my money.
Male affection, it's had an interesting history, and I think that it was a lot more accepted, and it is accepted now and in other places besides the U.S. as just a more commonplace, less weird, and more natural than we see it in the U.S. And I think it's you can see it in art too of the past, where men were not, they were more affectionate with each other.
You'll see it in war. I mean, anchors away and all that aside and all those jokes. You'll see it in war that men will become very protective of each other in agape love, but maybe something more than that, something deeper than a universal love.
Maybe some of that duty as well. And what was it? Pragmatic love. I could see it probably being along that line.
Mm-hmm.
In Tortuga, the island of Tortuga, it meant the civil union and sexual relationship between two pirate men. So I guess it was defined a little bit differently depending on where you were. It was like a contractual civil union.
I have laughed when I should have been crying so that my friend can laugh.
That's like if the person that you love is suffering, you suffer until they are happy again, and then you're okay. It's hard to see someone go through something, and it's very natural when you love someone to want to end their suffering, to lift them up, to help them through it. So yeah, I get that sentiment.
Jeff Sally, 1991, in a 5-ton truck on a 3-day convoy.
Do you mind if we have a look at this? I don't know why I'm asking. It's my channel. Fuck
it.
you all.
There you go.
So you'll know what the hell I'm talking about, Hillary's.
Mm-hmm.
So their annual meeting,
Right.
what's the after the fact word?
Post hoc rationalizations.
Post hoc gone in and added a talk. And they then edited clapping and stuff at the start and the end to try and make it seem as though it was part of the live meeting, but it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this anti-gay rhetoric. I don't know why they felt the need to insert it, but yeah, here we go.
I've got nothing.
In the revelation presented to the Apostle John,
Jesus pointed ahead many centuries to the time when Jehovah brings an end to those who oppose his kingdom. At Revelation 11 and verse 18, it speaks of such opposers as those ruining the earth. In the Bible, the word earth.
Do you know, I used to think that was proof of something, that verse, because I used to think, how could they have known 2,000 years ago that there would be pollution and that men would be like destroying the earth? Because it wasn't possible back then, other than maybe chopping down some trees or something. How did this concept of ruining the earth even be a
But now
thing?
you can see that even at the time they could say something like ruining the earth is like ruining societies, not warring properly.
Yeah, exactly. Destroying cities and buildings and whatnot. Lost me. Tab.
Earth can have more than one meaning. First, let's look at the planet as those ruining the earth. In the Bible, the word earth can have more than one meaning. First, let's look at the planet. Unlike the planets that have been named after false gods, Genesis chapter 1 tells us that Jehovah named this planet Earth. As for the false labeling of the other planets, we can be certain that those disgusting names will soon be gone. But as for the Earth, Jehovah leaves us in no doubt about its future. It was created to last forever.
What were those
Just like the
disgusting
disgusting
names?
names of the
He's
false
talking
gods
about
that
the
humans have
ones
given.
like Jupiter and stuff like that that are named after Greek.
Yeah, because they're Greek gods.
This guy's like the Taliban. Like wipe out
I've
everything except for what I believe.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
I'd never even heard that like level of extremity when I was there.
The disgusting words. So the disgusting words against the other planets were wrong. Earth is right, but the rest is wrong. And it's just a mistake by God? Is that what he's saying in Genesis?
No. Fallen
No.
man worshiping other false gods, named planets, things they shouldn't be named.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay.
False gods.
Have given to the literal planets, the false labeling of humankind and the immorality will not continue. For his own namesake, and for those who love him, Jehovah will bring to ruin those ruining the earth. What is the earth that is being ruined today? As we have discussed, it is the planet and the people being corrupted by Satan's world. But what is the earth that will endure forever? First, the planet. As we have read, the scriptures are clear that it will last forever. Next, and most important, the people, the new earth, those for whom Jesus died and who respond to the good news. The recreation is coming. Jesus will not waste a single day of the 1,000 years, not one day of it.
We've just been watching a few clips from Kenneth Cook's talk, The Earth That Will Endure Forever, a talk that wasn't given at the 2022 annual meeting, but for some reason Jehovah's Witnesses want us to believe that this was part of the program. And this is just to give you the gist, essentially, of what Kenneth Cook's talk is about. He's talking about Revelation 11, verse 18. And you might be tempted to think that this is a new light talk. In other words, it's a talk where a governing body member is introducing a new understanding of Scripture. Because Revelation 11, verse 18, which talks about God bringing to ruin those ruining the earth, that was a favorite proof text that we used to use, I say we, that Jehovah's Witnesses used to use in the preaching work. They used to say, well, obviously, we're living in the last days because look at this creepy verse in Revelation 11, verse 18, that talks about men ruining the earth. At what other point in history has it even been possible for mankind to ruin the earth? The Romans couldn't ruin the earth. People in the Bronze Age.
There it is.
Couldn't
And
ruin
I'd
the
like
earth.
to bring up.
But nowadays,
I know this is off topic. I kind of apologize. I just hate when people cherry pick the text. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, cast into the sea, saying, "Thus with violence shall the great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. The voice of the harpers and musicians and pipers and trumpets heard no more at all in thee. No craftsman whatsoever crafty shall be found any more in thee. And sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And the light of a candle. And it goes on, proclaiming the earth will be thoroughly and permanently destroyed. Sorry, pet peeve.
That's all right.
Well, I'd like to read some. A very bright person wrote that the Romans did ruin the earth. They salted the soil so that nothing could grow. So it was possible even back then.
A very, very bright person whom I deeply respect wrote that, but they could only sprinkle so much salt and only locally. So
Right.
You could think of it as like your local earth being destroyed.
Well, no, yeah, that's what I mean. When they were saying it wasn't possible, back then. Well, but yeah, not the entire planet, but to say you couldn't ruin the earth, that was ruination of the soil.
Yeah. And remember, these aren't his opinions. This is his internal critique of the Jehovah's Witness doctrine.
Right.
Caught that, yeah.
Man can actually ruin the earth, therefore it must have been talking about the times that we're now living in. I've done some digging on this, and actually what Ken Cook has been saying here about the earth having not necessarily just a literal meaning regarding the planet Earth, but also a meaning regarding mankind, this isn't new. So you can actually find, going back a number of years, articles in the publications that talk about a dual meaning. So this whole reasoning about ruining the earth being like a really unique, almost uncanny verse pointing to the times that we're living in now, that's not, or that hasn't been supported in the organization's publications for some time now, actually. So it's not like this is even a new light talk. Well, it isn't a new light talk. This is not a new understanding. But for some reason, Jehovah's Witnesses, or specifically the governing body, really, really wanted to get this talk out there about God bringing to ruin those ruining the earth, both literally and figuratively in terms of the inhabitants of the earth. You'll have seen Ken Cook allude to morality, and the most obnoxious, grotesque part of his talk is to do with homosexuality and, as he puts it, blurring of the genders, which I will get to later in this rebuttal. That's the real, I'm not going to say highlight because there's nothing that's a highlight about it. That's the part of the talk that is, let's say, most noteworthy. But how odd for Ken Cook to be going on this bizarre rant about the names of the planets being disgusting.
Genesis chapter 1 tells us that Jehovah named this planet Earth. As for the false labeling of the other planets, we can be certain that those disgusting names will soon be gone. Just like the disgusting names of the false gods that humans have given to the literal planets, the false labeling of humankind and the immorality will not continue.
So,
okay, saying that the Bible tells us the name of this planet is Earth is wrong. The actual word there is firmness. So why don't they call this the firmness? It's like saying we have an objective translation. That's bullcrap.
Well, he's like, I mean, and it's so dangerous for anyone to say, well, you know what they meant. We know what they meant.
So Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. These are all false labeling or disgusting names because they're based on false gods. This is information that's really, really important, so important that they've had to shoehorn it into a recent event at which this talk was not given. This is what people need to be hearing today, apparently. This is what God's channel with mankind, this is the wisdom that God's channel with mankind, his faithful and discreet slave, needs to impart. That the names of the planets are disgusting because they're based on false gods. And one day they will be gone. the names will be gone. I don't think it's as simple as that, to be honest. I think once something has a name, I mean, it's possible to call something by a different name or dead name or whatever. You can introduce as many names as you want, but once a name has been used and it's in people's memory, the name is still there. You can't just erase it from history unless you're going to erase it from people's minds, which is, if you think about it, quite sinister. So I have problems with this whole idea of it just being gone, or the names of the planets being gone. But what a weird hill to die on, or what a weird problem to fixate over in such strong language. Because think about how this is going to be interpreted on an individual basis by Jehovah's Witnesses watching this material. Imagine you're a family watching this, and imagine you're one of the kids, and you're going to school learning about the names of the planets, and now you're being told that these names are disgusting.
Can you pause?
So you
for
might
that?
even feel guilty. Identify.
I was thinking about like the whole idea of having now this commonplace information now is disgusting. And I was wondering, do Jehovah's Witnesses do this thing where they give people a reason to be upset about something? Because this is like a whole new set of reasons to be upset about something, right? These disgusting pagan names of false gods. Before they were literal names, right? They're just names of planets. They're identifying objects, but now they have this overlay.
I remember being a child and talking about how everything was named after false gods and how disgusting it was, and it will all disappear in the new earth. Even the days of the week will change.
But were there other things that were similarly like named as corrupted or disgusting or whatever? Like
everything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like even the days of the week.
But I think Halsey's question more, if you'd allow me to paraphrase that, Halsey is just realizing that the JWs have cast this shadow on everything non-JW, not just false churches.
So imagine going through life thinking that you're on this narrow, tiny little correct path. Yeah. Everything outside of the path is something to be upset about, essentially.
I see. Absolutely. Even more to the point, not something to be upset about, something purely and utterly demonic.
So hard to imagine.
Every single thing outside of Jehovah's Witnesses organization is pure demonism. Everything.
The even state that must create sounds awful.
Yeah, it does. It creates this massive narcissism against the world. Even after I left the cult, I thought that everyone was disgusting and broken and evil, and so I had no respect for people. No guilt over harming people. Like I'd steal off your nan and wouldn't feel bad about it, because everyone was doomed, so everything was pointless.
But you saw yourself in that doomed group, or did you just?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was worse than all of them because I had the truth and turned away from it.
I remember you saying before you spent kind of a long time thinking that you were like rotten, essentially.
Yeah.
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 Which is crazy to me considering who you are. I'm glad you came out of it.
Barely, I tell you, because the damage that thinking like that did had me heading down a not great path.
Yeah.
In terms of how I thought of people and treated people.
Something occurred to me the other day with, and your situation's different, but it still sort of qualifies. Like you grew up from a very small child in this religion, right?
Yeah, I was born in.
Yeah. So, and you do identify that religious PTSD is like a real thing.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I think because it occurs, in early childhood, all throughout life, that it definitely qualifies probably as complex, right? PTSD.
Yeah.
And the
Even
other day,
for people who never leave, like
yeah.
the people who like have the really guilty conscience because everything they say, every action they take can have like severe eternal consequences, right?
Yeah. And the idea that you like the standard is so high that it's unreachable. So everyone always feels fallen short.
Exactly, because not only can you not sin, you cannot stumble anyone else.
Yeah.
Right, and you're like responsible for the souls that you could have saved and didn't, and so it becomes this like huge thing. Yeah, right. So you don't even have to deconvert to go through that sort of like extreme mental stress.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Oh, that's what I was trying to get to. I just remembered. So, like, just a little while ago, like a few days ago, actually, it occurred to me that having that kind of situation in one's life disrupts the expectations of every single age, if you know what I mean. Like, being a carefree toddler.
Yeah.
Being a person who's freshly in school and just like having a childhood, being a second grader, being a normal 12-year-old, with normal 12-year-old woes and expectations and happinesses and sadnesses and all that stuff, like these situations alter those things so much that like like I said, it was just the other day, like it was every single year I could identify like how my situation greatly differed from the quote average childhood and teenage life sort of expectation stages, just things coming about at those ages. And it was strange to like to acknowledge that,
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I've had that same realization myself. That's actually part of the final deconversion, is understanding that even though, because it's all you knew, it felt normal, but realizing how not normal it was, and because you can see those around you, there's still a part of your brain who understands you're different. There's no denying
Sammy?
that. And that's where the complex, I think, trauma comes from. Just being in this constant state of being different.
I'm experimenting here, but if I were in a zombie apocalypse and I knew that the zombie transformation was slow and gradual and subtle, and it's hard to discern, like it's all in their head, none of it's physical, and I saw someone in my family and I thought maybe they're slowly becoming a zombie, and because some of the things they said or did looked a little bit iffy. Am I wrong in thinking that the JWs, when someone is transitioning out of the church or whatever those labels are, they think they're being nice about it?
100%. They truly believe that shunning is loving, because they've seen that people come back because of it. They don't realize that people come back because of the trauma of losing their entire world, their family, their friends, everything.
They believe that the salvation is for individuals, not for the community. Therefore, they can sacrifice a hand if that hand makes them sin.
Yeah. The old cut off the right hand,
It's a very communistic way of thinking, in a way.
Yes. Yes, it's all for the community.
Yep.
It's nothing for the individual. Individual is meaningless.
Just like shunning LGBT community because it's not natural is loving. Because it's loving to want people to live the way God designed, because God designed it so that there was no issues or problems. So it's loving.
The two things that I hear almost exclusively brought up with the idea of not natural has to do with male on male situations. And well, mostly I'm not going to say that. It's this union doesn't result or cannot result in babies, pregnancy, etc. Right? That's the first thing that they cite. And the second thing is they don't like the idea of anal sex.
Because they haven't tried it yet.
Adult men.
Or they ever mention women, It's always like the male stuff that they don't like, feels like.
Did you see my stream recently, Halsey, with the Pillowgate video?
I don't think so. I think I saw it. I was in the side chat a little bit, but then I didn't join the conversation or anything.
Oh, that just explains how far these guys take the whole sex thing. And porneia, they use the Greek term porneia to describe all these things. It's absolutely bizarre. They're like, if a man sits on another man's lap, and like this must be a thing that happens in their Bethels, and the man reaches around and grabs the other man by the genitals, and the first man gets aroused, is that porneia? Yes, because there's manipulation of the genitals, right?
Wow.
Of someone else's genitals. Is standing in front of each other naked and masturbating until you orgasm porneia? No, it isn't.
Wow.
Like, what?
Because you're not touching each other, or what?
No, as long because you're not touching another person.
But isn't masturbating sort of like wasting your seed and sort of defiling?
Well, it's not, because it's not. The weird thing they do is everything comes down to whether it's disfellowshippable, and it's not disfellowshippable, masturbation. But you will certainly be reproved. You would be, if you continued to do it, you would be marked in the congregation. So,
no, that's loving chastisement.
Yes.
And
exactly.
Do they still make the girls tell all the old men about their sexual experiences and stuff?
Yes.
That still creeps me out.
That's part of some kind of routine that happens? Routine happening?
It's called a judicial committee if they are accused of doing something wrong.
Yeah, then they have to go in and not just account for that situation, but everything in their everything sexual in their lives, and they're sitting there telling this stuff to this group of old men.
So they have a hardcore character assessment, right, or criticism over this situation.
Even if they're the victim of abuse.
Yeah, I think I heard a little bit about you guys talking about that aspect of it that day. Yeah.
I just came back to say that I love you all and have a good night, because it's night on my side, and I love you all. Goodbye.
Love you too, Ed. Good night.
Back at you. Good night.
Hey, Ed. Good night.
So you might even feel guilty identifying in a school setting, if you're a Jehovah's Witness child or the child of a Jehovah's Witness, you might even feel guilty saying Jupiter or Saturn or Venus. You might feel guilty just using the correct names of the planets because they're suddenly now disgusting.
Rather than speaking of just the planet, the scriptures here link the ruining of all flesh or people with the ruining of the earth. Likewise, today, just as mankind is harming the actual planet, the world under Satan's control is also ruining all flesh. In both ways, the earth is being ruined. How so? Along with false religion, human society in general is gradually corrupting everything that Jehovah has set in place for mankind. We see it in their incessant nationalistic wars. We see it in their racial hatred and divisiveness. We see it in their promoting of abortion. We see it in their so-called gay marriage. We see it in the gender blurring that the world is promoting. You don't have to be a man or a woman, they say. You can be whatever you feel like or choose to be. Really? What does Jehovah say about that? At Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 5, he told the nation of Israel that, quote, "A woman must not put on the clothing of a man, nor should a man wear the clothing of a woman, for anyone doing so is detestable to Jehovah your God." If that is how the Creator feels about the switching of clothing, how much more detestable he must view the world's attempts to blur the lines of gender with false labeling. Recently, the World Health Organization adjusted its view of gender. It now states that, quote, "There are many genders existing on a spectrum from male to female." It added that gender identity exists on a continuum and that sex is not limited to male or female. Again, really? Talk about an attempt to tear apart what Jehovah has made. So then even government agencies on a global scale are getting involved, and they are critical of anyone who does not adopt their warped view.
Wow. Well, Kenneth Cook would know all about organizations who are critical of anyone who doesn't adopt their warped view. Isn't that exactly what the governing body does, or the Jehovah's Witness organization does when it comes to criticism of its warped teachings and practices and policies that damage people and tear apart families? They get to criticize people who are whistleblowers to their abuse, but if anyone voices an opinion that they don't agree with, suddenly it's wrong. And where do I even begin with the utter nonsense, the, let's just say it, verbal diarrhea that Kenneth Cook has just come out with? He was normally the quiet one. He was normally the dull one. I mean, if there's a convention program or an annual meeting and Kenneth Cook appears at the lectern, typically I would, well, not completely zone out. I'd still want to listen to what he has to say, but I wouldn't be expecting anything quite like this. This is more the sort of talk that Tony Morris would have given when he was a governing body member, or perhaps Stephen Lett, or perhaps David Splain. I didn't have Kenneth Cook down as being capable of this sort of talk. Let's start off with abortion.
Human society in general is gradually corrupting everything that Jehovah has set in place for mankind. We see it in their incessant nationalistic wars. We see it in their racial hatred and divisiveness. We see it in their promoting of abortion.
The promoting of abortion. So abortion is something that is promoted. This is what we would call a straw man argument. So Kenneth Cook is manufacturing a caricature of a position to make it easier to present a case against it. As far as I'm aware, very few people, if anyone, are actually promoting abortion. In other words, going out and saying, hey, you should all get abortions. Why don't you get pregnant just so you can have an abortion? Because having an abortion is great. I'm sure there's always going to be a very small minority of sadists who would say that sort of thing and, you know, have mental issues, quite frankly, when it comes to, you know, the idea of getting pregnant just to have an abortion. I mean, never write anything off when it comes to the capacity for human evil and perversion. But that's not really what we're seeing in terms of the way or the approach that society takes to abortion, which is to say, let the woman choose if there is a situation in which the woman is unable, for whatever reason, to carry a baby to full term. That's the position of society. It's a position of allowing women the choice to have an abortion if they so choose. You can agree or disagree with that. That's probably for a whole other video, which, quite frankly, I don't have the mental capacity to make right now. But surely we can all agree that Kenneth Cook's words and the reality of the situation are two very different things. It's one thing to promote abortion. It's another thing to promote a woman's right to an abortion if the woman feels, for whatever reason, that terrible decision needs to be made. So that's the
Can I get a
first thing.
pause?
Second thing, we have Kenneth.
Okay, this really irks me about Christian rights activists. They will go out obviously being aggressive and obviously trying to be offensive, and they'll go to some kind of women's health care clinic and get in the face of someone who feels already compromised and already feels like they're in a weakened position, and accuse them of things until they become sarcastic and wrathful, and then they'll use the wrathful statements as some kind of a accurate normative representation of the persons who would be there. Does anyone know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. And the person who's going into that clinic, not every person who walks into a clinic is getting an abortion. They could be getting a regular exam or an exam to get birth control or a mammogram or something like that. Like there's lots of reasons,
But they don't know
there's
that.
also reasons for women
know
who aren't having abortions, like who are going through with the pregnancy, still have to go to those clinics for different reasons.
Well, do you know how many people don't understand that though? Right? Like, because I remember when Planned Parenthood, everybody was mad at Planned Parenthood or whatever. Somebody had donated to them, and I had shared a post about it or whatever, and I was like, good for them. And one of my coworkers wrote on my page, she was like, I'm surprised at you. And I was like, excuse me? And she was like, that you would be happy they donated to an abortion clinic. And I was like, first of all, it's not just an abortion clinic. They offer all kinds of free screening for women. They have pay grade sliding scales to make healthcare more affordable. They help young parents with like WIC and things like that, and vaccinations. And I was like, and on top of that, like if you have a miscarriage, you receive abortion care, right? That's
There's
what
certain
it is.
things you have to do after a miscarriage
Exactly.
to make sure everything's all right,
Yeah, and exactly. And it is classified as abortion care. And so I'm like, there's so much. And she was like, I didn't know any of that. And I'm like, well, yeah, well, if you're going to go protest them and scream about how evil they are, maybe know who you're yelling at.
I'm surprised she accepted the information, to be honest.
Well, she happens to think highly of me, and she knows Super Munchkin, and it was personal, right? I was like, when I was going through everything, that's the place that helped me, right? They made sure I had a doctor I was comfortable with. They made sure that Super Munchkin was very well taken care of after, even if I couldn't afford it all the time. And not once did any of these people mention abortion to me. And she was like, really? And I was like, really?
And they probably think that everyone walks up to the counter, will you be having an abortion today?
Yeah.
No,
And
not
can
today.
I say that one of the people that in Australia, we have, they're just called clinics, antenatal is that before you give birth? Prenatal.
Prenatals before you give birth, yeah.
Clinics, and they're usually just run by midwives, right? So nurses who have done midwifery. And my son's condition, which we'd been sent away from the hospital several times, was picked up by a midwife, and who said, don't take their no for an answer. Because now that I've noticed, and you're already thinking it's not right, go back in and don't take no for an answer. Turns out she was 100% right. she even knew what condition he had. Just thankfully, she had seen kids with it in the past. But, you know, these places are so important, and the information that we got from these places, it was the part of parenting that we'd missed out on from our parents, if that makes any sense. Like the knowledge that they gave us and prepared us for what was ahead.
Or even some of those screenings that I got for free, right?
Yeah.
Like I would never have paid for the kind of cancer screening that I got because I wouldn't have been able to afford it. But because I got it for free, they were like, oh, hey, you don't have cancer, but you have pre-cancer cells. So we do want to get those out. And I was like, oh, great, thanks. But like, I never even would have known, right?
Yeah.
And it may progress, all the way to a bad situation.
Yeah. Well, they had to wait till after the pregnancy to do anything about it. But like, I could have gone my whole pregnancy and had her and not known anything, and then it could have gotten bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's one way that a society can get around the issue with the abortion clinics getting protested and people standing out the front and harassing people, is eliminate them. Like I said, we don't have abortion clinics. We just have prenatal clinics, which because it's where all new mothers go, everyone's already going there. So no one thinks, oh, what are you going there for?
But that's what I'm saying. Planned Parenthood isn't. That's what I'm saying, though. Planned Parenthood isn't necessarily an abortion clinic. That's not what it is. Right. It was instituted to help women get, especially pregnant women, get access to medical care who didn't have insurance, who couldn't afford proper medical care, but because you have access to abortion through Planned Parenthood, that's all people think about it.
Like, look on the side chat right now.
Bizarre.
You see
Planned Parenthood only offers abortion.
Yeah, see, he's just parroting bad information. I mean,
exactly. I'm a parent who went there. They helped me with.
I went there to get birth control.
They helped me with birth control. They helped me with WIC. They helped me with Super Munchkin's vaccinations. They helped me find a doctor and a nurse that I was comfortable with for the delivery process. They're the ones who did my cancer screenings. They did when they found out that my family had diabetes in one part of the family, they gave me to make sure that I didn't have the type of diabetes you can get just from being pregnant. They went above and beyond for me, and I paid on a sliding scale, right? Like, I only paid what I could afford to pay. And at some point they just accepted like a couple of dollars donation from me, right, for the visit. And so to hear people say they only offer abortions, that's ridiculous. I used their services and they helped me. And nobody in there even mentioned abortion to me.
I think Flow State was just trolling, really. His last statement.
But people do believe that,
statement, though. Your experience is probably just a haze of IV drug use and strange faces.
There we go. But people do believe that, though. It's the craziest thing. Like, the girl on my Facebook, she said, I did not know any of that. And I was like, then why are you mad at them?
And the thing that people don't realize is the trauma that someone who has an abortion goes through. People think that it's like, I know it might be for some people, like, I don't know, going and getting your teeth cleaned at the dentist. But the personal experience I've had, all people involved, it was extremely traumatic and something that you live with for the rest of your life. So it's not
taken lightly.
and
No,
casually. Yeah, and that's what they imply. I mean,
and they won't do it without lots of counseling and.
See, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Jody. They do target vulnerable young people. But by that, that's what I'm saying. I would have been a vulnerable young person. I was 20 when I got pregnant, but I looked like I was 15. Okay? My poor partner got all kinds of accusations thrown at him for no reason. People thought that I was a very young teenager. I was a student. I did not have a steady income. I was the vulnerable young person, and nobody in there brought it up to me. Now, I'm not saying that if I brought it up, they wouldn't have spoken to me about it, but nobody in there, not only did they not push it on me, they never even mentioned it to me. They said, hey, okay, so what are you thinking? How are you feeling? What are we doing for you? You need a doctor? All right, let's find some doctors. It's not, I never experienced this pushing of anything, and I was that vulnerable young person.
Okay, so I'm not real big on committing logical fallacies, but I'm aware that I'm doing it this time, so it's not actually a fallacy. I'm going to make an appeal to emotion. Without abortion clinics, a woman's bathroom becomes her abortion clinic.
Yep. Or an alley,
or the back alley.
Some dodgy clinic in someone's basement, and people die.
Precisely.
Well, and look what's already happening, right? Doctors are like I said, a lot of things are considered abortion care that isn't necessarily an abortion, right? Like if you're carrying a dead fetus, to remove the dead fetus, instead of forcing you to have a stillbirth, to remove the dead fetus is considered abortion care. The care that you receive after a miscarriage is considered abortion care. And so there have already been cases that, because laws in certain places are so vague and they're afraid of providing abortion care, women have had to carry their stillbirth children to term and go through like this painful labor process, right, and the emotional trauma with that, right? Plus, that can also threaten the woman's life because of the infections and all kinds of other things that can set in. You can go sepsis from carrying a dead fetus, all kinds of things.
And they have to wait until you have like something like that going on in order to medically justify it. You know what I mean?
Right. They can't help you before, because they're afraid of using anything that's considered abortion care because of how vague the laws are, and it's really just sad.
Yeah, it could be them getting sued or like losing their medical license,
and
or even going
to prison.
Cases,
yeah.
You know.
I just want to answer Jody here. I don't know what happens in the States, but I don't believe that anyone's rushing anything other than the fact that depending on the state you're in, you may have as little as 16 weeks to make that decision. A lot of girls don't know they're pregnant 16? Until around that time, right?
Try 6.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, some places in the U.S. it's 6.
Try 6 weeks.
Now,
heartbeat bills.
A girl comes in at 5.5 weeks pregnant, and the law gives her 6 weeks. You think they're not going to have to rush that, or that girl just has to miss
no,
it?
not 6 weeks. Not 6 weeks till she finds out. 6 weeks from the date she conceived.
Yeah.
If you're past 6 weeks, you're too late.
You got to go to another state.
And a lot of girls don't know until even up to 12 weeks that they're pregnant.
Yep. But do you notice the language that's being used, that they target certain people? You know, a target, like if you think about a target, what is
your baby out of you?
Well, and yeah, that's also pretty extreme language. But when you think about a target, you think about like maybe a scope and someone shooting someone, right? Yeah, they're a projectile going towards someone. You know, people come into a clinic like that, and if they're seeking an abortion, they're seeking an abortion. They'll have a talk with someone, they'll make a decision, but they have that in mind going in. They're not just wandering in saying, I don't know what to do. I mean, maybe there's some people like that, but I don't think it's very common. I think people know what they need to do.
I was young, I was unprepared, and I was in a very vulnerable situation. I would have been the first person for somebody to be like, well, what
you should
about
have an
what
abortion.
about an abortion? You should have an abortion. Everything would. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't do any of that. They just said, okay. So have you thought about the news? And what are we doing? What can I help you with? And I said, I have. And I need information and doctors. And she's like, all right, I'm on board. Let's do this.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception out there that like places like Planned Parenthood are excited and happy and ready to push and give out abortions for free to anyone that wants them because the government pays for it. That's what they think, you know, and they can just go get pregnant, just, you know, haphazardly and say, oh, it's my 5th or 6th abortion, but so what? It's free. It's just a couple of days of soreness and I'm good again.
No,
you know?
it's
that's
just
not
like
how
any
it is.
other. It's not you. It's just like any other clinic. You walk in and there's people there with kids and there's pregnant people and there's other people picking up birth control or whatever. You know, it's just, and just like any other doctor's office, they get all excited when you come in with the baby after you've had it. They're like, oh, you know, it's just like every other place.
They should really call it like, I don't know, like the model that Sammy's got, when they say prenatal care, does that include the possibility of abortion as an option, or does that, okay, so see how that's just one thing, many things that they do, and
it's the only thing that they do that these people would argue with. Everything else is to do with caring for a parent who's pregnant.
Right.
That's what Planned Parenthood is.
Yes.
See what,
and it's specifically targeted toward, and it's specifically targeted towards people who don't have a lot of funds.
Yeah. And I think if they're pushing anything, people. It's birth control. They're I mean, if anything's being pushed, it's education and birth control. It's not have an abortion. It's let's not get in that situation in the first place.
As a matter of fact, that's why I started going there, because when I went to them for birth control, it cost like a third of the cost of getting a birth control prescription anywhere else. If I just went to them to fill it, like it was so much cheaper. And that's how I started going to them in the first place.
Yeah, and I remember it being cheaper too. It wasn't quite a free clinic, but it was close.
Yeah.
Do you think it made you have more sex, Pixie?
No.
No.
That's not even why I was getting a prescription. I got it for kind of the opposite reason that Super Munchkin got one.
Because you know what I realized when I was younger? Well, I realized about when I was younger was, and this is a fucked up thing, you know, this is males not taking responsibility, I get it, but I was going to have sex with or without protection. You know what I mean? I wanted to have sex. It wasn't.
The immediate gratification was the priority, right?
There was no religious thought, moral thought. It was hormones controlling my body and my brain. Now, if you are telling kids in that position, just don't have sex, one, you're an idiot. It just shows you have no grasp of reality. You have no memory of being young, obviously.
If I had a daughter,
they have no option. They have no option to make a mistake, which isn't a mistake, but you know what I mean by that view. It's a mistake. What happens if you make a mistake? Well, too bad. You've just got to have that fucking child. Oops. Hey, no.
Well,
hey, what up, y'all?
Super Munchkin was on birth control before she was like really old enough to be active in that area, just because she's irregular, right? Like really irregular. And the opposite way that I am, though. She was bleeding way too much and way too often, and it was causing like borderline anemia issues and all kinds of stuff. So that's why she got on it. But there was a point where I had to have a talk with her and be like, okay, you've been on it, and I get that. You get this taking it every day thing. But if you're ever going to be active, you need to take it at the same time every single day. Because if not,
becomes less.
You're going to have other issues.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Pay some
mean,
respect,
that's the
Knock.
reason why I went on it was for symptoms of like endometriosis and stuff, you know. I mean, we're probably way too much TMI, but like an average period for me was like 10 days. And it was like really super bad, like really, really, really bad cramps, like debilitating.
Yeah, and then there would only be
on the floor, you know, taking, you know, a beer and 4 ibuprofen and a hot shower. And that just took the edge off, you know?
Hers wasn't like that bad. It was like super heavy for like a week and a half. But then the problem was there would only be like a couple of weeks in between sometimes.
Yeah, I had about 10 days of good days per month that were not filled with pain and blood, honestly.
Oh wow, that's sad.
It was bad.
And so that's why she got on it, and she's evening out pretty well.
You're saying like 2/3 of your life you're on your period, or suffering from
bitch, man. It grows uterine material outside your uterus in your general abdominal cavity, and all of it is hormonally active, and all of it like makes you like the normal collection process in the uterine lining that sheds every month builds up like a way more when you have.
Since we're bragging, I once had a really bad splinter. Just so you know.
Well, that and scar tissue, right? Like it creates scar tissue, and like that's like my sister has that, and I do not envy that. That it's a mess.
Welcome to the chat. Not seen any good uterine linings lately?
No. I when I thought I was coming in, I was coming into like abortion and stuff, but this is cool.
It is. Yeah.
See, and I had the opposite problem, Halsey. I have trouble building a lining.
Oh, really? Okay.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I have what's called stage 4 endometriosis. Even though it's not cancer, it's like that means it's like everywhere, you know.
Yeah.
And all of it, like, you know, the reason why you get cramps is because, like, I mean, not you. I know you probably know this, but like to the men. It's because the material, the uterine material, the muscles and the fibers, they contract, right? And it causes cramps. It's almost like a mini contraction that you have with pregnancy, but it's really little and it hurts like a fucking son of a bitch. But
I always heard it was because Eve ate the apple and women are inherently evil.
Well, whoever said that wasn't the cause.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it. Who knows? But you know, all of those extra things that are growing outside, and think of it as like, I know it's kind of gross, but fleshy spider webs, right? They're all like pulling against each other and like, you know, sort of writhing themselves. They're writhing in a hormonal state, and you feel it as pain, you know, and it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. But birth control really like reins all of the symptoms in like quite a bit. So it's definitely like a medical treatment at times. It's not just you want to have sex, you know.
Birth control for me like completely eradicates any sort of time of month ever. Like I just don't have one. But that's because I always had the opposite problem. I just
with no break. Do you take that one?
Yeah. Well, no, I have an IUD now.
Oh. Okay.
But before that, yeah, even the pill, like it would just completely eliminate it because I've always been irregular in the opposite direction. Like I can't, like my body just doesn't. I don't know if I don't produce enough estrogen or what it is, but my body just does not want to build a lining to the point that every time like I go to get my IUD changed, my doctor, everybody loves it except for me. I'm so goddamn happy I annoy myself. But for 2 weeks, they'll put me on estrogen to try to force my body to build up some sort of lining just so they don't like over irritate everything when they replace it. And for some reason, when I take the estrogen for 2 weeks, I am like the happiest person I have ever known, and it annoys me. But everybody else loves it.
Oh no!
Like I'm very apparently I'm
Probably very
extraordinarily
agreeable.
happy. I'm extraordinarily happy and extraordinarily sweet for like 2 weeks.
My stepmother was the same way. She had probably not as bad as you did, Space Cadet, but she had some really bad menstrual cycles, and she used birth control. And yeah, like when she was on the birth control, I don't think she actually had cycles.
Yeah, I think certain formulations like slow down or completely stop, like the progress of endometriosis. And, you know, it also lessens the whole like cramps and pain situation. It doesn't eliminate it, but it definitely makes it better. But yeah, you can take a pill, a type of pill where like usually birth control pills, there's there's a certain number of days where you're on the hormones, and then there's like a week or so that it's like inert
the iron pills.
Yeah, the iron pills. And so it
Mhm.
gives your body a break and allows it to trigger the shedding of the lining and all that. And then when you start taking them again, it starts all over again. But there's some pills where that little week doesn't exist. You just keep on taking the hormones, and it never triggers the release.
No, even when I took the iron pills, but that's because, like I said before I started, I was irregular in the opposite direction. Like, meaning I was
You
never
hardly
regular,
ever had a-
but that's because I would only have like 3 or 4 a year, and sometimes I'd only like spot a couple of days. Like I was irregular the opposite way.
So just so you
I
guys know
wanted
how
to-
scary this is, and so I'm really being tough and hanging in there. There's been 3 times I've been really tempted that maybe the second half of the sentence was going to be too much for me, and I was like putting my hands up to my earphones, getting ready to rip them off, just in case.
I was about to say, Richard, I'm going to try and claw the conversation back to something.
Well, okay, so to end the topic, just as a thing to think about, there are quite a few videos on YouTube where men have volunteered to put this TENS unit on their abdomen that like simulates menstrual cramps, and it's
They're such babies about it.
Yeah, well, we haven't had time to get used to it.
Wait a minute, that sounds like a great workout. How do I commercialize this?
They also do the labor pains one. Have you seen the labor pains one?
Yes.
You want to talk about even bigger babies?
Yep. But when I watch their reactions, I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what that feels like. Mm-hmm.
Wait, we all know that women don't feel pain the same way as real humans do. Come on now.
Yeah, we're badass.
If we had to endure something we have no choice about other than enduring, we're obviously going to endure it. You do have the option of epidurals and stuff like that too. But
I'm just saying I was in the delivery room in a lot of pain.
Women are fucking goddesses, and we should worship them for what they.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I think it's funny because I remember being there and being in a lot of pain, but I don't remember screaming like that.
Yeah,
Ever.
But I wanted to ask Nock to get us back to abortion. Not that that's a much better topic, but what do you think the states can do, Nock, to change the culture? That people don't realize what these clinics do. They think it's just butcher shops for killing babies.
It's going to take a lot. I mean, so here in the States, we're looking at, it's going to take at least 20 years to fix the law, right? So, we're going to go a long time without with things as they are right now. When it comes to changing the culture, it's going to be really hard, especially in certain areas of the country. Down in the Bible Belt, you have people that are just so steadfast against it, and they're raising their children to be against it. And it's the false narratives behind it. Like getting back to the conversation they were just having, I've often contemplated, and I know like Catholics and some of these sects have gotten a lot more progressive, but imagine the women in these religious sects that they're not allowed to take birth control, and so they just got to suffer. It seems like
they're not praying hard
changing the
enough.
culture is going to be really, really hard.
They must not be praying hard enough,
Yeah. I just couldn't imagine just making your people suffer just because, it doesn't make any sense. But like when it comes to abortion, like the thing, I defend abortion a lot, and I've been in abortion arguments, even though I try to avoid them, and I stopped trying to avoid them. And people automatically assume, well, you go out and you have abortions all the time. Like, no, I've never had an abortion. I probably never would. It doesn't mean I can't understand that this is an individual right. And the moment you start handing those away, you think the government's going to stop there. So it's like, I think that's the best way to get through to them, because most of them are anti-government. But when it comes to the abortion issues, it's like a completely different thing. It's like they lose track of what their belief is.
I think isn't it in some religions a forbidden thing to have a vasectomy because you're like altering God's creation? You're also like preventing yourself from being fruitful. and all that
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I know. Like, I'm not sure if it's like a Southern Baptist doctrine, but the Southern Baptist I grew around with, you didn't get a vasectomy. For one, it's against the religion. You're supposed to, be fruitful and multiply. But for two, they think it makes you weak. You're not a man anymore.
Right. Like they practically probably think of it as like some kind of castration or something.
Yeah, but you can
I
get
just wonder, like, how
vasectomies that
would
are
men feel
reversible.
if, like, they made laws saying you can't get a vasectomy because you must spill your seed if you know what I mean? Like you need to acknowledge that pregnancy happens and that you're a part of it and you can't prevent it. And let's say they have laws against birth control on the female side too. They're just like they're practically like pushing the idea of just straight up pregnancy. Just
Oh yeah, and in a lot of these red states, if you actually go in and do the research, they've been banning contraceptions, birth control, access to birth control. They're making it really hard for people to get this. So now they take away abortion, and give it 10 years, you're going to see a spike in the numbers. And there was already a spike there. You go down to these red states, they're having more abortions, they're having more premarital sex, teenage sex than the liberal states are. But you have to really dig into the numbers to find out. And that's an issue. Yeah, I mean, if you're taking away people's ability to have sex and not get pregnant, and then you're taking away their ability to get an abortion, you're going to have a lot of unwanted children that aren't going to be taken care of.
Yep. But then you've got people in power. Like there was a recent a quote by a Republican congressman saying that that the pregnancy rate, the teen pregnancy rate in rural areas indicates, meaning the uptick in compared to like urban areas or whatever, is something special. Like that means there's something special going on. Like they saw it positive, like in a positive light.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I've talked to Christians, older men that will talk about pretty much grooming young women to be their wives. It's I don't know. It does seem to be a culture, especially in the more religious states, that teenage sex is okay as long as they're getting married at 15. It's one of the things that's really kind of disheartening about YouTube.
Or the idea that you want a younger woman because A, she's more pure, and B, you can mold her.
Yeah, you can mold her. I think it's the Christian I'm thinking of specifically is Misha Popoff. I had Ali on the show back then. We were talking to Misha, and he brought it up several times about how 16-year-old girls would be better taken care of if it was an older man taking care of them. They don't have to worry about economic situations and blah blah blah. And it was just like pretty much like you're giving me all of these excuses to go out and groom young women. It really disheartened me from YouTube. Yeah. There's a bunch of sick bastards that'll just go out and justify their sick beliefs.
It's also the problem of men being so immature. I think a lot of men like the idea of younger women, not necessarily to control the women, but they don't have as high an expectation of the man.
For the men, right? Yeah.
They don't know to have an expectation.
Exactly.
They haven't lived that experience.
And that's where that line crossing comes in of we often talk about people in a position of authority like teachers and whatnot, but age as well. You might be a legal age, but you don't have the life experience to be able to see that someone older may be manipulating you, for example.
Oh yeah, I went through that. I've always kind of attracted younger women. I think I'm progressive. I'm an atheist. I speak outside of the box. So I had this 26-year cutoff, and I got to 40. And Ali, back in the day, she brought it up to me. She's like, you really need to think about the power dynamics in these relationships you're getting into. And I sat down and I thought about it for months. And I'm like, I came to the conclusion I have way more life experience. So even if they're they're good with it. They're really into me. I'm utilizing my life experience without realizing it. I'm taking advantage of them without realizing. I had to rethink my whole frame of mind, and I needed somebody to tell that to me, right? Like I needed somebody to point that out to me so I could see it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a situation where you would be in a relationship with that person, but somehow something would change so that you didn't feel like you were taking advantage of them?
Yeah, I think that there is instances like, you know, not every 26-year-old young person is naive, right? Like some people have way more life experience at that age than others.
I mean, it's possible that someone may
Yeah.
also seek out what they see as wisdom in an older person,
Mhm.
and want to be exposed to them and want to learn from them and
Yeah.
understand that their role in that is of a more naive, and less knowing, less knowledgeable person. But they want to change that, so they want to be around this person they admire. That, you know what I mean? Like that could be something where.
Yeah, I don't think it would be an automatic no for me, but I am a lot more cautious, and I consider it a lot more no. And I have for the last couple of years. I just stopped dating because I don't attract women of my own age. I just don't. They're all religious.
Do you feel like you look your age?
I do now. For a long time, I didn't. I have this baby face, but now I'm bald and gray. So yeah, I do look my age now.
And does anyone, I don't know where I stand on this. I generally err towards the side of if both people are consenting, you know, whatever, and adults, of course. But Brad Pitt, the average age of the women that he dates is 23.
Are Brad Pitt or Leo?
Really might be Leo.
I think,
sorry.
yeah, I was going to say, I think that's DiCaprio.
You know, I was a huge fan of DiCaprio. I think he's the best actor in the world, and I love his politics. But this shit with the women's out of hand, and people need to start calling him for what he is. He's a fucking groomer. This 19-year-old model. I mean, she's 19, dude. You're 40. You're like my age.
Yeah, I was going to say Pitt was with Aniston and then with Angelina Jolie, but.
Yeah, I think Pitt, which I've heard stories about Brad Pitt too, but he tends to get into serious relationships with women his own age, I think.
Yeah.
I've heard he's an asshole.
So you think that that's pretty messed up?
Yeah. You know, for a while, and I don't think it's necessarily all Leo's fault. I read this story. When Leo was a kid, he did the Basketball Diaries. He was like 16. And he was getting this, you know, he was worldwide. He was Leo at that point. And he had like, you remember the Cherry Pie girl from Warrant?
Yep.
Cherry Pie had her sleep with him, right? Like, so they were feeding him these women. And I think it became part of his life. That's not an excuse. He really needs to look at that. But I think it's the culture of Hollywood. And when you're a superstar, I think it's pretty easy to lose touch with your humanity, probably.
Yeah. And do you think that that's possibly part of the grooming culture of Hollywood? Do you believe that there is?
I think it gets worse than that. Like, if you believe the Coreys, I mean, Hollywood's just straight fucked up.
It's when you say grooming in the matter of, like, you know, DiCaprio, did he say that he got like molested or like sexually assaulted in some way? I'm not aware.
No, they were just. I think they were just feeding him.
Someone has claimed that on his behalf, actually.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Like it. From what the Coreys say, if you ever listen,
so hold on a second. So to keep him like interested in what, the contract or his work? Or?
Well, yeah, I will say he was on set with a known pedophile.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way.
Or as an adult?
As a minor.
Okay. Wow.
Who was the guy?
He was a back scenes person. He wasn't like an actor or anything.
Okay.
He was just like one of the techs in the background.
No, I want to say he was like a producer or something.
Oh.
The Coreys get dismissed because they got on drugs and they.
What do you mean
say,
the Coreys?
Corey Feldman and Corey Haim.
Right. What do you mean?
So
They've come out with a lot of abuse
they came out with.
Oh yeah. No, I believe all of it.
Yeah, so do I. I believe every single bit of it, and I think
wish that
people really need to look into it.
Would talk a little bit more about specific people, because I know that he only identified like 1 or 2 people, I think.
Yeah.
In that movie that he made.
I think he's scared.
I'm sure he is.
I think he's scared.
Without proof, he's going to get sued.
Well, that, and I'm sure like there are other people who are scared that are saying, "Hey, don't do this. Don't bring me into this. Don't."
Yeah.
Look at how long Harvey Weinstein got away with it. Like, and he was doing it to adults, right? And he got away with it for so long. When power and a lot of money are behind it, people are going to keep their silence. I think it's borne out.
One of the biggest things I think we forget, because they're famous people.
I'll be right back.
But if you talk to just an everyday survivor, it's a case of they would rather forget about it, and they will often not ever utter that person's name. They'll say, "I will never speak that person's name." And you're there like, you need to dob them in. You need to, they're out there, could be doing it to other people. And oftentimes a survivor it is like reliving that trauma.
Are you talking about specifically in Jehovah's Witnesses? Or anywhere?
No, just anywhere, yeah.
Yeah, no. Recounting the abuse to someone, it can be extremely exhausting. It can be very, like re-triggering.
Yeah. Well, that, and there, you never know what response you're gonna get, right? And then that is exhausting in itself. And then,
it's frustrating to realize that you're going through something that took you. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, and then if you have to go to trial, right? You have to tell your story not only in front of people judging you, but people whose job it is to try to make you the bad guy.
Yeah.
Right? And trying to defend yourself. It's a lot. It's a whole lot.
Imagine some people just don't even want to talk. They just don't even talk about it at all.
Not to mention the number of rape kits that were never even tested.
And victims are obviously threatened, with different things as to reasons not to talk, on top of the psychological trauma of having to talk about it, on top of these kids being famous. But imagine going through something like that, and the first time you tell someone and you're shut down.
Or they just they believe you, and
or they make it your fault.
How horrid it was just when my parents wouldn't believe me that it was my sibling that did the naughty thing, not me. I can't imagine what it does to a person's psyche to go through an experience, to have it denied and be gaslit, about such a horrific thing. It's just.
And then if they do entertain the thought that it actually happened, then it must have been your fault in some way.
The JWs are good at that, blaming the victim.
Well, yeah, it seems to be a bigger problem than most people ever expected. Just the Me Too movement, I think, really proved that. But when you're talking about children, it was one thing when Smokey got caught, but then Khalil got caught, and it's like, man, you'd hope to be able to go through your entire life without ever meeting one of these people, and here I've seen to just meet them over and over and over again, and it's like it seems way worse. Like I was always able to say something's crossed in their brains, but when it's so adamant, it's like, no, there's something more to it, and I think it's power dynamics.
Yeah.
Before it was discovered, did you have any suspicion that they had that inclination? Either this.
No, I mean maybe with Smokey a little bit because Smokey
Yeah.
was just so negative to women, but with Khalil there was no indication. I was shell shocked.
Same.
So I know some people are saying that it might not be true, which I'm sure is always the case with anything. But what do you think of that claim?
For one, when it comes to that, I know some people can be innocent and proven guilty, but when it comes to that, I don't care. For one, you should have never been in a situation to be even accused. For two, if you're found guilty, my hands are washed. Now, I've had a lot of people in my comments about Khalil, and it's a lot of Muslims, and they're like, well, they're only doing this because he converted to Islam. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Stop it. He was proven guilty in a court of law after spending a year telling about how he was going to be vindicated. No. If you can't prove your innocence on this, and it's really hard to convict on this to begin with, if you can't prove your innocence on this, my hands are washed. I would never take that chance with my child, ever.
I didn't know it had progressed. I only heard about like him getting arrested or something.
Oh no, yeah, he was convicted.
Wow. Okay.
My last stream I did before I took my a month break, so it was like about a month ago now that he was convicted.
Wow.
And it blew my mind. Like he pissed me off the first time I really talked to him with philosophy. But we had developed a relationship. We were friendly. We were, and it honestly, it makes me sick. And it's one of the reasons why I just stopped doing YouTube for a while. I got really depressed about it. I'm like, this guy that I liked turned out to be a monster, and it just seems to happen over and over again. And yet I'm the asshole because I'm the raging atheist. Like, no, go screw yourself. You're the asshole because you fuck children.
Right. Does it also disappoint or frustrate you to not know how somehow you didn't see it?
Yes.
Or
Yeah. It especially with Khalil, like with Smokey, those red flags were there. I wasn't really surprised with him, but with Khalil, even some of like the Billy Hams of the world, Benny Ham, whatever his name was, here these people they're huge. They have huge followings. And they're still hooked on this power dynamic of abusing people. It's really it's disheartening for me as a human being. It makes it really hard to be a humanist. You want to be a humanist. You want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and then you meet people, and it makes it hard.
Yeah, I totally get it.
I think it's led me to have a even worse opinion about theists, but at the same time, I haven't met an atheist that's done that yet, but they're out there too. It's like all demographics, and the problem is way worse than we ever want to think about. And then the moment you do talk about it, YouTube will come down on you. Your stream, your video, it isn't going to get. It's not going to hit the algorithm because YouTube doesn't want it to hit the algorithm. It's a topic that people want to stay away from.
You're onto something though about we don't realize how bad it is, Nock. And I know that there's obviously reasons that it's so bad in the JWs because they've created a situation where these people can foster, but whether the situation allows it or whatever, that it's still, the number is there. And in Australia, they released 1,000 files, right, of records that they'd had of victims coming forward in the congregation and saying, I've been abused. And I think that 1,000 might have even been cases where the person was found guilty by the judicial committee and disfellowshipped. But that was 1,000. And then it was released the filters that they used to choose that 1,000 to give the commission. And it was only serving ministerial elders and ministerial servants and elders. It didn't release just dads abusing children, mums abusing children, that sort of thing. So it was a small fraction of the records, but it was so great that that means that, you know, there's that many people who are willing to do that out there.
Yeah.
And are just stopping themselves, or society's not allowing it. But
just look at the Catholic Church. There's this great movie out. It's called Spotlight. It's on HBO Max. I just watched it a couple weeks ago, and it's about the Boston Globe's investigation into the Catholic Church in Boston. And when they first started, they had 3 priests, and they thought that was a lot, right? And it went up to 17. And then they're talking to this guy, and he was like, "Well, 6% of priests are child molesters." So they did the numbers. There's I think it was like 15,000 priests in Boston, something like that, and 6% of that equaled like 90. So they were like, "No way, we're going to get to 90." They got to 87 priests in Boston that had molested children and had been shuffled around to other parishes so they can continue molesting children. And you know, people want to say that that's indicative of the Catholic Church, and they need to realize that's indicative of society. You know, we want to blame the Catholic Church, but that's indicative of society.
I said that's the same thing that happens when like the fundamentalists, sometimes they shuffle the men around, sometimes they shuffle the victim around and go marry them off or something, right? Like, or the Jehovah's Witnesses who won't report anybody because they need to be forgiven and it's all an in-house thing, or the Southern Baptists who are now being called out for what happened at some of their camps and in some of their churches, right? Like, it's not...
The ultra-Orthodox Jews are the same way. Like, if there's a sex abuse complaint, they don't want the police to be involved. They want to take care of it all in-house. They don't want the person to have to go and get arrested or anything like that.
They're the ones who brought us circumcision, so that doesn't really surprise me. But
see, and the issue is governments trying to respect institutions. And for instance, there are people who try and push for Indigenous Australians to have their own law because they have communities with elders, and the youth respect these elders. They have no respect for police and that authority, but they'll respect their elders and so on. And I think we should allow that until there is a victim. And as soon as there's a victim, any cultural thing, religious thing should be overlooked, and the victim should be protected. If kids are being abused, that shit. Any government who has not yet made it mandatory reporting is mind-boggling.
Well, yeah, and people don't. They continue to play their team, their teams, right? Like, you know, like the Kent Hovind thing. Yeah, Kent Hovind didn't go out and molest any children, but he supported somebody that did. He had that person on his compound, and all these Christians are lining up to defend Kent Hovind. It's like you guys.
But it's more than that.
Like Sammy, you've heard how many times?
Compound, dude. He knowingly let this kid go in the dude's house.
Yeah. I mean, it was
provided the house for him.
How many times, Sammy? You've been around. You've heard me talking to these people. How many times have these Christians came at me and how can you have morality, atheist? And I'm like, motherfucker, you're lining up to support these sick fucks time and time again. Like, who's got the morality here?
I mean, if you outsource your morality to a god or a church or a denomination or an authority figure, you're not acting as a moral agent anyways.
I totally agree. I totally agree. If you need a god to be your morality, then you're pretty fucked.
I mean, I think it's kind of impossible to have be that bound to doctrine, any doctrine, and also be a moral agent simultaneously. You either act morally as an agent, or you just do what you're told.
And you would have missed this knock, but the other night, there's a dude, I forget what he goes by, New Light or something Light. New Fire. I don't know, one of those weird Christian names that they come up with. And
a new Christian on the block.
yeah, exactly. He's
New
one
Life?
of those little buddy. Yeah, New Life. And he admitted to us all, right? He was very manic at the time he was saying it, but he was like, yeah, man, I used to have murderous thoughts, you know, and I still do, except now I have God. And I was like, then, dude, you keep your God. You know, if that's the only reason you don't want to murder people.
Well, that's scary. I mean, if you haven't
Isn't
murderous
it?
thoughts and you add God onto that, then it seems like you can start justifying yourself
you can
acting out some of
imagine.
those.
My first question was, have you sought medical like professional help? And he goes, yeah. And I was diagnosed with this and this. I said, are you being treated for it? No, I have God. He's my medicine. That was his exact words. So there are people who are getting diagnosed, but not getting treatment because they just want to use God.
Honestly, God seems to have about the same success rate as some of the antidepressants.
Yeah. But I would rather these people be zombified than zealous for God.
Well, if God is going to stop them from committing horrendous acts, I want them to keep their God. You know, whatever it's going to take for you not to be a monster.
The problem is, though, that people like him, like he admitted that Jesus talks to him in his head. Now, all it takes is for that voice to start saying, these people are so sinful, you need to do something about it. And then all of a sudden, he's violent again, you know.
Then it's like he has like qualified immunity for God, you know.
Exactly. Now he has
be
a
an
reason.
asshole, be a murderer for God. You know, he's got.
Well, some people think that way, and some people don't, right?
Right. No, I'm not saying all. I'm just saying there's some out there that think they're like soldiers for God, and they're, you know. Ready
I was
to
watching a documentary. It's called Alabama Snake, and it's about snake handlers down south. And you know, that was messed up, the snake handling part. You know, my mom actually used to go to a snake handling church down in Tennessee before she moved to Michigan. And she told us stories about it. But like the scariest thing about the documentary was when they started talking about demons, how this preacher who supposedly tried to kill his wife using a rattlesnake had cast out demons, and people would see the demons, right? Like these black shadows, and they're talking about like these demons like they're real. And it's like, well, you know, if you have mental instabilities and you're having murderous thoughts, like Sammy was saying, this New Life dude has or whatever, and you think that people actually have demons in you, I mean, that seems like it could be a really bad mix between mental illness and religion. And it seems to be like a cocktail that's bound to explode at some point.
But I mean, there's so many crazy people everywhere all the time. There's no use in stressing on things like that.
Well, but I will say Christians always have had this like soldier mentality.
I mean, I don't think that's exclusive to Christians. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think it's any religion or group or culture. It's just humans. Just people are fucked up in this sort of way.
I'm not sure. Well, I agree with that. That's why I say no religion has their hands clean. Every single one of them has been manipulated, is either a tool of oppression or violence or both.
I agree that no one religion is to blame, but the fact that people use religion as a reason to do things. But
in the absence of religion, people will find a different excuse to do the things, right?
Well, you know, and people always talk about a deterrent, right? Like, you know, send people to prison, it's going to deter. Well, you know, for one, we need to fix the statute of limitations. Some states there is no statute of limitation on child molestation, on some of these horrendous crimes. But like, there's a good chance if you go to prison for this, you're only going to get a couple years. That dude that sold that crack rock, he's going to get 20, right? Like, we really need to think about how we're going to
reprioritize.
Yes.
We can't properly go ahead.
You know, the child, obviously.
I mean, I don't think that we can address protecting children in a court system that's corrupt to its core. I mean, I've got no faith in it at all. It's completely upside down. So to think that it can solve this problem, I mean, it's out of its depth.
So you're basically like saying we have an unwinnable situation.
But basically, I agree with Flow State that like it is so corrupt and upside down that if you approach any person on the street who's not a pedophile, obviously, and probably pro for it, but the average person would say, I consider rape and child molestation equal to murder. And
me too. I think it's worse.
If that's how our society thinks. Why is our laws not reflecting that? Because our laws are meant to reflect what we as a society deem right or wrong.
Because there's more money in addicts and homeless people. Come on now.
Exactly.
Probation violations, you know.
Well, and I think it's the power dynamics. So if you're filthy rich, you know, and you can have anything you want, and you've had everything you want, well, you want more, right? Like you're never going to be satisfied. So some people are gonna go one way with it, and they're gonna do good things, and they're just gonna try to be saintly. But a lot of people, they're gonna fall into degradation, right? Like, all right, I you know, the prostitutes just aren't doing it for me anymore. Yeah. Let's really get into some power dynamics. Let's take it a little bit further. That 16-year-old looks really appealing. I think that, you know, I'm a socialist. I don't want to break this down to socialism shit, but we need to stop giving people so much power and money. You know, like I don't know. It just seems like
which is really, exactly what really socialism does. It centralizes it for somebody. But we don't need to dive down this hole again.
Socialism, I would say capitalism does that, not socialism.
So
we need two distinct layers, you know, a nice big fat socialism layer for people who want that, and then capitalism for those that wish to engage with it and can afford it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, not to get us on the socialism thing, but you know, an interesting point about that is a lot of people think that socialism means you're not going to want to work anymore. You know, I've been a socialist for a while now. I went a year without working. I felt like shit. You need to work, right? Like people aren't going to just stop working because of socialism. But all right, I didn't mean to sidetrack us with the socialism.
Everybody needs a purpose, you know, in order to feel like they're part of the community and doing something good with their lives. And so I think that that's what you mean, you know, like you stop working, yes, but you're still seeking a purpose.
Do you think? I think I've got my answer from Knock. And this is something I've always thought, but I thought maybe I was just being too narrow-minded, that the only reason that a child rapist gets 4 or 6 years and then gets off shorter with good bond and all that sort of shit is because the people making the laws are pedophiles. And want to make sure that if they ever get caught, that, you know, they're not going to get themselves too much trouble.
I don't never really like to go places without evidence, but you know, like generally speaking, I think that there's a huge issue with the way we ignore sex trafficking as a whole. And then, I mean, you know, we had the war on drugs here in America. People have been calling for it to end. But it's a huge problem when, you know, cocaine dealers are getting exuberant amounts of time in prison. And hell, I went to jail with a guy that killed his best friend. He got 3 years for killing his best friend in cold blood because he had he did have mental issues, but he still needed more time. Like if you're raping a child, you should be put away forever.
Yeah. And I was looking at 15 for a quarter ounce of dope.
Yeah, it's insane. Like we're putting away people. I mean, not to say, you know, drug dealers are great people, but a lot of them are trying to deal with and a lot of them are in hard economic situations, and they're doing the only thing that they know to get out of those economic situations. And we're gonna throw their lives away forever when these people can actually be rehabilitated, and yet we're gonna just, you know, let these pedophiles walk in and out the door. I mean, I think Khalil Allah, he got like 3 years. He raped one of. It wasn't his children. It was a couple of children that he was responsible for. He was their step parent. You know, that to me, like that, if you're going to throw the book away at anybody, it's that person.
Well, what
Make him
actual
do
act
20
was he
years.
accused of?
I'd have to go and find because I got all of his court papers and shit. But
Right,
you know, it's the same language. Sexual battery against a minor.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Sexual battery against a
Oh,
minor
yeah.
that he was responsible for. Not.
You're right. I read it. I read
yeah.
the charging document, but I still don't know what actual act he was accused of, because in the law it was like a whole bunch of different possibilities.
As far as I understand, he raped 2 of his stepdaughters.
So forcible vaginal penetration.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's as far as I understand. I could be wrong, and I should clarify that. Because reading those documents, they don't go into specifics. Or at least the documents that I have. I think some documents do, but it's hard to get your hands on those.
And Flow State,
Yes, ma'am.
what state do you live in?
Kansas.
I used to live there. Okay.
I came for a job and then they wouldn't let me leave. They liked me so much.
I lived there when I was very, very young, and I don't remember much about it. And it was a tiny, tiny little town called Lakin, and I have very few memories. But anyway, if you leave that state, don't call the green stuff dope, okay? If you call green stuff dope,
Oh yeah.
anybody, if you call weed dope, anybody younger than you they don't know, like.
I wasn't talking about weed.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
for a quarter of an hour. That's
Yeah.
Dope is
He
crack.
said a quarter, so I assumed green, and I was like, wait,
Yeah, so
don't.
did I. That's
Because
a
my
lot.
dad used to do that. My dad used to call the green stuff dope, and I'm like, Dad, don't do that. Nobody younger than you
No,
does
it was
dope.
like the shardy stuff.
Ah, got you.
Damn, I'm surprised you're out, man.
Well, I got a private attorney. That helps.
Shit, they throw the book at you for that shit. It's crazy.
They raided me 3 times in 2017, and that's the most they came up with. But I had a private attorney, and I forfeited a lot. I forfeited $120,000 probably worth of legally owned guns. So
I used to sell acid, and I would buy it by the book, so I was getting 1,000 hits at a time, and I fully understood if I ever got caught, I was going to prison for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
You know what's fucked up about when they seize blotter off of you is that they weigh the entire sheet of blotter and treat it as if it were pure LSD.
Yeah.
That's the same as if you try to like dissolve the powder into a bottle of water or something, and they test the water, they'll weigh the whole water.
Right.
What do you think of that? No.
Bobert praises high rural teen birth rates while announcing first grandchild. Yeah, it's not surprising. It's not surprising. I think that a lot of people think that if it's like within a Christian context, it's okay.
Yeah, so she's 36 and is going to become a grandmother, and her son is 17, and he's the one that got his like either 15 or 16-year-old girlfriend pregnant.
Of course he fucking did.
I think she must have been 15 when it happened, because I think she's about ready to pop, and she's 16 now, but I don't think she's almost 17.
Here we are.
Oh, she was talking about how she was ready to welcome that baby into the family and all kinds of stuff.
Now, any of you who are having young children who are given life, there is some questions that pop up. There's some fear that arises. Mother's Influence Award she got the what?
No doubt.
Was presented with the Mums for America's Mother's Influence Award.
That's got to be like a Christian group.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now my son, when I approached him and told him, Tyler, I'm going to be a 36-year-old grandmother, he said, well, didn't you make Granny a 36-year-old granny? I said, yes, I did. He said, well, then it's hereditary. Nice try, buddy. Bobert, a far-right conservative with hardline views on abortion, said to laughs from a crowd.
I think the most, I don't know, alarming thing about this article is somebody's giving Bobert an award for anything.
Look, She dropped out of high school to take care of her child when she became pregnant as a teen. Now, that's amazing that in America a dropped out single mum can become a politician.
Do you know how she became a politician?
But I have no idea how she became a politician.
Oh, it's a good story.
So.
You tell it.
She, as far as I understand, now correct me if I'm wrong, she was Ted Cruz's escort. Ted Cruz would bring her to Washington, and yes, people started telling her that she needs to run for office. But yeah, she started as an escort. That's what I've heard.
She had some pretty big money donations, right?
Yeah.
And she tried 4 different times to get her GED.
Is that why she
because
looks
I think
like
it
a
was
hooker
required, right?
when she's in Parliament? Oh, I'm sorry. What do you call it? Congress or whatever.
Congress.
The fuck she is.
She doesn't.
She's always
she
like
doesn't
got
dress
fur
trashy
coats
at all.
Oh,
but-
she did it. Something I saw.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like,
at award shows, she does. But
true.
you
She
know, when
wears,
she's
like,
in Congress,
Daisy
she wears the
Dukes
pantsuit.
I mean, they're all actors, though.
She's basically
yeah.
like a mouthpiece for Trump. She's just a mini Trump, like a repeater, essentially.
Yeah. I hope like when it comes to her and I don't know, the other blonde one, like they don't
And-
really believe
and
half the shit
Marjorie.
hopefully they don't really believe half the shit they say.
I have a feeling that they do.
I don't think they do. I think everybody knows they're playing a game up there. Like, look how many actors make it into politics.
They're just
I
doing
don't
like
know. Some of
social
them
engineering,
were
essentially.
saying these things. I mean, some of them were saying these things long before. I would assume they even had like ambitions to be running for Congress, and they wouldn't even
Oh, yeah.
apologize until like they absolutely had to, right?
Yeah,
So-
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she had a YouTube channel before she ever became congressperson, and she was saying
We
the same
have
shit back
YouTube
then.
channels.
Well, I mean, before that, right? I mean, even with her, I mean, yeah, but if you're thinking about running for Congress, are you running around talking about Jewish space lasers being responsible for California wildfires and shit? Like,
If
is
I
that
ran
the kind
for
of
Congress,
thing
do
you
you
do?
know how much terrible, awful things have come out of my mouth on YouTube that people could dig up? It'd just be like an endless stream of abuse.
All you'd have to say is that you found Jesus and that everything.
Yeah, but I
changed.
would never run for Congress, though. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, it used to be my life's ambition. I'm glad I never went that route.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, do I think she really believes it? Well, I don't know. I don't think she had any ambition of running when she said it, and it took her an awful long time to address it, and only when she absolutely had to. Does she believe in Jewish space lasers? I don't know. It's a really weird thing to believe in, but perhaps she does.
Maybe that's the problem, Knock, is I always wanted to get into politics too, but never couldn't stand the bullshit. So I never did either. But people like Irenic have actually tried, and I believe he's talked about running again.
I probably would have if I didn't go to prison so young. I have spent a lot of time, working the Democratic Party here in Battle Creek, and I did work for the Bernie Sanders campaigns both times he ran for president. So I have been involved with politics, but I try to become involved with politicians that I believe what they say, like Bernie Sanders. I don't think I could never do that. I could never devote myself to a Hillary Clinton or a Bill Clinton or somebody like that.
I've also been involved from the outside, right? And I have a really dear friend who was a politician for very, very many years, and he owns his own businesses. He does other stuff, but I asked him one time. I asked him if he's going to run again, and he's like, no. He's like, the longer I'm there and the longer I'm around people, he's like, the more I just think that like there's no room for somebody like me. And I couldn't talk him out of it, but I used to tell him all the time, but that just shows you that like that's the reason that people like you are the kind of people who are needed there.
Well, and the messed up thing about Washington is power corrupts. I'm at Alexandria.
I mean, I think that it's a prerequisite. I don't think you're allowed to advance past a certain level unless you're willing to be compromised.
I'm at AOC back at Standing Rock during the No Dapple campaign, and she was one of the leaders there. She was one of the organizers, and she was passionate and she believed in the things that she believed in. And when she was elected, I was like, hell yeah. And I've watched as she, she's still a fighter for progressive values, but she's changed. Now,
she's just loud.
She plays the game now, and it's like that game corrupts you. You lose track when I don't know, when all these interests are coming at you and all this extra money that she's never had before. It's like, man, I was excited about AOC, and now I'm like, she's another politician,
I can't
My
help
grandpa
but
was a
think,
mayor. Was a mayor in California in like the 60s or something, and he dropped out of politics altogether after that little thing. It's Temple City is a suburb of Pasadena, but I remember him explaining that you're basically sort of ambiguously saying that politics isn't what you think it is, especially at a certain level.
I agree with that.
So, more and more people are starting to talk about it. Like on the national level, these Republicans and Democrats that are at each other's throats every time a camera's on, they're getting a drink afterwards, laughing at the fucking rubes that believed every word of it. Like,
I mean, how many times have you seen people getting beat up in front of Congress and nothing happens? The NSA is still doing their bullshit, right?
There are really good people in politics. Unfortunately, those people seem to get stuck at a local level. They never seem to make it high because they don't have the donors and they don't have the money and they don't have the backing. It's not that they're not there. It's just they don't ever seem to be the ones that make it.
I've been watching a lot of documentaries. There's another documentary on HBO Max. It's about the donors, and every single one of them claimed that they don't expect anything in return. But they laid out, like, if you want to run for president or you want to run for Congress, there's like this it's like a fucking, I can't remember what the word for it is, but it's basically this roadmap of 50 different houses you need to go to so people can lobby and fundraise for you. And it's pretty much just, if you want to run for president, you got to go suck the asses of rich people, and you're not going to become president unless you do so. And it became that way basically under, I think it was the end of George Bush and the beginning of Obama, but it didn't always, like, it used to be public financing. We can go back to public financing, but we choose not to.
No,
and now it's law. It's law.
I would say it extends before that, right? We
I always thought so too, but Citizens United was 2010.
Well, but at the point we decided that that businesses, okay, so it was really this kind of tangled mess. Businesses had to be considered entities, individuals, in order to be sued. But once that happened, businesses wanted to claim individual rights for other reasons. And in doing so, blah, 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 then we get to a point where we decide that because businesses are legally individuals, businesses can spend their profits as a political voice, and that they don't have a limit, right? And they don't have to be transparent about it. And so when you combine these things together and you take into account that not only can citizens not compete with this, and citizens also have a cap on how much they can donate, right? When businesses have a cap on how much they can directly donate, but then they can fund all these super PACs, right? And they don't even have to be transparent about it. And so in the grand scheme of things, like businesses, it's the corporations that have been running things for a really, really long time. Both sides are bought very, very heavily.
Wait, I'm a believer in the oligarchy. I think that big business has been a problem for a really long time. FDR tried to warn us,
about the military-industrial complex, not about business.
Well, no, FDR tried to warn us about business and the industrial military complex. He was the first to try to break apart the banks. He had his brand new deal.
No.
What? Who am I thinking of?
I think that you're
the brand new deal. Who was that? Who was that?
That was
FDR, right?
That was Roosevelt.
Yeah.
No, Roosevelt had a new deal, but I'm talking about the New Deal.
I believe that was FDR.
That was FDR.
Okay, maybe I'm fucked up. Go on.
Yeah, that was FDR. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Yeah. All right. So he tried to warn us. He tried to warn us about the banks. He tried to warn us about the industrial military complex. And as soon as he got out of office, both parties, not just Republicans, but Democrats as well, went out of their way to overturn every single one of those policies. The policies that got us through the Great Depression, that got us to rebound, we had a chance to stick with them, and we didn't. And it was at that point that big business became a big role in politics, but it wasn't really until Citizens United, when they had the legal capacity to pretty much buy elections, that we had this huge issue that we do now.
The Great Depression was caused by the Federal Reserve. They just let their foot off of it,
Yeah. Well, it was one dude in particular. I can't remember his name. It was the guy before FDR.
Hoover.
Yeah. It was Hoover.
But he was no, he didn't cause it. I don't know if you had economics courses, but he refused to intervene, and so when the Fed took us off the cliff, he just let it go on over, saying, "Well, it'll actually correct itself."
Well, he did waste a lot of money on his Hoover Dam, thinking that was going to do something, and it hurt us.
Which is Bayesian economics. You have government spending, and that gives jobs. I mean, really, that would have worked. And if FDR wouldn't have gotten to office, we would have come out of the Great Depression. But FDR just kept plunging us deeper and deeper. If it wasn't for foreign wars, we might never have gotten out.
I disagree with that. I'm a big believer in his New Deal.
Well, I mean, you can simply look at the model, right? Simplify it just to the concept of Keynesian economics. If government can use tax revenue to create jobs to pay workers, why would there ever be any shortage of jobs or work? Why not turn that all the way up to 10?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we just tax our way into infinite prosperity? Because the model doesn't work. It's not a model that works.
Do you think the model we have works?
Well, what model do we have?
Most of the income go to a select few.
We have, and I don't think the model right now is working, but I think that when you refer to the model right now, I think that what you're thinking of and what I'm thinking of are different.
I'm thinking of the oligarch model that we live in current society, American society. Most of the wealth goes to a very select few people, and even people that think that they're rich and they're well off, they ain't. they're not. They're.
Okay, but that's crony capitalism, which is nearly
exactly.
Nearly indistinguishable from communism.
I think crony capitalism is a result of capitalism. You're gonna get crony capitalism with capitalism.
It's also a result of communism, though.
Right.
I'm not a Marxist. I'm a socialist.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what's the difference functionally, though?
Well, communism and socialism are two very different things.
I mean, I understand intellectually that they are, but in practice, they look exactly the same. They look just like crony capitalism and fascism. It all comes down to corruption, people exploiting the system.
Yep.
I don't think so.
There's a pretty big difference between some of Norway or Sweden or places where they have a lot of socialist programs.
They have more capitalist programs. Go on.
And somewhere like North Korea, which is real communism. When you look at those two, there's huge differences.
North Korea isn't real communism. We've never seen real communism.
Well, it's pretty
because it really doesn't. It can't work in real life.
Communism is an ideal that humanity is going to have to evolve into. It's going to you're going to have to stamp out greed. Communism there should be no state government in communism. If there's a state government, it's not communism.
We should all be one big family, right?
I'm just talking about their version is it's a lot different than I thought.
Their version is fucked, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it would look like, but it's strange and abusive, but it also has something that I would almost consider a positive, which is this extreme this ability to unify in a way that allows them to sort of temporarily dissolve the idea of the individual and only act as part of a whole, which I think would benefit people if they were able to have like times of their lives where that happened. But to them, the role of the individual is to simply be part of the whole and to make the whole as good as possible.
I'd like a selfish moment. Could I have a selfish moment? I just want to point out to everyone how long I've been quiet because I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about, and I'm uneducated and I don't have an opinion.
I
just
thought
want
that you
to
were
point
gone.
out sometimes I'm quiet.
I don't think I'm the one that got us on socialism this time, but maybe I was. I don't know.
Well, we can go
Yeah,
back
yeah,
to
you're the one that brought it up.
Um,
We were talking about something, and then you brought up and said, "Oh, I don't."
I was talking FDR. I wasn't talking socialism.
Get
what brought you to FDR? I forgot.
Yeah, it was before that.
When I brought it up a while ago, but I apologize for it.
No, it's fine. I'm just curious now because I can't remember actually like what was right before that.
We were talking FDR and we got to socialism somehow.
No, but what
Which
was
I
right
mean,
before
they're
FDR?
close. They're close.
Before that, it was like child molesters in
Abortion.
Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and then molesters in Hollywood. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's why.
Oh, and
Oh,
like
that's how
the
it got
courts
onto
and
it.
courts and
Yeah.
drug laws and shit.
Like
Yeah,
world
and
powers, powerful people. Yeah. Okay.
no, the exact thing was when he mentioned about how the laws for child molesters versus other, like drug offenses and murder, and then that's when he mentioned the socialism.
Yeah, that was, and I apologize for that. I wasn't trying to get us off track.
You don't have to apologize.
No, I thought
Well,
you said
people
I'm
don't
not
like
a
the socialism.
communist.
People don't like the socialism conversation.
No, what happened was we started talking about the corporate oligarchy, and then somebody said functionally speaking, that's the same like as a communism, and he said I'm not a Marxist, I'm a socialist,
Right.
and that's how that happened.
Right.
I mean, to some extent, all the different political systems, all the different economic systems, it's all sort of just mud in the water. What we're talking about here is power. Does the individual have the power, or is it removed to, fill in the blank, society or the emperor or whatever you want to do? That's all we're really talking about.
No, I agree. I used to want to like freeze myself when I die, and I wanted to be unfrozen when the world got to a place that greed was no longer a thing. When humanity realized that we all are born on this planet, we share this planet. The planet is ours. It's not that guy with that much money. It's not that
like
guy with that
we have
much
the
money.
rights of every other creature, right? To like
Yeah.
have a natural life here.
I like the native idea of the not even the it's ours. It's something we borrow from our children.
Yeah, that's a good mindset. That's a good mindset, I think.
I kind of also like the idea that like not only does it kind of belong to us, but we belong to it. Like we are part of it, and we should like feel like we are, within it instead of separate from it.
Fresh water.
And take care of it. Exactly. That's the we borrow it from our children, right?
Fresh
And
water.
They borrow it from
Sacrifice
there.
virgins so the sun rises again.
Back in the No Dapo debate, we were having this debate about
Not
water.
all tribes did that, but
I'm just talking shit.
Water?
I know.
Yeah,
Go
we
on
were
about
having this
water.
debate about water and how fresh water is. It should be a right? Like it's all of ours. These are our resources, and yet we give them to Hershey, right? Like Lake Michigan, they get free water, but the people here in Michigan, they're paying for bad water, right? Like it's insane.
But we are part of that system, right?
But we're the only things on the earth that have such a system.
What?
No.
I mean, because we're the only ones that are that complex. We're certainly not
Well,
the only ones
look
that
at-
act brutally or cruelly, right? It's
But
just
but just check out like when you look at other creatures, it seems like every creature like has like its way of existing. It knows how to build a dwelling that's that's out of the local materials, and it does a pretty good job at that. It has all these things that are kind of naturally built into its knowledge, and we as humans, I think we have separated ourselves so much from our natural human existence, meaning like one that isn't sort of polluted with the artificial world of modern life. We've lost like that knowledge maybe not completely, but in a practical way, it's sort of smothered by other things. It's buried and it's dormant.
I
You know what I mean?
agree.
Like that. Anyway, so I feel that our next step is not to progress towards some other height of human, like whatever. I actually feel like we should take a few steps backwards, not backwards as far as giving up the progress we've made, but understanding how our more about our human animal existence and our place in nature, and start really learning from that, because we skipped over all that. We
Do you
skipped
know
over
where we all?
learning from the natives and like really harvesting like their good information, their good knowledge.
Speaking to my heart now.
And how,
a good example of that. A good example of that is it Alaska, where they had banned the natives had this tradition of like a controlled burning, and they had this whole like ceremony and everything around it, and they had like banned it. They thought it was like harmful or whatever, but because they had banned it, it had left the forest open to like these huge wildfires, and so now they're like trying to
that's
implement.
Australia, bro.
Oh, that's Australia.
Wow, you knew
okay,
what
there
you
we
were
go.
talking
And
about.
so,
Like, what a surprise, right? Jeez.
yeah, yay.
Well, it
and
happened
so
here
now
as
they're
well.
trying, and
It
so
happened
now
here as
they're
well.
trying. Yeah, but I couldn't remember if it was like Colorado, Alaska, or California. I thought it was one of the three.
Upper Canada and California, as far as I remember.
California, okay.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to like. So now they're trying to implement the controlled burning practices that the natives used to do.
So centralized control didn't work. What?
So more than that, I don't know what you're doing over there, but we're actually employing the indigenous people to do it and learning from them. But why wouldn't you employ the people who already know the job? Hey.
Right, and are part of like the culture that sustains the practice. I mean, why not learn from them directly instead of trying to replicate it?
We should do that with pretty much everything. Our farming system, like the 2/3 rule. You use 2/3 of the land, so 1/3 of it it has the chance to heal. The earth needs to heal, or you're going to have shitty ground.
Do you know? You're exactly right. We need to appeal to the cultures that were on the land for thousands of years and utilizing it. Because while we saw them as primitive, their knowledge of their environment was phenomenal. And for example, they realized that in the Amazon, right, that it is a man-made soil that these primitive people created, that the ground was actually very sparse of nutrients and whatnot when they got there, but these ancient peoples created this soil.
They've been like doing like years and years of composting and stuff, like direct composting, that kind of thing.
I'm just gonna look it up because now I sound like I'm talking out of my ass. So,
and there's other
it may not
aspects
be
to
the
it.
Amazon. It may be
Yeah, I think it was the Andes.
The Andes,
because it was so rocky that if they hadn't have created the terraces, they wouldn't have had
Those
any
terraces
farmland.
are tight.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people that thinks that like almost all cultures have information that is something that I would save if I were browsing for good things, right? The good things.
The Amazon.
Me too.
And
I got in a lot of trouble with my Protect the Sacred series because I'm like talking about protecting Native American, protecting their spirituality, their heritage. And a lot of people didn't like that. And it's like, I can be an atheist and against religion and still want to protect. I mean, not all religions are bad. Hell, I'd want to protect some of Christianity,
right.
as long as I'm not protecting the bad stuff,
Right, and being
so it's called
mean that you're automatically like trying to make other people into atheists. I mean,
yeah.
So it's called Terra Preta, right? As in Terra, Earth, and Preta, Preta. The indigenous Kuakuro people may have created the Amazon's dark earth. In a tradition that may be thousands of years old, indigenous Kuakuro people in Brazil overcome this issue by making their own, the issue being that infertile soil, by making their own fertile fertile soil from ash, food scraps, and controlled burns.
Hmm.
Like
Nice.
that's some handy
That's like
knowledge, hey?
communing with the earth, you know, knowing it that well to practice.
Because if that's the case, the Amazon is meant to have the largest variety of species on Earth.
A
And it would
huge number of
possibly,
medical, like medicine compounds come from various things.
yeah. And
Well,
whilst it's getting
and-
chopped down in swaths.
Natives see different species in a different way than we do, and I think we could really take something away from that. I think we put too much emphasis on the specialness of humanity, and if you really look at us as a whole, as somebody kind of referred to it earlier, we have these complex systems because we're complex creatures, and I don't disagree, but yet I do. I think we make things too complex because basically we're animals, and I think that we've lost. In thinking ourselves so special, we've lost something. A lot of tribes, I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's like we've lost the ability to associate with other species of the world. And deep down in our DNA, we feel that because for the first 10,000 years, at least of our evolution, we were part of that system that we're no longer a part of. We have taken ourselves out of it to dominate it. And we need to get away from that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think that it explains a lot of mysteries that we have about like ancient buildings and whatnot, where, you know, these primitive people weren't supposed to be able to do this. Well,
I think we're grossly underestimating them a lot of the time, you know?
I do too.
Yeah.
I think we've regressed.
Regression through progression.
I mean, if you just look at architecture, right? Come on.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of different styles, but yeah, I know what you
Is it Göbekli Tepe or is it Pumapunku that has the big letter H's?
I have no idea.
I think it's Göbekli Tepe. But anyway, there's these giant stone structures in the shape of a letter H, and they couldn't figure out how they cut them and milled them and carried
Are
them.
those the ones that have like a little like animal like carved onto them here and there? Like
yeah, they have carvings as well. What they've now realized, the latest science, is that they are formed ancient concrete that has a substance that they can't identify yet, but it's organic, and they think it might just be, you know, ash or scraps or something. But however they've made this concrete, the things that weather our modern concrete strengthen it. Which is why they're still around thousands and thousands of years later.
It's like the H blocks on Easter Island or something like that, right?
Possibly on.
Or Easter Island.
Cambodia. What's in Cambodia?
Easter Island's the big heads. I'm thinking.
yeah,
of something else.
that's Papa. I forget there's a name for it that's like different from Easter Island. I forget, but yeah, those people sort of they took themselves out of existence. They deforested the entire island, making and transporting those giant stone heads. And
I don't know if I believe that. I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. That is definitely the story. But like, if we know that the news is fake, think how bad they're fucking up history, right?
Not all news is fake.
What's the motivation for doubting such a story where, you know, we know it was similar to the islands around it as far as its level of vegetation and everything, and they basically over time, you know, stripped it bare through trying to exist and transporting those stone heads around, and it took time. I don't know how long.
I mean, it just sounds like one of those, like, you know what guy facting is when you make up something because you don't expect your audience to be able to call you out on it. That's just what it's, you know.
I'm pretty sure they have evidence for how many trees used to be there and how many were cut down and stuff.
I have no idea how they'd know that. I don't know much about Easter Island specifically, so you could be right and I could be totally wrong, but I have very little faith in history being an accurate description of what happened instead of a political tool or a way to pat yourself on the back for being smart.
That sounds exhausting to have to doubt it.
I mean,
either way, the fact that it's called Easter Island shows that Yahweh is dominant on the planet. So,
well, there wouldn't be a 7-day cycle without that.
You totally caught it. That was perfect.
Is Easter's coming up, isn't it?
Yep. April.
When is Easter?
So you were probably thinking of Pumapunku. Bolivia.
I mentioned Cambodia earlier, like
Angkor Wat.
Yes. That shit's amazing. And now I'm looking at my house. It's basically a few sticks and paper mache. Like that's what we're building with now.
Angkor Wat. That's like an ancient wonder you can build in Civilization 6. I love that game.
Modern, like housing tract housing reminds me of like a Kleenex box.
That's what it is.
Yep. It's a frame with a skin on it.
It's semi-disposable, really.
Yeah.
Well, and I wanted to say, Flow State. I'm lucky enough. I know a couple archaeologists. I know some smart folk, and I would think, if you're going based on history that's been written by the victors of war, I would agree with you. History is unreliable, and I wouldn't put my trust in it. But through science, we are finding out a lot about this world, a lot about the ancient world that we never knew before. And we're finding that, by digging in the earth, by actually investigating, that we don't need these false histories, that we can actually find a somewhat accurate history of our world, at least of humanity. So I would say, like, skepticism is good, but sometimes it can be bad and it can go too far. Archaeologists are doing a lot of good work out there, kind of trying to break the puzzle of the ancient past, and we've got a long way to go, but it's a lot more accurate than it used to be.
I'll actually concede the point. I think that you're right here, and I am pretty jaded on experts across the board. So it gets taken unnecessarily far. I'll admit that.
Try to, if you can. I know it's hard because it is definitely hard not to have like a template down sometimes in thinking, but try to go in with a clean slate when you're looking at information that doesn't really seem politically motivated. Like to me, an archaeological report on the fact that there was like a mosaic found in a dig where they were just getting ready to put like an underground parking lot in. Like that's not politically motivated. For them to say that it's
this? Sorry, Halsey, I thought you finished. Keep going.
No. Oh no, let's look at this picture. What is it?
Oh, it's Angkor Wat. How old is this?
God, it's not as old as I think it's like 600 or 700 years old if I remember. I'm not 100%.
Do you know, Sammy?
No, I'll look it up. That is absolutely phenomenal.
In Civilization
was
6,
that carved or is that cemented?
In Civilization, the video game, it's one of the first ancient wonders you can build. So I'm imagining it's pretty freaking old.
Look it up. It's not actually as old as you would think.
I think it is carved from stone. Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
But there's like different pieces. It's not like it's one solid block.
No, I imagine they must have carved internal parts too, like hallways and rooms and stuff, right?
Well, could you imagine trying to build that today? Like what a sensation it would be to try to carve something like that out of rock.
See, but let's look at what about a house like that or a small version of it carved out of rock? How would it do in a hurricane?
Yeah, it'd be great.
If it were up high enough, there would be no issues. You'd be just like looking out your window going, yep, it's a hurricane. You wouldn't even
I'd be a little worried if it was like an earthquake, though. all that stone on top of you.
As long as it's irregular surfaces, they actually interlock and would do really well.
Probably, yeah. I don't know. I've made the mistake a lot of times at kind of like dismissing ancient folks like dumb, primitive. I think that's a mistake that we make. I think that human beings have been smart for a really long time, and we've been capable for a really long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that
I
it's
think
hubris.
more capable. Like you were saying, Halsey touched on, and then you did as well, Rage, about I think we had this knowledge of the earth and our environment, like making this concrete that we can't figure out how they made it, building shit like this. Yeah, we could do it now with our big machines, but these people did it with manpower, pure manpower.
Did they?
That's a knowledge that
Maybe some specialized tools that they knew how
if
to
they
make.
had a technology, they didn't leave any trace of it, you know?
And woman power.
Yeah.
Thank you.
People power.
You know, there's something else too that's like a factor here is that like there's an opinion that I've heard about how one of the reasons why we have so much like mental illness and even physical illness in this era of like humanity is because this like the stimulation level and information flow level for modern humans is not really suitable for the actual brain that we have, which is a Stone Age brain, meaning it's like it's expecting a Stone Age environment. It's expecting the calm of just nature, and it's expecting only the fight or flight response when there's an actual real threat, like an animal chasing you or something like that. And information flow would be like really like a lot lower if we were in like a hunter-gatherer type setting. And like the argument is that the level of stimulation and worries and obligations and all these things that we have in modern society is actually like overwhelming our system in a way, and it's causing so much stress hormones like extra cortisol and stuff in our blood that it's creating stuff like, you know, chronic depression and cancer and all these other things.
I agree wholeheartedly. You know, we live in a society that you need to work, and if you can't work, you're out in the cold. I've had these health issues. I couldn't work for a year. Now I'm forcing myself to work when I probably shouldn't be, and it's because I have to. And the level of depression, not being able to take care of my daughter, you know, not being able to take care of myself, not being able to support myself, it's a very, very real thing. And sometimes you don't even realize it. Like, you know, people think that you're out of work for a year and you're just living it up. And no, like there's all of these internal struggles. And I think society places those burdens on you when I don't think it's necessary. I
mean, there's no organism in existence ever that hasn't had to exert effort every day to survive.
Yeah, but like look at like weaver spiders. You know, they go like find their materials or they spin it themselves. They know how to build a little box to live in or whatever, and then they catch food and they walk around and stuff. Like their existence is built into the environment. Like ours used to be. Now we have this big layer of artifice that like we have to deal with. And someone told us that this was the way it was, and this is how life works and stuff. But it's not. It's like this is
living in a lean-to in the forest hasn't been taken off the table. Nobody
that's
chooses
for
it.
sure. But you know, it's kind of prohibitive, meaning like, you know, what do you have to do to live that way? You have to own a piece of land. You have to get the resources ready to live off the grid or whatever. You know, there's quite a lot to get ready, and pulling yourself up from your bootstraps when you barely have shoelaces is difficult, you know? So you're kind of stuck in
There
this.
are a lot of people living homeless, you know, on the streets. In America, nobody's starving.
Are you crazy?
Am I crazy? No.
Like, look at the numbers. People are starving every day in America.
I mean, I'm looking at America.
Starving in what sense?
Children that don't have food and they're starving.
Yeah, harvesters will tell you that there's food insecurity so that you donate, right? But nobody's starving to death in America. Nobody. When's the last time you heard of anybody starving to death in America?
Yeah, there's plenty
You
of
mean
calories.
similar to starving to death, like when you see depictions of it in other places? Do you mean to that
Yeah,
degree?
like
Like
the
you
commercials
weigh
with
like
the
80
starving.
pounds and you're
No,
Like,
I think you mean don't you mean specifically? I know there's neglect from parents, but actual reports of cause of death, starvation, or they'd say malnutrition, right? But how often is that a result of being poor?
Never, because any kid can go to school for free and get 3 meals per day for free, and sometimes they'll even open them on the weekend just to feed the kids. So no, everybody in America can have at least 1,000 calories a day.
In America, if you or someone you know of is starving to death literally, it's because there are mental issues involved.
try to give a homeless person a cheeseburger.
Yeah, they probably won't take it because they
They'll
got
be
too much
pissed.
already. Yeah.
Because
No, they
they
want a
what?
10 or a 20. They don't want a cheeseburger.
They like I give them cigarettes because it's cheaper than cash, but it's still something.
So they don't call it starvation; they call it food insecurity. It's the same thing.
It is not the same thing.
It is the same thing.
The
More than
definition of
34
food
million
insecurity.
people, 9
No,
million
look up the
children,
definition of food
1 in 5
insecurity.
children are food insecure.
Look up what's the definition of food insecurity?
It's fucking.
people don't have enough money for
They
groceries.
don't have
any
food.
in the fridge.
They don't know where one meal a week or something crazy is coming from. Food insecurity is not even close to starving to death.
I'm looking at the numbers right here. What are you talking about?
You're saying numbers, but you're not giving facts. And no, just because the parents.
No, I think I'm the only one giving facts. I think you guys are just talking bullshit.
Really? So when I say that everybody in America is guaranteed at least 1,000 calories a day, you think that's bullshit?
Yeah, like
That's a
you think
bullshit
you think every child
Well,
in America goes to school? You think
what did I
poor
just
children
say?
actually go to school if they're
Or
moving 9
food
times
of
a year?
adequate
If they're living in a
quality.
fucking hotel, you think they're going to school every day?
Well, again, that's a parental issue. That's not a societal issue.
This is an issue of you live a comfortable life and you can't imagine somebody not doing so.
No, it's that I've seen a broad spectrum of society, and I can guarantee.
Look at the fucking numbers, dude.
You keep saying numbers. Show us the numbers, because I'm not seeing it.
I personally had done 3 years homeless, jobless, and not in the wealthiest state, and found there was more than enough food being given out for anyone who showed up to get it.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
more than you can eat.
13,690 people starve to death in America every year. That's the numbers. 13,690 people starve to death in America per year. 10.2%.
But again, is that because of drugs?
Where's
What
that
does
coming
drugs
from?
have these aren't children, because that's what Richard and I just got done saying, that it's because they would rather have a bottle or a rock than food. And then if you offer them food, they might even reject it.
That's a fucked up way of thinking, dude.
No, it's evidentialism. And anyway, we were asking, what is food insecurity?
You guys were literally saying nobody in America starves to death. I give you the number.
No.
13,000 people starve to death every year.
No, we didn't.
No, that's not what
Literally
anybody
said
said. Knock. Nobody said that. What they did say, and what I know I did say very carefully and on purpose, is that if someone starves to death in the United States, there's a mental issue involved. And that's true.
How do you know that's true?
Because you can witness it if you go and live on the street, or you know someone who does or has, they can tell you all about it.
So because it's true of some people, it's true of everybody? That makes no sense, Richard.
There might be very remote places. There might be very remote places in the United States where that is not so. Okay? But I'm speaking in great averages, not in individual cases.
And food security is defined as safe and nutritious food that meets their food preferences for an active and healthy life. So So what you're complaining about is that people are being given safe and nutritious food that goes against their preference.
I'm complaining about 13,000 people starving to death every year. That's what
these are all elementary school children, you said?
Where
No,
did the
I never said
13,000
that.
come
Exactly,
from?
but that was your claim. Your claim was that it was school kids that couldn't
No,
eat.
your
They were
claim
literally
was
starving to
your
death.
claim was kids can just go to school and eat.
Yes,
And I'm like, no,
yes.
not all kids can go to school and eat.
Not all kids can. Yes, all kids can. Show me 5 children in the United States that can't go to school and eat. Their parents might not
Every
let them.
inch
That's their
of U.S.
parents.
is in a
That's
school
their
zone.
parents.
You think if a family's on the streets homeless, that those
What did I
children
just
are
say?
going to school?
Again, you're making my point for me. Do you realize you're destroying your own argument?
How?
Because it's the parent's choice. The child is
It's
guaranteed.
the
The
parents'
child
choice.
is
Their houses
guaranteed.
were
The
taken
child
from
is
them.
guaranteed. The child is guaranteed those 3 meals a day at the public school. If the parents don't allow them to attend a public school, that's the parents' action. That's not society.
What if it's a matter
prohibiting
of
the children.
them not being able to get them there physically? Like if you're homeless, you're a turtle. You know, you have all your stuff with you. You have to take all your stuff everywhere.
You're saying homeless, and he said in a hotel. And as far as the getting them there, all you have to do is notify the school. The school officials will find a way, even if it's hiring an Uber every single day. They're going to get you there.
Look at your local school district.
that's a
Every
bunch of
school district has a policy about what to do with homeless students. Every
right.
square inch of this country is in a school district and is covered by a bus route.
You guys need to go hang with some homeless.
We have. You're the only one who keeps having to go to statistics that you fish up from Lord knows where.
You guys make a fucking claim that there's no starvation in America when there is.
No, that's not it.
not
You're
the claim.
You're the one making that straw man.
Rewind that. Rewind this shit. Go, because I heard what I heard.
I did make that claim.
I heard what I heard.
I heard that there were no
Flow State said something loose.
Huh?
Is that
Flow State
because
said something loose, and it wasn't accurate, and it was probably near the beginning of the conversation, and that happens.
You know, my kid eats, right? I eat. What I'm saying is that there are people in this country that don't have access for food. Now, there's food banks, but like if you don't have a ride to the food bank, you can't take that up, right? Like there are so many dynamics to this.
I mean, you can always think of a what if, what if your feet are chopped off and
It's
you're
not
stuck
a
in a
what
blizzard?
if. It's not a what if. It is something that happens to people every day.
Are these people not living in cities?
They're everywhere, dude.
Yeah,
they're not everywhere.
There's homeless people in the most rural ass town. You're gonna find some homeless folks.
Well, then you need to point that out because
No, they're clustered in cities because in small communities they get arrested and thrown in jail.
Yep, and driven out of those communities.
No, they
Yes,
don't.
they fucking do, man.
Not all of them. What the hell are you talking about? I come from Davie County, North Carolina. We had homeless folk that never got thrown
Why
in
do you
jail.
keep saying all? You keep saying all, and that's not what we're saying. We're just saying that it tends to happen in small communities. They want to funnel them to where the social services are in bigger communities.
Whatever. You're just pissing me off, man.
Well, I'm glad it's settled. Nobody's starved. Ever.
Ever.
people
He doesn't understand sarcasm.
No, I don't. I don't appreciate sarcasm.
What have you said, Richard? Let me see if I can get
That was a couple conversations ago, talking about rocks in weird places that were poured and formed at specialist, blah blah blah.
Might be.
Yeah, I stepped over 3 dead people starved to death in the street, just in the way in my house right now. Crazy.
Well, I could even take the statist view and say, well, in 1948, the UN had recognized the right to food. So clearly there aren't anybody starving because the government said that there weren't.
Well, I mean, the UN is not our government.
Kind of is.
Yeah, I love it when I have conversations about civil rights. Right wing likes to go to the UN And I'm like, yeah, that's great, but let's talk about America.
I mean, you think America gets a very long leash if the UN doesn't like it?
I think America owns the UN.
I'm going to step back because he's getting two different arguments. Flow State and I are making totally different arguments. And
yeah, but let's just keep hitting him from both angles and see if we can get him to pop.
Okay. Hey, Sammy, you're going to want to skip to about halfway through that video. It's all context from there, but it's about these people who live on this mountaintop, and they've totally cultured the entire mountaintop, and they do very, very well for themselves, like in the middle of nowhere with no external support except for that they buy some metal tools occasionally, and they do everything from scratch.
Oh, yeah,
and because you were talking about people who knew how to take care of the land, you know.
There's communities like that in the Appalachians. I've visited quite a few of them. Like, they're completely self-sufficient. They might go to town for a few things, but like they're pretty much self-sufficient.
Oh, that's about grave robbing right there.
Look, I definitely think homelessness isn't the problem it used to be. Starvation isn't the problem it used to be in this country. And I definitely agree that there's programs out there that the vast majority of people are going to be able to get food, even if they can't afford it. Mm-hmm. But we can't forget about those that can't. And that's my point here is dismissing them as drug addicts or this and that.
I think that we've addressed the problem as far as we as a society can, don't you?
No, I don't.
What could possibly be done still? Anybody who is basically not at the mercy of their parents and is not insane can find food.
Round them all up and force feed them through a feeding tube.
I think that there's probably a lot of things that we could do better when it comes to that.
Sure, there is a lot we could do better, but there's always going to be groups that try to prevent it too.
This entire mentality, like it was brought up earlier, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, this is on you. Well, no, sometimes it's just economics. You know, you have no control if that bank is going to take your house. You know,
I mean, my argument is less bootstraps and more efficiency. Is it like, why would we still be chasing around the last straggling hungry person in America when we could be better utilizing our resources to address a different problem, like liberalism and other mental disorders?
So liberalism is a mental disorder.
He's obviously triggering you or attempting to trigger you.
No, Flow State, he believes that shit.
I just want to point out
I've
how
talked to Flow
funny
State enough.
It is Google struggling with their accents. No element. I make a cloth take us almost a mouse.
Fucking mouses.
I'm trying to press play on the wrong screen.
We don't go over there and say, show us. If the cameraman breaks
Can you guys hear me okay?
Only now.
Yeah, I had audio problems before. Okay, so, you know, if you let a group of people, you know, like they just popped into a setting where they've got forest and they've got raw, you know, natural land to work with, and you say, okay, go be efficient, go do, you know, your thing, go build a house, go be self-sufficient. I think that with the resources available that, you know, are just sort of, you know, in our local landscape, I think that people could definitely, you know, make do. They'd make some mistakes at first, but they would handle having some shelter. Mm-hmm. And that would be something that you could say, yeah, this person is providing for themselves. They are using part of the earth to do it, but I feel like that we actually have a right to that. You know, like a direct right as beings on this planet. I believe that we have rights to the earth for that purpose. But the way that we have things right now, that's just not the way it is. But, you know, I think that people would be a lot more self-sufficient if they did have that kind of resource. But of course, there's going to be assholes, right? Mm-hmm. There's going to be people that try to take too much land, or they deplete something that's not theirs, or they steal stuff. This is where the problem comes in, you know? But
There's also a huge problem of foreign governments coming in and buying land in America. There was a point that Saudi Arabia owned like 20% of America. It's fucking insane. And not only that, but you also have rich people in America buying up all the houses so they can sell them at exuberant rates. It's
or just lease them and never sell them, just be landlords.
Yeah, I mean, our society isn't. It's not as great as people want to fucking believe.
Hell no, that's propaganda. It's fascist. If you want to get straight down to it, we live in a fascist economic system.
I'm kind of down with that.
I figured you would be. But the problem isn't the economic system, it's people, right? Like, people are causing the problems for people. The reason that people can't live happily ever after is because of people. You know, it sort of is cyclical at some point.
But there are places. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
There are places where people are happy and do have working societies and do deal with their problems well. It's just that we, I think of America as this great place, and so we look to it as the example, and we don't even bother looking sometimes at how other people do things, as an example to maybe how to change. And I think that's a mistake. I think that we should always seek a better solution if the one that we have hasn't proven to be fully functional.
We've been sold some propaganda fiction for our whole lives. That's how you get us to believe we're the land of